Chapter 1. The Primordial Era, Kunlun Mountains. Kunlun Mountain, revered as the progenitor of all mountains, stretches magnificently across the eastern expanse of the primordial realm. Vast and boundless mist and clouds entwine among the peaks, while celestial cranes soar freely, rendering it a veritable paradise of the immortals. A millennium ago, the three pure ones established their sect and attained sanctity, setting up a grand formation at the foot of the mountain to gather disciples widely. The Grand Pure One, Laozi, advocated for non-action, accepting only one direct disciple, Xuandu. The Jade Pure One, Yuan Shi, emphasized foundational teachings, taking on 12 direct disciples, including Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, and appointed the Taoist of the Burning Lamp, who had once received teachings in the Zhixiao Palace, as the vice master of the Chan teaching. The Upper Pure One, Tongtian, embraced a comprehensive approach, welcoming all who possessed unwavering faith in the Tao. He personally imparted teachings to 4 disciples: the Taoist of Treasures, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Direction, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, while the others were merely recorded as named disciples. Deep within Kunlun Mountain, the Master Tongtian sat majestically upon a cloud platform, surrounded by thousands of disciples of the Zhijiao, attentively listening to his teachings. The preaching of the sage was extraordinary, suffused with the essence of the Tao. As heavenly golden flowers rained down, earthly lotus blossoms sprouted, dragons and phoenixes danced in harmony, and myriad beasts sang in chorus. This magnificent spectacle was not contrived, but a natural occurrence, blessed by the heavenly Tao. Master Tongtian, having established his sect and achieved sanctity, bore the heavy responsibility of guiding the destinies of countless beings. This was his first sermon after attaining sainthood, with the heavenly Tao lending its support, further augmenting his majesty and status. Among the outer circle of disciples sat a man named Zhang Tianchen, who, in this moment, was enraptured by the sermon, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Zhang Tianchen was a member of the postnatal human race, having arrived in the primordial realm over a decade ago. Upon his arrival, he was initially filled with trepidation. In this world, golden immortals roamed aplenty, and Tai was as common as grass. Only those who reached the Great Luo realm had any semblance of security. As a mere human, without even the status of a celestial immortal, his safety was far from guaranteed, and he could easily fall prey to a formidable foe. Yet, he had been bestowed with an extraordinary level of comprehension from Earth. Upon learning that the 3 pure ones were widely accepting talented individuals, he traversed mountains and rivers. Ultimately reaching the Kunlun Mountains, he successfully passed the mental test set by Master Tongtian and became an outer disciple of the Zhijiao. This sermon encompassed the foundational principles of cultivating immortality. Beginning with the stage of transcending the mundane, it detailed the process from refining essence into qi to refining spirit into void, culminating in a union of the void with the Tao. Upon achieving this union with the Tao, one would then endure the heavenly tribulation, thereby attaining the celestial immortal realm. The progression would then advance through the realms of true immortal, Xian immortal, gold immortal, Tai gold immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, and finally, the quasi-saint. Time seemed to lose its significance, and 300 years quietly elapsed. The first sermon came to a close. Awakening from his trance, Zhang Tianchen felt a lingering desire for more. Today's sermon concludes here, with the next to be held a millennium hence. As the master's words echoed, his figure vanished from the cloud platform. The disciples chorused, "Farewell, Master." Once the master departed, they bowed in respect and dispersed from the cloud platform, retreating to their respective caves or cultivation sites to meditate and further comprehend the teachings imparted during this session. Zhang Tianchen, too, found a secluded and tranquil spot, erecting a humble wooden hut as his place of practice. With his remarkable comprehension, he was able to grasp and apply nearly all the knowledge shared in the sermon, and he discerned several gaps within it. For instance, the final step to reach the pinnacle of the union of the void with the Tao within the 4 stages of transcending the mundane required approximately a millennium of cultivation. However, Zhang Tianchen believed this stage was not the true pinnacle, as the four stages of transcending the mundane still held much untapped potential. Thus, leveraging his extraordinary insight, he gradually refined the deficiencies. A century later, the shortcomings of the transcending the mundane cultivation method had been entirely rectified by him. Following the improved method, he reached the pinnacle of the union of the void with the Tao, boasting an accumulation of 5,000 years of cultivation. The general cultivation methods were as follows. Transcending the mundane, 1,000 years of cultivation. Celestial immortal, 1,000 years to 5,000 years of cultivation. True immortal, 5,000 years to 50,000 years of cultivation. Xian immortal, 50,000 years to 600,000 years of cultivation. Gold immortal, 600,000 years to 3 million years of cultivation. Tai, 3 million years to 5 million years of cultivation. Great Luo, 5 million years to 50 million years of cultivation. Quasi-saint, 50 million years to 600 million years of cultivation. Note, 1 yuan hui equals 129,600 years. 5 yuan hui equate to 1 calamity, and possessing the cultivation of 1 calamity allows one to attain the Tao and become a Han Yuan. To distinguish his cultivation method from traditional methods, Zhang Tianchen rechristened his improved method as the mythical Great Luo method. By practicing the mythical Great Luo methods, transcending the mundane chapter, upon reaching the pinnacle of the union of the void with the Tao, one could possess 5,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to the prowess of a typical peak celestial immortal. In the blink of an eye, another 5 centuries had passed. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and flashes of lightning crackled, gathering the power of the storm. Beneath the thunderclouds, through 500 years of cultivation, Zhang Tianchen had reached the pinnacle of the union of the void with the Tao and stood at a critical juncture of becoming an immortal. The transformation from mortal to immortal was inherently a defiance of the natural order, requiring the baptism of heavenly tribulation to transcend the mundane and enter the sacred. Heavenly tribulations were divided into 4 tiers. The first 9 heavenly tribulation, the third 9 heavenly tribulation, the 6th 9 heavenly tribulation, and the 9th 9 heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, those ascending from mortal to immortal faced the lowest tier, the first 9 heavenly tribulation, while the higher tier third 9 heavenly tribulation only appeared under exceedingly rare circumstances. As for the 6th 9 heavenly tribulation and the 9th 9 heavenly tribulation, their occurrence at this stage was virtually non-existent. Most beings in the primordial realm were born as immortals, not requiring the arduous process of ascension from mortality. Yet, this did not imply they could entirely evade the influence of heavenly tribulation. These beings initially did not possess an innate Tao body to embark on the path of cultivation. They had to undergo transformation, during which they would attract the transformation heavenly tribulation. The transformation heavenly tribulation was at least of the third 9 tier, and for certain deeply rooted practitioners, extreme cases of the 9th 9 heavenly tribulation could even arise. A deafening clap of thunder reverberated as a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, striking down toward the earth. Zhang Tianchen, maintaining his composure, summoned his magical power to erect a protective barrier. The lightning failed to breach the protective layer established by Zhang Tianchen. Then, a second bolt of lightning struck, which also could not penetrate his defenses. The fourth, a continuous barrage of 9 bolts of lightning, each more potent than the last, yet none could surpass Zhang Tianchen's formidable shield. Just as Zhang Tianchen believed the heavenly tribulation was about to cease, new bolts of lightning began to coalesce. So this is the third 9 heavenly tribulation. Even with his unflappable demeanor, a hint of astonishment flickered across his visage at this moment. The third 9 heavenly tribulation, compared to the first 9, not only increased in number, but also in the intensity of the lightning strikes. Boom! A new wave of thunder and lightning swiftly approached. Zhang Tianchen channeled his magical power to resist, yet this time, it was evidently more taxing than before. As the 18th bolt of lightning descended, the magical barrier he had erected shattered instantly. The residual force of the lightning struck him, leaving him charred and darkened, even causing his hair to stand on end. Fortunately, the majority of the lightning had been repelled by the magical barrier thus. Despite the dire appearance, he was, in fact, unharmed. The interval between the third and fourth rounds of lightning was brief. Zhang Tianchen had no choice but to summon his magical power once more for defense, as there were no other options available. The 19th and 20th bolts. As the 27th bolt of lightning struck Zhang Tianchen, he had become entirely scorched, and a faint aroma of singed flesh wafted through the air. At that moment, a radiant rainbow light pierced through the clouds, illuminating him. The wounds on Zhang Tianchen's body healed rapidly, and his charred skin began to shed, revealing smooth flesh beneath. Before long, Zhang Tianchen returned to his original state, and his magical power seemed to solidify further. This is all due to the lack of magical treasures. Zhang Tianchen donned fresh attire and murmured softly. He practiced the mythical Great Luo method, and although he had only reached the pinnacle of the union of the void with the Tao, his cultivation strength was sufficient to rival that of an average peak celestial immortal. It was solely because of his deficiency in magical treasures that he found himself in such a precarious position before the third heavenly tribulation. Had he possessed even the most rudimentary defensive magical treasure, even a low-grade spiritual treasure, he would have been able to pass through this tribulation unscathed. Magical treasures are generally classified into postnatal spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures. They are further subdivided according to the number of restrictions: low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and supreme treasures. Those with 1 to 12 restrictions are deemed low grade, 13 to 24 restrictions are middle grade, 25 to 36 restrictions are high grade, 37 to 48 restrictions are top grade, and those with 49 restrictions are classified as the highest supreme treasures. In general, innate spiritual treasures of the same grade are more powerful than postnatal ones, additionally possessing the abilities to enhance the bearer's fortune and self-repair. Although this tribulation appeared rather arduous, I have successfully entered the celestial realm, completing the transformation from a mortal to an immortal body, and I have officially ascended to the ranks of the heavenly immortals. With only 400 years remaining until the second sermon, I should have ample time to finalize the celestial techniques of the mythological Luo. Zhang Tianchen returned to his modest wooden cabin, embarking on the task of further refining the methods for cultivating the heavenly immortal state. 300 years later, the celestial techniques of the mythological Luo were meticulously compiled by Zhang Tianchen. Following this methodology, to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly immortal state would bestow upon one 500 years of cultivation, rivaling the pinnacle of an ordinary xianxian. A sudden sound of war drums roused Zhang Tianchen from his reverie. This was the call of the Tongtian patriarch, summoning the disciples of the Zhijiao. This signified that the day of the second sermon had arrived. Zhang Tianchen left his wooden cabin and hastened towards the location of the Tongtian patriarch. As the Zhijiao gathered in near completeness, the Tongtian patriarch suddenly appeared atop the cloud platform. "Greetings, Master." Zhang Tianchen, alongside the other disciples, bowed in respect to the Tongtian patriarch. The patriarch gestured slightly with his hand, signaling the commencement of the sermon. Unlike the previous occasion, although the aura of the Tao still enveloped the surroundings, there was no phenomenon of resonance between heaven and earth this time. However, with every word uttered by the Tongtian patriarch, it felt as though a divine enlightenment was bestowed upon the listeners. This time, he spoke not of cultivation methods, but rather of various divine techniques, encompassing the 36 transformations of the Tian Gang and the 72 transformations of the Disha. Zhang Tianchen listened, entranced and spellbound. The myriad wonders of the Tao were ineffable. He was entirely immersed in the profound truths, an experience so exquisite that it defied description. Time flowed like a gentle stream, silently slipping away. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The Tongtian patriarch concluded his sermon, and Zhang Tianchen emerged from his state of rapture, feeling a sense of loss, as if an ongoing experience had been abruptly interrupted. No matter how powerful the divine techniques may be, They're merely arts, their foundation lies in one's cultivation. Please remember not to confuse the two. His gaze swept across each person present. Let it be etched in your hearts. The crowd responded in unison, though the extent to which they would truly heed the words of the Tongtian patriarch remained to be seen. This sermon has concluded, the next will occur in a millennium. As these words fell, the Tongtian patriarch vanished from the cloud platform. The disciples of the Buzhou returned to their abodes for solitary cultivation, as did Zhang Tianchen. The divine techniques elucidated by the Tongtian patriarch were firmly etched in Zhang Tianchen's mind. The 36 transformations of the Tian gang included transforming all things, balancing yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations, reversing the sun and moon, summoning wind and rain, stirring mountains and rivers, walking among clouds, transforming water into land, burrowing through earth with golden light, causing torrents in rivers and seas, solidifying the earth, employing the 5 elements for concealment, arranging the 6 armies, predicting the future, shifting mountains and stones, healing the sick and injured, becoming invisible, controlling one's breath, reclaiming yang energy, taming dragons and beasts, extending life and vitality, leveling mountains and filling seas, transmuting stone to gold, phasing into ethereal forms, shape-shifting, altering size at will, making flowers bloom instantaneously, traversing beyond the heavens, seeing through barriers, reversing storms, mastering thunder and lightning, leaping into the abyss, traversing through sands and stones, leaping over peaks, assembling armies from mere grains, and the technique of 7 arrows. Although each technique possessed immense power, mastering them proved to be quite challenging. Even the Tongtian patriarch had not fully grasped these skills. Zhang Tianchen resolved to first learn 3 techniques, leaving the others for a later time. In terms of offensive capability, the most formidable was the 5 Thunder technique. The so-called 5 Thunder actually refers to 5 distinct elemental energies. Each corresponds to the vital energies of the 5 organs in the human body. And only when these energies are gathered can the true might of the 5 Thunder technique be realized. When it comes to speed, none could rival the ground-traversing golden light technique. With a body illuminated by golden brilliance, traversing the earth for thousands of miles each day, when it comes to defense, the optimal choice is the art of ethereal concealment. Upon entering an incorporeal state, all attacks shall become ineffective. In contrast, while the earthly transformation of 72 changes may lack the potency of the celestial transformation of 36, it possesses its own unique advantages. The most significant of these is the relative ease with which one can master the earthly techniques. Zhang Tianchen has selected 5 particularly practical spells from this repertoire. Swordsmanship. Comprehending the profound unity of sword and chi, this represents the method of the primordial spirit wielding the sword, where the sword energy manifests invisibly in the presence of white light. Demon slaying. This allows one to amplify the power of weapons with magical energy, thereby dispelling demons and invisible malevolent spirits. Clone. Capable of creating several illusions of oneself, this technique can also transmute any object. At higher realms, one can manifest countless clones. Potent earth. This can generate a space or cave, achieving the feat of encapsulating a world within a grain of sand. Binding. This enables the freezing of living beings. Mystical creatures or various substances, rendering them immobile. That a millennium later, Zhang Tianchen has made significant strides in his study of divine powers. Prior to his transcendence, he had a penchant for reading novels, immersing himself in various works whenever time permitted. He observed that in most novels, each hero possesses a unique attribute list. Despite the absence of a conventional auxiliary system, he nonetheless crafted a comparable functional panel for himself. Name. Zhang Tianchen bloodline. Postnatal human race cultivation. 7,000 years of spring and autumn domain level. Initial encounter with mythical celestial realm mastered spells. Basic proficiency in thunder manipulation. Preliminary accomplishment in golden light escape. Foundation achievement in corporeal invisibility. Advanced comprehension in sword art, comprehensive mastery of potent earth, perfect execution of clone technique, absolute mastery of binding seal, ultimate mastery of demon-breaking sword technique. The proficiency of these spells is categorized into 4 levels: initial understanding, basic proficiency, advanced comprehension, and perfect execution. Over the course of a millennium, he has perfected the techniques of clone, binding seal, and demon-breaking sword technique. He has also elevated the advanced levels of sword art and potent earth to a high stage, while further advancing thunder manipulation, golden light escape, and corporeal invisibility to a preliminary proficiency level, showcasing his exceptional insight. However, further breakthroughs in these magical techniques are not easily attained. Whether advancing to higher levels of swordsmanship or delving deeper into the more complex techniques such as thunder manipulation, earthly escape, and corporeal invisibility, an understanding of the corresponding natural laws is essential. Given Zhang Tianchen's remarkable perceptiveness, although one can grasp the rules at the mythical celestial level, it seems unwise to delve into them now. He believes it more rational and practical to first enhance his cultivation strength before returning to explore these rules as another wave of what seems to be ancient music wafted through the air. It reminded Zhang Tianchen to cease his cultivation and attentively listen to the teachings of the Celestial Master. Once again, the same scenario unfolded as numerous disciples of the gradually gathered, awaiting their master's appearance to expound upon scriptures. The Celestial Master appeared suddenly upon the elevated platform. "Respected Master." After all the disciples bowed in reverence, the Celestial Master began his lecture. The topic of this discourse was the knowledge of the ways of formations. Among the 3 saints of Taiji, the Grand Tao ancestor is renowned for refining spiritual elixirs, while the primordial saint of Jade Purity is known for crafting magical artifacts. Yet, it is only the Celestial Master who stands unparalleled in his mastery of formation diagrams. He commenced his explanation from the basics of formations, progressively delving into the renowned 10 absolute formation and the 9, ultimately introducing the ultimate level formations, such as the demon extermination formation and the grand formation of 1,000 gods. Although there are many types of formations on the primordial continent, the highest tier formations fall into 4 major categories. The Celestial Master's innate grand witch formation, which can summon the ethereal visage of Pangu with its 12 principal witches, can only contend with counterparts of equal caliber. The Grand Star Array of the Heavenly Bodies is a crucial formation for the demon race, relying on 365 Great Luo Golden Immortals for its operation, with the Chaos Bell serving as its core. This formation harnesses the power of the celestial bodies, its efficacy rivaling that of the grand formation of heavenly deities. The 10,000 Immortal Array originally belonged to the Eastern King. When operated by 10,000 Great Luo Golden Immortals, it could stand against saint-level adversaries, following the demise of the Eastern King along with the demon race's hold over the Eastern Hua Purple Mansion. This formidable 10,000 Immortal Array became a trophy under the command of the Celestial Master. In terms of renown, the Extermination Formation stands unparalleled among the 4 categories of primordial level formations. If formed by saints, it is said that 4 saints must collaborate to breach it. Initially, this system was controlled by Luo Ho. However, after Hong Jun's defeat of Luo Ho, the Extermination 4 swords and their corresponding formation diagrams fell into Hong Jun's possession. And during the allocation of resources within the Purple Palace, they were transferred to the Celestial Master. 300 years have passed. The Celestial Master concluded his 3rd preaching session. During my time at the Hongming's Purple Twilight Palace, I gleaned profound insights into the principles of creation and acquired numerous rare treasures. I have preserved them, but their presence beside me is merely a waste. Thus, I have resolved to bestow them upon you today. The Master's proclamation stirred deep emotions within many hearts. For those traversing the path of cultivation, who would not wish to possess 1 or 2 powerful artifacts. However, innate artifacts are scarce and difficult to find. Even among postnatal artifacts, many lack the ability to forge them at this moment. Zhang Tianchen harbored a certain anticipation, yet he was acutely aware of the fierce competition that lay ahead. Duo Bao, you are the eldest disciple. I now present you with this innate level golden cloud crown. As he spoke, the Celestial Master waved his sleeve, and a resplendent golden crown slowly floated toward Duo Bao. Thank you, Master. The elder brother Duo Bao extended his hands to receive the golden cloud crown and bowed respectfully to the Celestial Master. As one who had already received various artifacts as a prior disciple, The Celestial Master's gift was more of a ceremonial gesture. Jinling, I bestow upon you this innate level Dragon Tiger Jade Rui and the 4 symbols pagoda as protective artifacts. Likewise, with a wave of his hand, the Jade Rui and a pagoda gently approached Jinling, the Immortal Mother. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. The Immortal Mother received the bestowed artifacts with excitement. The Dragon Tiger Rui and 4 symbols pagoda were exceedingly precious to her, far surpassing those previously given by the elder brothers, Wudong, Guling. Following this, he produced additional artifacts to distribute among other direct disciples, such as Wudong and Guling, as well as to others like the Immortal of Cloud and others. Within the disciples, there existed a clear hierarchy. The pinnacle were those such as Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, and Guling, who were direct disciples. Following closely were the attendants by his side, including the 7 Immortals of Cloud, Golden Hoop, Pilu, Qiolong, the Messenger of Light, Lingya, and the Messenger of Dingguang, while these disciples had not received formal recognition. Accompanying him in comprehending the Tao was already an honored at AS for the 3rd tier. It comprised outer disciples, including Zhao Gongzi, Zhao Gongming, Dr. Liu Luo Xian, the 3 Xia Immortals, and many others like Zhang Tianchen who were ordinary disciples. Zhao Gongming, you stand at the forefront among the outer disciples. From today forth, you shall be the eldest brother of the outer sect, granted the binding dragon rope and 24 sea calming pearls. May you diligently cultivate in the future and uphold the honor of our. The Celestial Master lightly waved his sleeve, and 24 pearls and a rope flew before Zhao Gongming. Thank you, Master. Zhao Gongming felt a surge of emotion as he accepted the artifact as a designated disciple. He could only refer to the Celestial Master as Master rather than respected Master. Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, I bestow upon you the Primordial Golden Dipper and the Golden Serpent Scissors. Again, he waved his sleeve, and a golden artifact dipper and a pair of scissors gently descended before Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Qiong Xiao. The 3 received them and bowed respectfully to the Celestial Master, Liu Luo Xian. The Celestial Master systematically bestowed artifacts upon the outer disciples, with each name eliciting anticipation from the crowd. Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen was taken by surprise, exhilarated upon hearing his name, and stepped forward to respond, "Present." This is one of the 36 peach fruits borne by the innate water peach tree at the genesis of heaven and earth. I now grant it to you, hoping you will focus diligently on your cultivation in the future. As the Celestial Master waved, a celestial peach hovered in his palm, transforming into a streak of flowing light as it flew toward Zhang Tianchen. Thank you, Master. With an uncontrollable excitement, Zhang Tianchen accepted the celestial peach and bowed deeply once more towards Tongtian. This nascent fruit, imbued with the essence of life from the cosmos' a primordial formation, stood on an entirely different plane compared to the subsequently ripened fruits. This innate Ren-water peach possessed a power nearly equivalent to that of a mid-tier, innate divine artifact. It was beyond his expectations that such a precious treasure would be bestowed upon him by Tongtian. He speculated that his performance during the tribulations of the 3rd layer of heavenly thunder or while cultivating secret techniques might have garnered Tongtian's approval. After the distribution of treasures was complete, he conferred with his 2 brothers and decided that in 12,960 years, they would conduct an examination of all disciples to assess their progress in cultivation, urging everyone to strive diligently and not let the Inter-sect be sullied. Upon finishing these words, Tongtian's form vanished into the void. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhang Tianchen consumed the spirit peach gifted by Tongtian and immediately began to channel its effects that a century later. He had thoroughly refined the essence within the peach, significantly elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of mythic immortality, advancing an entire cycle of reincarnation. The 4 essential elements, regulations, companions, location, and resources, are indispensable. That he had ample resources in terms of regulations. Although the Kunlun Mountains were an exquisite spiritual land, they could not harbor the destinies of 3 formidable beings. Furthermore, the teachings of Taiji Tianzuan diverged from those of Tongtian, making the establishment of distinct sects among the 3 purities inevitable. Thus, Kunlun could only serve as a temporary refuge, and a relocation would eventually be necessary. His friends and the Inter-sect regarded Zhang Tianchen as a comrade. Financially, he was devoid of possessions, which was the most pressing issue he needed to resolve. Once he enhanced his cultivation further and ensured greater safety, he would delve into the primordial wilderness for a thorough exploration, seeking rare heavenly materials and treasures. After absorbing the power of the peach, Zhang Tianchen glanced at the pit of the celestial peach he had casually planted. It had now grown into a peach tree over 10 meters tall. However, this second-generation peach tree was still in its infancy, and it would require a considerable period before it bore fruit. Zhang Tianchen shifted his attention, contemplating the formation techniques expounded by the Tongtian master in the primordial world to engage in battles beyond 1S level. There are primarily two methods: magical artifacts and formations. However, magical artifacts are exceedingly rare and often difficult to come by. Formations, while immensely powerful, possess evident drawbacks. Firstly, they cannot be moved at will. If the enemy is not within the formation, it becomes ineffective. Secondly, setting up a formation requires preparation time, making it challenging to implement during combat. Thirdly, most formations necessitate the collaboration of multiple individuals. Nevertheless, there exist formidable formations capable of overcoming all these shortcomings, such as the Zhuxian formation, which can be established by a single person as long as they possess the four swords of Zhuxian and the formation diagram. This formation can be set up anytime and anywhere, consuming minimal time. However, the Zhuxian formation relies on the power of strong artifacts and requires specific tools, rendering it difficult to replicate. Zhang Tianchen aspired to create a new type of formation that would completely surmount these limitations. In the primordial realm, where the concept of time is nebulous, a millennium passed unnoticed. After integrating his insights into swordsmanship, Zhang Tianchen devised a formation of his own, naming it the Limitless Sword Formation. Limitless signifies an infinite quantity beyond measure that in the Hongmeng rules. Each tribulation corresponds to 50,000 meeting cycles, approximately equivalent to 648 million years. The limitless tribulation, therefore, symbolizes a duration of 480 million tribulations. The limitless sword formation embodies boundless potential and limitless might. Although it is claimed to possess tremendous power, its actual manifestation is contingent upon the capabilities of the one who sets it up. At present, Zhang Tianchen could only defeat an ordinary golden immortal using this formation. The most pressing concern remained the enhancement of his own cultivation level, whether it be magical techniques or formation arts. They are merely tools along the path of cultivation. Only a profound foundational cultivation can enable one to wield them effectively. Once more glancing at the newly sprouted peach tree outside, he believed that with the aid of rare and extraordinary fruits, his cultivation progress would surely accelerate. However, as the peach tree had yet to bear fruit, maturity was still a long way off. Thus, Zhang Tianchen continued to cultivate while patiently awaiting the gradual maturation of the fruit. A millennium later, flower buds began to appear. After 2,000 years, the blossoms were on the verge of blooming point. 3,000 years later, the tree was adorned with vibrant flowers. 4,000 years, petals began to fall, giving rise to new shoots, and the peaches commenced their growth. Over the span of 5,000 years, the peaches gradually became plumped up. By the 6th millennium, they reached their peak point. 7,000 years later, the peaches transitioned from green to a gradual reddening. 8,000 years later, the peaches exhibited a hue of green tinged with red. 9,000 years later, the peaches were fully ripe, with a cycle of 3,000 years for flowering, 3,000 years for fruiting, and 3,000 years for ripening. A total of 36 peaches were harvested, making this second-generation peach tree comparable to the purple-veined celestial peaches of the peach garden. The innate rainwater peach tree still remained in the possession of Hongjun. Once Hao Yin and Yao Qi ascended to the position of heavenly sovereigns, Hongjun would bestow the innate rainwater peach tree upon Yao Qi. Yao Qi then transformed the innate rainwater peach tree into 3,600 peach trees. Among them, 1,200 bloomed smaller flowers and bore smaller fruits, ripening every 3,000 years. Another 1,200 had distinct layers and sweet fruits, ripening every 6,000 years. The remaining 1,200, however, were of the purple vein variety, requiring 9,000 years to mature. In Zhang Tianchen's view, Yaoqi's actions were nothing short of wasteful. Although the number of transformed peach trees had increased, their efficacy was significantly diminished, offering little benefit to those with higher cultivation levels. If a large quantity of peaches were desired, one could simply wait for the innate rainwater peaches to mature and plant the peach pits, rendering the sacrifice of the innate rainwater peach tree unnecessary. Zhang Tianchen plucked a second-generation peach and consumed it, subsequently proceeding to refine its essence that a decade later. The energy of the peach was completely absorbed, resulting in a cultivation increase of 1,000 years. The effects of this second-generation peach were far inferior to those of the first-generation peach. Zhang Tianchen felt a pang of disappointment, as the results fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he reasoned that, even so, it was still a faster route to advancement than pure, arduous cultivation. Zhang Tianchen then harvested another second-generation peach for consumption. This time, his cultivation increased by 980 years. Was the efficacy indeed diminishing? Zhang Tianchen swallowed a third second-generation peach, yielding a cultivation increase of 950 years. Confirming the decrease in effectiveness deepened his disappointment. However, the actual speed of advancement was not significantly inferior to the previous two instances. 300 years later, Zhang Tianchen had completely refined all 36 second-generation peaches from the tree, resulting in a total cultivation increase of 12,000 years. Now, the second-generation peaches held little value for him, and it was far more expedient to focus on his cultivation. The second-generation peach tree outside had now transformed into a grove of peach trees. Zhang Tianchen planted the pits of the second-generation peaches, cultivating third-generation peach trees. Given that the second-generation peaches had proven ineffective for Zhang Tianchen, the third-generation peaches would naturally offer no significant benefits. However, Zhang Tianchen's cultivation of third-generation peach trees was not for the sake of the peaches themselves, but rather for the inherent utility of the trees. The innate rainwater peach tree ranks among the top 10 spiritual roots of innate origin. While the second and third-generation peach trees may not match it, they still serve as excellent materials for crafting artifacts that, in the absence of various auxiliary heavenly materials, Zhang Tianchen was left with no choice but to diligently cultivate on his own. Unbeknownst to him, 30,000 years had elapsed. This extensive period of rigorous cultivation resulted in a substantial enhancement of Zhang Tianchen's strength. Name: Zhang Tianchen root. Postnatal being cultivation. 6 cycles of tribulations realm. Early mythic true immortal abilities. Completion of 5 thunder techniques. Minor mastery of ground gold light. Minor mastery of shadowless standing. Minor mastery of 5 elements great escape. Major mastery of fetal transformation. Mastery of sword techniques. Mastery of pot heaven. Perfected cloning. Perfected immobilization. Perfected demon slaying. Perfected invisibility formation. Limitless sword formation. Zhang Tianchen's cultivation had risen to the 6th Yuan assembly, breaking through from the realm of mythic celestial immortal to that of mythic true immortal. He had also thoroughly comprehended and successfully deduced the chapter of mythic Luo Fa true immortal. Should one attain the pinnacle of cultivation, they would possess the potential for 500 yuan Wuyi worth of practice, rivaling the caliber of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. Over the course of the past 30 millennia, besides refining their skills, they have also mastered 2 grand supernatural abilities and a minor one, the Great Escape of the 5 Elements, which not only encompasses the celestial arts of the 5 elements, but also incorporates the art of evasion through the intricate interplay of their generative and restraining principles. The transformation of the fetus, an unpredictable metamorphosis, enabling the individual to assume the guise of a man or a woman, an elder or a youth, or even to become various divine birds and extraordinary beasts, or any entity of the natural world. And invisibility, a skill that renders oneself or any creature unseen while simultaneously concealing their aura. Currently, Zhang Tianchen's prowess is akin to that of an early-stage golden immortal possessing the cultivation of 6 yuan Wuyi, endowing him with fundamental self-protection capabilities, thus rendering him fully prepared for exploration. The newly acquired 3 grand supernatural abilities have proven immensely beneficial during his ventures, with no intention of disturbing others. Zhang Tianchen set forth alone from Kunlun Mountain to seek an audience with the Tongtian. What a preposterous notion! For an outer sect member like him, Such a meeting with the Tongtian is far from simple. If every outer sect member required an audience with it before embarking on an expedition, the Tongtian would surely be overwhelmed. The question now arises, where should he go first? He pondered within himself. This journey, masked as an expedition, is primarily aimed at gathering treasures, with the imperative to return before the commencement of the Three Teachings Conference. Given the scarcity of time, he must prioritize locations of the highest treasure-seeking value. Soon enough, he resolved, I shall first venture to Mount Buzhou. This mountain, shaped from the spine of the primordial being who opened the heavens and the earth, lies at the heart of the wilderness. Numerous enduring myths recount that rare magical artifacts originate from within Mount Buzhou, with the innate gourd vine being one such example. However, the 7 gourds of that vine have long since been claimed by figures such as the 3 pure ones in Wuyi. Nevertheless, as the foremost mountain in the world, its interior is yet to reveal the aura of sacred spirits. Thus the potential for hidden treasures remains vast, coupled with the aftermath of the great battle between the witches and the demons. This magnificent mountain is destined to be struck down by Gong Gong. Hence, if he does not seize this opportunity now, it may never present itself again. Transforming into a stream of golden light, Zhang Tianchen set forth towards his destination. In the present desolate lands, the dominion is primarily held by the witch and demon clans, with the witches governing the land and the demons ruling the skies. Most of the latter reside within the celestial realm above, while only a small number inhabit the ground, often hiding in forests to avoid becoming sacrificial offerings to the witch folk. After approximately 500 years, deftly evading numerous individuals for various factions, he finally arrived at the base of Mount Buzhou. This sacred mountain, rising majestically into the clouds, stands apart from the mortal realm. Zhang Tianchen stood at the foot of Mount Buzhou, his heart overwhelmed by an indescribable awe. Kunlun Mountain is hailed as the progenitor of all mountains, yet pales in comparison to Mount Buzhou. Encircling Mount Buzhou is the indomitable will of Pangu, though the great Pangu has long since transformed into myriad forms. This will persist in the primordial epoch. Even the Luo Golden Immortals found it challenging to ascend to the summit of Mount Buzhou, while ordinary Golden Immortals could scarcely approach as time flowed on. Pangus will gradually weaken. Zhang Tianchen, having only reached the early stage of a common Golden Immortal, nonetheless qualified to ascend Mount Buzhou, he took slow, deliberate steps upward, and with each elevation, the essence of Pangus will intensify. Initially, Zhang Tianchen felt relatively at ease. However, after a century, he began to experience considerable strain. After 3 centuries, he found himself exerting all his strength to advance a single step by the 500-year mark. His back had begun to bend under the weight, as if he might topple at any moment. Zhang Tianchen gritted his teeth, persisting onward, inadvertently entering a subtle state of consciousness. The surroundings gradually faded from view, leaving only a seemingly endless row of steps extending before him. With each step forward, he sensed a profound elevation of his mental state. He could not ascertain how long he had been in this state. Perhaps it was 10 years, 100 years, or even a millennium. At last, Zhang Tianchen reached the final step in that instant, he felt a remarkable leap in his spirit. Although upon emerging from that exquisite realm his cultivation remained unchanged, the insights he gained were profoundly significant. Such realizations, though difficult to articulate, would undoubtedly yield immense benefits in the future. Zhang Tianchen surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find himself atop Mount Buzhou. The summit stretched directly into the primordial cosmos, leading up to the celestial realm. It is said that the vast expanse of the primordial land is boundless, yet it is dwarfed by the ocean. The primordial ocean, in turn, is far more confined than the starry sky above. Dubbed the inner chaos, the primordial cosmos is filled with countless celestial bodies and constellations, its vastness and mystery exceeding all human imagination. Zhang Tianchen deemed himself ill-equipped to explore that celestial expanse and resolved to retrace his steps. Upon reaching the mountainside, a sudden flicker of radiant treasure appeared before him. At the sight of such brilliance, his eyes sparkled. Typically, such luminescence only manifests when a precious artifact emerges. During this journey, though he had garnered numerous insights, he had yet to acquire any treasures, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, he had not anticipated that this illumination would compensate for his earlier disappointments on his return journey. Zhang Tianchen hastily approached the source of the radiant light, which revealed itself to be an innate spiritual tree, the banana tree. Ordinarily, this tree would be shielded by a protective barrier, but at the moment of fruit ripening, that barrier had automatically opened. Thus, the four symbols emerged: earth, water, wind, and fire. When Pangu separated the heavens and the earth, his axe transformed into the Panga banner, while the Taiji diagram and the primordial bell were utilized to subdue the elements of earth. Water, wind, and fire, that a portion of the power from these elements was absorbed by the innate banana tree, resulting in the genesis of 4 banana leaves. Each of these leaves came to embody a piece of innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Yet now, only 1 banana leaf remained on the innate banana tree, while the other 3 had been claimed by others. According to Zhang Tianchen's knowledge, the wind attribute banana leaf was held by the ancestor of the river of the underworld, who bestowed it upon the Rakshasa maiden, the Iron Fan princess from Journey to the West. The fire attribute banana leaf was in the possession of Laozi of the Taiji, serving as a tool to fan the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace. Now, the remaining banana leaf on the innate banana tree corresponded to the water attribute. As for the whereabouts of the earth attribute banana leaf, Zhang Tianchen had no means of discerning. Gently plucking the water attribute banana leaf, he observed it instantly transform into a fan. This fan, imbued with 36 prohibitions, is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure known as the water attribute banana fan, capable of summoning fierce winds and torrential rains with a mere flick, possessing the might to overturn rivers and seas. Although it is indeed a remarkable spiritual treasure, it is not what I require. Zhang Tianchen let out a soft sigh. Nevertheless, for the majority of cultivators, this fan remains a coveted gem. Even if his personal need for it is minimal, it can still serve as a gift or a means of barter for acquiring what he desires. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen stored the fan away. After the last leaf was plucked, the innate banana tree swiftly withered. Consequently, Zhang Tianchen meticulously examined the roots of the banana tree, discovering a small piece of innate soil of vitality. This innate soil is among the finest lands for nurturing spiritual roots and is exceedingly rare within the primordial world. It is said that Nuwa herself utilized this soil to create humanity. Such a treasure is indeed rare and will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tianchen collected the soil as well. After acquiring these 2 items, he promptly departed from Mount Buzhou. Zhang Tianchen considered his next destination to be Wuyi Mountain. Within the primordial world, although numerous renowned magical artifacts abound, most have already found their respective owners, for treasures devoid of masters and with a clear location. Aside from the Luo Golden coin found atop Wuyi Mountain, I have yet to hear of a second such artifact. During the Battle of Fengshan, the Luo Golden coin shone with resplendent brilliance. Although Xiao Shang's cultivation level did not match that of Zhao Gongming, he managed to seize all 24 of Zhao Gongming's sea-settling pearls and the dragon-binding rope, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of this spiritual treasure. After more than 8 centuries of flight, Zhang Tianchen finally arrived at the Wuyi mountain range. Located in the eastern region of the primordial world, the Wuyi mountains stretch for countless miles, with towering peaks and lush vegetation. While it may not rival the likes of Mount Buzhou or the Kunlun fairyland, it certainly qualifies as a blessed land. Nevertheless, despite its considerable expanse, truly valuable innate spiritual treasures remain elusive. Even though Zhang Tianchen was aware that the Luo Golden coin lay hidden within Wuyi Mountain, locating it would prove as daunting as finding a needle in a haystack. Even if I must turn the entire Wuyi Mountain upside down, I will find the Luo Golden coin. Zhang Tianchen was resolute. He would not leave this mountain without it, that he expanded his spiritual sense to conduct a comprehensive scan. The ample spiritual energy of Wuyi Mountain was home to many powerful monsters and numerous cultivators who established their caves within the mountains. Zhang Tianchen's exhaustive search led to several confrontations with these cultivators. Some opponents were vanquished, others subdued, and a few he could not best manage to escape using the 5 elements Great Escape technique. One of the most perilous encounters involved a python demon of Great Luo Jinxian cultivation, which pursued Zhang Tianchen for 100,000 miles. Fortunately, his exceptional escape skills allowed him to evade disaster. After a millennium of arduous searching, when Zhang Tianchen utilized his spiritual sense to probe a mountain peak, he detected a faint fluctuation of an array. This formation was not man-made, but rather a natural occurrence. Zhang Tianchen felt a surge of joy. Any place protected by a natural array must harbor great treasures. Thanks to his remarkable insight and exquisite array techniques, he quickly devised a strategy. Open. Zhang Tianchen executed a spell gesture and pointed at the array, causing it to split open, granting him access. Following a shift in space, Zhang Tianchen discovered that he had entered a natural cave dwelling. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with Wuyi Mountain Cave Heaven. Upon entering, he found himself in a realm of wonders. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, colossal trees shaded the sun, and pine forests blanketed the mountains. The sounds of beasts and birds echoed in harmony. A magnificent waterfall cascaded from the summit, plunging into a vast hot spring below, from which steam rose. The potent aura of innate beings coalesced in a mist, enveloping the entire forest. The ground was strewn with medicinal herbs over 1,000 years old, and the fresh scent of herbs invigorated the spirit. At the center stood a primordial spiritual tree, the esteemed Wudao tea tree. Atop the Wudao tea tree floated a small luminous orb, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a winged coin. At last, you have revealed yourself. The glimmer of delight crossed Zhang Tianchen's face as he soared into the air, reaching for the orb. However, the orb seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly evading capture. Since you have encountered me, escaping will not be so simple. Zhang Tianchen employed the golden light technique to chase the radiant light. After a fierce pursuit, he ultimately triumphed, successfully capturing his target. Clenching his fist, the light shattered, leaving behind a winged, ancient coin firmly grasped in Zhang Tianchen's hand. The moment he touched the coin, he knew it was indeed the long-sought Luo Golden Coin. Yet at that moment, he did not display a semblance of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed. For although the Luo Golden Coin was an exceptionally high-grade spiritual artifact, capable of subduing anything below the divine artifact level, its unique characteristic required an equivalent exchange. The cost of this exchange was one's fortune. While fortune is intangible and imperceptible, it remains crucial for every individual. Once one's fortune is exhausted, they are perilously close to downfall. In the Battle of Fengshan, Xiao Sheng, by wielding the Luo Golden Coin, seized Zhao Gongming's 24 sea-settling pearls and the dragon binding rope, only to deplete his own fortune in the process, leading to his defeat at the hands of Zhao Gongming. The Luo Golden Coin is perhaps the only treasure in the primordial world that is independent of a user's cultivation level. Zhang Tianchen sighed, after expending considerable effort to locate the Luo Golden Coin. He discovered it to be such a troublesome artifact. Each use would require a sacrifice of a user's fortune. Regardless of its formidable capabilities, he found it challenging to employ it lightly. Henceforth, unless faced with life or death situations, he would refrain from using it recklessly. Zhang Tianchen stored the Luo Golden Coin away. Despite its seemingly trivial nature, it could serve as a crucial trump card in critical moments. What might be the effects of the innate Wudao tea tree? Zhang Tianchen turned his gaze toward the Wudao tea tree, plucking a leaf and placing it in his mouth. Instantly, he felt his primordial spirit sharpen, his mind clear and focused, with all distractions vanishing without a trace. As if he could enter a meditative state at any moment, that tea proved to be quite effective in aiding his cultivation. Zhang Tianchen was quite satisfied with the effects of the Wudao tea tree. This Wuyi mountain cave heaven is splendid. Discovering it feels like fate, and in the future, it shall be my sanctuary. Following the division of the 3 purities, Zhang Tianchen naturally intended to leave Kunlun Mountain, and he unexpectedly found this opportunity. Arriving before the stone tablet at the cave entrance, he erased the words Cave Heaven and inscribed Wuliang Cave instead. Thus, Wuyi Mountain's Wuliang Cave sounded even more like a dwelling for immortals. Zhang Tianchen nodded in approval at the revised name. The existing protective array outside was somewhat weak. Should intruders invade and launch a surprise attack while he was away, the losses would be catastrophic. Therefore, Zhang Tianchen dismantled the original protective array, preparing to reconfigure it. Approximately 10,000 miles away from Wuliang Cave resided 3 fox demons. When Zhang Tianchen nullified the protective array, they sensed the anomaly. What a powerful surge of spiritual energy! Sister, such a strong fluctuation must indicate the emergence of a treasure. Should we go take a look? Very well. The 3 fox demons promptly flew towards Wuliang Cave. Shortly thereafter, they arrived outside the cave to find Zhang Tianchen arranging the array. This was a true celestial-level human cultivator. Whether this person was fortunate or unfortunate to have discovered such a fine location remained uncertain. But the benefits would soon belong to us sisters, the fox demon sisters, all at the Xianxian level. Instantly discerned Zhang Tianchen's cultivation and origins, plotting to forcibly occupy the cave-dwelling S.O. It's merely 3 little fox demons. If you leave now, I may spare your lives, but otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhang Tianchen had long sensed the approach of 3 auras, but considering they were only at the Xianxian level, he paid them no heed. Spare us, please. You human cultivator truly overestimates your abilities. The second fox demon, infuriated, laughed mockingly, summoning a sword that gleamed with brilliance, and charged at Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen pinched his fingers to cast a spell, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The second fox demon cried out in agony as she fell to the ground, revealing her true form as a fox. Second sister, the eldest and youngest fox demons rushed toward Zhang Tianchen. Witnessing how a single lightning strike had reverted their sister to her original form, Zhang Tianchen formed another spell gesture, preparing to confront the remaining 2 fox demons. Please spare us, immortal. The eldest fox demon knelt before Zhang Tianchen, pleading for mercy. Though her cultivation was slightly higher, she was still no match for Zhang Tianchen. Observing this, the youngest fox demon also knelt down. Humph, I have given you an opportunity. Having harmed me, you must bear the consequences. Zhang Tianchen huffed. He was not a merciful person. Immortal, if you grant us a single path to survival, my sisters and I are willing to serve as your servants to atone for our sins. The fox demons bowed profusely, compelled by the circumstances to submit. Hearing this, Zhang Tianchen felt intrigued. His sanctuary lacked attendants, and 3 maidservants could serve in their stead. Foxes are cunning. To earn my trust, you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. In the primordial world, once any being swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, the heavens would resonate, and any violation of the oath would incur the corresponding penalties. We are willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. The eldest fox demon understood that once they swore the oath, they would never be able to turn back, yet she had no other choice for survival. Zhang Tianchen lightly waved his sleeve, and a surge of power enveloped the second fox demon, restoring her human form and alleviating many of her injuries. Thank you, immortal. The second fox demon rose to her feet and knelt beside the other 2 fox demons once more. Hurry and take the oath, Zhang Tianchen commanded with an impassive expression, secretly vigilant. The slightest hint of betrayal would earn a lethal response from him. Heaven bear witness, we 3 sisters willingly pledge our allegiance to the immortal, submitting to your command. Should we harbor any treacherous intentions, let us be struck down by the 5 thunders. The 3 fox demons swore their oath to the heavens, and the earth responded with a resounding thunderclap that echoed within their minds. You may rise, Zhang Tianchen said, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, master, the 3 fox demons replied as they stood, feeling somewhat awkward at being addressed as master. Zhang Tianchen contemplated a change in title. He fixed his gaze upon the stone tablet inscribed with the name of Wuyi Mountain's Wuliang Cave. From now on, you shall be the servants of my Wuliang Cave. Simply call me Cave Master. Yes, Cave Master, the 3 fox demons responded in unison. Oh, you have names of your own? Zhang Tianchen inquired further. They shook their heads in negation, as their interactions with other cultivators were rare. Among themselves, they referred to one another as eldest sister, second younger sister, and third younger sister. Then allow me to bestow names upon you. The eldest shall be called Susu, the second shall be Huahua, and the third shall be Fei. Zhang Tianchen suddenly recalled a film he had seen before his transmigration, which featured 3 fox demons, and thus borrowed their names for the trio before him. Thank you for the names, Cave Master. The 3 fox demons expressed their gratitude, clearly pleased with their new titles. Zhang Tianchen pondered for a moment, then produced 6 second-generation peach fruits and presented them to the 3 fox demons, saying, "These 6 peaches are a reward for the 3 of you." Previously, Zhang Tianchen had consumed 36 peaches from the first harvest of the second-generation peach tree, keeping the remainder for himself, although he was not particularly adept in the art of power politics. He was well aware of the principle of reward and punishment, influenced by countless dramas. "Thank you, Cave Master." The 3 sisters beamed with joy, beginning to see their servitude to Zhang Tianchen in a more favorable light. A century later, Zhang Tianchen had re-established the protective formations, while the 3 fox demons had fully absorbed the energy of the peaches. Their strengths had all increased, yet none had broken through to a new realm. Susu had reached the late stage of Xianxian. Hua was at the mid-stage, and Fei remained at the early stage. Zhang Tianchen summoned them and stated, "I have left a mark upon each of you. Henceforth, you may enter and exit the formation freely. However, it is best not to venture out while I am absent from the cave." "Cave Master, are you planning to leave the cave?" Susu asked. Zhang Tianchen gently shook his head. "I will not be leaving just yet." He had already embarked on 2 treasure-hunting expeditions, acquiring artifacts but none that were truly needed, so he had no intention of embarking on another adventure for the time being. The innate tea trees available for his cultivation were ample, and he planned to enter seclusion to enhance his abilities before the 3 teachings clashed. "I believe your cultivation methods are overly simplistic. You may elaborate on them, so that I may assist you in optimizing and refining them." As his servants, their cultivation levels could not be too low. Susu, Hua, and Fei, all 9-tailed fox spirits, had a solid foundation. If the opportunity arose, they might even ascend to the realm of Luo Golden in the future. However, divine abilities were not to be disseminated lightly. His own mythological Luo techniques could not be imparted, nor could the upper clear celestial method of the Tongtian teacher be taught casually. Nonetheless, assisting them in improving their cultivation techniques was certainly feasible. "Thank you, Cave Master," the 3 fox demons exclaimed with excitement. Their own methods had numerous shortcomings, and they could barely reach the Jinxian stage. Particularly as they approached this stage, their cultivation movements became overly simplified and crude, relying solely on repetitive practice for progress, which was inefficient. Learning that they now had the chance for Zhang Tianchen to assist in improving their methods, how could they not be elated? They had never doubted Zhang Tianchen's capabilities. Though he appeared to be an immortal on the surface, his true realm far exceeded that level. Helping the 3 sisters refine their cultivation methods would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. However, they had misunderstood. Zhang Tianchen was indeed only at the true immortal level, specifically a mythological true immortal, whose capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary Jinxian. His ability to assist them in refining their cultivation methods stemmed from his extraordinary comprehension. Susu and her sisters conveyed their cultivation methods to Zhang Tianchen, who was surprised to discover that they included the rudiments of artifact forging. The sword wielded by Hua was one she had crafted herself. Inscribed with 6 prohibitive seals, a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Over the course of a century, Zhang Tianchen perfected the cultivation methods of the 3 sisters, elevating them to a level where they could aspire to become Luo Golden. With this newly acquired cultivation method, Susu and her sisters regarded Zhang Tianchen as a divine being, their perception of him deepening further. Consequently, they chose to enter seclusion for cultivation, while Zhang Tianchen began to immerse himself in the study of artifact forging. Within the Wuliang cave of Wuyi Mountain, the skies darkened and clouds gathered, not due to anyone undergoing tribulation, but rather because Zhang Tianchen had set up a lightning attraction formation. 300 years had passed since he began exploring the art of artifact forging. Through relentless study, he not only grasped the essence of the craft, but also made enhancements to it. This arrangement of a lightning formation represented his first attempt in the journey of forging, tempering materials. In the center of this formation stood a peach tree, one of the 3-generation peach trees grown from the seeds of the 2nd-generation peaches he had previously planted. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the peach tree. Its branches and leaves instantly disintegrated, while the trunk turned pitch black. Soon after, a second bolt of lightning descended, causing the trunk to wither further and crumble to dust. shrinking in size by an entire circumference. With each subsequent strike, the peach tree diminished, until by the 27th strike, what had once been a flourishing tree was reduced to a mere wooden stick the thickness of an arm. This stick represented the core of the peach tree, which, under the relentless baptism of lightning, had grown increasingly resilient and contained a trace of thunderous power. Zhang Tianchen deactivated the lightning formation and summoned the tree core to his side, then began inscribing runes upon it. Complex patterns gradually manifested upon the wooden stick, eventually transforming it into an exquisite wooden sword. As Zhang Tianchen completed the final rune, a total of 24 prohibitive seals were inscribed, officially elevating this object to the rank of a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. Due to the inherent properties of the material, the 24 seals became its limit. Adding more would inevitably lead to its destruction, thus rendering the artifact utterly ruined. With a gentle gesture, the wooden sword flew into his hand. Quite good. Zhang Tianchen nodded in satisfaction after thoroughly experiencing it and named it. This shall be the sword of Wuliang. Seemingly responding to the name, the characters for Wuliang spontaneously appeared upon its surface. Congratulations, Cave Master, on successfully refining the artifact. Upon witnessing this scene, the three sisters emerged from their seclusion, having been disturbed and awakened from their contemplation during the process of the peach tree being cleansed by lightning. It seemed necessary to make arrangements for the cave to prevent their respective cultivations from interfering with one another. Zhang Tianchen silently resolved not to allow his tranquil cultivation to be disturbed. Cave Master, we sisters have a request that we hope you will grant, Susu spoke up, addressing Zhang Tianchen. Speak, Zhang Tianchen replied, that we hope that you can forge an artifact for each of us, Susu stated. That can certainly be arranged, but I currently lack suitable materials. You will need to provide the necessary materials. Zhang Tianchen acknowledged the request, for crafting 3 artifacts was a trivial endeavor that would not consume much of his time. Thank you, Cave Master. The 3 sisters were elated at Zhang Tianchen's agreement and eagerly presented their respective forging materials. What type of artifacts do you wish to forge? Zhang Tianchen inquired, glancing at the materials. Although most were rather ordinary, they were sufficient to forge mid-quality spiritual treasures that we 3 sisters prefer to wield swords, Susu replied. Zhang Tianchen produced 102 second-tier peaches, stating, these peaches are all for you. After consuming them, be sure to plant the seeds. The second-tier peach tree had borne fruit 4 times. The 36 peaches from its first harvest had already been consumed by Zhang Tianchen, and the seeds had been planted in Kunlun Mountain. A total of 108 fruits remain, of which 3 have already been gifted to Susu, each catering to her taste, leaving 102 unutilized. The infinite sword is not a mere coincidence for Zhang Tianchen. It is an integral part of a specially crafted treasure for the unique infinite sword array. However, this is far from sufficient, as a considerable quantity needs to be produced to achieve a substantial scale. Thank you, Master. We will take good care of the peach trees. The 3 sisters, Susu and her companions, joyfully collected all the peaches, feeling that becoming servants by Zhang Tianchen's side was an incredibly precious opportunity. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen commenced the crafting of the treasure. As time passed unnoticed, a century slipped by. He successfully forged 3 high-grade, innate medium spiritual swords, each imbued with 24 prohibitions. Simultaneously, he utilized the remaining materials to construct 2 palaces. One designated as his cultivation abode, named the Infinite Palace, and the other for the accommodation of Susu and her sisters. These palaces were equipped with soundproof and defensive barriers, ensuring a peaceful cultivation environment without fear of disturbances. Upon bestowing the swords upon Susu and her sisters, Zhang Tianchen immediately delved into the mass production of the infinite swords. After enduring another millennium of prolonged years, a total of 107 third-generation peaches were refined into 107 infinite swords, bringing the total to 108. With this complete set, the collective use of the infinite swords significantly enhanced the efficacy of the sword array. Once these treasures were crafted, Zhang Tianchen entered a state of profound cultivation. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had quietly elapsed, as of now. Only a millennium remains until the fateful duel agreed upon by the 3 teaching saints. After several millennia of cultivation, Zhang Tianchen's own power had experienced a remarkable ascent. Character card as follows. Name: Zhang Tianchen, origin race. Post-humans cultivation level: 22 Yuan Hui cultivation stage. Initial mythical true immortal realms special abilities: 36 celestial techniques and 72 earthly techniques array layout skill. Boundless Sword C. At this moment, Zhang Tianchen's cultivation level had reached 22 Yuan. However, there had been no significant breakthrough in the initial stage of the mythical true immortal realm. The range of the initial stage of the mythical true immortal realm lies between 5 and 500 Yuan. From 5 Yuan to 100 Yuan corresponds to the early stage of the mythical true immortal realm, while 100 Yuan to 200 Yuan represents the mid-stage, and 200 Yuan to 300 Yuan falls within the late stage. The peak of the mythical true immortal realm is represented by 300 Yuan to 500 Yuan. During this period, besides honing his own skills, Zhang Tianchen also mastered the 36 significant divine abilities of the Tiangang and the 72 minor divine abilities of the Deja. However, most of these abilities remained at the initial or advanced levels, requiring further understanding of the true principles to reach higher tiers. I shall take a look at this cave, then return to Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Tianchen summoned Su Su and her two sisters, for the assembly of the three teachings was about to commence, and he must attend this grand event. After years of companionship, Su Su and her sisters had come to know that Zhang Tianchen was the master of the celestial path. "Rest assured, master, we will guard the cave and await your return," Su Su assured him. Zhang Tianchen nodded in agreement and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, departing the cave, after an arduous flight of 800 years. Zhang Tianchen returned to the Kunlun Mountains. Upon his return, he noticed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the mountain. When he had first departed, despite the lack of warm interactions between the disciples of the intercepting and explanatory teachings, they still coexisted peacefully. However, the current situation had changed. The relationship between the two factions had grown considerably tense, with even their encounters lacking any semblance of friendliness, often leading to disputes. He silently lamented. It seems the separation of the three pure ones is imminent. Before leaving the mountain, he had set up a concealed barrier around the humble wooden cottage and peach grove to this moment. The barrier was still active, indicating that no one had entered. Zhang Tianchen lifted the barrier, and the small wooden cottage and its surrounding peach trees remained unchanged. Each peach tree bore 36 fully ripened peaches. Yet due to the peaches not being harvested, new fruits could hardly grow. Zhang Tianchen collected all the mature fruits. With 200 years remaining until the three teachings assembly commenced, he planned to transform the 36 third-generation peach trees into unparalleled swords during this period. As for the solitary remaining second-generation peach tree, he intended to use it to propagate more new generations of peach trees. From the perspective of chaotic cultivators, during these 200 years, they might merely be in a slight state of seclusion. Once he completed the transformation of the 36 third-generation immortal peach trees into invincible blades, it wasn't long before he heard the unique drum sound summoning the members of the intercepting teaching for a gathering. Upon arriving at the designated assembly area, he discovered that most of the intercepting teaching had already gathered, while the disciples of the explanatory teaching stood to one side, all present. Only one solitary participant from the learning sect remained silently standing. As the assembly neared completion, three sacred figures materialized at the pinnacle of the clouds that in the name of the sacred ones. All students from the three factions bowed in unison. This is a crucial opportunity to enhance your exchanges and learning outcomes. Mutual respect is imperative, lest you tarnish your relationships, the celestial master conveyed to the crowd of the intercepting teaching. "We shall remember this teaching." The students of the intercepting teaching responded in unison. "You have been part of my faction for over an era. Today's task is to validate your acquired abilities. Do not tarnish the name of our explanatory teaching." The primordial heavenly officer spoke resolutely to the 12 golden fairies. His expectations soaring high. "We shall not fail our duty. We take it upon ourselves to carry forth the spirit of our teaching." The vast number of disciples replied confidently. "Let us begin. Those who perform exceptionally may choose one of the inheritances from the pill path, weapon path, or array path for further study." With a wave of Lao Zi's sleeve, 3 jade slips appear before him. These jade slips contain the inheritance of Laozi's pill path, the weapon path of Yuanshi, and the array path of Tongtian. These three inheritances were the rewards prepared by the three pure ones. Upon seeing these inheritance jade slips, Zhang Tianchen's gaze flickered. He had already obtained the array path inheritance from the master of the celestial path, and now yearned to acquire Laozi's pill path inheritance and the weapon path inheritance of Yuanshi Tianzun. The intercepting teachings Gao Yuqian comes forth to challenge the fellow Taoists. Upon Laozi's announcement, an exterior disciple of the intercepting teaching swiftly soared onto the stage. This disciple stood over 16 feet tall, adorned with twin buns, clad in a bright red robe, his skin tinged with green, hair as vivid as cinnabar, and long fangs. He was none other than Gao Yuqian, later known as one of the four saints of Nine Dragon Island. The explanatory teachings Wuyi seeks to engage in friendly sparring. Witnessing the intercepting teaching seize the initiative, the explanatory teaching disciples were quite displeased, prompting Wuyi Jinren to be the first to ascend the stage. Gao Yuqian summoned the Hunyuan Pearl and hurled it towards Wuyi Jinren. The Hunyuan Pearl, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, was renowned alongside Wang Mo's Kaitian Pearl and Yongsen's Bidian Pearl as the three innate spiritual treasures. Though famous, its power was ordinary, far inferior to the 24 Dinghai divine pearls held by Zhao Gongming. Having mastered the nine turns mysterious skill, Wuyi Jinren possessed formidable physical strength and countered Gao Yuqian's thrown Hunyuan Pearl with his bare body. Even as the Hunyuan Pearl struck repeatedly, Wuyi Jinren emerged unscathed. Observing the astonished expression on his opponent's face, Wuyi Jinren felt immense joy and effortlessly sent Gao Yuqian flying off the stage. Wang Mo of the intercepting teaching requests your guidance. Witnessing his friend's defeat, Wang Mo, unwilling to accept failure, soared onto the stage to avenge Gao Yuqian. Yet the two were evenly matched in strength. And within moments, Wuyi Jinren once again triumphed over him. Subsequently, Yang Sun and Li Xingba stepped forward to challenge Wuyi, each meeting the same fate of defeat. Thus far, Wuyi had achieved 4 consecutive victories, inciting cheers and exuberance among all explanatory teaching members, even eliciting a faint smile from Yuanshi Tianzun. In contrast, the intercepting teaching found themselves rather humiliated. Zhang Tianchen of the intercepting teaching seeks to inquire. At this moment, Zhang Tianchen leaped onto the stage. Noticing Wuyi's 4 consecutive victories over the intercepting teachings experts, Zhang Tianchen believed that defeating him at this moment would undoubtedly allow him to showcase himself before the master of the celestial path. Please, confronted with Zhang Tianchen, who was merely at the initial stage of the true immortal realm, Wuyi Jinren harbored a sense of disdain within, resolved to first exhibit the distinctive demeanor of a transcend practitioner by graciously allowing him to strike first. Without excessive hesitation, he deftly gestured, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the latter. Among the participants from the 3 sects, aside from figures like Randang, who held the position of deputy leader, and the Luo Golden Immortal level de Bao Dao Run, the highest was merely at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. Wuyi himself was situated in the mid-phase of the Golden Immortal realm. Although Zhang Tianchen appeared to be at the entry level of the true immortal realm, his combat prowess had actually reached the latter stages of the Golden Immortal realm, thus slightly gaining the upper hand over Wuyi Jinren. Caught off guard, Wuyi Jinren was unprepared for Zhang Tianchen's mastery of the 5 thunders, and upon being struck by a bolt of thunder, his internal organs were severely impacted, inflicting grave internal injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianchen unleashed another lightning strike, in a display reminiscent of a soaring eagle. Wuyi Jinren evaded the attack by ascending into the air, transformation of the fetus, and change of form. I too am proficient, Zhang Tianchen remarked with a hint of a cold smile, swiftly transforming into a magnificent golden eagle, engaging Wuyi Jinren in aerial combat. After several exchanges, Wuyi Jinren found himself at a disadvantage and descended to the ground. Morphing into a mighty lion, Zhang Tianchen, in turn, transformed into a fierce tiger, his sharp claws unsheathed, closing in on Wuyi Jinren. After a few rounds of grappling, Wuyi Jinren was drenched in blood. He realized that his mastery of the transformation technique paled in comparison to Zhang Tianchen's. Continuing to resist would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Regaining his human form, Yu Dingjinren swiftly increased his height, soaring to dozens of zhang. The art of size transformation, I'm also adept at. Zhang Tianchen promptly followed suit, growing in stature to surpass Yu Dingjinren. In Yu Dingjinren's transformed perspective, he could no longer discern Zhang Tianchen's whereabouts. In truth, Zhang Tianchen had positioned himself behind, merely at knee height. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianchen swept Yu Dingjinren off the arena. The heavily fallen Yu Dingjinren reverted to his original form. By vanquishing Yu Dingjinren, Zhang Tianchen garnered the admiration of the Inter-sect. Conversely, the expressions of the Transcending members turned grave. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded slightly, not due to Zhang Tianchen's victory, but rather in appreciation of his profound mastery of the five thunders, transformation techniques, and the art of size manipulation. Tai Yizhenren from the Transcending requested a bout. Tai Yizhenren leaped onto the stage, prepared to redeem the lost honor. Please, enlighten me. Zhang Tianchen gestured for Tai Yizhenren to proceed first. Tai Yizhenren unleashed a torrent of flames, employing the technique of breath of fire from the earthly fiend's 72 arts. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Tianchen instantly extinguished the flames, a gesture not to be underestimated, as it was the returning wind and fire from the 36 heavenly arts. Aware of Zhang Tianchen's formidable prowess, Tai Yizhenren ceased to engage in a contest of skills and directly summoned his treasured artifact, the 9-dragon divine fire shield. This item was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, which played a significant role in the future battle of the gods. Incinerating numerous beings, upon invoking this divine artifact, the 9-dragon divine fire shield transformed into 9 fiery dragons, ensnaring Zhang Tianchen tightly. Though trapped, Zhang Tianchen remained unfazed. The 9 dragons exhaled true fire, yet this was no ordinary flame. It possessed 9 layers of destructive power, equivalent to 9 times that of regular fire. Zhang Tianchen activated his shadowless technique, entering a state of phantasm, disregarding the threat posed by the raging flames. If you wish to preserve your life, you should concede quickly, urged Tai Yizhenren, anxious that Zhang Tianchen might be incinerated, which would leave him in a precarious position before Tongtian Jiaozhu. Zhang Tianchen employed the fire escape from the 5 elements' great escape, slipping out from the confines of the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Subsequently, he grasped his right hand, and a Wuliang sword materialized within it. Wuliang sword, Wuliang tribulation. Those ensnared within this tribulation are doomed for eternity. Zhang Tianchen raised the Wuliang sword high, utilizing the secret technique of duplication, causing the Wuliang sword to multiply. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. Soon, the area around Zhang Tianchen was filled with Wuliang swords. Go. He pointed towards Tai Yizhenren, and all the duplicates of the Wuliang swords surged toward him. This maneuver was a creation of Zhang Tianchen, integrating the minor supernatural technique of duplication with the Wuliang sword art, rather than a mere formation of Wuliang swords. Tai Yizhenren, who initially believed victory was assured, was taken aback as Zhang Tianchen escaped from the 9-dragon divine fire shield and retaliated with such a formidable Wuliang sword art, prompting him to hastily flee. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late, sustaining injuries from the Wuliang sword and tumbling outside the arena. Witnessing Zhang Tianchen's successive defeats of 2 prominent disciples of the Transcending, the Inter-sect members felt a sense of pride. Conversely, the Transcending members wore expressions of deep concern. Senior brother, how can you possess such an array of supernatural powers? Jinling Shengmu inquired of the Bao Daorun. Having entered the Inter-sect alongside Zhang Tianchen and frequently listening to Tongtian Jiaozhu's teachings. However, she had only mastered 2 of the 36 transformations of the heavenly arts, with her cultivation vastly inferior to Zhang Tianchen's. In terms of supernatural powers, I am no match for junior brother Zhang Tianchen, de Bao Daoren replied, shaking his head. That it is truly astonishing that junior brother Zhang Tianchen, merely at the initial stage of the true immortal realm, can command so many supernatural techniques. Wu Dang Shengmu expressed her admiration. Perhaps junior brother Zhang Tianchen possesses an exceptional talent in this regard, Gui Ling Shengmu suggested. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi wore a grim expression as he addressed Qi Jingzi. Qi Jingzi, it is now your turn. You must restore our Transcend's honor. Among the 12 disciples, Guang Chengzi held the highest cultivation, followed closely by Qi Jingzi. Yuan Shi Tianzun also favored the two, bestowing upon them numerous powerful treasures. Rest assured, senior brother, I will surely teach this Zhang Tianchen a lesson, demonstrating the strength of our Transcend. Qi Jingzi declared with confidence that he then ascended to the stage. Proclaiming, Transcend Qi Jingzi seeks instruction. Please proceed. Zhang Tianchen once again allowed Qi Jingzi to initiate the encounter. Fully aware of Zhang Tianchen's formidable abilities, Qi Jingzi promptly summoned the yin-yang mirror. The yin-yang mirror was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, featuring two sides, one black representing yin and the other red representing yang. The yin side could restrain an enemy's primordial spirit, while the yang side could liberate it. As Qi Jingzi wielded the yin-yang mirror, white light shone upon Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen swiftly employed the golden light of the earth to evade the attack. Qi Jingzi relentlessly directed rays from the yin side of the mirror at Zhang Tianchen. Forced to flee from the relentless assault of the yin-yang mirror, Zhang Tianchen ultimately had no choice but to retreat from the arena. Observing Qi Jingzi gaining the upper hand, the Transcend members' expressions lightened slightly. However, Zhang Tianchen's retreat was intentional. Although the yin-yang mirror was indeed powerful, he had methods to counter it through his supernatural abilities. Yet, having already defeated Yu Ding Jinren and Tai Yi Jinren, to vanquish Qi Jingzi as well might severely diminish Yuan Shi Tianzun's dignity. It was well known that Yuan Shi Tianzun was particularly protective of his reputation. Provoking him could lead to lasting enmity. Incurring the ire of a sage was exceedingly perilous. Zhang Tianchen's performance in this contest had already been remarkable. There was no need to take such risks. As the Inter-sect witnessed Zhang Tianchen's retreat, many rushed forward to challenge Qi Jingzi. However, these external disciples were largely inferior in cultivation to Qi Jingzi, and with Qi Jingzi wielding the yin-yang mirror, the Inter-sect suffered continuous defeats for several rounds until Zhao Gongming took the stage, repelling Qi Jingzi with 24 sea calming pearls. Although Zhao Gongming triumphed over Qi Jingzi, he soon fell to the hands of Xiandu. Xiandu, like Zhang Tianchen, was a postnatal being but had an exceptional master, enjoying various golden pills, and had now reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, with only Dabao Daoren able to match him in cultivation. To aid Xiandu in achieving victory, Laozi bestowed upon him the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Flame Banner. Therefore, Zhao Gongming's defeat at the hands of Xiandu was within reason. Following Zhao Gongming, the three Shaos Lu, Luo, Xian, the 7 fairies, and the 4 direct disciples successively took to the stage to engage in combat with the Rin Jiao and Transcend. Ultimately, it was Dabao Daoren who claimed the final victory. Having joined the ranks before the 3 pure ones attained their saintly positions, Dabao Daoren could be considered a shared esteemed disciple. Dabao's triumph brought considerable glory to the 3 pure ones. Zhang Tianchen, Yun Xiao, Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Xiandu, your performances in the contest were exceptionally outstanding. You may each select one of the 3 legacies at your discretion. Laozi announced the results of the competition. Upon Yun Zhao's appearance, she utilized the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to vanquish the likes of Pu Xianjinren, Ci Hang Daoren, and Qing Su Dao Dijinjun, truly demonstrating her exceptional prowess. Despite Daobao Daoist's victory in the final competition, he was excluded from the list of distinguished individuals due to his prior studies in the alchemical arts of Laozi and the artifact techniques of Yuan Shi Tianzun. I have chosen the path of alchemy. Zhang Tianchen was the first to make his choice, having long made his decision. Although he possessed some understanding of artifact techniques, he remained entirely unfamiliar with alchemy, making it more suited to his needs. Upon hearing this, Laozi lightly waved his sleeve, and a jade tablet containing the alchemical inheritance soared towards Zhang Tianchen. He pressed it against his forehead, and a vast wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into his mind. Following Zhang Tianchen, the other 4 also made their choices. Yun Xiao opted for artifact techniques, Guang Chengzi chose array arts, Qi Jingzi selected alchemy, while Xuandu also chose array arts. After the competition concluded, the followers of the 3 teachings departed. However, Tongtian Jiao Master specifically retained Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen, Your performance in this competition was particularly remarkable. In terms of divine abilities, few within the three teachings can rival you. Tongtian Jiao Master praised. Master overstates my abilities. Zhang Tianchen replied, remaining humble in the face of Tongtian Jiao Master's commendation. Nevertheless, regardless of how formidable one's divine abilities may be, they ultimately represent merely techniques. Enhancing one's cultivation is the foundation. You should devote more time to cultivating your essence. Rather than becoming overly enamored with divine abilities, Tongtian Jiao Master advised, I shall heed your teachings. Zhang Tianchen acknowledged, though the truth of his circumstances was known only to himself. In reality, learning these divine abilities had not consumed much of his time. But this was not something he could disclose to Tongtian Jiao Master. Tongtian Jiao Master extended his hand, revealing a purple-yellow gourd. This gourd was harvested from the primordial gourd vine in my youth. Seeing that you lack a supreme treasure for protection, I bestow this gourd upon you. Zhang Tianchen's countenance brightened with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. The primordial gourd vine bore 7 gourds in total. The first, a purple gold gourd, was picked by Taiji Laozi for storing the elixirs he refined. According to the journey to the west, 2 alchemical youths once descended to the mortal realm and transformed into the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King, causing considerable trouble for Sun Wukong. The second, a purple-green gourd, was taken by Yuanshi Tianzuan for nurturing treasures, hence it is also known as the Nurturing Treasure Gourd. The third, a purple-yellow gourd, was claimed by Tongtian Jiao Master, who filled it with 2 water-fire qilin, referring to it as the water-fire gourd. The fourth, a purple-white gourd, was acquired by Dongwang Tai, who fashioned it into a flying knife for slaying immortals, which he gifted to his nephew Luya. Thus, this gourd is also called the Slaying Immortal Gourd. The fifth, a purple-blue gourd, was collected by Nuwa, which, after cultivation, became the summoning banner capable of calling forth all manner of spirits. Consequently, it was named the Spirit Illuminating Gourd. The sixth, a purple-red gourd, was obtained by Hong Yun and eventually transformed into the 9-9 Scattering Soul Red Gourd. However, Hong Yun perished in a dispute over the primordial purple qi, and this gourd was subsequently passed to Zhen Yuanzi. As for the seventh, a purple-black gourd, it withered before it could fully mature. Presently, Tongtian Jiao Master had bestowed the purple-yellow gourd to Zhang Tianchen, yet did not contain the water-fire qilin. Zhang Tianchen planned to store his Wuliang sword within this gourd, naming it the Wuliang gourd. Return and cultivate diligently, and should you have any queries, feel free to seek my counsel, Tongtian Jiao Master reiterated. This statement indicated Zhang Tianchen's significantly elevated status within the Inter-sect. Although he was an outer disciple, he enjoyed certain privileges typically reserved for inner disciples. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave, Zhang Tianchen said as he bid farewell and returned to his humble abode. This journey had proven immensely fruitful for him. In addition to rising in status within the Inter-sect, he had acquired the alchemical secrets passed down by the ancestors and the Wuliang gourd gifted by Tongtian. Zhang Tianchen retrieved the Wuliang gourd, preparing to refine a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. The Wuliang gourd possessed a total of 42 prohibitions, and the process of refining these prohibitions necessitated deciphering the symbols inscribed upon the gourd. Zhang Tianchen personally etched these symbols onto the Wuliang sword. Therefore, he need not labor to refine them. He could simply claim them using his own spiritual mark to maximize their efficacy. 300 years later, Zhang Tianchen successfully refined all 42 prohibitions within the Wuliang gourd. Such speed was nothing short of astonishing. Even for a Great Luo Golden Immortal, complete refinement of the Wuliang gourd would typically require at least 10,000 years. Yet, Zhang Tianchen accomplished this in merely 300 years, thanks to his innate talent and understanding. After imprinting his primordial spirit seal onto the Wuliang gourd, Zhang Tianchen stored all his Wuliang swords inside. The quantity of Wuliang swords was still insufficient. He would need to forge more in the future. The power of the Wuliang sword array is limitless. The more swords one possesses, the greater the array's might. To achieve the strength of the Hunyuan level, at least 129,600 Wuliang swords were required. Following the refinement of the Wuliang gourd, Zhang Tianchen commenced his study of Laozi's alchemical inheritance. Upon first acquiring Laozi's alchemical teachings, He recognized the immense potential this alchemical skill held for his future cultivation. For instance, while ordinary 10,000-year spiritual herbs may prove beneficial to celestial immortals, their efficacy diminishes significantly for true immortals and becomes nearly ineffective for Xian immortals. However, this alchemical technique could refine dozens of ordinary 10,000-year spiritual herbs into a singular golden elixir capable of enhancing one's cultivation in the Xian immortal realm. In the Primordial Age, although 10,000-year spiritual herbs were not uncommon, they were not overly abundant. Nonetheless, for Zhang Tianchen, as long as he was willing to seek diligently, finding spiritual herbs aged 10,000 or even 100,000 years was not an insurmountable task. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tianchen had thoroughly studied Laozi's alchemical inheritance. Only practical application remained. Laozi's golden elixirs were categorized into 4 tiers. The 1 transformation golden elixir, the 3 transformation golden elixir, the 6 transformation golden elixir, and the 9 transformation golden elixir. The 1 transformation golden elixir enhances the Xian immortal realm. The 3 transformation golden elixir is suitable for the golden immortal level. The 6 transformation golden elixir is applicable to the Tai golden immortal stage, and the 9 transformation golden elixir specifically facilitates breakthroughs at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. I must venture out to gather some spiritual herbs and personally experiment with this alchemical technique. Kunlun Mountain, as a premier blessed land, harbored numerous precious spiritual herbs, many of which, despite their millennia-long age, often went unnoticed by the discerning. Zhang Tianchen regarded all varieties of spiritual herbs equally, collecting them all he encountered. For those of lesser age, he intended to bring them back to cultivate his own medicinal field. After searching Kunlun Mountain for a millennium, Zhang Tianchen gathered numerous 10,000-year spiritual herbs and discovered several 100,000-year herbs. Regrettably, he was unable to locate any million-year herbs. Upon returning to his humble abode, Zhang Tianchen first planted the spiritual herbs under 10,000 years and crafted an alchemical furnace from various materials. An indispensable component of alchemy, the furnace was, with the materials at hand, merely a subpar postnatal spiritual treasure with 6 prohibitions. At this stage, it would suffice, and he could gradually replace it with superior materials later. Once prepared, Zhang Tianchen initiated his first attempt at alchemy. Using both hands to cast a spell, he inscribed a mark at the base of the furnace, which promptly ignited into a roaring flame. He then introduced a 10,000-year spiritual herb into the blaze, which gradually melted under the scorching heat, purifying it into a droplet of pure golden liquid. As Zhang Tianchen skillfully manipulated the golden liquid, he continued to add other spiritual herbs into the furnace for refinement. After expending 49 years, he finally extracted the essence of all the dozens of 10,000-year spiritual herbs. Converge. Zhang Tianchen continuously altered his gestures, commencing the process of condensing the elixir. This stage required utmost precision. Any misstep could result in the entire batch of elixirs being incinerated. More importantly, it was a lengthy and patient endeavor. After 81 years, he successfully amalgamated the essences of those 10,000-year spiritual herbs into a singular, plump, and radiant golden elixir. It is a success. Zhang Tianchen, upon his initial endeavor in alchemy, found himself successful in crafting a pill, a smile involuntarily gracing his visage. However, this first-tier golden elixir he had conjured was only efficacious for cultivators of the Xianxian level and below. Present, Zhang Tianchen stood at the nascent stage of the true immortal realm, his strength nearing that of an ordinary late-stage golden immortal. Thus, this golden elixir held little value for him. He carefully stored the first-tier golden elixir, preparing to venture into the creation of the more intricate third-tier golden elixir. Typically, a third-tier golden elixir is composed primarily of spiritual herbs aged several hundred or even thousands of years, supplemented by hundreds of varieties of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. The higher age and greater quantity of these herbs not only complicate the extraction and amalgamation of their essences, but also introduce an additional step in the crafting process: refinement. After the elixir's essence is gathered, it requires 2 further rounds of refinement to achieve a more harmonious nature, a process referred to as the 2 transformations. 3 centuries have elapsed at long last. The third-tier golden elixir, the culmination of Zhang Tianchen's efforts, has emerged. The crafting of this singular elixir consumed 300 years. Its actual efficacy remains to be seen. He dedicated a century to extracting the essence of the herbs, another century to condensing it, followed by a final century for the ultimate refinement, culminating in this precious third-tier golden elixir. This lengthy process was due to his still developing expertise in alchemy. Once he mastered the craft, he would be able to produce them in bulk, thereby conserving considerable time and effort. Zhang Tianchen ingested the newly crafted third-tier golden elixir, commencing the process of absorption and refinement. Its effects permeated his being. They transformed into a pure and potent stream of energy, in contrast to the force emanating from a peach of immortality. The energy of this third-tier golden elixir was much more gentle and exquisite, rendering it significantly easier to absorb. Within merely a decade, Zhang Tianchen completely refined the elixir, propelling his cultivation level directly forward by an astonishing 10,000 years. Such exhilaration was truly exhilarating. The sensation of continuously refining elixirs was an unending delight. Through his first-hand experience, Zhang Tianchen ultimately comprehended why Du's cultivation progressed so swiftly. Indeed, the ability to rapidly enhance one's own cultivation in this manner was a source of immense joy. In the time that followed, Zhang Tianchen either sought the necessary herbs or devoted greater effort to the alchemical processes, promptly absorbing and utilizing the elixirs he crafted. Soon, approximately 10,000 years had passed, during which his cultivation soared like a rocket, reaching a level equivalent to that of a practitioner with 48 yuan hui's worth of cultivation, rivaling the strength of ordinary top-tier golden immortals. Simultaneously, the increasingly strained relations between the Jiejiao and the Taoist temple of Lingbao, Tianzhuan began to spark frequent disputes and frictions. Numerous altercations ensued, with several matters escalated to their respective authorities. On this occasion, the Golden Light Immortal of Jiejiao clashed with the compassionate voyage Taoist of the Changjiao, resulting in the destruction of a portion of Laozi's medicinal field. Have I not cautioned you to avoid conflicts with those from the Changjiao and to prioritize harmony? Admonished the Daobao Taoist, his countenance grave. How could you not restrain yourself? Not only did you resort to violence, but you also devastated a portion of Master Uncle's medicinal field. How shall I explain this to Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle? Brother, I assure you, this was not my intention to provoke trouble. It was the compassionate voyage Taoist who was excessively arrogant. Looking down upon us, he declared that all of us from Jiejiao are no better than beasts and claimed that I am fit only to serve as his steed. The Golden Light Immortal retorted indignantly. Enough. Come with me to see Master. Let us hear his directives, sighed the Daobao Taoist, well aware that the Golden Light Immortal could not be lying if the situation indeed unfolded as described. It was the other party who had crossed the line first. Following this, the Golden Light Immortal accompanied the Daobao Taoist to meet with Tongtian Jiaozhu. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu displayed a look of displeasure. Master, he began, but before the Daobao Taoist could finish, Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand, interrupting, "You shall wait here for a moment. I have something to convey. I am already aware of the details of this matter. Please wait while I visit your second Master Uncle." With that, Tongtian Jiaozhu vanished without a trace. Concerned about a potential confrontation between Tongtian Jiaozhu and Yuanshi Tianzhuan, the Daobao Taoist advised, "Remain here until Master returns. I must first visit Master Uncle." Shortly after the Daobao Taoist hurriedly departed, Tongtian Jiaozhu arrived at the residence of Yuanshi Tianzhuan in the Yushu Palace. Upon his arrival, Yuanshi Tianzhuan immediately reproached third brother. "How are you educating your disciples? Every few years, your people find reasons for conflict. And now, even our tranquil domain is not at peace." Tongtian Jiaozhu, incensed by these words, retorted, "Each time a dispute arises, it is your disciples who intentionally provoke us." Yuanshi Tianzhuan dismissed him with disdain. "What logic do you speak of? Our Changjiao disciples are all blessed and virtuous individuals, unlike your subordinates who are ignorant of virtue and righteousness." Seeing Tongtian speak so directly, Yuanshi Tianzhuan's face darkened, and in his growing fury, Tongtian Jiaozhu no longer referred to him as second brother, but directly addressed him by his true name. "Yuanshi, you have gone too far. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression grew even more grim as he scolded. Impudence, Tongtian. Then I shall speak candidly. Faced with such a resolute stance, Yuanshi Tianzuan was momentarily taken aback, continuing to apply pressure. Tongtian, you may protect your own, but you cannot disregard the bonds of brotherhood. In response to this accusation, Tongtian countered, it is you who neglects the brotherly bond. In your heart, the path of cultivation evidently outweighs the ties of brotherhood. In Tongtian Jiaozhu's perception, the conflict between Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao did not arise from the actions of individual disciples, but stemmed from the fundamental ideological differences between them and Yuanshi. He advocated for alignment with nature, while Yuanshi promoted the harmony between heaven and humanity. Clearly, on this point, they stood in stark opposition, just as Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu found themselves in a heated exchange. Laozi and the Daobao Daoist made their appearance. Elder brother, upon seeing Laozi, the emotions of both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu calmed slightly. There is no need for further dispute. Let us each return to our own domains, thereby preventing future conflicts, Laozi suggested. Elder brother, upon hearing Laozi's proposal to separate, both Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu exclaimed in astonishment. The three of them, being reincarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, had been inseparable since the dawn of creation, bound by deep fraternal ties that could not be severed by mere words. Kunlun Mountain could scarcely bear the weight of the fortunes of three saints. Moreover, given the ideological discord between the two of you, separation has become an inevitability. By parting sooner, we can preserve this bond of brotherhood. If we continue to bicker, the ties of kinship may very well diminish, Laozi articulated slowly. Master Uncle, the Daobao Daoist had initially sought Laozi's intervention to mediate the conflict between Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu, but was taken aback by his outright proposal to separate. Daobao, no need to elaborate further, Laozi interjected. Witnessing his elder brother's stance, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu understood that the matter was now beyond alteration. Elder brother, second brother, if this is the arrangement, then I shall willingly relinquish this mountain and lead my disciples to seek a new abode, Tongtian Jiaozhu ultimately resolved. With that, Tongtian Jiaozhu departed Yushu Palace alongside the Daobao Daoist. This Kunlun Mountain shall remain for your second brother to use, Laozi advised Yuanshi Tianzuan. Elder brother, this mountain should rightfully belong to you. Second brother will lead his followers to establish a new temple elsewhere. Though Yuanshi harbored a deep yearning for this sacred land, he believed that Laozi, as one of the three elder brothers, was the most fitting steward, and no more discussion is needed. Among my disciples, only Xian Du remains in attendance. It is more convenient for me to seek another location. Having concluded his remarks, Laozi turned to depart, leaving no opportunity for Yuanshi to counter, as the elder brother and third brother left in succession. Kunlun Mountain was left solely to Yuanshi. Though a flicker of regret and remorse lingered within him, it swiftly dissipated. After Tongtian Jiaozhu departed with the Daobao Daoist, he struck the fishing drum in his hand. Zhang Tianchen, who had been foraging for herbs, hastened to converge at his side upon hearing the drum's sound. Once the disciples of Jie Jiao had gathered, he succinctly conveyed, "Everyone, gather your necessary belongings. We are departing Kunlun Mountain." Without awaiting further inquiries, he vanished from sight. In response to this sudden turn of events, most disciples of Jie Jiao displayed little sense of loss. Rather, many felt a surge of excitement, as if they were about to embark on an adventure into a new world. Only a handful harbored slight regrets. Zhang Tianchen believed that he had harbored a premonition of the arrival of this day long before his return journey, feeling that it would not come too late. Upon returning to the small cabin to gather his belongings, he transplanted a generation-old peach tree alongside various other spiritual herbs, leaving him with nothing else to carry. When Zhang Tianchen arrived at the assembly point, he discovered that the others were already prepared for departure. "Master, where shall we go in search of a new sanctuary?" Several disciples inquired, their hearts heavy as they prepared to leave Kunlun Mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Tongtian Jiaozhu responded, "We shall head to the east as it is far removed from the conflicts of the witch and demon clans, making it a suitable place for tranquil cultivation." With this decision made, Tongtian Jiaozhu led the disciples of the Inter-sect toward the East Sea. With the cultivation of a saint, they could teleport across the vast wilderness with but a thought. However, due to the need to transport many individuals, they could only proceed at a measured pace. 1,500 years later, Tongtian Jiaozhu and the Inter-sect arrived at the shores of the East Sea. As soon as they touched down, Tongtian Jiaozhu sensed something, calculating with his fingers, and then laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, heaven is benevolent and has granted me the location of our Inter-sect sanctuary." The turtle spirit mother, puzzled, asked, "Master, what is this about?" "You shall see when you follow me," Tongtian Jiaozhu replied with a faint smile, not elaborating further, and then he soared straight toward the East Sea, with the Inter-sect quickly following suit. Zhang Tianchen surmised that Tongtian Jiaozhu must have sensed the presence of Golden Tortoise Island. In under a century, they came to a halt. Many looked around, finding the area shrouded in emptiness. Zhang Tianchen released his divine consciousness, carefully perceiving the surrounding environment, and discovered a concealed formation hidden within the depths of the sea. Had it not been for Tongtian Jiaozhu bringing everyone here and triggering the heavenly Tao's response that revealed its aura, he would have never detected the existence of this mysterious formation. Activate. As a spiritual incantation was cast, a slight opening appeared above the formation's surface. A captivating island gradually came into view for all to behold. "Please follow me as we embark," Tongtian Jiaozhu stated, stepping through the portal of the formation, followed closely by the Inter-sect. Upon entering the island, Zhang Tianchen was greeted by breathtaking scenery that evoked admiration. The island was grand and teeming with spiritual energy. Silver waves concealed fish within their depths, and colossal waves, like snowflakes, rolled forth to reveal wondrous sights. To the south of the flames lay elevated earth, with perilous cliffs rising to the east and west. The crimson cliffs shimmered with vibrant colors, and on the precipices, a unicorn rested. Golden pheasants sang melodiously, while dragon shadows flickered in and out of sight. In the woods, spiritual deer coexisted with auspicious beasts, and colorful phoenixes soared above the treetops. Rare flowers bloomed year-round, and the evergreen cypress stood resilient, making it a veritable paradise. Zhang Tianchen marveled at this land, known as Golden Tortoise Island, which rivaled Kunlun Mountain, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration swell within him. This land, known as Golden Tortoise Island, was a remnant of the Xuanwu's legacy, and it would henceforth become the sacred ground of the Inter-sect. After introducing the island, Tongtian Jiaozhu continued, "You may choose a suitable location on this island to build your dwelling. If you do not wish to remain here, you may freely select another place for your cultivation." The disciples expressed their gratitude in unison, as Zhang Tianchen already had his residence in the Wuyi Mountains Wuliang cave. He did not wish to create a new abode. However, he was filled with joy upon hearing that every epoch there would be an opportunity to personally attend a century-long discourse on the Tao, filling the hearts of the Jie disciples with excitement. They understood that not everyone among them possessed the extraordinary talent to fully grasp the profound meanings from a single listening. The vast majority would require years of contemplation to truly comprehend the essence of the teachings. If given the chance to listen to Tongtian Jiaozhu expound the Tao, it would spare them from many convolutions. The three pure ones established their own sects, and their fates were thus divided. The myriad beings in the wasteland soon felt the ripples of this change. In the West, brother, with the separation of the three pure ones, our Western sect will finally have the opportunity to flourish, said the Taoist of the purity of the West, invigorated by the news of the three pure ones division. His greatest aspiration in life was to see the rise of the Western sect. However, due to the depletion of spiritual power instigated by Rahu, the West suffered from a scarcity of resources and talents, while the three pure ones held dominion over the fortunes of the East. The prospect of revitalizing the Western sect appeared almost hopeless. Now, with their division, a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. They do not speak too soon in joy. After all, the three pure ones have not truly severed ties. And the true fortune of our Western sect has yet to arrive, cautioned the Taoist of guidance, shaking his head. Regardless, I firmly believe that the day of their true division will come, and at that time, our Western sect shall usher in its glorious moment. The Taoist of purity replied, Brimming with conviction, in the Sky City, the Eastern Emperor Tai, upon learning of the three pure one separate developments, hastily sought an audience with Emperor Jun. However, Emperor Jun did not share Tai's enthusiasm. Though we possess the support of saints, they do not share our sentiments. This is evident from Yua's failure to assist us in eradicating the witch clan. Even so, aside from her aid, we possess a formidable array, the celestial star map, capable of contending with the strength of a saint. Tai responded confidently. While the star map can withstand the pressure of a saint, we still have deficiencies that truly become the sovereign of all things in this world. We must vanquish the witches to consolidate the world's vital energies and attain completeness. Emperor Jun stated, "Trust in me. Brother, our star map's arrangement grows ever more refined, and in the battles to come, we shall undoubtedly eliminate that band of witches." Tai vowed to his elder brother, in Panga's old nest, all 12 ancestral witches convened. "Eldest brother, what do you think of the current situation with these three going their separate ways?" asked the time-guarding witch, Zhu Juyin. "What concern is it of ours?" replied the space-controlling witch emperor. Jiang, disinterestedly adding, "This vast wasteland was created by our father's hand, and thus it naturally belongs to our entire clan. Anyone attempting to obstruct us shall meet their demise. What you say is true. Whoever dares to hinder our clan's dominion over the wasteland should prepare to face the axe. As for those two three-legged birds, the Eastern Emperor and the Sun God, I shall one day twist their heads off," declared the thunder-wielding ancestral witch, Changliang. "Their heads will all be my trophies. Do not think to share them with me," said the fire witch, Zhurong. "Stop boasting. You've never won a match against them," teased the water witch. "Gong gong. Oh, you wish to compete? We can settle this right now," Zhurong retorted, ignited by anger. "Let us do it. Who would fear?" Gong Gong responded without hesitation, as the two were about to clash. The earth-controlling ancestral witch, Hutu, and the rain-controlling ancestral witch, Xianming, hurriedly intervened to separate them. Observing this group of volatile individuals, Zhu Jiuyin concealed her deep-seated worries for the clan's future behind a solemn expression. Zhang Tianchen did not linger long on Golden Tortoise Island. He was eager to return to the Wuliang cave in Wuyi Mountain, concerned that the second-generation peach tree and various spiritual herbs might wither in his absence. His primary purpose in following Tongtian Buzhou to the EC was to ascertain the location of Golden Tortoise Island. After flying for approximately 200 years as he passed a mountain range, Zhang Tianchen suddenly felt a powerful pull, as if something extraordinary was calling out to him. Coming to a halt, he ventured into the mountains to seek the source. Guided by this peculiar sensation, he soon discovered a barrier guarding a certain treasure site. What treasures lay hidden within? After a decade of diligent study, Zhang Tianchen finally unraveled the secret of this intricate formation. Open, he extended his finger, tracing an intricate spell in the as his gesture concluded. The spell merged into the protective formation, successfully opening a passage. The very moment the formation was breached, a rich aroma of herbs wafted toward him. Upon stepping into the protective barrier, Zhang Tianchen was astonished at the otherworldly herb garden within. Though the garden was not particularly expansive, covering merely dozens of acres, nearly every spiritual herb within bore an age exceeding 10,000 years. Hundreds to millions of years old herbs were abundant. Most uniquely, a cauldron floated in midair, resting silently within the garden. Although it may merely be a figment of the imagination, a faint and elusive fragrance seemed to emanate from the cauldron, capturing the attention of those nearby. In an instant, Zhang Tianchen darted towards the cauldron like a bolt of lightning, convinced that this vessel, rather than the spiritual herbs, was the true priceless treasure before him. The Chaos Cauldron. Upon grasping the cauldron, a portion of its information flowed into his consciousness. Legend spoke of 5 supreme treasures that emerged from the primordial chaos of Wuyi, namely the creation blue lotus, the Pangu axe, the transformation jade dish, the chaos pearl, and the chaos cauldron. Unfortunately, during the act of creation, a cataclysmic tribulation shattered the treasures born alongside Pangu. The blue lotus fragmented, the Pangu axe was damaged, and part of the transformation jade dish was lost to the mortal realm. The creation blue lotus shattered into numerous marvelous items, some transforming into various divine artifacts. Meanwhile, the whereabouts of the Chaos Pearl and its remaining fragments remain a mystery to this day. The Chaos Cauldron itself was fractured by Pangu during the primordial opening, with the two most significant fragments evolving into the Qianquan Cauldron and the Transformation Cauldron. The Qianquan Cauldron excels at refining magical artifacts, possessing the extraordinary ability to transform acquired essence into innate quality, currently belonging to Hongjun.I. In contrast, the Transformation Cauldron specializes in alchemy, capable of nurturing elixirs and elevating their quality. Zhang Tianchen felt incredibly fortunate. Both the Transformation Cauldron and his medicinal garden were precisely what he desperately needed. Fate had conspired against him in the past, as he had never encountered anything suitable in his treasure hunts. Now, by mere chance, he had obtained the very items he yearned for. After stowing the Transformation Cauldron and extracting all the spiritual herbs from his garden, Zhang Tianchen promptly departed, soaring towards Wuyi Mountain. 3 centuries elapsed. Zhang Tianchen returned to the Wuliang cave of Wuyi Mountain. Master of the cave, you have returned. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen, the Su sisters ceased their cultivation and emerged from the palace to greet him. Zhang Tianchen presented the second batch of peach trees alongside all the rare herbs and flowers, declaring, "Let us plant these. Master of the cave, where did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual herbs?" Hua Hua exclaimed in astonishment. Su quickly admonished, "Hua Hua, mind your tongue." Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly, "It is not much of a secret. A small portion was indeed gathered by me, while the majority originates from a natural medicinal garden. Rest assured, Master of the Cave, we will take good care of this batch of immortal herbs," Su vowed. Zhang Tianchen continued, "Once everything is prepared, we shall commence alchemy, and I will concoct several elixirs to enhance your powers." The Su sisters expressed their profound gratitude upon hearing that he would create potions to elevate their cultivation. He added, "This is primordial spiritual soil. You must crush it and mix it into the earth of the medicinal garden to ensure all the herbs thrive. This water attribute fan can be used to irrigate them." He then produced the fan and the spiritual soil he had retrieved from the Unzao mountain. Understood, the 3 nodded in compliance. Once all matters were settled, Zhang Tianchen began to practice controlling and utilizing the Transformation Cauldron. This cauldron bore 48 restriction symbols, all intrinsically linked to the art of alchemy. As he unraveled these restrictions, he simultaneously made significant strides in his own alchemical techniques. In the blink of an eye, another half-century slipped away. This moment, he had mastered all the restrictions of the Transformation Cauldron, and his alchemical skills had remarkably improved. Su. "Come here," he conveyed through a telepathic technique to the awaiting figure outside. Hearing her master's call, Su swiftly appeared and inquired if there was anything she needed. Zhang Tianchen performed a hand seal, and a radiant light infused her mind, imparting knowledge of various rare plants and their descriptions. "Please assist me in gathering some herbs." Upon receiving the task, she promptly departed the cave in search of the required materials. Before long, Hua Hua and Fei returned with Su, bringing all the necessary herbs. After instructing the Su sisters to leave, Zhang Tianchen set to work on concocting elixirs. The Transformation Cauldron proved to be the most exceptional alchemical vessel in the primordial world, significantly enhancing Zhang Tianchen's efficiency in refining elixirs. Previously, utilizing his former alchemical furnace would have required a millennium to fully extract the essence from all the herbs. Now he could accomplish it in merely 300 years, after successfully refining the essence of all the herbs. Zhang Tianchen proceeded to the next step, merging the elixirs. Another 300 years passed, and the essence of these spiritual herbs culminated in a resplendent golden elixir. Zhang Tianchen then embarked on the final procedure, fusion. As he was refining the 6th transmutation golden elixir, the process necessitated 5 rounds of fusion. After another 300 years, the 6th transmutation golden elixir was finally completed. Zhang Tianchen consumed this elixir and began the process of assimilation. Although the energy of the 6th transmutation golden elixir was relatively mild, it was far more potent than that of the 3 transmutation golden elixir. This time, Zhang Tianchen dedicated a full century to completely assimilate it, resulting in an astonishing increase in his cultivation spanning 100,000 years. Within the Wuliang cave of Wuyi Mountain, Zhang Tianchen was instructing the Su sisters in the mastery of divine techniques. Since his return to the Wuliang cave, a decade had elapsed. For an ordinary person, a century could witness monumental transformations. However, for cultivators, even 10 decades merely represent a minor waypoint on their extensive journey. Throughout these past 10 years, aided by the effects of the golden elixir, Zhang Tianchen's progress had been rapid. He had now reached the pinnacle of mythic true immortality, his strength nearly rivaling that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal at its zenith. With one crucial step remaining, he could ascend to the realm of mythic profound immortality. Likewise, the chapter on the profound immortality in the Mythic Luo technique had been interpreted and cultivated by Zhang Tianchen. Reaching the threshold of mythic profound immortality, endowed with the power equivalent to 50,000 decades, placing him on par with typical peak quasi-saint practitioners, Zhang Tianchen contemplated that his next focus should be on the comprehension of laws. Regardless of the level of cultivation, one can grasp the so-called laws. Yet for those of lower cultivation, the difficulty of comprehension is immensely greater. Until now, Zhang Tianchen had refrained from delving deeply into the principles of laws, primarily to avoid squandering his efforts on futile endeavors. Having reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, he could now gradually commence his exploration of the laws. During this decade, the Su sisters also made substantial advancements in their cultivation. All three had entered the realm of Golden Immortal, with Su reaching the late stage of Golden Immortal, Hua in the middle stage, and Fei at the initial level of Golden Immortal. Whenever Zhang Tianchen found a moment's respite, he would impart some simple divine techniques to them. Hua, Fei, pay attention. With a flourish of her hand, Su's sword suddenly detached from her grasp, transforming into a radiant beam of light that rushed towards her two sisters. Both Hua and Fei, employing the same technique, wielded their weapons in defense. Instantly, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air. Despite Su's considerable advantage in cultivation, winning against two opponents was no easy feat. Observing from the sidelines, Zhang Tianchen nodded in approval. They had all mastered the sword techniques from the earthly transformation 72 changes, capable of wielding their mental power to control flying swords and execute distant attacks on foes. This technique was precisely what the Su sisters had excelled in as Su formed another hand seal, and her sword instantly split into two, each engaging with the long swords of Hua and Fei. Even while dividing her concentration to manipulate both swords, Su still triumphed. And before long, her sisters were defeated. Eldest sister, you won this time, but next time we will surely reclaim a victory, Hua said, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Eldest sister has already mastered the transformation technique. It is only fair that we lost, Fei sighed. Once we also grasp the transformation technique, we shall challenge you again. Hua remained stubborn. I will be waiting for you, Su replied softly. Enough of the bickering, Zhang Tianchen interjected as he approached. Su, you exhibit great caution in your actions, yet your offensive strategy appears somewhat conservative, which may lead to missed opportunities. For Hua. You tend to be overly reckless, placing yourself in peril. What about me, master of the cave? Fei could not help but inquire. For you. Zhang Tianchen's words faltered suddenly. What happened, master? Su asked, puzzled. I sense an ominous presence, as if something significant is about to unfold. Zhang Tianchen's brow furrowed, a sensation that heightened his vigilance. Within the resplendent halls of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun was diligently attending to state affairs when Dong Huangtai hurriedly burst in. Elder brother, what troubles you? Emperor Jun paused his tasks, casting a glance at the solemn-faced Dong Huangtai. I have discovered a new method to counter the Wu clan, Dong Huangtai proclaimed with evident excitement. What method is this? Although Emperor Jun inquired, his expression revealed a lack of curiosity, clearly betraying his skepticism towards Dong Huangtai's words. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Dong Huangtai summoned a sword that materialized in his palm and handed it to Emperor Jun. Upon close inspection, however, Emperor Jun found no special attributes. It was merely an ordinary secondary spiritual treasure, insufficient to contend with the Wu clan. Confounded, he asked, what is the meaning of this? Please bring in the Wu clan captive. commanded Dong Huang Tai that as his gesture fell. Several demon soldiers escorted a Wu clan prisoner before the two that Dong Huang Tai retrieved the sword from Emperor Jun's hands and passed it to one of his subordinates. Use this blade to pierce the heart of this Wu warrior. Without hesitation, the demon soldier advanced and thrust the sword into the captive's heart, leading to his swift demise. Witnessing this transformation, a gleam of enlightenment flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. Typically, due to the Wu clan's focus on physical strength rather than spiritual cultivation, ordinary attacks could not inflict substantial harm. Theoretically, a Wu warrior would require at least 3 demon warriors of comparable cultivation to secure victory. Yet, the assailant was merely a true immortal-ranked demon soldier, while the victim was a level Wu warrior who perished effortlessly in an unguarded state. This phenomenon must be linked to the sword. What secret does it hold? Emperor Jun inquired. Upon investigation, the sword was forged by a demon using the essence of human souls, which fortuitously possesses the ability to significantly restrain the physical characteristics of the Wu clan. Dong Huang Tai explained. This is indeed a boon from the heavens for our demon race. Emperor Jun felt exhilarated upon hearing this news. Elder brother, while the essence of humanity can indeed suppress the physicality of the Wu clan, breaching the defenses of the barbaric Dijiang will require a vast quantity of human essence. Dong Huang Tai cautioned Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun understood Dong Huang Tai's concerns. After all, humanity was created by Nuwa, and any large-scale assault against them would not escape her notice. I shall immediately consult with the sage Nuwa. Although her stance does not always align with ours, as long as our actions prove advantageous for our kind, she should not impede our endeavors, he resolved, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to potentially overcome the Wu clan. If Nuwa grants her approval, it would be fortuitous. Even if she disapproves, it is imperative to risk incurring her wrath to procure the necessary human essence. Thus, he set forth to meet Nuwa at the Huahuang Palace, a realm she had established within the chaotic space. Jining had already received word of Nuwa's forthcoming audience and prepared for the meeting. As Emperor Jun descended into the hall under Jining's guidance, he encountered Nuwa and conveyed his thoughts and the situation. After listening, Nuwa maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "Heaven's intent is to nurture all living things. Wantonly destroying the existence of humanity would jeopardize the harmony of nature, ultimately proving detrimental to the overall development of the demon race, that I beseech you, your majesty, to reconsider this course of action." In the face of Nuwa's words, Emperor Jun perceived it not as a direct refusal, but rather an opportunity to assert his perspective. Should we triumph over the Wu clan, our demon race shall become the core of this realm, reaping the essence of heavenly fortune. The sacrifices required at this juncture are negligible. Clearly, he paid no heed to Nuwa's counsel. It appears that, as the nurturer of both humanity and demons, I find myself in a position of dilemma. However, I do not wish to intervene in this matter. I leave the decision to you, your majesty, Nuwa indicated, signaling the conclusion of their discussion with a wave of her hand. Thank you, your grace. Emperor Jun departed. A satisfied smile graced his face. Nuwa's passive stance was a tremendous advantage. Upon returning to the celestial palace, he promptly summoned Fuxi, his mentor Kun, and the 10 greatest sages to convene and deliberate on this matter. The assembled members expressed their bewilderment. Why should the beings created by the goddess assist us in combating our arch-rivals? Truly, heaven seems to favor us demons. Upon hearing this suggestion, excitement rippled through those present. However, only Fuxi harbored a flicker of hesitation. Though he found it difficult to accept, he chose to remain silent, realizing that the impending events could no longer be averted. Soon after, Emperor Jun called out, "Ji Meng, Ing Zhao, Baizhe, heed my summons." The 3 emerged from the assembly. Lead 1,000,000 elite troops to conquer the sacred grounds of humanity, at your command. They responded. These individuals were among the earliest humans, belonging to a highly powerful lineage, personally crafted by Nuwa. After Ji Meng, Ing Zhao, and Baizhe accepted their orders, they returned to their original positions. Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiao Ying, Ci Tai, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, Guo Che, heed my orders. Emperor Jun continued issuing commands. Present, the 7 demon sages stepped forth, You shall lead 1 billion demon soldiers to descend upon the mortal realm, eradicate humanity, and harvest their souls. Understood. The 7 demon sages returned to their places upon receiving their orders. Fushi, Kuan Peng, heed my command. Emperor Jun called out. Present. Fushi and Kuan Peng answered, stepping forward. Prepare the great celestial array and closely monitor the Wu clan to prevent them from aiding humanity. Emperor Jun issued a new decree. We shall comply. Fushi and Kuan Peng responded with 8 11 billion demon soldiers materialized in the human realm. Darkness enveloped the sky. The Wu clan, witnessing the multitude of demons descending, mistakenly believed they were preparing for battle and promptly gathered their forces to resist. However, these demons did not engage the Wu clan, instead targeting innocent humans, leaving the Wu clan momentarily bewildered. In the Panga Hall, what schemes were Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai concocting? Zhu Jiuyin furrowed his brow. Puzzled by the demons' merciless actions, regardless of their motives, we cannot allow these 2 three-legged birds to succeed. That Di Jiang, disinterested in contemplation, was eager for action. That my brother is right. These 2 birds certainly harbor ill intentions. We must thwart their conspiracy. That on this land, the rulers are the Wu clan. No matter the demon schemes, we need not fear. Several Wu clan generals expressed their differing opinions, urging a confrontation with the demons. Very well, then relay the order for the entire army to mobilize and annihilate these invading demon soldiers. Di Jiang ultimately decided. In the land of humanity's origins, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, and Bai Zhe led over 100 million demon soldiers in a fierce assault. Although they faced the first generation of humanity's most formidable clans, they swiftly fell under the overwhelming pressure of the demon race. The 3 ancestors of humanity, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Yi, prayed before the stone statue of the goddess Niwa, seeking her assistance to overcome this crisis. This was the tribulation that humanity must endure. Upon witnessing Niwa's silence and the impending doom threatening their homeland, as many of their kin perished at the hands of the demon race, the 3 ancestors ceased their prayers, resolved to stand alongside their people in resistance. Within the 8 Sceneries Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Laozi, having departed from Kunlun Mountain, established a new place for cultivation. His disciple, Xuandu, prostrated before him, pleading, Master, please lend your aid to rescue humanity from this peril. This is a matter between humanity and demons. I cannot intervene lightly, Laozi replied, his expression serene as he shook his head. Then allow me to descend the mountain, Xuandu beseeched. Since the onset of the war between demons and humanity, Laozi had sealed the 8 Sceneries Palace, restricting his disciples' movements. Foolish child, with your strength, what can you achieve even if you venture out? Laozi sighed. As a member of the race, I cannot stand idly by while my kin are ravaged by demons, Xuandu declared resolutely. Very well. At the critical moment, I shall intervene to ensure the continuation of humanity's lineage. Laozi conceded. Thank you, Master. Xiandu fell to the ground in gratitude. Zhang Tianchen, feeling an inner turmoil and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, resolved to embark on a journey. Just after departing from Wuyi Mountain, he was confronted with the brutal scene of the demon race slaughtering a tribe, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Di Jun, Dong Huangtai Yi, I shall one day exact vengeance for this blood feud. Previously, Zhang Tianchen had heard tales of the demon race forging the slaughter which soared in myth and legend. But now, witnessing such carnage firsthand, his rage could no longer be contained. That a frail human tribe was mercilessly besieged by a horde of demon soldiers. We seek no conflict, nor have we offended you. Why must you eradicate us to the last? The tribe leader, with tears in his eyes, questioned the demon soldier commander with a fierce voice. You humans are but trifles created by the demon saints. We require your life essence. You should willingly offer it. The demon soldier commander sneered, raising his blade to strike at the tribe leader. That moment, a beam of light shot through the air, piercing the chest of the demon soldier commander, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, a figure descended. It was Zhang Tianchen. Who are you to interfere with our actions against the human race? A demon soldier growled, filled with malice upon witnessing the death of his commander. I am but a member of the human race. How could I be said to interfere? Zhang Tianchen's voice was frigid, as if it could freeze every warmth in the air. He then unsealed the infinite gourd, unleashing countless infinite swords that surged toward the demon soldiers. These demon soldiers, whose cultivation levels ranged merely between celestial and true immortal, were utterly incapable of withstanding Zhang Tianchen's formidable onslaught. In mere moments, thousands of demon soldiers lay slain beneath his blade. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for saving our lives." The tribe leader led the survivors in a deep bow towards Zhang Tianchen, overflowing with gratitude. Quickly find a hidden place to take refuge. Emerge only when the turmoil subsides, Zhang Tianchen instructed before absorbing the demon race into the creation cauldron. He then transformed into a streak of light and departed. For he had yet to rescue others. Though his personal strength seemed insignificant against the entirety of the demon race, he firmly believed that saving one more life mattered immensely. Zhang Tianchen's actions drew the attention of the demon race's higher-ups. Meanwhile, within the camp of the demon Saint Guo Che, one of Dijun's most fearsome demon saints, whose true form was one of the 5 insects of the Primordial Era, resembling a duck and entirely crimson with 9 heads, plans were set in motion. Despite Guo Che possessing intelligence, his nature was brutal, thriving on sinister and murderous energies, unfazed by the laws of heaven and earth, and insatiably bloodthirsty, instilling dread even among other demon saints. Guo Che had once possessed 10 heads, but after losing one to a celestial dog in battle, he was left with 9, hindering his cultivation and progress. Thus, he allied with Dijun, hoping to leverage the demon court's fortune to mend his wounds. Now, seated in a lofty position, Guo Che's expression was grim that Mo Xian. He called coldly, "To your service." A burly man radiating a chilling aura, clad in black battle attire and scaled armor, responded promptly. "Lead 100,000 demon soldiers to annihilate this human cultivator. Ensure he is reduced to ashes," Guo Che commanded, his tone icy and instilling fear. "I shall obey," Mo Xian replied, a cruel smile flickering across his face before he took his leave. Zhang Tianchen, having rescued numerous Han people, sought a humble mountain peak to recuperate after exhausting his powers. Just as he regained his strength, preparing to rescue more, he suddenly observed the sky darkening, a vast number of demons surrounding the mountain. Commanding these demons was Mo Xian. "General, the human cultivator has not emerged since entering this mountain. A demon tasked with surveillance reported." "Excellent." Mo Xian laughed heartily, ordering 50,000 troops to search the mountain. Should they locate him, they were to sound the alarm while the others remained to prevent his escape. Understood. The 50,000 demon soldiers swiftly entered the mountain to search. Zhang Tianchen, sensing he was encircled, remained unperturbed. With his prowess, such a predicament was trivial. He could effortlessly escape using earth evasion techniques. However, he chose not to flee immediately, but rather to devise a counter-strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianchen conceived a plan to confront the demon horde. He exhaled a mist that rapidly enveloped the entire mountain, a manifestation of one of the 72 earthly fiends' techniques, the cloud and mist veil. Following this, Zhang Tianchen executed a spell to create thousands of his avatars, instantly dispersing countless phantoms. Each apparition transformed into the guise of demon soldiers. Among them, a leader born from his true form guided these avatars to mimic demon patrols. Before long, Zhang Tianchen's counterfeit squad encountered a small contingent of real demons. "What are you doing in our territory?" The leader of the genuine squad inquired curiously. "The fog is too thick. We've lost our way." Zhang Tianchen feigned regret. "Which squad do you belong to? I haven't seen you before." The demon squad leader, sensing Zhang Tianchen's unfamiliarity, heightened his vigilance that "We are." Just as Zhang Tianchen began to respond, thousands of avatars suddenly struck. The demon soldiers, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Tianchen's avatars, and the demon squad leader lost his head at Zhang Tianchen's hands. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen retrieved the creation cauldron and absorbed the entire contingent of demon soldiers within. He continued this strategy, obliterating several squads of demon soldiers. Yet, the demon race was not without precautions. Soon after Zhang Tianchen's ruse was discovered, Mo Xian dispatched another 30,000 demon soldiers into the mountain, instituting a series of passcodes for the troops. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tianchen, he remained oblivious to these developments, persisting in his previous tactics to attack the demon soldiers. Passcode. Once again encountering a squad of demon soldiers. The squad leader demanded the passcode before Zhang Tianchen could approach, catching him off guard and leaving him unable to respond. This fellow is an imposter. Capture him. Recognizing Zhang Tianchen's inability to provide the passcode, the squad leader swiftly signaled for an attack. Zhang Tianchen, unwilling to confront them head-on, dispelled his avatars and utilized the golden light of Earth to escape. With his old methods rendered ineffective, Zhang Tianchen devised a new strategy. After identifying the locations of Team A and Team B of the demon soldiers, he transformed some of his avatars to resemble them. The arrangement was as follows. The avatars disguised as Team A would encounter the genuine Team B, while those impersonating Team B would meet the real Team. He then instructed them to intentionally reveal their identities to lure both teams into pursuit. The two teams converged, just as they were on the brink of conflict. Zhang Tianchen, using the dense mist as cover, retracted his avatars and vanished without a trace. Upon meeting, both teams mistakenly believed the other to be imposters, leading to a fierce clash. Additionally, other demon warriors responding to the signal, guided by Zhang Tianchen's subtle interference, became embroiled in the chaos. By the time they realized the situation was amiss, over half of the demon forces had perished in their infighting, compounded by the earlier losses Zhang Tianchen had inflicted, reducing the once 100,000-strong demon army to fewer than 50,000 incompetent fools, unable to discern their own kind. Mo Xian seethed, vociferously berating his soldiers. After some time, as his anger subsided, Mo Xian acknowledged a query from one of his demon soldier commanders. General, this individual is adept at disguise and exceedingly cunning. How shall we deal with him? Retreat from this area. Since he remains hidden within the mountains, we shall devise a means to lure him out. Mo Xian grimly ordered, instructing the withdrawal from the forest and the regrouping of the wounded troops. Yet, he failed to notice a mocking glint in the eyes of one of the demon soldiers, who was, in truth, Zhang Tianchen in disguise. As the demon forces retreated from the mountain and reorganized per Mo Xian's directives, many soldiers bore wounds or were drained of their spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianchen stealthily approached the heart of the camp and unleashed a series of spells toward the night sky. A colossal halo emerged, gradually enveloping the entire demon camp. Activate the formation. Zhang Tianchen initiated the infinite gourd to release the infinite swords contained within, directing these flying swords into the halo. Within the confines of the radiant aura, symbols began to glow, casting a brilliant light over the encampment below. In an instant, the scene within the camp seemed to transition into a new realm entirely composed of swords of various shapes and sizes. Countless blades, along with the sword energies they embodied, surged forth from all directions with alarming speed. Most of the demon soldiers barely had time to react before they succumbed to this sudden onslaught. Mo Xian leapt from within the camp, his body as unyielding as rock, repelling the approaching swords. A demon commander, struggling to defend himself, flew towards Mo Xian in search of answers. General, what is happening? This is a formation laid out by a human cultivator. It is exceedingly perilous. If we do not swiftly find a solution, we shall all meet our doom here, Mo Xian replied, his demeanor grave. At that moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate the human cultivators he had previously dismissed. But how can we break this formation? The demon squad leader inquired anxiously. Every formation has a core. Once we locate and destroy it, we shall naturally break free, Mo Xian explained, though he himself had yet to identify an escape route. He then issued an order for all soldiers to gather and confront the swirling sword array together. The demon captain complied immediately. Concealed within this sword array, Zhang Tianchen harnessed its power, mercilessly sweeping away those enemies ensnared in their plight. Witnessing his soldiers fall one after another, Mo Xian unleashed a roar, transforming into a black dragon as he charged against the formation's barrier. Unfortunately, he gravely underestimated the true might of the boundless sword array, with Zhang Tianchen now nearing the pinnacle of power. Even a formidable array composed of thousands of swords would be challenging to confront. Despite his fervent assault on the array, Mo Xian found himself grievously injured blood spraying forth. Now, behold the true power of my boundless sword array. Zhang Tianchen intoned, channeling the swords into a colossal flying blade. Go. With that command, the massive sword shot directly towards Mo Xian. In response, Mo Xian swiftly summoned his treasured artifact, a long, pitch-black sword known as the Black Dragon Sword, a revered relic of the Black Dragon clan, endowed with over 30 spiritual prohibitions and attaining the status of a premier natural treasure. The clash between the Black Dragon Sword and the enormous Boundless Sword was fierce. Yet after only a few exchanges, the Black Dragon Sword was overwhelmed and sent flying. The Boundless Sword continued its relentless advance, swiftly piercing towards Mo Xian. Once again, he transformed into a black dragon, opening his mouth to unleash a magical shield. However, the Boundless Sword struck the shield with tremendous force, shattering it in an instant, and proceeded to penetrate Mo Xian's mouth, impaling his very being. Mo Xian plummeted from the sky, his life extinguished. The demon soldiers who had previously attempted to rescue him scattered in terror upon witnessing this scene. Alas, no matter how they fled, they could not escape the boundless sword array set by Zhang Tianchen. One by one, the demon soldiers fell beneath the boundless swords, their final cries echoing with anguish before death claimed them. Soon, the remaining demon soldiers perished within the array. Zhang Tianchen retrieved the Cauldron of Creation. Collecting all the fallen demon soldiers within, he also secured the Black Dragon Sword left behind by Mo Xian. In the encampment of the demon lord Wuyi Che, news of the complete annihilation of the 100,000 demon soldiers under Mo Xian's command sent him into a furious rage. Incompetent fools! How could an army of 100,000 fail to subdue a single human cultivator and bring about our entire downfall, tarnishing the name of our demon race? Wuyi Che bellowed, while the generals within the tent lowered their heads in silence, unwilling to provoke his wrath. Immediately relay my orders. I shall personally lead a 1,000,000-strong army to eradicate this human cultivator, Wuyi Che declared. Resolved to restore the honor of the demon race. Great sage, please temper your anger. The witch race is currently launching an offensive on our territory. Our primary task should be to gather sufficient human souls, not to mobilize such a massive force over a mere minor cultivator, a vice-general cautiously suggested from the side. If I do not shatter this man's bones and scatter his remains, how can I assert my authority before the other demon leaders in the future? Wuyi Che replied coldly, fully aware that this matter was not only about the overall dignity of the demon race, but also about his own personal honor. Should he fail to reclaim his face, he would likely face mockery within the demon ranks. Upon hearing this, none of the generals within the tent dared to offer further counsel. After slaying Mo Xian, Zhang Tianchen anticipated that the demon race would undoubtedly dispatch greater forces to hunt him down. Thus, he concealed himself in a hidden location, preparing for his next course of action. Now is the opportune moment to refine the 9-turn golden pill. This pill had been crafted by Zhang Tianchen using primary ingredients aged in the millions of years, complemented by dozens of medicinal herbs aged over 100,000 years, and subjected to 8 rounds of refinement. Previously, he had refrained from consuming it due to his weakness and unstable foundation. However, after recent battles against the demon race, he had garnered sufficient accumulation. Furthermore, having depleted a significant amount of magical power during the recent conflict with the demon soldiers and the General Mo Xian, consuming the 9-turn golden pill would effectively accelerate its efficacy. After setting up defensive formations, Zhang Tianchen ingested the precious 9-turn golden pill. Soon as the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into an immensely powerful and pure energy. Zhang Tianchen focused his mind, striving to digest this energy 100 years later. Zhang Tianchen had finally fully refined the vast and pure energy, resulting in a significant elevation of his cultivation level by 10 realms. The 9-turn golden pill was indeed extraordinary. Even the famed Huang Zhongli, known as the foremost among the 10 spiritual roots, might pale in comparison. Zhang Tianchen was exceedingly pleased with the effects of the 9-turn golden pill. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he would have eagerly consumed 1 or 2 more in the ancestral land of the human race, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and he led their kin in a desperate struggle against the demon horde. The three ancestral figures of the human race, endowed with the merits of the heavenly Tao and bearing the fate of humanity, had reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, making them formidable figures in the world of the primordial chaos. However, they faced 3 quasi-saints from the demon race and an army of 100 million demons. Though the 3 demon quasi-saints were also at the early stage of quasi-sainthood, they had diligently cultivated their powers step by step. Whereas the cultivation of the 3 human ancestors largely stemmed from the endowment of heavenly Tao merits. Faced with an enemy of slightly inferior cultivation, they might have relied on their advantages to overwhelm their foes. Yet in equal standing, the disparity became glaringly evident. From the very outset of the battle, the 3 human ancestors found themselves at a disadvantage. Coupled with the overwhelming numbers of their opponents, the ancestral land of humanity suffered tremendous casualties. Gazing upon the fallen kin, Sui Run was overwhelmed with grief, roaring to the heavens. I, Sui Run, vow here and now that from this day forth, the human and demon races shall be locked in a battle to the death. The demons have used our souls to forge weapons, and we shall regard the demons as our quarry. This grudge is one that cannot coexist. The remaining human survivors rally behind him, their collective oath reverberating throughout the primordial world. In the heavenly court within the Lingxiao treasure palace, Emperor Jun's countenance darkened upon hearing the human race's vow. Initially, he had merely intended to collect a vast number of human souls to forge the slaughter witch sword. But now he entertained the notion of completely annihilating the human race. Order all troops, except for the heavenly court's guards, to descend to the mortal realm and ensure the complete extermination of the human race. He commanded coldly, "Your Majesty, the 3 pure ones have all relied on the human race to attain their saintly status, with Laozi having founded the human sect. If you eradicate the human race, it may provoke the wrath of the saints." Fuxi stepped forward to advise. The human race was created by Our Lady Nuwa. The decisions regarding them should rest with USAS for the saints. Why should the 3 pure ones concern themselves? Emperor Jun shot a disdainful glance at Fuxi, clearly displeased with his words. Should I inform Lady Nuwa? Fuxi pressed, knowing full well that such words would incite Emperor Jun's ire. Yet he felt compelled to speak candidly, both for the sake of the human race and out of concern for the future of the demon race. Lady Nuwa has already consented to our use of the slaughter witch sword to consume human souls. She will not oppose this that not inform her. Emperor Jun's words dripped with a chilling finality. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Fuxi persisted. My resolve is unyielding. Cease your entreaties. Emperor Jun decisively waved his hand, making his decision clear as he ordered the entire army. Follow me to the human realm. Just as Zhang Tianchen had completed the refinement of the 9-turn golden pill, he overheard the vow made by the human race. This blood debt, I shall undoubtedly reclaim from the demon race. Zhang Tianchen vowed, etching this deep-seated enmity into his heart, though he knew that now was not the time for vengeance present. The most crucial task is to rescue as many members of the human race as possible and preserve the ember of humanity. Jun leads the army of the demon tribe into the mortal realm, only to be met with resistance from the 12 ancestor witches. Jiang, do you truly intend for your witch clan to meddle in the affairs between the demon and human races? Jun inquired with a sullen expression. Ha. We, the witch clan, are the true masters of the earth. Regardless of the demon tribe's intentions, even if it is merely to celebrate a birthday, they shall not succeed. Jiang laughed heartily, seizing every opportunity to thwart Jun. Whether you can hinder us will only be revealed in battle. Jun retorted coldly, fully aware that this confrontation was unavoidable. If you possess the capability, let us see it on the battlefield. Activate the Duding Shunsha Grand Array. Jiang bellowed, and the other ancestor witches revealed their true forms. The aura of the 12 ancestor witches rapidly merged and coalesced, ultimately becoming one. The malevolent energy between heaven and earth swiftly gathered, forming a colossal phantom that towered above all. Though merely an apparition, this imposing presence left all who beheld it in awe. The Huanyan level formation indeed demonstrated incredible might. Zhang Tianchen, witnessing the Pangu phantom conjured by the 12 ancestor witches from afar, couldn't help but marvel. The Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array, commence upon seeing the 12 ancestor witches set up the Duding Sha Grand Array. Dijun promptly arranged the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array. With a command from Dijun, 365 Luo Golden Immortals swiftly took their positions. The starlight from the celestial river was drawn forth, converging into a complete defensive system within the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array. The ability to harness the power of the stars explained why it could contend with the Duding Sha Grand Array. Zhang Tianchen discerned the essence of the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array at a glance. It is impossible for power to materialize from nothing. The strength of a formation stems primarily from two aspects. First, it can mobilize the forces of heaven and earth, such as how the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array utilizes stellar energy. Second, the formation enables a collective force that exceeds the sum of its individual components, akin to how a multitude of Luo Golden Immortals can unite to counter a saint within the Wan Xian array. The great axe approaches. The Pangu Phantom suddenly opened its eyes and declared, as an infinite malevolent energy transformed into a massive axe. The axe, seemingly both real and illusory, emanated a destructive aura. The giant axe materialized. Laozi's Taiji diagram. Yuan Shi Tian, Zun's Pangu banner, and Dong Huang Taiyi's chaos bell all trembled in unison, as though drawn by an unseen force. However, the three great beings appear to have anticipated this and promptly stabilized the fluctuation. Receive this axe. The Pangu Phantom swung the giant axe, unleashing a powerful arc of light. The axe's brilliance tore through space, swiftly advancing towards the demon tribe. Gather the starlight. Dijun urgently activated the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array, as countless starbeams coalesced into an indestructible shield. When the axe beam collided with the shield, it shattered with a resounding crack, and the power of the axe was expended, resulting in a mutual cancellation of forces. The Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array trembled violently, causing numerous demon soldiers to be violently shaken and perish. The Pangu Phantom was similarly forced back a considerable distance by this attack, and the 12 ancestor witches controlling it appeared pale, evidently affected by the impact. Once more, open the heavens and cleave. The 12 ancestor witches commanded the Pangu Phantom to unleash another axe strike, this time with greater force than before. Star Sword Strike. Recognizing that the Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array could not withstand this blow, Dijun opted for a proactive assault, abandoning defense to counterattack. Countless starbeams converged into a celestial sword, swiftly charging towards the enemy's axe beam. The star sword collided head-on with the axe beam, instantly erupting in a violent clash of energy. The force of the impact radiated outward like ripples, obliterating all obstacles in its path. The Zhou Tian Star Do Grand Array disintegrated under this shockwave, and the main controllers of the formation, Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, among others, along with 365 Luo Golden Immortals, sustained severe injuries. With many demon soldiers suffering grievous losses, the Pangu Phantom also crumbled under this overwhelming force, and the 12 ancestor witches controlling it spat blood, their faces turning ghostly pale. Send word to the entire army. Retreat to the heavenly palace. Dijun deemed it an unsuitable moment to engage in a decisive battle with the Witch Clan and resolved to withdraw the forces to the heavenly palace to await a more opportune time. With the interference from the Witch Clan, Dijun's goal of exterminating the entire human race became unattainable. Thus, he issued orders to the three powerful demon figures, Jimeng, Baizhe, and Ing Zhao, to destroy the ancestral land of the human race, the ancestral land of humanity. Upon receiving Dijun's directive, Jimeng, Baizhe, and Ing Zhao launched a full-scale assault in a short span of time. The last line of defense of the human ancestral land was breached, resulting in the leaders Sui Run Shi, Yu Chao Shi, and Zi Shi sustaining severe injuries. Just as the human race faced imminent annihilation, the Taiji Laozi unexpectedly appeared to render assistance. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he separated the warring parties. Why must you involve yourself in the conflict between demons and humans? Taiji sage. Jimeng expressed his deep concern over the sudden intervention of this sage. The protection of the human race is imperative. This battle must end here. Though Laozi's words were calm and indifferent, they conveyed an unwavering determination that instilled reverence and left no room for rebuttal. Retreat. Ji Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to withdraw the troops. Despite being thwarted by Laozi and thus failing to eradicate the human race, the three great demon saints withdrew with their subordinates back to the heavenly court, the other 7 demon leaders, isolated and unable to resist the onslaught on the continent, also chose to retreat. Thus, the great crisis facing the human race was temporarily averted, although the once astronomical population dwindled to a mere few million, marking one of the most severe demographic disasters in history. After the tribulations of the human race concluded, Zhang Tianchen returned to the Wuliang cave nestled within the Wuyi Mountains. Cave Master, as Zhang Tianchen re-entered the Wuliang cave. The 3 sisters, Su, immediately knelt before him. "What brings you here?" "Cave Master, we 3 are acutely aware of our complicity in the heinous crimes committed by the demon race against humanity, and we earnestly request your stern punishment." Su implored. "Rise." Zhang Tianchen gently raised his hand, an invisible force lifting the 3 sisters to their feet. "While I harbor resentment towards the demon race, I am not blind to justice. These grievances shall be settled with those who are truly of the demon race and shall not involve you." "Thank you, Cave Master." The 3 sisters of Su sighed in relief upon realizing that Zhang Tianchen bore no ill will towards them. "That I shall enter seclusion to refine elixirs. You are responsible for guarding the cave." With that, Zhang Tianchen entered the Wuliang Hall to commence his alchemical training. This time, his approach to alchemy differed from the past. Previously, he had utilized spiritual herbs as raw materials, but this time he employed the bodies of demon beasts. The physical forms of demon beasts contained immense energy, serving as a living spiritual herb. The decision to preserve these demons was solely for the purpose of alchemical refinement, taking out the creation cauldron. Zhang Tianchen began processing the bodies of the demon beasts. These creatures were not merely flesh. Their scales, bones, and even horns were exceedingly valuable materials for crafting artifacts. After several years, the first elixir was finally concocted. This elixir, primarily composed of the body of Mo Xian, combined with the remains of 81 celestial demon beasts, 365 true celestial-level demon beasts, and an additional 9,553 bodies of divine realm entities, was painstakingly brewed. In total, 1,000 demon beast bodies were expended, and this elixir was named the 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir. What effects might this 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir possess? Contemplating this, he gazed at the golden pill and unhesitatingly swallowed. As the elixir entered his abdomen, a surge of potent energy erupted forth, wild and challenging to control. Zhang Tianchen focused his mind, gradually refining this potent energy. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Zhang Tianchen fully refined the entirety of the power contained within the 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his cultivation. Spanning a full decade, that he had not anticipated that the effects of the 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir would be so formidable, rivaling the esteemed 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. Although this formidable power is somewhat challenging to harness, in all other respects, it is equally remarkable. The 9 Turns Golden Elixir requires rare spiritual herbs that have existed for millions of years as its primary ingredient, yet such ethereal substances are exceedingly scarce. In the future, should there be a lack of spiritual grasses aged over millions of years, he can readily substitute with the 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir to aid his cultivation. After consuming the 10,000 Demon Golden Elixir, Zhang Tianchen did not immediately cease his meditative state. The elixir may have been depleted, but he still possessed many 9 Turns Golden Elixirs. Prior to the cataclysm that befell humanity, he had processed thousands of years-old herbs from his medicinal fields into elixirs. However, fearing that their potent effects might destabilize his foundation, he had refrained from consuming them hastily. Now, having entered a mythic realm and achieved a cultivation level comparable to an ordinary celestial level, he was no longer constrained by such concerns. The concept of timeless cultivation has rendered tens of thousands of years to vanish in an instant, following humanity's calamity. Zhang Tianchen sensed a disturbance within his heart, abruptly opening his eyes from his meditative state. Upon calculating with his fingers, he realized a distinguished guest was arriving. "Fei, please come here." Zhang Tianchen summoned the three sisters using a sound transmission technique. Upon receiving Zhang Tianchen's message, the three sisters hastened to his side that a distinguished guest has arrived. Sususu, please go and welcome them, Zhang Tianchen instructed. Yes, master, Sususu nodded gently and stepped outside to greet them. Hua, brew a pot of primordial enlightenment tea. Zhang Tianchen directed Hua. I shall do so at once, Hua replied, promptly attending to the task. Fei, gather some spiritual fruits to entertain our guests, Zhang Tianchen continued, giving instructions to Fei. Yes, master, Fei responded, immediately setting off to collect the fruits. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wuliang cave, Sususu observed four figures approaching through the winds from a distance. One man and three women, precisely Zhao, Gongming, and the three celestial sisters. Might this be the abode of Zhang Tianchen, my junior brother? Zhao Gongming inquired. Indeed, Sususu nodded slightly and said, You must be the important guest the master mentioned. Please step inside. It seems Zhang Tianchen has anticipated our visit. Bai Xiao remarked. Consequently, Sususu led Zhao, Gongming, and the three celestial sisters into the cave, where Hua and Fei had already prepared the primordial enlightenment tea and spiritual fruits. Earlier this morning, a magpie chirped joyfully outside the cave entrance. A sign of your esteemed arrival, Zhang Tianchen remarked with a smile. Junior brother Zhang is truly overly courteous. Our unannounced visit may have caused some inconvenience, for which I sincerely apologize, Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully. Brother, you need not worry. I am only delighted to welcome you and the three sisters. How could I ever consider it an intrusion? Zhang Tianchen earnestly expressed his warm welcome. Brother Tianchen, I have noticed that during our teacher's teachings on the Tao, your presence was often absent. I have long wished to discuss the essence of the Tao with you, yet it has been unfeasible. This time, we came to learn of your dwelling from our teacher. Qiong Xiao stated with a hint of playful reproach. Qiong Xiao, do not speak so thoughtlessly, Yin Xiao cautioned her sister, then turned to Zhang Tianchen to apologize. My younger sister has acted inappropriately. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Zhang junior brother, what Qiong Xiao said is not without merit. Since our parting at Jineo Island, I've been engrossed in secluded cultivation, only emerging when humanity's great calamity struck. That it is indeed my oversight for not visiting you sooner. Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. Our teacher has often praised your profound understanding and achievements in supernatural arts, and we have come to seek your guidance. Zhao Gongming proposed that I would not dare to claim the title of guide. Let us engage in mutual exploration instead, Zhang Tianchen humbly suggested, gesturing towards the tea set on the table. This is a tea of enlightenment I chanced upon. We can savor it while discussing. Zhao Gongming lifted the cup and took a sip, instantly feeling revitalized and exclaimed, What an exquisite tea! Indeed, Yin Xiao Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao nodded in agreement after tasting it. If all my esteemed guests enjoy it, I have a substantial reserve of tea leaves that I can offer at any time, Zhang Tianchen said amiably, having accumulated a wealth of primordial enlightenment tea over the years, perfectly suited for gifting. Then I shall graciously accept. Zhao Gongming did not decline, recognizing the tea's significant benefits for him. Thank you, Zhang junior brother. The three celestial sisters expressed their gratitude in unison. Zhang Tianchen, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial sisters continued to share tea and engage in discussions primarily centered on supernatural techniques. Junior brother Zhang, some matters are difficult to convey through words alone. Why not engage in a spar instead? Zhao Gongming suggested. I humbly invite you to guide me. Zhang Tianchen nodded slightly, having sensed Zhao Gongming's competitive nature. The two made their way to an open area, where Zhang Tianchen gestured for Zhao Gongming to strike first. Zhao Gongming wasted no time and directly summoned 24C stabilizing pearls, which transformed into a dazzling light, hurtling towards Zhang Tianchen. Each pearl contained a miniature world, and being struck by one would be akin to facing the powerful impact of a small realm. Elder sister, who do you think will emerge victorious? Brother and Zhang junior brother? Qiong Xiao could not restrain her curiosity. Before Yin Xiao could respond, Bai Xiao interjected, It must be brother who wins. Although Zhang junior brother possesses exceptional supernatural skills, he is merely at the Xianxian level. Brother is not only a Tai Golden Immortal, but also wields the C stabilizing pearls. How could he possibly lose to Zhang junior brother? While it's true that Zhang Jr. brother is only at the Xianxian level, I cannot shake the feeling that there is an elusive power concealed within him. The final outcome is still uncertain. Yin Xiao gently shook her head, inexplicably leaning more towards Zhang Tianchen. The sea-stabilizing pearls had achieved remarkable feats in the upcoming Conferred God War, during which Zhao Gongming had used them to defeat 5 members of the Yushu sect, including Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Daoxing Tianzuan, Yuding Jinren, and Lingbao Dazenren. Yet now, the barrage of sea-stabilizing pearls rushing toward Zhang Tianchen did not even cause him to flinch. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a cascade of multicolored light erupted, and the 24 pearls were effortlessly gathered into his robe sleeve. Zhao Gongming sensed the sudden severance of his connection with the sea-stabilizing pearls. Astonishment etched across his face. What kind of supernatural ability has Zhang Jr. brother just displayed? How could he snatch the treasure from brother's hand? Witnessing this, Bai Xiao exhibited a look of surprise. Such a technique was likely not taught by their teacher, but rather a unique creation of Zhang Jr. brother himself. Even Yin Xiao did not anticipate that this contest would conclude so swiftly with Zhang Tianchen's effortless victory. Following this, Zhang Tianchen gently waved his sleeve once more, returning the 24C stabilizing pearls to Zhao Gongming. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhao Gongming finally regained his composure and asked, "May I inquire? Zhang Jr. brother, what supernatural technique did you employ just now?" "It is a capability I comprehended on my own, which I have named 5-color divine light," Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. "Over the past tens of thousands of years, aside from taking time to assimilate the effects of the 9 turns golden elixir, Zhang Tianchen devoted the rest of his time to pondering various principles of the Tao. The 5-color divine light is a powerful technique he developed based on his understanding of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and emulating the brilliance of Tongtian. Junior brother's accomplishments are indeed worthy of all the accolades our teacher has bestowed upon you. I hold the utmost respect for your strength." Zhao Gongming sincerely praised. "Brother, you flatter me," Zhang Tianchen replied with a polite smile. "Let us continue our discussion," Yin Xiao interjected, easing the atmosphere. "Agreed." Zhang Tianchen, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 celestial sisters resumed their exchange, this time expanding beyond supernatural techniques to encompass formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting. As time passed, a millennium slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Junior brother Zhang, your supernatural skills are truly unparalleled among our sect. I dare say your mastery in formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting is likely unmatched." Yin Xiao expressed her admiration sincerely, feeling increasingly awed by Zhang Tianchen's depth. "Yin Xiao sister, you overstate my abilities," Zhang Tianchen smiled in response. Throughout this discussion, although he spoke predominantly, while Zhao Gongming and the 3 celestial sisters listened intently, Zhang Tianchen also gleaned considerable insights. Particularly during the discourse on artifact crafting, Yin Xiao generously shared the complete inheritance of artifact crafting she received from the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, compared to the artifact crafting methods of Sususu and her sisters. The inheritance from the Primordial Heavenly Venerable was evidently far more refined. Through the enlightenment gained from this inheritance, Zhang Tianchen experienced a significant enhancement in his artifact crafting skills. "Zhang senior brother, we 3 sisters have a request," Yin Xiao said, a touch of shyness in her demeanor. "What is it?" "Yin Xiao sister, as long as it is within my capability, I shall do my utmost to assist." Zhang Tianchen held a remarkably favorable impression of Yin Xiao and was more than willing to lend a helping hand. "Over the years, we have gathered quite a few spiritual herbs, yet we find ourselves at a loss when it comes to the art of alchemy and seek Brother Zhang's assistance in concocting some elixirs," Yin Xiao explained. Certainly, Zhang Tianchen readily agreed, adding, however, "It is important to note that some material loss during the alchemical process is unavoidable, that I can guarantee that 2 portions of materials will yield 1 elixir." Given Zhang Tianchen's current level of alchemical skill, he could indeed achieve a success rate of 100%, yet he refrained from making grandiose claims. Any surplus elixirs would be considered his reward. Considering his favorable impression of Yin Xiao, had it been anyone else, at least 5 portions of materials would be required to produce a single elixir. Even if we need 5 portions to produce 1 elixir, we would be thoroughly satisfied, Yin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Oh, you happen to have those spiritual herbs on hand? Zhang Tianchen inquired. Yin Xiao gently shook her head. All the spiritual herbs are cultivated in the herb garden of our dojo. I can fetch them in a single trip. There's no need for a special journey. I have just emerged from my seclusion and am planning to embark on a journey of exploration. It would be delightful to visit your dojo as well. Zhang Tianchen expressed that I truly appreciate your assistance, Brother Zhang. Yin Xiao conveyed her gratitude. It is no trouble at all, Zhang Tianchen replied. After this discussion, I have gained much insight and intend to retreat for further cultivation. Thus I bid you farewell, Zhao Gongming suggested as he prepared to leave. Please, brother, do not rush off. Zhang Tianchen called for Su Su. Go fetch some enlightenment tea for us. Following Zhang Tianchen's instructions, Su Su brought forth the enlightenment tea. Zhang Tianchen divided the tea into 4 portions, giving 1 to Zhao Gongming and the remaining 3 to the 3 sisters. Upon receiving the enlightenment tea, Zhao Gongming extended an invitation, Brother Zhang, if an opportunity arises in the future. Please visit me at Luofu Cave on a main mountain. I shall certainly do so, Zhang Tianchen responded. Subsequently, Zhao Gongming transformed into a beam of light and departed at Su Su. Ensure the cave is well guarded. If any situation arises, remember to send me a message, Zhang Tianchen instructed. Rest assured, Master, we will do our utmost to protect the cave, Su Su replied. Yin Xiao, please lead the way. Zhang Tianchen turned to Yin Xiao. Brother Zhang, please follow me. Yin Xiao beckoned as the 4 of them soared towards the eastern sea. 500 years later, Zhang Tianchen arrived at the Taoist sanctuary of the 3 sisters on the eastern sea's 3 Immortals Island. Although this island could not compare to Golden Turtle Island, it was nonetheless an exceedingly rare paradise of celestial spirits. I apologize for the humble abode of our small island, Yin Xiao said. Sister Yin Xiao, the beauty of 3 Immortals Island far surpasses my vast cave. Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile, and this statement was indeed heartfelt, for 3 Immortals Island possessed breathtaking scenery. Should Brother Zhang be fond of it, you are welcome to visit more often in the future, Yin Xiao said with a serene smile, causing the entire 3 Immortals Island to seem to pale in comparison. After touring 3 Immortals Island, Zhang Tianchen began his alchemical work. Despite the 3 sisters having gathered numerous spiritual herbs, most were of insufficient age, only a few hundred or a few thousand years old, while those aged millions or even tens of millions were exceedingly rare. Zhang Tianchen took 3,000 years to refine all these spiritual herbs into golden elixirs. Ultimately, he divided the golden elixirs into 2 portions, keeping half as his reward and presenting the other half to the 3 sisters. Thank you so much, Brother Zhang, the 3 sisters exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the golden elixirs. With this batch of elixirs, their cultivation time would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. There is no need for thanks. Since the task is complete, I must take my leave, Zhang Tianchen stated, since Brother Zhang has been preoccupied with alchemy since arriving at 3 Immortals Island. We haven't had the opportunity to properly host you. Would you consider staying a few more days so we may express our gratitude? Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen prepare to depart, Yin Xiao felt an indescribable yearning swell within her. You will likely be busy absorbing the power of the elixirs, so I shall not intrude. Zhang Tianchen gently shook his head, continuing, if opportunities arise in the future, I will come to pay my respects again. With that, he executed the earthly golden light escape technique and instantly transformed into a streak of light, departing. Yin Xiao gazed in the direction of Zhang Tianchen's departure, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Noticing this, Bi Xiao could not resist teasing her. Sister, have you perhaps taken a liking to Brother Zhang? Do you wish to marry him? As Bi Xiao guessed the secret in her heart, Yin Xiao appeared somewhat bashful and hurriedly countered. Bi Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense, Bi Xiao retorted, seeing that Yin Xiao was not genuinely angry, but rather playful. Sister, your feelings cannot be concealed from us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qiongxia. Sister, you do seem a bit off. Qiongxia gently nodded in agreement. However, if you truly wish to be with Brother Zhang, that would mean you would have to leave us. What difficulty is there in that? Why not have Brother Zhang marry all 3 of us? That way, the 3 sisters would not be separated. Bi Xiao replied with a smile. So, you had taken a liking to Brother Zhang too, and now you are teasing me. Yin Xiao realized with a start. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tianchen, who had departed from Three Immortals Island, he flew directly towards the mainland. Chirp! Along the way, Zhang Tianchen suddenly heard a bird's call. Looking up towards the source of the sound, he saw a massive bird soaring through the air, seemingly searching for food. As Zhang Tianchen observed it, the giant bird also took notice of him. Chirp! The giant bird screeched joyfully, flapping its wings rapidly as it swooped toward him. Has it mistaken me for food? Then I shall not hold back. A cold smile crept across Zhang Tianchen's lips. Just in time, he was in need of steed, and this golden-winged roc was one of the rarest flying creatures. Perfectly suited as a mount, the golden-winged roc extended its sharp claws and charged at him. Zhang Tianchen flicked his sleeve, unleashing a dazzling array of colors that swept towards the golden-winged roc. Struck by the radiant light, the golden-winged roc plummeted into the sea, its colossal form creating towering waves. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianchen leaped onto the back of the golden-winged ROC as the golden-winged roc took to the skies once more. It attempted to shake Zhang Tianchen off by diving steeply. However, no matter how fiercely it flapped its wings or twisted and turned, it could not dislodge Zhang Tianchen from its back. A fierce struggle ensued between man and bird. Faced with the formidable creature, the golden-winged roc employed various maneuvers and tactics in an attempt to throw him off. It flipped and soared, then suddenly plummeted, yet all efforts proved futile. Zhang Tianchen then conjured a talisman, summoning a massive mountain that landed squarely on the rock. This technique was none other than the Heavenly Gang's secret art of shifting mountains and seizing ridges. Overwhelmed by the sudden weight, the golden-winged roc could scarcely support itself and crashed onto a distant island. To ensure total restraint, Zhang Tianchen summoned 2 additional peaks to cover the rock completely. Great One, please spare my life. Great One, have mercy. At that moment, the rock, trapped with only its head exposed, hurriedly pleaded with Zhang Tianchen for clemency. You sought to take my life. This debt cannot be resolved, Zhang Tianchen replied coolly. Now, you have 2 choices. The first is to remain imprisoned here forever. The second is to become my steed. Choosing the former would mean losing its freedom. Choosing the latter would entail the loss of dignity. In this predicament, the golden-winged roc found itself unable to make a decision. It seems you have not yet come to a conclusion. Then I shall leave you to ponder, Zhang Tianchen stated, showing no urgency. Upon landing on the island, he noticed the area was rich with spiritual energy and suspected it might conceal some precious items, making it an ideal time for exploration. Great One, please wait. As Zhang Tianchen prepared to leave, the golden-winged roc attempted to retain him, but received no response. Zhang Tianchen swiftly flew to the island, where the spiritual aura was particularly vibrant. Soon after, he discovered a clear lake at the heart of the island, where a single white lotus flower was growing. Upon gently plucking it, he recognized its identity as the 12th rank pure world white lotus. Legend has it that among the vast wilderness, apart from the 5 seeds of the green lotus that had been nurtured, this was the only remaining lotus with pure power. The pure world white lotus was originally the personal treasure of the pure world demon god, with its flower possessing 24 petals. However, during the cataclysm of creation, the pure world demon god tragically perished, causing the pure world white lotus to sustain damage, leaving only a single lotus seed. In this present moment, a new 12-petaled pure world white lotus has emerged from the lotus seeds. Indeed, I find myself lacking a defensive treasure of great significance, and this pure world white lotus serves as a splendid choice. The pure world white lotus bears the innate top-tier treasure sealed with 48 layers of prohibitions. Its defensive power, second only to a select few artifacts such as the Taiji diagram, the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, and the auspicious clouds of all heavens. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare. After Zhang Tianchen secured the pure world white lotus, he turned his gaze toward the pool before him. The water within was no ordinary liquid, but rather one of the 3 divine waters from the Primordial Era. The 3 light divine water. It is said that in the journey to the west, the 3 light divine water was used to save the ginseng fruit tree of Zenyuanzi. The 3 light divine water is divided into 3 colors. The golden is the sunlight divine water, the silver is the moonlight divine water, and the purple is the starlight divine water. The sunlight divine water can consume bloodlines. The moonlight divine water can erode the consciousness of the soul. The starlight divine water can devour mental will. When these three merge, they transform into the most effective elixir in the primordial chaos, capable of alleviating virtually all incurable injuries, healing all ailments, and even possessing the power to resurrect the dead. Zhang Tianchen retrieved the cauldron of creation and collected all the three light divine water from the pool. He felt an extraordinary delight at this unexpected discovery of treasures, originally seeking the golden-winged Great Pong. He had fortuitously stumbled upon the pure world white lotus and the three light divine water, a stroke of incredible luck indeed. After securing these precious items, Zhang Tianchen's spirits soared. He conducted a thorough search of the island. And although he did not find any further treasures, he did uncover numerous valuable medicinal herbs, including several rare herbs that had endured for millions of years. Convinced that the moment had come, he returned to the location where he had previously trapped the golden-winged Great Pong. What do you think? Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen return, the golden-winged Great Pong hastily expressed its willingness to become his steed. Should Zhang Tianchen leave the island, it would be eternally trapped within its confines. Zhang Tianchen discerned that the golden-winged Great Pong was not entirely submissive. However, he remained unconcerned, confident in his ability to master it. Very well, I shall release you at once. He waved his arm to inscribe a talisman and directed it toward the Great Pong. Then, with a gesture, he lifted the three mountains that had been pressing down upon the Great Pong. As soon as the golden-winged Great Pong regained its freedom, it immediately soared away, boasting of its unmatched speed. Zhang Tianchen, witnessing this, did not pursue but instead wore a slight smile when the Great Pong glanced back after covering a certain distance. It found that Zhang Tianchen had long since vanished from sight, igniting a sense of pride within it. Yet shortly thereafter, it was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense itch and sharp pain, letting out a piercing cry. It must be that fellow's doing. The golden-winged Great Pong writhed in agony in the air, recalling the talisman mark that Zhang Tianchen had inscribed within its body a day later. The intense itching and pain finally subsided. The golden-winged Great Pong hurriedly returned, flying back to the island it had previously occupied. "Human, what have you done to me?" It roared at Zhang Tianchen. "Just a little trick which I call the life and death talisman." Zhang Tianchen revealed a gentle smile, though it sent chills down the spine of the golden-winged Great Pong. The life and death talisman was a small technique he had devised after comprehending the principles of yin and yang. Utilizing the energies of yin and yang, although it was not an intricate method, it proved to be exceedingly effective. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I shall naturally lift this life and death talisman for you in the future. However, should you dare to betray me, what you have experienced is merely the beginning, and each subsequent episode will only be more severe, Zhang Tianchen stated calmly. The golden-winged Great Pong shuddered at the thought of the sensation during the talisman's activation, lowering its once mighty head in submission, replying, "I am willing to become your steed." "Excellent. Then I shall trust you once more." Zhang Tianchen incanted a spell, and a beam of light entered the body of the golden-winged Great Pong. "Now I shall temporarily suppress the life and death talisman. It will no longer activate." "Thank you, Master." The golden-winged Great Pong quickly adapted to its new role. Oh, you have a name?" Zhang Tianchen inquired. "I once named myself Wuyi, the golden-winged Great Pong replied. "Wuyi? It is indeed him." Upon hearing this name, Zhang Tianchen felt a twinge of surprise. Wuyi had appeared in the investiture of the gods, where he was thwarted by the Yuanshi Tianzhen while attempting to flood Qiqi with the waters of the North Sea, later being deceived by Randing into consuming 108 beads, thus becoming Randing's disciple and vehicle. Legends claim that Wuyi is the younger brother of Kong Xian. Though this has never been substantiated, the two had never recognized each other as kin. Henceforth, this shall be your name. With that, Zhang Tianchen mounted the back of Wuyi and declared, "I am Zhang Tianchen of the Zhejiang, intending to traverse the vast expanse of the primordial land. Please take me there." Wuyi flapped its wings and soared toward the primordial realm. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianchen took out the pure world white lotus and began the process of refining it. The blood sea, a convergence of the blood of the 3,000 demons from the chaotic era of Pangu, stands as the most unsanitary place on the primordial continent. The drastic movements of the demon race and countless human souls have drawn the attention of many. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan paused his teaching for the Chan school upon sensing the turmoil of the Blood Sea. Master, is the Mingi about to become a saint? Guang Chengzi inquired. What qualifications does he have to become a saint? He is but a mimic, a source of ridicule, replied Yuanshi Tianzuan, his tone laced with scorn. In his eyes, Mingi was utterly unworthy to be counted among the heavenly saints that in the East Sea, Geneo Island. Daobao Daoist posed the same question to Tongtian Jiao Master. The Tongtian Jiao Master shook his head slightly and said, the Tao ancestor once stated that the number of saints begins at 1, stabilizes at 3, culminates at 5, and flourishes at 7, reaching its zenith at 9. The Great Tao is 50, the celestial transformations 49. One has departed. The heavenly path itself is not complete, since the time of the Tao ancestor. Only 6 heavenly saints will be born. Now, all 6 heavenly saints have already emerged, and Mingi cannot become a heavenly saint. Golden light of merit descended from the heavens, landing upon Mingi. Mingi's cultivation rapidly increased, swiftly advancing from mid-stage quasi-saint to late-stage quasi-saint. Yet, it stopped there as the merit soon dwindled. Witnessing only a slight enhancement in his cultivation, Mingi's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. Recalling the events of the 3 purities and the Jiejiao's ascension to sainthood, he proclaimed to the heavenly path, today, Mingi shall establish a sect in the Blood Sea, named the Azura Sect, drawing upon the karmic fire red lotus. Azura Sect, established. Boom, the heavenly path sensed this declaration once more. And another beam of merit golden light descended. The 6 heavenly saints grew increasingly uneasy, uncertain whether Mingi could truly attain sainthood. The golden light enveloped Mingi, his cultivation skyrocketing like a rocket, soon breaking through to the peak of quasi-saint. However, when it came to crossing the final threshold from peak quasi-saint to saint, Mingi found himself utterly unable to make the leap. The heavenly path is unjust, Mingi roared, his voice echoing through the heavens. Ultimately, Mingi remained at the peak of quasi-saint, which relieved many beings of the primordial world, and the 6 heavenly saints felt the same, and one wish for another new saint to emerge in the primordial realm. Unless that individual were themselves. After capturing the golden-winged Great Peng, Zhang Tianchen instructed it to fly him to the primordial continent. Considering the inconvenience of transport, Zhang Tianchen tasked it with seeking out spiritual herbs and promised that if it could find 10 portions, it would be rewarded with a golden elixir that a 6-turn golden elixir could enhance 10,000 years of cultivation, while a 9-turn golden elixir could augment an entire epic's worth of power. Although the golden-winged Great Peng was initially somewhat reluctant, upon learning of the elixir's effects, it eagerly embarked on its quest for herbs. Zhang Tianchen journeyed through the lands, discovering that the current primordial realm was teeming with countless displaced human souls. These restless spirits feared the sunlight, for once exposed to the sun's rays, they would suffer burns. Even to the point of annihilation of both body and spirit, they could only huddle in the shadows. Lamenting their fate, some souls, consumed by their grievances, transformed into malevolent spirits, beginning to devour other souls. When these souls were consumed by the vengeful spirits, they emitted chilling screams, resonating with a profound sense of despair. The wails echoed incessantly, enveloping the entire primordial world in a shroud of mournful cries and ominous miasma. During the process of refining the pure world White Lotus, Zhang Tianchen comprehended a spell known as the purification incantation, capable of cleansing all impurities from the realm. Thus, on his journey, whenever he encountered a vengeful spirit, Zhang Tianchen would employ the purification incantation to eradicate the resentment festering within 1 day, while he was purifying a wisp of a vengeful soul. He encountered a female cultivator. Unlike other cultivators, who typically exuded an ethereal grace, this female practitioner donned a yellow armor, radiating an aura of valor. "What technique did you just employ?" she inquired. "It is the purification incantation, a method I have personally derived, capable of cleansing all forms of corruption," Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. "Could you teach me this?" the female cultivator asked, somewhat shyly. After all, it was indeed rather awkward to wish to learn another's unique skill upon their first meeting. I wish to aid those tormented souls, she added, fearing a direct rejection of her request. May I inquire your esteemed name? Fair maiden. Faced with such an extraordinary individual, Zhang Tianchen felt a surge of curiosity. For despite his considerable cultivation, he was unable to discern her depth, indicating her power might far surpass his own. He had already attained a level equivalent to a mid-level golden immortal. Cultivators capable of eluding his perception were rare in this universe. Most likely renowned masters. Call me Hutu, she replied, not concealing her true name. Oh, it was Hutu, the ancestral shaman. Zhang Tianchen felt a twinge of surprise upon learning her true identity and offered his apologies for any previous discourtesy. No need for formalities. I've come to learn from you. Hutu stated be able to impart knowledge to the ancestral shaman was indeed an honor. The word request seemed too weighty. Zhang Tianchen believed that establishing a friendly relationship with such a powerful figure would be immensely beneficial to him. I shall not learn this technique in vain. Hutu contemplated. How about this? I can teach you a technique of the celestial transformation. However, Zhang Tianchen smiled and shook his head as a disciple of the Master of Heaven. I have the opportunity to access all 365 celestial transformations and 289 earthly fiends techniques. Very well, should you ever find yourself in need, feel free to seek assistance from the Witch Clan, and I shall do my utmost to repay this favor, Hutu proposed, suggesting a debt of gratitude. Zhang Tianchen accepted this arrangement, though he did not place much weight on such a promise, for he understood that if he were ever to find himself in peril, the Witch Clan might have long since perished. Would the ancestral shaman be willing to journey alongside me to further our studies? He suggested, in hopes of more effectively imparting skills, as there remained numerous spirits to cleanse. Upon hearing this proposal, Hutu nodded gently in agreement. In just a decade, Hutu had mastered the purification incantation, yet she did not part ways with Zhang Tianchen, and the two continued to wander through the primordial lands together. Unbeknownst to them, tens of thousands of years swiftly passed. They roamed aimlessly, eventually arriving at the edge of the Blood Sea, a place thick with malevolence and teeming with human souls, tens of millennia prior. The river of the underworld had birthed the Azura clan, consuming countless human souls, yet many souls continued to drift into its depths. Zhang Tianchen, how could the primordial realm, created by the Father God, have devolved into such a state? Hutu lamented, observing the scattered souls with sorrow. After thousands of years together, a bond of trust gradually formed between Zhang Tianchen and Hutu. If we were to liken the primordial realm to a person, it is currently unwell, Zhang Tianchen elucidated. The primordial realm can fall ill. Hutu, hearing this for the first time, was somewhat perplexed. Typically, illness arises from the irregular functioning of certain bodily mechanisms, Zhang Tianchen elaborated. Certain functions unable to operate? Hutu pondered his words. The human body comprises 5 organs and 6 viscera, each fulfilling its role to ensure our healthy growth. The current state of the primordial realm reflects a lack or loss of essential core functions. Zhang Tianchen continued. Upon hearing this, Hutu's eyes suddenly brightened. I understand. The primordial realm created by the Father God is incomplete, lacking a place for souls to return. Ancestral Shaman Hutu, are you truly resolute in this course of action? Zhang Tianchen's emotions were conflicted. He wished for Hutu to embody reincarnation, yet sought to prevent it. After all these years, I still cannot see through you. It seems you've already foreseen my fate. Hutu remarked meaningfully, casting a calm smile at Zhang Tianchen. Since this is a task I must complete, I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve. How may I assist you? Zhang Tianchen inquired. Hutu contemplated for a moment before lightly striking her chest, releasing 6 drops of her vital blood. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, for this was the essence of her life. Zhang Tianchen, I implore you to deliver these drops of vital blood to my brothers, and tell them to forgive their sister, Hutu requested. Zhang Tianchen nodded slightly, accepting the 6 drops of vital blood. He understood Hutu's intention. Embodying reincarnation would cost the Witch Clan a formidable warrior, crucially disrupting the required number for the 12 Witch Gods formation. However, these 6 drops of blood could assist another great, which in transcending their limits, to become a new ancestral, which, simultaneously, the other 11 ancestral witches, meditating in the Panga Hall, suddenly felt an inexplicable pain surge within them. The 12 ancestral witches had all evolved from the great bloodline of the Panga god, sharing a common essence and being acutely sensitive to one another. Sensing Hutu's impending peril. "Why do I feel that my younger sister is about to leave us?" Di Jiang exclaimed with rage. "Could be those 2 birds from the heavenly court are plotting against her again. Given my sister's abilities, unless a sage intervenes, no one else can harm her," Zhu Jiuyin remarked. "Our immediate priority is to locate our sister," Xin Ming added. Hutu ascended above the blood sea, calling out, "Above the great Tao, I, Hutu, a descendant of Pangu, willingly transform myself into the gate of reincarnation, providing a sanctuary for all wandering souls." Her vow resonated throughout the primordial realm, echoing with the voice of the great Tao. Back in the Panga Hall, the ancestral witches lamented, "Why does our sister wish to depart from us?" The other 11 ancestral witches, preparing to set out in search of Hutu, were suddenly struck by the news of her impending transformation into reincarnation, feeling both sorrow and a hint of anger. Within the heavenly court's Lingxiao treasure hall, the witch-slaying sword will soon be forged, and with one less ancestral witch in the witch clan. "It seems the heavens are indeed aiding our demon clan," Di Jun exclaimed with excitement upon hearing of Hutu's intention to embody reincarnation. "Without the great heavenly god-slaying formation, how could the witch clan possibly rival our demon clan?" Dong Huang Tai chuckled. Above the blood sea, the lord of the blood sea, the river of the underworld, soared from its depths upon hearing Hutu's declaration. "Hutu, I cannot interfere with your desire to embody reincarnation. But this blood sea is my domain, and I shall not allow you to act recklessly within my territory," the river of the underworld shouted, now having reached the peak of quasi-saint level. Entirely unafraid of Hutu, Taoist friend of the river, "Should I transform into reincarnation within the blood sea, it would not harm you. In fact, it would be beneficial," Hutu replied calmly. "What do you mean by that?" the river of the underworld asked, bewildered. Hutu did not immediately clarify the river of the underworld's confusion, but instead proclaimed loudly, "Reincarnation ought to be divided into 6 paths. The path of heaven, the path of Azura, the path of man, the path of beasts, the path of evil spirits, and the path of hell. 6 paths of reincarnation. Manifest." As her words fell, Hutu's form began to dissipate, transforming into 6 slowly rotating discs. Upon hearing the name path of Azura among the 6 paths of reincarnation, the river of the underworld finally grasped Hutu's intention. The Azura clan that Hutu had created would be the rulers of the path of Azura. And henceforth, as long as the path of Azura functioned, the river of the underworld would continuously accumulate merit. This was an exceedingly rare opportunity. Boom! The embodiment of Hutu has rectified the deficiencies of the primal world, and under the resonance of the great Tao, a golden light of merit descends. This radiance is even more magnificent than the merit that fell when Nuwa created humanity and the 3 pure ones established their sections. While Nuwa and the 3 pure ones receive the merits of the heavenly Tao, Hutu has acquired the merits of the great Tao. Not only is there a significant disparity in quantity, but the quality of Hutu's merits also surpasses theirs. Although the witch clan does not practice the cultivation of the primordial spirit, the existence of true spirits remains. Having lost her own, Hutu's true spirit quickly manifested a primordial spirit under the nourishment of the great Tao's merits, gradually condensing into a new physical form, with her cultivation level continuously ascending, from celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, to Great Luo Golden Immortal, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint at this moment. There still exists a vast amount of great Tao merit yet to be absorbed by Hutu, coalescing above her head into a golden halo of merit. Zhang Tianchen secretly speculated, should even a wisp of primordial purple energy assist her, Hutu could very well attain the realm of a sage in an instant. The reason Mingi did not become a sage was due to the lack of corresponding merits. Hutu possesses the merit sufficient for ascension to sagehood, but she lacks the foundational primordial purple energy. This also implies that relying solely on the accumulation of merits to enhance one's cultivation can only lead to the peak stage of quasi-saint. Reborn, Hutu opened her eyes once more. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her aura was entirely different. "I have seen the Lady Hutu." The crowd bowed in unison. Zhang Tianchen offered a salute to Hutu, expressing his sincere respect. "From this day forth, there shall only be tranquility in the underworld, and no more of the witch clan's Hutu." Tranquility was declared. With the establishment of reincarnation, Hutu was no longer a witch. Zhang Tianchen did not dwell on this title. In his heart, Hutu remained the familiar Hutu. Now that reincarnation was established, the underworld must rise. Hutu waved her sleeve, causing the blood in the sea to roil. That a vast amount of blood gathered to form the 6 paths of reincarnation, evolving into clusters of cities. These cities, along with the 6 paths, sank into the blood S.E.A.T. This moment. 3 beams of light descended from the heavens, landing before Hutu. These were 3 innate spiritual treasures: the reincarnation purple lotus, the book of life and death, and the judge's pen. Hutu retrieved the spiritual treasures and looked towards Mingi and Zhang Tianchen, inquiring, "Mingi, Zhang Tianchen, would you care to accompany me on a tour of the underworld?" "Good," Mingi replied. "It aligns with my intentions. I dare not decline," Zhang Tianchen responded. Following Hutu, they ventured deep into the blood sea. Hutu led them to a gigantic stone door. The door was dark and suffused with a chilling aura. "This is the Gate of Ghosts. Stepping through signifies entering the boundary between yin and yang." As she spoke, Hutu took out the judge's pen and inscribed the words "Gate of Ghosts" upon the door's plaque. Behind the Gate of Ghosts flowed a bubbling river, its waters possessing a fierce corrosive power. Should an ordinary person fall in, they would likely be reduced to nothing but bones. That a bridge spanned the river, appearing short yet giving an impression of endless extension. This is the bridge of helplessness. Crossing it means never looking back. Hutu again took up her pen and wrote "Bridge of Helplessness" on the stone tablet at the bridge's head. Zhang Tianchen followed Hutu across the Bridge of Helplessness, where at its end stood a massive cauldron, accompanied by an enormous spoon. Observing this scene, Hutu appeared contemplative, then raised the reincarnation purple lotus and proclaimed, "Reveal yourself." A purple silhouette leaped forth, transforming into an old woman. "I am Meng Po." After introducing herself, Meng Po approached the cauldron, stirring the soup within with the spoon. It was the Meng Po soup, which, once consumed, would erase all memories of past and present lives. Previously, it was said that Meng Po was Hutu's benevolent corpse, and now it was confirmed. Zhang Tianchen inwardly marveled. Hutu continued to guide Zhang Tianchen and Mingi onward, arriving at a place reminiscent of an execution ground. Since the underworld was established, a place of punishment must also be instituted. This is the 18 layers of hell. The first layer is tongue-pulling hell. The second, scissors hell. The third, iron bed hell. The fourth, sin mirror hell. The fifth, steaming pot hell. The sixth, copper pillar hell. The seventh, knife mountain hell. The eighth, ice mountain hell. The ninth, oil pot hell. The 10th, stone mill hell. The 11th, bull pit hell. The 12th, grinding mill hell. The 13th, blood pool hell. The 14th, wrongful death hell. The 15th, saw hell. The 16th, volcano hell. The 17th, knife boat hell. And finally, the 18th, ice hell. All beings in the primal world, those who have not reached the quasi-saint realm, shall enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, and there will surely be a place for them on the book of life and death, where all causes, karmas, fortunes, and sins will be recorded. Hutu's words echoed throughout the primal world. Initially, the beings in the primal realm regarded Hutu's transformation into reincarnation with a sense of detached curiosity. Since the matter did not concern them directly, they remained indifferent. However, as Hutu's pronouncement emerged, the vast majority of beings could no longer maintain their composure. Despite the numerous golden immortals present and the abundance of Tai immortals, those who had truly stepped into the quasi-saint realm were exceedingly rare. This indicated that the fates of the vast majority of beings in the primal realm would be inscribed in the book of life and death. In the Hutu palace atop Kunlun Mountain, Master, if we were destined to have our names inscribed in the book of life and death before reaching the quasi-saint realm, does that mean our future will be orchestrated by Hutu? Guang Chengzi appeared troubled. Even within their sect, figures like Mending were merely Great Luo Golden Immortals, yet to touch the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. Master, can we erase our names from the book of life and death? Qi Jingzi added. Hutu, through her sacrifice, has compensated for the void in the order of the primal realm. The necessity for those who have not reached quasi-saint to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation is determined by the will of heaven. Even I, as a sage, cannot contravene such celestial regulations, the primordial supreme being explained in a calm tone. Upon hearing that even their master could not alter the situation, disappointment washed over everyone, including Guang Chengzi. Dear ones, the matters overseen by the 6 paths of reincarnation pertain to the state after death. And you, the blessed and fortunate immortals under my protection, as long as you focus on your cultivation, will inevitably one day become quasi-saints and escape the influence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Observing their dejection, the primordial supreme being furrowed his brow and reminded them. Thank you for the reminder. Master, Guang Qingzi was the first to respond, assuring the supreme being, I will concentrate more on my cultivation and swiftly reach the quasi-saint realm. Seeing Guang Qingzi's correct understanding, the primordial supreme being displayed a look of approval. Meanwhile, within the heavenly palace, news of this reached Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, who were initially celebrating the demise of a witch. However, upon hearing Hutu's words, their joy swiftly evaporated. Brother, now that the names of the vast majority of our kin are inscribed on the book of life and death, and held in Hutu's hands, prolonged inaction may jeopardize the stability of our forces. Dong Huang Tai, he said with a grave expression, do you have any strategies? The same concern began to trouble Emperor Jun. Shall we mobilize our forces to destroy this 6 paths of reincarnation? Dong Huang Tai Yi suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Jun shook his head, considering the evident necessity of Hutu's embodiment of reincarnation and the merits conferred upon her by the Great Tao for the entire primal world. Should it be destroyed, the backlash would be far beyond their capacity to withstand. Moreover, there were those feral witches obstructing them. What he did not mention was that should they dare attempt to destroy this crucial establishment, it might provoke the intervention of the supreme beings. Then what shall we do, brother? Dong Huang Tai Yi inquired urgently. The only course of action is to stabilize the morale of our troops. Once the witch-slaying sword is forged, we shall eradicate the witch clan in one fell swoop. That time, our demon clan will become the sovereigns of the world, and the 6 paths of reincarnation will be under our control. Emperor Jun stated that I shall now inspect the progress of the witch-slaying sword's forging. With that, Dong Huang Tai Yi departed. Merging billions of the human race's essences into a single sword is no trivial task. The time required far exceeds ordinary expectations. In the underworld. As Hutu's voice resonated throughout the primal world, countless rays of light converged, merging into the book of life and death, transforming into lines of text that meticulously recorded the karmas, fortunes, and sins of all beings in the primal realm. The contents of the book of life and death cannot be altered at will. The only means to amend it is through the judge's pen. Moreover, the author of the changes must bear the corresponding karmic retribution. The more alterations made, the heavier the karmic burden incurred. Mingi, now that the underworld is in its nascent stage and the 6 paths of reincarnation lack management, your creation of the Azura clan is precisely suited for overseeing the Azura path. Thus, I wish to entrust this responsibility to you. Huda gazed upon the river of the underworld and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Pingxin Daoist. I shall diligently govern the Azura realm. The river of the underworld replied with heartfelt appreciation. Upon obtaining this position, he did not linger any longer and transformed into a beam of light. Departing from the underworld, Dao is Zhang Tianchen. As the underworld has just been established, we still need to appoint the Emperor of Fengdu, the 5 ghost emperors, the 10 Yama kings, and the 4 great judges. If you're willing to take up a position here, the aforementioned titles are yours to choose from. Hutu's gaze turned once more to Zhang Tianchen, addressing him as Daoist for the 2nd time, clearly regarding him as an equal. Thank you for your kind favor, Lady Pingxin, but my heart is solely devoted to the pursuit of Tao, and I wish not to be burdened by other affairs. Zhang Tianchen gently declined Hutu's goodwill, shaking his head slightly. You need only hold a title in the underworld. I can assign someone to handle the specific duties, Hutu further explained. Zhang Tianchen was somewhat taken aback by this, as it essentially allowed him to enjoy the fortune of the underworld without any responsibilities. Then I shall trouble you, Lady Pingxin. Zhang Tianchen accepted Hutu's generous offer. Seeing Zhang Tianchen's acquiescence, Hutu smiled. Which position do you intend to assume? Please arrange according to the actual circumstances, my lady, Zhang Tianchen replied. Then let it be that you serve as the Emperor of Fengdu, Hutu announced with a smile. She did not afford Zhang Tianchen the opportunity to refuse, directly bestowing upon him the title of Emperor of Fengdu with her authority in the underworld. The Emperor of Fengdu is regarded as the highest divine position in the underworld, equivalent to the heavenly emperor in the celestial realm. However, this was merely a nominal title. One's actual status was contingent upon their personal strength. In theory, the realms of earth and heaven held equal standing, yet due to Hutu's power as the representative of the earth, being far inferior to that of Hongjun, the representative of the heavenly Tao, the earth's status was, in practice, lesser than that of heaven. Why does the lady favor me so? Zhang Tianchen inquired, sensing that Hutu's concern for him seemed excessive. Their relationship had only spanned several millennia of travels, and it should not have been thus. The reason will reveal itself to you in due time. Consider it a benevolent bond one form with you. Hutu replied, her smile enigmatic, leaving Zhang Tianchen's questions unanswered. My lady, could you perhaps divulge a hint of information? Zhang Tianchen's brow furrowed. He detested being left in the dark. Your name does not appear on the Book of Life and Death. That is all I can disclose, Hutu stated. My name is not on the Book of Life and Death. Zhang Tianchen was taken aback upon hearing this. Anyone who had not attained the quasi-saint realm would have their name recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Currently, Zhang Tianchen was merely a mythic, his strength at best comparable to that of a mid-stage Luo Golden Immortal, and logically his name should have been documented. Could it be due to my status as a traveler from another realm? Zhang Tianchen speculated silently. This conjecture, however, could neither be verified nor substantiated. My lady, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave, Zhang Tianchen said. Hutu nodded gently. Do not forget your identity as the Emperor of Fengdu. Do visit when you have the time. Zhang Tianchen transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing the underworld. Hutu watched him vanish into the distance and murmured softly, the great Tao encompasses 50. The heavenly cycle is 49. One must elude the rest. Whether I can transcend lies in your hands. After leaving the underworld, Zhang Tianchen sent a message to the golden-winged Great Peng. Master, why have you summoned me? The golden-winged Great Peng arrived post-haste. I wish to journey to the Wu clan. I would be grateful if you could carry me there, Zhang Tianchen stated, needing to deliver the 6 drops of vital blood Hutu had provided. Master, please wait a moment, the golden-winged Great Peng replied, then exhaled a collection of spiritual herbs, adding, these are the materials needed for 10 6-turn golden pills. You truly are remarkably swift in gathering materials. Zhang Tianchen remarked with a smile, collecting all the spiritual herbs into his possession. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, a 6-turn golden pill floated in his palm, which he then offered to the golden-winged Great Peng. This is your reward. Thank you, Master, the golden-winged Great Peng said, inhaling and swallowing the golden pill. A divine beast, the golden-winged Great Peng possessed a small spatial realm, where the 6-turn golden pill was effectively stored. Let us set off, Zhang Tianchen said, lightly leaping onto the back of the golden-winged Great Peng. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped its wings and soared into the sky, racing toward the encampment of the Wu clan. 500 years later, the golden-winged Great Peng brought Zhang Tianchen to the vicinity of the Wu clan's encampment. Which audacious creature dares to intrude upon the territory of the Wu clan? A booming voice echoed from below, followed by a sharp arrow slicing through the air. The arrow flew with the swiftness of lightning, piercing the atmosphere with a force so potent that even the golden-winged Great Peng, as a Tai Golden Immortal, could scarcely withstand such an onslaught. Master, save me! The golden-winged Great Peng cried out in haste. Zhang Tianchen raised a hand and waved, a spectrum of vibrant colors flashing as the arrow was effortlessly captured into his sleeve. Dear friends below, please do not misunderstand. I am not of the demon clan, but rather a messenger sent by Lady Hutu to deliver something to the Wu clan. Zhang Tianchen called out to the archers below, gently patting the back of the golden-winged Great Peng. Descend. The golden-winged Great Peng complied, landing on the ground as Zhang Tianchen leaped down. "What has Lady Hutu tasked you to deliver?" inquired a burly man wielding a longbow. "Indeed," Zhang Tianchen nodded and then asked, "May I inquire if you are the great archer Wuyi of the Wu clan?" Given his prowess and archery skills, Zhang Tianchen's first thought was of Wuyi. "I am Wuyi," he affirmed, casting a skeptical glance at Zhang Tianchen. "What exactly has Lady Hutu sent you with?" Zhang Tianchen produced the 6 drops of vital blood essence given to him by Hutu. Upon seeing the essence, Wuyi immediately dismissed any lingering doubt. "Follow me. I shall take you to meet the other 11 ancestral deities." After relaying a message to the remaining 11 ancestral deities, Wuyi led Zhang Tianchen toward the Penga Hall. Before long, Zhang Tianchen found himself standing before the grand entrance of the Penga Hall. The likes of Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and others among the 11 ancestral deities had already gathered, awaiting his arrival. "Where is the essence of my little sister's bloodline?" Emperor Jiang inquired directly. Zhang Tianchen waved his sleeve, and the 6 drops of essence swiftly floated before Emperor Jiang. "Little sister, why are you so adamant about facilitating that cycle?" Emperor Jiang's tone was a mixture of sorrow and confusion. "Lady Hutu has asked me to convey her apologies to the elders," Zhang Tianchen stated earnestly. "Are you from the sect of the Inter-secting teachings?" Zhu Jiuyin pressed further. "I am indeed an outer disciple of the sect of the Inter-secting teachings, Zhang Tianchen," he replied with a courteous nod. "You, a human cultivator, have greatly pleased me and align with my intentions. Assisting my little sister in fulfilling her wish and returning her vital blood is a significant contribution to our Wu clan that if you have any wishes, do not hesitate to express them. We shall do our utmost to fulfill them." Zhang Tianchen, however, gently shook his head, indicating that his act of delivering the vital blood essence was entirely out of respect for Hutu's wishes. "Not for any desire of recompense, but I am not accustomed to feeling indebted to others. Please do speak." Emperor Jiang expressed his dissatisfaction overtly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianchen responded, "If conditions permit, may I request some herbal resources?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang instructed Xianming, "Fetch some spiritual herbs from our treasury." Following the command, Xianming went to the treasury and procured a selection of spiritual herbs. Before long, he returned with the fruits of his labor. "All the gathered herbs are yours," Emperor Jiang said as he handed Zhang Tianchen a storage pouch, upon receiving it and inspecting its contents. Zhang Tianchen was astonished by the sheer volume of herbs contained within. The quantity far exceeded what he had previously acquired from the creation Immortal Garden, at least multiplying several times over. Yet, despite offering such an abundance of resources, Emperor Jiang appeared to harbor little reluctance about parting with them. Zhang Tianchen quickly grasped the reason. The Wu clan occupied vast territories and possessed an exceptionally rich reservoir of resources, far surpassing that of the Demon clan in terms of spiritual herbs. Thus, Zhang Tianchen continued to inquire, "May I ask, Lord Emperor Jiang, does the Wu clan have an urgent need for the skills of an alchemist?" "The 9-turn golden pill I can produce would enhance a cultivator's cultivation by 10 cosmic epochs, yielding significant benefits for any Luo Golden Immortal, regardless of their realm." Upon learning that the Witch clan possessed a vast array of spiritual herbs, Zhang Tianchen was immediately inspired to contemplate a collaboration with them that a single 9-revolution golden pill could enhance the cultivation of 10 yuan Wuyi, and it was even effective for the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Upon hearing of the effects of the 9-revolution golden pill, Emperor Jiang was utterly astonished. Despite the Witch clan's extensive collection of spiritual herbs, the majority were only effective for cultivators below the Golden Immortal level, with only a scant few benefiting the Tai Golden Immortals or the Great Luo Golden Immortals. "This is the 9-revolution golden pill I have refined. If the ancestral which Emperor Jiang doubts its efficacy, he may verify it personally." With that, Zhang Tianchen flicked his finger gently, sending a 9-revolution golden pill soaring into Emperor Jiang's hand. Wuyi. Emperor Jiang promptly handed the 9-revolution golden pill to Wuyi. Having reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, Wuyi was still some distance away from the ultimate limit of that level. Nevertheless, due to his formidable strength, he could not be easily defeated even by an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint. As soon as Wuyi consumed the 9-revolution golden pill, he began to refine it immediately. Under normal circumstances, the complete refinement of a single 9-revolution golden pill required approximately 1,000 years. Zhang Tianchen explained. Naturally, he did not wish to spend an entire millennium here. Observing the evident enhancement in Wuyi's cultivation, Emperor Zhang had already come to believe Zhang Tianchen's words. "What conditions do you have?" Emperor Zhang inquired. Although he was accustomed to resolving issues through force, he was not foolish. He understood that Zhang Tianchen would not assist them in pill refining without compensation. Zhang Tianchen extended 5 fingers, stating, "I require 5 portions of materials to refine a single golden pill. In addition to the 9-revolution golden pill, I can also refine the 1-revolution golden pill, 3-revolution golden pill, and 6-revolution golden pill." He then proceeded to elucidate the effects of the other 3 types of golden pills. The 1-revolution golden pill was suitable for Xian immortals, enhancing their cultivation by a millennium. The 3-revolution golden pill was applicable to golden immortals, providing a boost of 10,000 years to their cultivation, while the 6-revolution golden pill was intended for Tai golden immortals, offering an impressive augmentation of 100,000 years to their cultivation. At this moment, Zhu Juyin hastily interjected, 5 portions of materials is excessive. It should be 2 portions. Zhang Tianchen feigned a frown, responding, "The higher the grade of the pill, the more challenging it is to refine. Currently, my success rate for refining the 9-revolution golden pill is less than 50%. If I were to use only 2 portions of materials, I would incur a loss." Zhu Juyin continued. "Then let it be 3 portions. Any more is non-negotiable. If you disagree, we shall abandon this proposal." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianchen nodded, conceding, "Very well, 3 portions it is." Zhu Juyin then inquired, "How long will it take for you to refine a 9-revolution golden pill?" "Approximately 3,000 years, Zhang Tianchen replied. In truth, the first time he refined the 9-revolution golden pill had indeed taken 3,000 years. However, he had since honed his skills and could now refine multiple golden pills simultaneously. Yet, Zhang Tianchen chose not to divulge all these details, leaving room for contingencies. Zhu Juyin swiftly asked what other conditions Zhang Tianchen required. "I hope for a tranquil environment free from disturbances, so that the furnace fire does not easily go awry." Zhang Tianchen responded, "I can arrange a suitable place for you to refine pills," Zhu Juyin promised. Once all preparations were in place, Zhang Tianchen commenced his journey of pill refinement. Although he had endeavored to overestimate the witch clan's reserve of spiritual herbs, the actual situation still exceeded expectations. Even the first batch of spiritual herbs delivered provided him with ample resources for prolonged refinement. In the Heavenly Palace, a momentous event recently transpired. The offspring of Emperor Jun and she had finally been born after several dozen yuan Wuyi of gestation. As innate powers, Emperor Jun and she boasted 10 children, each a small golden crow, who before fully taking shape had already attained the cultivation level of Tai golden immortals. That she was exceedingly doting towards these 10 golden crows, treating them as if they were delicate treasures, which allowed the little golden crows to act recklessly within the heavenly palace, unrestrained. The 10 newly born golden crows had yet to master the true fire of the sun within them, and they flitted about the heavenly palace, causing considerable distress to the lower-ranked soldiers. The true fire of the sun was one of the most formidable flames in the primordial world. Even the slightest contact would reduce ordinary beings to ashes. While these soldiers possessed a certain level of cultivation, they were still unable to withstand the searing heat of the true fire of the sun, and several had suffered severe burns, with some reduced to mere cinders. Upon learning of this situation, Emperor Jun was equally troubled. "The little golden crows have just been born and cannot yet control their true fire of the sun. I intend to send them to the Sun Star for a while." Emperor Jun informed Shihi, "They have only just been born. How can you bear to send them away from us?" Shihi replied, her brow furrowed in concern, "I too cherish them dearly, but how can they grow without training? The Sun Star is the most suitable place for the little golden crows to cultivate. Emperor Jun answered, in stark contrast to Shihi's indulgence. Emperor Jun, while loving towards his children, prioritized the development of the entire clan. He understood that if the 10 little golden crows remained in the heavenly palace, they would be unable to face the soldiers who had been burned. However, she could not bear the thought of her precious children being away from home for too long. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears that it is not a permanent separation. It is merely for a period. Once they are able to proficiently control the true fire of the sun, I will bring them back immediately. Emperor Jun consoled her. You must ensure that you return them swiftly, Shihi insisted. Ultimately, Shihi had no choice but to acquiesce. Having spent considerable time with Emperor Jun, she understood that once he had made up his mind, any attempts at persuasion would be futile. After gaining Shihi's consent, Emperor Jun sent the 10 little golden crows to the Sun Star, where he established a protective array to safeguard them and prevent them from leaving at will. However, the 10 golden crows had already grown accustomed to their freedom in the heavenly palace. Even after spending merely a few decades on the Sun Star, they gradually began to feel bored. Eldest brother, this Sun Star is exceedingly dull. I wish to go out and play, the 7th golden crow expressed. Indeed, eldest brother, I too wish to venture outside, the 8th golden crow chimed in. Second brother, third brother. Father has instructed us not to leave without permission, the 10th golden crow cautioned. Little 10, would you willingly remain cooped up here for eternity? What else is there to look forward to besides the endless true fire of the sun? The 7th golden crow queried. Though I too wish to play, I still fear disobeying Father's orders. The 10th golden crow admitted, do not waste your breath. Father has set a protective barrier around the Sun Star. Even if we wish to sneak out, it would be impossible, the eldest golden crow replied. Eldest brother, why don't we go take a look at that barrier? Perhaps we possess the ability to break through it. The 3rd golden crow suggested. This idea has merit. Third brother, but if we can unravel the formation laid by Father, we could assist him, and he would no longer confine us to this Sun Star. The 5th golden crow added. The eldest golden crow hesitated momentarily. Eldest brother, rather than being cooped up here with nothing to do, it would be better to explore. Even if we cannot break through, we would still broaden our horizons, the 2nd golden crow encouraged. Very well, let's go take a look, the eldest golden crow finally agreed. The 10 little golden crows soared away from the Sun Star, heading towards the location where Emperor Jun had set up the formation. Eldest brother, where is the formation? The 9th golden crow inquired. It is right here, the eldest golden crow responded. But there is nothing here. The 4th golden crow exclaimed, flying about and failing to detect the presence of the formation. Could it be that Father was merely toying with us and did not lay a genuine formation? The eldest golden crow speculated. That must be the case. Father cherishes us so much. How could he confine us to the Sun Star indefinitely? The 9th golden crow concurred. Eldest brother, if that is true, then can we go out and play? The 7th golden crow's eyes sparkled with excitement. The eldest golden crow remained hesitant. Eldest brother, let's sneak out for a brief while and return promptly. Father will not notice. The 8th golden crow continued to persuade. Eldest brother, if Father truly did not set a formation, he must have intended for us to enjoy ourselves, the 2nd golden crow added. All right, let us go out and play for a while, then return quickly. The eldest golden crow finally made his decision, not wanting to remain stifled on the Sun Star any longer. Wonderful. Let us go out and play. 10 little golden crows soared joyfully from the Sun Star. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged within the void, none other than one of the saints of the heavenly Tao. As Zhuanti gazed at the 10 little golden crows flying away from the Sun Star, a sinister smile crept across his face. A saint of the heavenly Tao. Zhuanti understood that the conflict between the witch and demon clans would inevitably lead to their downfall, paving the way for humanity to become the new protagonists of the world. He secretly released the 10 little golden crows with the intention of exacerbating the discord between the two clans, hastening the arrival of their ultimate confrontation. Only when both the witch and demon clans perish and humanity rises will the Western Church have a glimmer of hope for prosperity. Zhuanti's actions were entirely motivated by the desire to revitalize the Western Church. The 10 little golden crows left the Sun Star and arrived directly at the vast wilderness of Hongwang. As they did not yet grasp the control of the true sun fire within them, It appeared as if there were 10 additional suns in the sky. Wherever they flew, the vegetation withered. Rivers dried up, and many creatures faced untimely demise. Among those most severely affected were humanity. Most humans were ordinary folk, with many succumbing to the scorching heat. Zhang Tianchen, who was refining elixirs, felt an unsettling premonition and, upon calculating, realized what had transpired. Indeed, humanity was plagued by calamities, Zhang Tianchen lamented. Humanity was exceedingly frail, and regardless of the upheavals in Hongguang, they remained vulnerable to harm. The disturbance caused by the 10 golden crows was particularly catastrophic for humanity. And other creatures suffered greatly as well. In one of the tribes of the witch clan, belonging to the ancestral witch, Zhu 60 little golden crows swept by from above, inflicting burns upon many of the witch people. The offspring of Emperor Jun dare to wreak havoc in the realm of Hongguang. Do they look down upon my witch clan? Seeing Emperor Jun's sons audaciously intruding into the territory of the witch clan and injuring his kin, the great witch Quafu was filled with rage. He raised his peachwood staff and lunged fiercely at one of the golden crows. Be careful. 10th brother, the other 9 golden crows, witnessing Quafu's sudden assault, hurriedly called out a warning. Heeding the alert, the 10 golden crows swiftly transformed into beams of light, narrowly evading Quafu's strike. What manner of being are you, daring to launch a sneak attack upon us? The great golden crow glared at Quafu, the flames of the sun surrounding it intensifying. I am Quafu, the great witch of the witch clan. You little birds have ventured into the realm of Hongguang, and you shall not think of returning. Quafu raised his peachwood staff once more to strike at the great golden crow. His peachwood staff was no ordinary object. It was his accompanying artifact. As the witch clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits, they could not wield spiritual treasures, and many witches were born accompanied by their own special weapons, such as Xingtian's axe and shield. And Wuyi's longbow. Quafu's peachwood staff was an integral weapon, merging with his immense strength. If it were strike true, it could easily spell the end for the great golden crow. However, the golden crow had already taken precautions and effortlessly dodged the attack. This savage hails from the witch clan. If we can take his life, our father will surely be overjoyed and will not chastise us for our covert actions. Perhaps we may even be rewarded. The great golden crow conveyed to the others in silence. But he is a formidable being of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. How can we possibly prevail? The 10 golden crows communicated among themselves. We may not best him in direct combat, but judging by his speed, he clearly cannot match us. We can exhaust him to death. The great golden crow observed and quickly devised a counter-strategy. Though Quafu was a powerful Great Luo Golden Immortal, he lacked speed. The 10 golden crows, while possessing Tai-level strength, were endowed with the innate ability golden crow transforms into a rainbow, surpassing Quafu in that regard. The other golden crows expressed their agreement. If we eliminate this fellow, our father will surely commend our actions. The 7th golden crow transmitted. As the 10 golden crows strategized, Quafu launched another attack. Flee! The 10 golden crows feigned scattering in all directions to lure Quafu into pursuit, deliberately maintaining a distance to give him the illusion that he could capture them. Just as Quafu began to show signs of fatigue and contemplated giving up, the 10 golden crows feigned a challenge, igniting his fury and compelling him to pursue relentlessly. However, this tactic was not without its drawbacks. Quafu's strikes inflicted varying degrees of harm upon the golden crows, some of their blood already staining Quafu's staff. As the chase extended, even a powerhouse like Quafu began to pant heavily. His stamina is nearly depleted. It is time for us to strike back. The great golden crow discerned Quafu's exhaustion, a smile of triumph curling at the corners of its beak. Watch and learn. 2 golden crows initiated the counterattack, unleashing fierce, true sun fire towards Quafu. Upon seeing the true sun fire approach, Quafu revealed his true form as a great witch, bracing himself against the onslaught. Altogether now, the remaining 9 golden crows joined in, releasing a torrent of true sun fire towards Quafu. For an ordinary great witch, even without moving, enduring the scorching fire from these 10 golden crows for a time would not lead to death. But this was not the case for Quafu. The true sun fire was his natural nemesis. coupled with his already waning strength, he soon found himself unable to withstand the assault. I refuse to accept this. With a roar of fury, Kwafu's body was consumed by the true sun fire, reduced to a cloud of ash. Witnessing this spectacle, the seventh golden crow erupted in laughter, clearly astonished that they had truly vanquished a great witch. If our father learns of our slaying a great witch of the witch clan, he will surely reward us handsomely, the eighth golden crow exclaimed with excitement. The second golden crow, brimming with arrogance, scoffed at the witch clan, declaring that their great witches were nothing to fear. That moment, a long arrow suddenly streaked in from afar, piercing the heart of the second golden crow. A mere flock of birds, come, pay for the life of my brother Kwafu. The arrow had been shot by Wuyi, who, upon learning that Kwafu was pursuing the golden crows, had hastily arrived. Yet he was too late. His brother had already met a tragic end amidst the golden monster's true sunfire. The 10 golden crows, initially reveling in the joy of slaying Kwafu, were caught off guard as one of their own fell. This sudden turn of events plunged the remaining 9 into confusion. Seeing this scene, Yi's hatred for his enemies burned deep within him, and he mercilessly unleashed 3 more arrows, striking down the 6th, 7th, and 8th golden crows. Run! Upon witnessing the fate of his brothers, the first golden crow immediately issued a command to flee, hastily soaring into the sky. However, Wuyi showed no intention of relenting, pursuing them relentlessly. Not long after 6 golden crows escaped, Zhang Tianchen arrived at the site of Kwafu's demise, upon learning of the devastation wrought by the golden crows. Zhang Tianchen halted his alchemical work, determined to swiftly resolve this calamity and alleviate the suffering of humanity. Despite the risk of offending Emperor Jun, he was undeterred, calculating the time since he had allied with the Witch Clan. It had already been 3 Yuan meetings. During these 3 Yuan meetings, he had lost count of how many elixirs he had crafted for the Witch Clan, only knowing that most of the medicinal materials they had collected had been refined into energy by him. Moreover, throughout the process of assisting them in producing elixirs, he had not ceased his own cultivation. With the aid of numerous high-tier 9 transformation elixirs, his cultivation had accelerated significantly, reaching a level equivalent to that of an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if he were to face retribution, he firmly believed he had a slim chance of escape. Furthermore, he had a powerful ally backing him, Tongtian Jiaozhu, should the situation escalate to a dire extreme. He could seek refuge with Tongtian. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianchen's arrival came too late. By the time he reached the scene, he had already slain 4 golden crows. If matters proceeded as expected, 5 of the remaining 6 golden crows would soon fall to Wuyi's arrows. Kwafu was reduced to ashes by the true sun fire, yet his peachwood staff, having been tainted with the blood of the golden crows, transformed into pure yang wood. Not only did it escape destruction by the true sun fire, but it also experienced a rebirth, blooming into a peach orchard. Pure yang peach wood. Zhang Tianchen's eyes gleamed at the sight of this peach grove. Generally, peach trees possessed water attributes, such as the pantao tree, also known as the primordial rainwater pantao. The 2nd generation and 3rd generation pantao trees, cultivated by Zhang Tianchen, were also of the water attribute. Pure yang peach wood was exceedingly rare, a unique variant among peach trees, possessing potent restraining effects against evil entities. Should the Wuliang sword array be forged from pure yang peach wood, its power would be significantly enhanced. Zhang Tianchen meticulously surveyed the expanse of this peach orchard, which boasted a total of 365 pure yang peach trees. Yet he deemed this number woefully inadequate for his ambitions regarding the crafting of the infinite sword. He resolved to cultivate more progeny from these pure yang peach trees. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen uprooted the 365 trees and, with the aid of the creation cauldron, collected 4 small golden crows, setting off in pursuit of Wuyi and the remaining 6 golden crows. Wuyi relentlessly chased after the remaining 6 small golden crows, successfully shooting down 4 of them. Now, only the Great Golden Crow and the 10th Golden Crow remained in that moment. The Great Golden Crow and the 10th Golden Crow had approached close to the heavenly court. Drawing his bow to its full tautness, Wuyi released a lethal arrow aimed at the 10th Golden Crow. 10th brother, be cautious. Just as the 10th Golden Crow was on the brink of succumbing to Wuyi's arrow, The great golden crow gallantly surged forward to shield him. The 10th golden crow narrowly evaded death, but the great golden crow was pierced through by the arrow. 10th brother, flee quickly, if you return to the heavenly court. There is still hope. After uttering these words, the great golden crow's breath ceased, and he plummeted from the sky. Eldest brother, the 10th golden crow, witnessing the sacrifice of the great golden crow for his sake, was engulfed in profound sorrow. The Wu clan and the Yao clan were sworn enemies, and with the 10th golden crow and his kin having caused the demise of Kwa Fu, he would show no mercy due to their fraternal bond. He readied his bow once more, aiming at the 10th golden crow, who, still in shock, was unable to evade the impending arrow. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. The arrow targeted at the 10th golden crow abruptly halted. Shattering into dust under an immense force, the radiant rainbow light illuminated the scene as Dong Huang Tai soared to the side of the 10th golden crow. Meanwhile, Di Jun was attending to matters within the Ling Shao treasure hall when he was suddenly struck by an agonizing pain in his heart, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Eldest brother, what has happened to you? Dong Huang Tai, he exclaimed, startled at Di Jun's sudden illness. Di Jun calculated with his fingers, realizing that the 10 small golden crows were in peril. Urgently instructing Dong Huang Tai, second brother, hasten to their rescue. Sensing an unusual disturbance, Dong Huang Tai immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and transformed into a beam of rainbow light. Racing towards the outside of the Ling Shao treasure hall. Heavenly Tao Saint, I shall avenge this grievance. Di Jun clenched his teeth, emitting a grinding sound as he established a formidable barrier around the solar star. Only the 6 Heavenly Tao Saints were aware of the barrier's existence and the hidden trajectory of his movements. Though his heart brimmed with rage, he maintained his composure, with the current strength at his disposal. Even uniting the entire Yao clan would not suffice to contend with the Heavenly Tao Saints. Only by annihilating the Wu clan and consolidating the world's fortune within himself could he hope to challenge those Heavenly Tao Saints. Thus, Di Jun was forced to bury this grievance deep within his heart. Wu, uncle, my brothers are all dead. Upon facing this calamity, the 10th golden crow burst into inconsolable tears upon seeing Dong Huang Tai. Little 10th, do not fret. Uncle will take care of them. Dong Huang Tai comforted the 10th golden crow. Then his gaze turned fiercely towards Yi, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Despite knowing his strength fell short of Dong Huang Tai's. As a member of the Wu clan, he felt no fear and directly drew his bow, aiming an arrow at Dong Huang Tai. Observing Yi dare to make the first move against him, Dong Huang Tai let out a cold laugh and unleashed a torrent of pure solar true fire. Even though the solar true fire shared the same origin, the disparity between the 10th golden crows and Dong Huang Tai's was immense. The moment the arrow fell into the solar true fire, it was instantly incinerated. Clang! Dong Huang Tai struck the primordial bell, and as its chime resonated, the surrounding time and space were instantly immobilized, rendering Yi unable to escape despite his utmost efforts. With another strike of the primordial bell, the force generated began to tear through space, threatening to obliterate Yi under the immense destructive power. Yi let out a tortured C-R-Y-T that moment. A dazzling light surged towards the primordial bell. Dong Huang Tai, he sensed a force attempting to draw the chaotic bell away and quickly cast a spell towards the bell. Exclaiming seal, although he thwarted the attempt to seize the chaotic bell, he simultaneously released the energy binding Yi. The unexpected ally who appeared at this critical juncture was Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen approached with the mindset of merely testing whether the 5-color divine radiance could wrest the primordial treasure. The chaotic bell from Dong Huang Tai, if successful, it would be a significant achievement. If not, there would be no loss, just as Zhang Tianchen had anticipated based on his understanding of the 5 elements laws. At this stage, the 5-color radiance was insufficient to claim such a congenital treasure. Had he perfectly deciphered the laws of the 5 elements, he might have had a chance. Who are you? Dong Huang Tai inquired sternly. Fixing his gaze on the suddenly materialized Zhang Tianchen, I am a human cultivator, named Zhang Tianchen. He replied candidly, displaying no inclination to conceal the truth, fully aware that it was futile to do so. A mere human dares to interfere with my affairs. It seems you are courting death, Dong Huang Tai Yi retorted angrily. Disdain humanity. Beware, for one day, we humans shall eradicate your Yao clan, Zhang Tianchen mocked. Truly seeking death, Dong Huang Tai Yi summoned the chaotic bell, intending to immobilize Zhang Tianchen. The chaotic bell was one of the three treasures of creation, encircled by the sun, moon, stars, and the elements of earth. Water, fire, and wind, while within it, mountains, rivers, and the myriad creatures of the wilderness could be faintly discerned. This treasure could imprison time and space, rebound all attacks from treasures and divine weapons, and disregard the damage from all spells. Possessing the dual functions of offense and defense, rendering its wielder invincible. Yet Zhang Tianchen merely smiled and vanished from sight in an instant. You dare to employ such trifling techniques as invisibility before me? Dong Huang Tai Yi scoffed, lightly striking the chaotic bell. Instantly, the bell's chime resonated, casting a pall over heaven and earth, shattering the surrounding space. Employing other spells after using invisibility would reveal one's presence. Dong Huang Tai Yi planned to force Zhang Tianchen to reveal himself through area attacks, and no matter where he was, unless he escaped or fled, he would inevitably be exposed. However, he miscalculated, for Zhang Tianchen was not using invisibility, but rather the technique known as standing without shadow. One of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Zhang Tianchen had cultivated this ability to a remarkable degree. After its application, he could become ethereal, not only rendering himself invisible, but also completely immune to all attacks. Though the power of the chaotic bell was formidable, it was powerless against him. Dong Huang Tai Yi, you cannot even perceive such a trivial technique as invisibility. It seems you, the Yao Emperor, are not all that impressive. A voice echoed from the void, with the figure still concealed from view. Upon hearing this, Dong Huang Tai Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Human cultivator, come out at once, or I shall make you experience all the pains of the world. Your soul forever unable to transcend, he declared coldly. How laughable! You cannot even find me with a mere invisibility technique, yet you wish to capture me. Zhang Tianchen retorted from the void. Hiding away serves no purpose. If you have the ability, come out and face me in battle. Dong Huang Tai Yi resorted to provocation, as he had been unable to pinpoint Zhang Tianchen's precise location. Very well, since you insist. I shall grant you this opportunity. Zhang Tianchen recognized Dong Huang Tai Yi's tactic of goading him, but found the game of hide-and-seek uninteresting, although he was impervious to all attacks in his ethereal state. His inability to initiate an offensive left him somewhat dissatisfied. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Tianchen emerged from the void, forming a seal with his hands as a pitch-black thunderbolt struck towards Dong Huang Tai. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the Diyun Divine Thunder. Among the two premier Divine Thunders of the wilderness, the Zixiao Divine Thunder and the Diyun Divine Thunder, the latter was more potent. After mastering the laws of thunder, Zhang Tianchen devised this Divine Thunder technique based on his observations of the Diyun Divine Killing Formation. Upon witnessing the Diyun Divine Thunder, Dong Huang Tai Yi was taken aback and swiftly raised the chaotic bell above his head to defend against it. The chaotic bell, indeed a congenital artifact, boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even the might of the Diyun Divine Thunder struggled to breach its defenses. Then, Dong Huang Tai Yi exhaled a plume of solar true fire directed at Zhang Tianchen. In response, Zhang Tianchen summoned the pure world White Lotus to shield himself, completely blocking the onslaught of flames. Ever since acquiring the pure world White Lotus, Zhang Tianchen finally understood why, among the wilderness cultivators, there were so few who specialized in physical cultivation, aside from the Wu clan. The primary reason was the extreme difficulty of cultivating physical techniques. Besides those with exceptional innate talent, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to make significant progress. Furthermore, even if one toiled diligently to strengthen their physique, it would still be inadequate against a single defensive treasure wielded by another. Think this mere human cultivator possesses such a treasure. Dong Huang Tai Yi remarked in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Tianchen summon the pure world White Lotus. You will find there are even more astonishing things yet to come. Zhang Tianchen retorted with a cold smile. Let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. Dong Huang Tai replied icily, I will capture you, and that treasured artifact shall naturally belong to me. With a thunderous roar, Dong Huang Tai activated the chaos bell, causing the surrounding void to shatter. As chaotic currents surged forth in the face of such a ferocious assault, Zhang Tianchen hastily summoned the pure world White Lotus to shield himself. Prior to this, he had encountered a discussion online debating which formidable being could dominate without being a saint. Some had mentioned Tongtian, but that was limited to the era of the investiture of the gods. In the context of the entire primordial age, Tongtian was evidently not the strongest. Luo Ho represented another possibility, being the foremost expert below the saint level, wielding the four swords of extermination. Yet his defeat by Hong Jun could merely be attributed to misfortune. Moreover, during the great battle between Tao and Demon, Luo Ho had perished. Thus, if one were to claim the title of the strongest in the present primordial realm, Zhang Tianchen would undoubtedly choose Dong Huang Tai. With the chaos bell in hand, Dong Huang Tai was indeed a force to be reckoned with, even against the likes of Mingi Laozu and Huden Yangyang, who were at the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Of course, the outcome might differ within the realms of the netherworld. Despite the protection of the pure world White Lotus, it was merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, inferior to the chaos bell. Furthermore, given the disparity in cultivation levels, Zhang Tianchen could not withstand for long. Yet within his heart he felt no panic, for he understood that even in defeat, he would not be utterly vanquished. With a sharp cry, upon witnessing Zhang Tianchen's dire predicament, Wuyi attempted to assist. However, he too was battered and bruised, and even if he joined the fray, the situation would likely remain unchanged. Suddenly, Wuyi released an arrow aimed at the golden crows beside Dong Huang Tai. How dare you? As Dong Huang Tai was exerting all his might to suppress Zhang Tianchen with the chaos bell, he was filled with fury upon witnessing this scene, but he quickly abandoned his current attack, transforming into a radiant rainbow to intercept the deadly feathered arrow aimed at the golden crows. Wuyi, I will kill you. Dong Huang Tai's expression turned savage, brimming with murderous intent. That moment, Jiang tore through the boundaries of space, accompanied by 10 other ancestral witches and the recently liberated Xingtian, arriving at the heart of the battlefield. Golden birds, do you seek to slay my mighty witch clan? You must first consult me, Jiang declared to Jiang. Remember this. He has slain my 9 sons. If you refuse to surrender them, I shall ensure that the witch and demon clans will know no peace. Dong Huang Tai roared. Hearing this, Jiang burst into hearty laughter. Humph, our witch clan has always been at odds with your demon clan. If war is what you desire, then let it come. Who is afraid of whom? He was utterly unfazed by the threatening words. Second brother, retreat. A voice resonated in Dong Huang Tai's mind. It was Jun, who did not manifest but communicated through thought. From his tone, it was clear that making this decision was exceedingly difficult. Eldest brother, are we to let the deaths of our 9 nephews go unavenged? They are your own sons, Dong Huang Tai replied, reluctant to acquiesce. For the sake of the current situation, the extermination sword has yet to be forged. It is unwise to engage in battle with the witch clan at this time. This enmity shall remain in my heart, and one day I will ensure they pay tenfold. Jun responded, emphasizing that engaging with the witch clan now would lead to mutual destruction. Seeing his elder brother's resoluteness, Dong Huang Tai had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw with the 10 golden crows back to the heavenly court. Jiang and the others did not attempt to impede their retreat. Xingtian had just broken through his bloodline shackles, and the 12 heavenly fiends' great array had yet to be perfected. The demon clan was unwilling to initiate conflict, and so were they. Zhang Tianchen, thank you for saving Wuyi. Jiang expressed his gratitude. I should be the one thanking Wuyi. Had he not eliminated the 9 small golden crows, the entire human race would have faced calamity. Zhang Tianchen nodded in agreement. Golden crows exist for Kua Fu. He explained. Zhang Tianchen, I did not expect your combat prowess to be so formidable. Zhu Jiuyin regarded Zhang Tianchen with newfound respect. Having initially thought he was merely proficient in alchemy, not realizing he could contend with Dong Huangtai for an extended period. "You flatter me," Ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, Zhang Tianchen chuckled lightly, then produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Dijiang. "This contains the last few golden elixirs." Zhang Tianchen had nearly exhausted the medicinal materials in the Witch Clan stock, having acquired all he needed, and thus decided to take his leave. Dijiang accepted the vial without looking, stating, "We shall always be your allies." Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen sent a message to the Golden Winged Roc. Before long, the Golden Winged Roc arrived. "Farewell." Zhang Tianchen bid his farewells to Dijiang and his companions, then mounted the Golden Winged Roc. Soaring into the sky, Zhang Tianchen instructed the Golden Winged Roc to return him to the Wuyi Mountain's endless cave. "Master," the Su sisters, upon hearing the voice at the cave entrance, rushed out to see Zhang Tianchen's return, their hearts filled with joy. Zhang Tianchen had been away much longer this time than before. "This is my new mount, the Feathered Immortal." Zhang Tianchen first introduced the Golden Winged Roc, then continued to introduce the three sisters. "These three young ladies are my attendants. Su Su, Hua Hua, and Fei Fei. Greetings." The Golden Winged Roc greeted the Su sisters in no need for formality. "We are all here to serve our master," Su Su modestly replied, sensing that the Feathered Immortal's strength was evidently superior to that of the three sisters. "Have there been any unusual occurrences during my absence?" Zhang Tianchen inquired. "3 fairies from the 3 immortal islands, Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, visited, but as the cave master was not present, they eventually departed," Su Su replied. "Understood. I shall make it a point to visit them if an opportunity arises." Zhang Tianchen nodded slightly, then produced a jade vial and handed it to Su Su, saying, "Inside are some 3 Transcendence golden elixirs and 6 Transcendence golden elixirs. Take them to refine and strive to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm as soon as possible." "Thank you, Cave Master. We will practice diligently and not disappoint your expectations," the Su sisters exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the golden elixirs. "Master, could you also grant me some golden elixirs?" The Golden Winged Roc gazed enviously at the golden elixirs in Su Su's hand. "You have performed admirably during this time. I shall reward you with 3 6 Transcendence golden elixirs and 1 9 Transcendence golden elixir." Zhang Tianchen once again produced a jade vial and handed it to the Golden Winged Roc. "Thank you, Master." The Golden Winged Roc was exceptionally thrilled at receiving a 9 Transcendence golden elixir. "Make sure to cultivate diligently. As my mount, your strength must not be lacking," Zhang Tianchen advised earnestly. "Rest assured, Master, I will strive to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm as swiftly as possible." The Golden Winged Roc vowed in response. Zhang Tianchen acknowledged with a nod. Upon entering the cave, Zhang Tianchen excavated a massive pit extending tens of thousands of meters deep and buried the 9 fledgling golden crows therein. He then planted the 365 pure young peach trees atop it.su. This peach grove requires your attentive care. Once the peaches ripen, consume them and sow the remaining seeds, Zhang Tianchen instructed. "Cave Master, please be at ease. We will certainly take good care of these peach trees," Su Su assured firmly, as this was the only way they could repay Zhang Tianchen's kindness at present. Once all matters were arranged, Zhang Tianchen began a new period of seclusion. This time, his retreat was not for cultivation, but rather dedicated to the research of elixirs. As his realm approached the pinnacle state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The 9 Transcendence Golden Elixir provided minimal enhancement, necessitating the creation of higher-grade elixirs to aid in his cultivation. After a span of 10,000 years, through extensive research and refinement, Zhang Tianchen successfully crafted the first 12 Transcendence Golden Elixir. The number 9 represented the ultimate manifestation, while 12 symbolized complete fulfillment. Based on a millennium of devoted research, he elevated the 9 Transcendence Golden Elixir to the 12 Transcendence level. Following an additional 9,000 years, he completed his first finished product that, in an instant, thunder roared, dark clouds gathered, seemingly charged with energy, poised to unleash heavenly tribulation. Zhang Tianchen did not anticipate that this self-created 12 Transcendence Golden Elixir would attract such a tribulation. Yet he remained uncertain of its specific level. Ordinarily, Only actions that contravene the laws of the universe can invoke heavenly tribulation, which suggests that the natural order itself disapproves of the emergence of the 12 Transcendence Golden Elixir. Zhang Tianchen murmured. Fortunately, it merely triggered a heavenly tribulation rather than a more lethal, thunderous punishment. Heavenly tribulation signifies opposition to universal laws, while thunderous punishment represents an intolerable outcome. Despite facing opposition, it had not reached the point of absolute non-acceptance. Allowing Zhang Tianchen's arduous efforts over the past 10,000 years to retain their significance, as the first wave of lightning swiftly descended, he effortlessly repelled it with the pure world White Lotus. The emergence of the 12 Transcendence Golden Elixir had unexpectedly summoned the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. However, with his existing strength, Zhang Tianchen effortlessly resolved the situation. Buzz. After the Thunder Tribulation concluded, the 12 Transformation Golden Dan surprisingly exhibited an intention to flee. A cooked duck still wishes to fly. Zhang Tianchen employed the earthly golden light, swiftly capturing it. Let us see how effective this elixir is. Zhang Tianchen swallowed the 12 Transformation Golden Dan and immediately began the process of refining it. Time swiftly passed, and another 10,000 years went by. At this point, Zhang Tianchen had completely absorbed the energy of the 12 Transformation Golden Dan, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation by a full 100 yuan meetings. The results were exceedingly satisfactory, yet the ingredients remained exceedingly difficult to procure. He was quite pleased with the effects of the 12 Transformation Golden Dan, yet felt troubled by the challenge of finding suitable materials. The 12 Transformation Golden Dan was primarily composed of spiritual herbs aged over 1 billion years, combined with dozens of spiritual herbs aged millions of years and hundreds of spiritual herbs aged hundreds of thousands of years. Having been an alchemist for many years within the witch clan, Zhang Tianchen had only managed to acquire 10 herbs of 1 billion years, unable to find herbs aged 1 billion years. It seemed he would have to continue advancing with the Wan Yao Golden Dan. Zhang Tianchen contemplated. The Wan Yao Golden Dan, crafted from the essence of the Luo Golden Immortal level demon beasts, now held little efficacy for him. He required an upgraded version of the Wan Yao Golden Dan to further assist him. For the upgraded Wan Yao Golden Dan, Zhang Tianchen had 2 potential paths to choose from. One was to utilize the essence of quasi-saint level demon beasts as the material for crafting the Wan Yao Golden Dan, while theoretically not difficult. In practice, such materials were exceedingly rare and scarce. The other option was to increase the number of the Luo Golden Immortal level demon beasts used in the refining process. Although this direction posed greater challenges, Zhang Tianchen had previously attempted to increase the quantity of million-year spiritual herbs to create the 12 Transformation Golden Dan, but had failed. There was no need for immediate concern. Zhang Tianchen still possessed 9 herbs aged over 1 billion years, along with an ample supply of million and 100,000-year spiritual herbs, but he could address any issues that arose later. Perhaps circumstances would naturally improve. 112 Transformation Golden Dan had elevated his cultivation by a full 100 yuan meetings. He needed to cultivate in tranquility before beginning to digest the second Golden Dan. What had become of the pure Yang peach orchard? Zhang Tianchen had always been concerned about this orchard, and upon emerging, he headed there to investigate. The peach orchard had now expanded dozens of times, resembling a vast ocean of peach blossoms from afar. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Su and the others were watering the newly transplanted peach trees and immediately rushed to greet Zhang Tianchen upon his approach. "Please report to me on the specific conditions of the peach orchard," Zhang Tianchen instructed. Reporting to the master, the 365 peach trees follow the rule of blooming once every 3,000 years, bearing fruit once every 3,000 years, and then taking another 3,000 years to mature, producing 36 peaches each time. Su explained. "During your cultivation period, they have borne fruit twice, and after each harvest, we replanted the peach pits. Currently, we have cultivated 26,280 new peach trees." Wuyi Mountain, Wuliang Cave. The sky was overcast, but this was not due to the thunder tribulation caused by the refining of the 12 Transformation Golden Dan. Rather, it was a lightning-evoking formation set by Zhang Tianchen. The center of this formation stood the pure Yang peach tree. Boom! countless bolts of lightning descended in succession, after enduring the baptism of 27 strikes of lightning. Only the heart of the pure yang peach tree remained. Zhang Tianchen dismantled the lightning formation and began to inscribe runes upon the heart of the pure yang tree. As the runes took shape one after another, the heart gradually transformed into the form of a sword. When the final rune was completed, 24 prohibitions also took shape, resulting in the creation of the brand new pure yang Wuliang sword, although it was classified as a middle-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure. The power of the pure yang Wuliang sword was several times greater than that of the original Wuliang sword. Now, it had been 2 yuan meetings since Zhang Tianchen returned to Wuliang cave. During this time, he had not stepped outside the cave even once, though he had considered visiting Santian Island, the Xiyunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao. He ultimately postponed this idea due to his own cultivation schedule. In these 2 yuan meetings, Zhang Tianchen refined all 9 of the remaining billion-year spiritual herbs into 12 transformation golden dan to consume. Now his cultivation had reached the level of 8,000 yuan meetings, equivalent to the early stage of a typical quasi-saint, that he now possessed over 300,000 pure yang Wuliang swords, as for the Wuliang swords previously made from the 3-generation peach trees. They had been completely discarded and were no longer in use. More importantly, during this time, his comprehension of the laws had greatly improved. Sword Dao law, 80%. Metal law, 60%. Wood law, 60%. Water law, 60%. Fire law, 60%. Earth law, 60%. Thunder law, 50%. Light law, 50%. Wind law, 50%. Space law, 30%. Time law, 20%. Power law, 10%. In each of these laws, Zhang Tianchen had gained insights into the vast 3,000 great roads. Yet, among the many supreme rules such as the law of power, time, and space, his understanding of the Sword Dao law was the most profound. This could be attributed to 2 reasons. Firstly, his deep love for swordsmanship, which was crucial for enhancing the power of his Wuliang sword array. Secondly, compared to the supreme laws, comprehending swordsmanship was relatively easier, although the understanding of the same percentage of rules yielded superior force. If one devoted their energy to deeply studying the sword law, they could achieve greater results, transitioning from 1 layer to 5 layers of efficiency. The effects of the sword law far surpassed that of the law of power. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, since the incident involving the 9 golden crows being harmed, a strange atmosphere enveloped the entire heavenly court. Due to Emperor Jun's failure to avenge his 9 children, the Empress Shiha, in her fury, resigned from her throne and returned to her dwelling on the Tying Star. Her sister Changxi, out of a sense of duty to her sister, sent her own kind-hearted incarnation into reincarnation, transforming into a new persona named Chang'e, aiming to lure Hou-Yi into the realm of the Tying Star, thus making him the eternally punished woodcutter. Wu Gang. Since losing his 9 sons, Emperor Jun had devoted all his energy to forging the Slaughter Witch sword. After a long 2 yuan meetings, the Slaughter Witch sword was finally completed. Brother, the Slaughter Witch sword has been forged. The time has come for us to settle our score with the Witch clan, Dong Huang Tai exclaimed excitedly. He had long awaited this day. Emperor Jun nodded slightly, then fell in a deep thought. Although they possessed the Slaughter Witch sword, whether they could defeat the Witch clan remained uncertain. My life has long ceased to matter, but Xiaoshi must not encounter any mishaps. Xiaoshi is the only child of my brother, and he must be properly secured before the impending battle. Dong Huang Tai agreed that I wish to send Xiaoshi to the palace of Niuhua. What do you think? Emperor Jun inquired. Did not brother say that she stands on a different side than us? Why send Xiaoshi to her? Dong Huang Tai asked, slightly puzzled. If we engage in battle with the Witch clan, when the vast wilderness, can we ensure Xiaoshi's safety aside from Yua's palace? Emperor Jun sighed, acknowledging the helplessness of this choice. What if she wishes harm upon Xiaoshi? Dong Huang Tai remained concerned. She harbors no ambition to rule the wilderness, and, as the guardian of the demon race, she should not harm Xiaoshi, Emperor Jun explained. Then let us send him there. Dong Huang Tai agreed to go and summon all the soldiers to the Lingxiao treasure palace to discuss strategies. After I deliver Xiaoshi to Niuhua, I will battle the Witch clan to the end, Emperor Jun commanded. Understood. Dong Huangtai nodded slightly in response. Emperor Jun took Xiao Shi, the Golden Crow, to the palace of Nuwa. Nuwa had anticipated Emperor Jun's arrival and sent Jin Ning to greet him at the entrance. Guided by Jin Ning, Emperor Jun and his entourage arrived within Nuwa's palace. I understand your intentions. Do not worry, I will ensure his safety, Nuwa said calmly. Thank you, Lady Nuwa, Emperor Jun said respectfully. If possible, please take care of my brother during the war. Nuwa added, even though saints had transcended emotions, they still retained a modicum of affection for their kin. Despite having become a saint, Nuwa remained deeply concerned for her brother, with whom she had grown up. Lady Nuwa, this battle is unlike any before. Both sides are sure to fight to the death, and no one can guarantee survival in the end, Emperor Jun said, somewhat troubled. Had he been certain of victory, he would not have chosen to entrust Xiao Shi to Nuwa. Nuwa gestured with her hand. Emperor Jun slowly exited the palace of Nuwa. He knew this battle would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. He sought to dissuade Fuxi from engaging in war, yet he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The goddess Enhua, the saint of Taiqing, the saint of Yuqing, the saint of Shanqing, alongside the western beings of Jin and Junti, arrived for a visit. Shortly after Emperor Jun's departure, Jin Ning entered the hall to deliver the news. Upon hearing this information, Enhua felt a slight shock within her heart. Since the establishment of the Divine Order, the 3 purities and the 2 Western saints had never graced the Enhua palace. Why had they gathered today? After a moment, Enhua seemed to have guessed the reason, letting out a cold snort. Dear Enhua, when old friends come to visit, how can you refuse to see them? Came the voice of Junti from outside, followed closely by the appearance of the 3 purities. Jing and Junti within the Enhua palace. Oh, not speak so sweetly. You have come to surveil me, have you not? Enhua stated coldly to Enhua, as a saint of heaven Estao, you ought to understand that the will of heaven cannot be defied. We merely wish to prevent you from acting against the celestial order. The celestial venerable Yuan Shi, noticing Enhua's less than favorable attitude, appeared rather displeased. Rest assured, I shall not intervene in the conflict between the Wu and the Yao clans. Enhua replied, since our ascension to sainthood, we have never convened to discuss the Tao. Let us seize this opportunity for an open dialogue. Laozi still harbored doubts about Enhua. Excellent, exclaimed Tongtian in the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao Hall, upon Emperor Jun's return, Dong Huangtai had summoned Emperor Fuxi, the demon master Kuanpeng, and the 10 great demon saints to gather in the Lingxiao Hall, my esteemed ministers, prior to the 2 Yuan meetings. The Wu clan murdered 9 of my sons. Over the years, countless of our kin have perished at the hands of the Wu clan. Shall we not seek vengeance for these grievances? Emperor Jun declared angrily. The 10 demon saints within the Lingxiao Hall first shouted in agreement, followed by a resounding response from the myriad demon clans in the heavenly court, shaking the heavens with their voices. At the same moment, outside the Panga Hall, 11 ancestral witches, along with the recently empowered Xingtian, stood firm, surrounded by numerous great witches and billions of Wu clan warriors. The Wu clan warriors. The primordial land was opened by our Father God. How can we allow those birds from the heavenly court to defile it? Today, we shall ascend to the heavenly court, behead those vile creatures, and unify the primordial realm. Emperor Jiang bellowed. Billions of Wu clan warriors echoed in unison, creating an overwhelming response against the demon clan in Wuyi Mountain. Within the Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen, upon hearing the clamor of the Wu and Yao clans, realized that the final battle was imminent. Su, Hua, Fei, Yui Xian. During this time, remain here and cultivate. I need to step out, Zhang Tianchen instructed. Having exhausted over 100 million years' worth of spiritual medicines, he planned to venture out to gather materials from demon beasts to concoct a more potent one Yao golden pill. Master, take me with you. I am now a Great Luo Golden Immortal and can assist you in your journey. Perhaps even lend a hand, implored the golden-winged Great Peng, who had recently ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm over the past 2 epochs. There is no need, Zhang Tianchen replied, shaking his head. This upcoming battle is exceptionally fierce. Even I must proceed with caution. Although the golden-winged Great Peng had attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, If caught in the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, he would still be in grave danger. Acting alone was more advantageous for Zhang Tianchen. Master, you must not encounter any mishaps. If you were to be gone, what would happen to my life-saving talisman? The golden-winged Great Peng said, his face filled with bitterness. Boom! Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianchen directly formed a hand seal, and a bolt of lightning struck the golden-winged Great Peng. This lightning was merely ordinary. Had it been the heavenly god Thunder, the golden-winged Great Peng would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Since you do not comprehend your words, speak less in the future. Zhang Tianchen said with a frown. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. The golden-winged Great Peng obediently admitted. You all guard the cave. Await my return. With that, Zhang Tianchen transformed into a streak of light and departed from Wuliang cave. Emperor Jun led countless demon clans into the lower realms, leaving only a handful of demon soldiers stationed in the heavenly court. This endeavor could be deemed as a desperate gamble, with no retreat in sight. Emperor Jiang also rallied billions of Wu clan warriors to confront them, determined to settle matters with the demon clan. The entire primordial realm became a battlefield, the brutality of which was beyond imagination. In a certain location on the battlefield of the Wu and Yao clans, both factions endured an intensely fierce battle, each suffering significant casualties, leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses after the battle concluded. Zhang Tianchen emerged from the ground using the earth-walking technique. Gather! Zhang Tianchen produced the creation cauldron, beginning to collect the remains of the demon clan. As for the Wu clan's remains, he did not touch a single one. After all, the Wu clan contained a vast amount of malevolent energy. Even the refined pills could not be consumed. Before long, tens of thousands of demon beast bodies were collected into the creation cauldron. Zhang Tianchen's primary objective was to gather the bodies of demon beasts, having no intention to interfere in the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. Unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid any involvement in the strife. In the main battlefield near Buzhou Mountain, the Dong Divine Killing Formation was activated. At Emperor Zhang's command, 10 other ancestral witches, along with the bloodline release Xing Tian, swiftly approached him. The combined aura of the 12 formed a formidable force. The malevolent energy in the air coalesced into a massive Pangu illusion. Second brother set up the great array of the heavenly stars, sensing the Wu clan activating the Dong Divine Killing Formation. Emperor Jun immediately commanded Dongwang Tai. Responding to the order, Dongwang Tai transformed into a radiant figure, arriving beside Emperor Jun, and struck the chaos bell, its chime resonating throughout the battlefield. Following this, Fuxi, Kuinpeng, and the other 10 demon saints, along with numerous Great Luo Golden Immortals, took their positions. The starlight filled the formation, resonating with the constellations, summoned the divine axe. The Pangu illusion roared as the malevolent energy in its hands condensed into a gigantic axe. Open up the heavens, cleave. The Pangu illusion swung the massive axe toward the great array of the heavenly stars where the demon clan resided. Starblade, attack. Emperor Jun activated the great array of the heavenly stars without caution, causing countless starlights to coalesce into a resplendent longsword that traversed the void. Striking against the Pangu illusion's axe, a tremendous explosion erupted. The collision of their weapons produced a cataclysmic blast. The surrounding space shattered, and numerous soldiers from both the Wu and Yao clans perished in the shockwave. Emperor Jun's gaze was sharp. Second brother, unleash that ultimate technique. Your Majesty, the cost of that technique is excessively heavy. Once unleashed, our demon clan will bear immense karma. Fuxi, upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, turned pale and hurriedly advised against it. As long as we can utterly destroy the Wu clan, any price is worth paying. Emperor Jun coldly replied. One could not deny that Emperor Jun possessed all the qualities one ought to have, including a heart devoid of mercy. Ignoring Fuxi further, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai directly urged the great array of the heavenly stars to unleash their strongest strike. Falling stars in the vast starry sky, an eternal star, drawn by the power of the stars, plummeted from the heights, aimed directly at the Pangu illusion. Each eternal star held significant importance. Destroying them would lead to divine retribution. Yet, when an eternal star fell from the void, the terrifying power it possessed was unimaginable. When Emperor Jiang and the others beheld this star, their expressions turned grave. Stand tall against the heavens, the Pangu illusion bellowed, its form expanding several folds as it raised its colossal hands to meet the descending eternal star. Under the tremendous force, the left knee of the Pangu illusion slightly bent, while the right knee collapsed to the ground, causing the 11 ancestral witches and Xing Tian to cough up blood. Our Wu clan shall never bow our heads. Stand firm. Emperor Zhang hissed through clenched teeth. The Pangu illusion slowly rose again, laboriously lifting the oppressive eternal star above. What of blocking it once? Should another come? What will you do? Emperor Jun remarked, a trace of madness in his smile. At this moment, he cared not for anything but the defeat of the Wu clan. Falling stars. As Emperor Jun activated the star array once more, another eternal star was drawn into the void, crashing against the Pangu illusion. If we cannot survive, let us all perish together. Emperor Jiang commanded the Pangu illusion, forcefully hurling one of the stars back. The collision of the two eternal stars caused the entire world to tremble. Boom! In an instant, a violent collision ignited two celestial bodies, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that swept across the earth, extinguishing countless lives in its wake. Not only those of the Witch clan and the demon tribe, but also humanity itself. The ethereal manifestation of Pangu, situated near the epicenter of the impact, could not evade the calamity. Disintegrating in an instant, the 11 ancestor witches and Xing Tian spewed blood from their mouths, their faces ashen, gravely wounded. The demon clan's Zhou Tian star array was equally unable to withstand the onslaught and was utterly shattered in the aftermath. Countless demons who had supported the array perished, leaving Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, and 10 demon saints all severely injured. Strike with all our might. Ignoring their own injuries, Di Jun and Di Jiang led their respective clans in an immediate assault against their foes following the eruption of energy. Zhang Tianchen traversed various battlefields, continuously gathering the remains of demons, occasionally fortuitous enough to uncover treasures or fragments thereof. However, such prolonged activity inevitably drew the attention of both clans. For the Witch clan, Zhang Tianchen's actions posed no significant disruption, eliciting little reaction. Yet the demon clan could not tolerate the theft of their kin's souls by Zhang Tianchen. The great Saint Gui Che, upon hearing of Zhang Tianchen's exploits, personally led 100,000 demon soldiers to apprehend him. During a previous cataclysm, Gui Che had once conducted a search for Zhang Tianchen, but the latter had cleverly concealed himself and evaded capture. This time, Gui Che was determined to slay Zhang Tianchen and avenge past humiliations. Amidst a battlefield where witches and demons clashed, Zhang Tianchen was meticulously collecting remnants. Suddenly, thick black clouds surged from all directions. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere clouds, but swarms of densely packed demon soldiers. Human cultivator, where do you think you can flee? Gui Che proclaimed from the cloud's heights, who said I intended to escape. Zhang Tianchen calmly replied. Though he had no intention of directly intervening in the conflict between the witches and demons, he would not retreat if the demons sought him out. The blood feud between humanity and the demon race remained unforgotten, and the demon soldiers before him would serve as a portion of the interest owed. Kill him. With a single command from Gui Che, countless demon soldiers surged toward Zhang Tianchen from every direction. Infinite Sword Array, activate. Zhang Tianchen chanted a spell, pointing his finger toward the heavens. Instantly, a massive luminous ring materialized above, inscribed with intricate and arcane symbols. Following this, Zhang Tianchen unleashed the infinite gourd, from which a multitude of freshly forged pure yang infinite swords soared forth, merging into the luminous ring, causing the symbols to radiate brilliantly and envelop all the demons below. Just as the demon soldiers launched their attack on Zhang Tianchen, the surrounding space shifted and everything vanished as if transported to another dimension. In this void, there was nothing but an endless expanse of swords, countless pure yang infinite swords, composed of the avatars and sword chi of the pure yang infinite swords, rained down from the sky. The ground in all directions. Before many of the demon soldiers could comprehend the sudden shift, their lives were extinguished beneath the onslaught of the pure yang infinite swords. witnessing Zhang Tianchen deploy such a formidable array in the blink of an eye. Guo immediately summoned his treasured 9 Phoenix Spear and thrust it toward the array's barrier. However, the array's defenses were impenetrable, rendering the 9 Phoenix Spears seemingly ineffective. One by one, the demon soldiers were pierced through the chest by the pure, yang, infinite swords. Their cries of anguish echoing. Guo, this shall be your final resting place. Within the concealed array, Zhang Tianchen manipulated the infinite sword array, directing a multitude of pure yang infinite swords toward Guo. You won't intimidate me, Guo scoffed coldly, transforming the 9 Phoenix Spear into a myriad of spear shadows that intercepted all the pure yang infinite swords that go. Zhang Tianchen formed another seal, coalescing countless pure yang infinite swords into a colossal blade that surged toward Guo as he waved his hand. Guo met the attack with his 9 Phoenix Spear, the spear's tip precisely bracing against the sharp edge of the giant's sword. Crack! The giant sword fractured, its cracks rapidly spreading like a spider's web, and the entire blade shattered into pieces. Though Guo successfully destroyed the giant sword, he was also wounded by the splintering sword Qi, blood flowing profusely from multiple injuries, true to his reputation as the most savage of the demon saints. He indeed possessed remarkable strength. Zhang Tianchen was not surprised that Guo could withstand this strike. Had he lacked such ability, he would have surely perished countless times by now. However, if he could withstand one sword, what of 10 or 100? Zhang Tianchen chanted another incantation, the sword array swiftly materializing hundreds of identical massive swords. Upon witnessing such a formidable display, Guo's expression grew grave, and he hastily revealed his true form. Guo's true form resembled a resplendent red duck with 9 heads to go. Zhang Tianchen pointed his fingertip, sending hundreds of colossal swords hurtling toward Guo. Guo fled desperately. Yet, with so many swords raining down, escape was hardly feasible. In a moment of carelessness, Guo lost one of his heads to a sword strike, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The excruciating pain slowed his speed considerably, and defending against the giant swords became increasingly arduous. Before long, only one of Guo's 9 heads remained. Unite! Zhang Tianchen chanted his incantation once more, causing the hundreds of massive swords to merge into an even larger blade, soaring toward Guo. At this point, Guo was powerless to evade, and the enormous sword pierced through him directly. Soon, Guo's life extinguished, his massive form crashing to the ground. With Guo's interference eliminated, the demons trapped within the infinite sword array slowly succumbed. Unable to resist, even with their Luo Golden Immortal status, in no time, 100,000 demon soldiers fell to Zhang Tianchen's blade. He retrieved the cauldron of creation, enclosing Guo and the entirety of the demon soldiers within. Naturally, he did not overlook Guo's 9 Phoenix Spear, securing the first quasi-saint level demon beast. This acquisition signified for Zhang Tianchen a corresponding grade of 1 Yao Golden Pill, capable of enhancing his cultivation for 100 tribulations. After stowing it away, Zhang Tianchen continued to soar across the battlefields, assuming the role of a harvester in the primordial world. Not far off, the region surrounding Buzhou Mountain served as the primary battleground for the witch and demon clans. The higher echelons of both factions had commenced their brutal skirmishes, with Dong Huangtai proving to be the most formidable, utilizing his good and evil avatars to single-handedly confront Di Jiang. Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chong Liang, and Qi Zi, 5 ancestor witches. Even without the innate treasure, Di Jun managed to contend against the 3 ancestor witches, Zhu Jioyin, Shi Baishir, and Tian Wu, relying solely on his good and evil avatars. Fu Shi, alongside his good corpse, faced off against the 2 ancestor witches, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Kuan Peng, revered as a teacher among the demon race, found himself in a dire predicament, despite possessing a good corpse. He lacked any decent magical artifacts. He and his good corpse barely managed to fend off the grand ancestor Xianming. The ancient Taoist Hongjun had imparted the 3-corpse method, indicating that uniting the 3 corpses into one could lead to sainthood. Among the demon clan, only Di Jun and Dong Huangtai possessed both good and evil avatars, while Fu Shi and Kun Peng had but a single good avatar each. The strength of each avatar was contingent upon the innate treasures employed for their manifestation. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi utilized exceptionally high-grade innate spiritual treasures, granting them combat prowess slightly inferior to their own levels. Similarly, Fu Shi utilized a top-grade innate spiritual treasure during his manifestation, enabling him to jointly resist Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Kun Peng relied on a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure to sever the corpse. While his good corpse was merely at the early quasi-saint level, even weaker than the 10 great demon saints, managing to withstand the grand ancestor Xianming was already his utmost limit. Breaking free from the shackles of bloodlines, Xingtian's combat power surged dramatically, challenging the 3 demon saints, Fei Lian, Shan Yang, and Ci Tai. Fei Lian, also known as Fei Lian, possessed the body of a deer, the head of a bird, a single horn, and a serpent-like tail, adorned with leopard-like spots, embodying the primal essence of wind, a natural beast of the wind. Shang Yang, though named a sheep, was in fact a cerulean, one-legged divine bird. Closely linked to the king of all birds, the phoenix, and well-versed in numerous secret arts of the Phoenix clan, making his combat power formidable. Ci Tai, the demon saint with the most profound bloodlust among the 10. Resembled a water buffalo with massive sharp horns, entirely black and subsisting on metal, with his excrement serving as excellent material for refining. Though seemingly unremarkable, Ci Tai's diet of various ores had allowed his flesh to reach an incredibly terrifying level, rivaling that of the witch clan at the same tier. Xingtian wielded 2 weapons, Gan, a large shield, and Shi, a giant axe, both innate spiritual treasures that accompanied him from birth. "Let us battle," Xingtian bellowed, his morale soaring, and his strength significantly amplified. The 3 demon saints united in combat, revealing their true forms. Shang Yang opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Fei Lian also opened his mouth, summoning a tempestuous gale. The flames, propelled by the wind, swiftly intensified several-fold as they hurtled toward Xingtian. In response, Xingtian transformed into a colossal giant, towering thousands of feet high, wielding a massive shield in his left hand to deflect the flames and winds, while raising a gigantic axe with his right hand to cleave toward Fei Lian and Shan Yang. Ci Tai, utilizing his formidable physique, shielded his 2 companions in front. Although the axe struck Ci Tai, it did not break through his defense, yet it still knocked him to the ground, creating a colossal pit over 10,000 meters in diameter. Witnessing Xingtian's overwhelming might, Fei Lian and Shang Yang hastily summoned their respective magical artifacts. Fei Lian possessed a pouch of treasures, and upon opening it, a more potent gale poured forth. Shang Yang wielded a fiery red fan that ignited the flames of Nanmingli. The Nanmingli flames are among the highest grade flames. Even the slightest contact would instantly reduce a common cultivator to ashes, with the fierce wind aiding. The power surged exponentially. However, for Xingtian, there was no fear. He traversed the sea of leaf fire, brandishing his great shield as he advanced, delivering a lethal strike toward Fei Lian. Despite Fei Lian's desperate defense, he could not evade the blow and was severely injured, sent flying. Ci Tai leaped from the pit, charging at Xingtian with a massive horn atop his head. Xingtian raised his great shield to block, and in an instant, Ci Tai's horn shattered into 2 pieces. Following this, Xingtian seized the opportunity to swing his axe once more at Ci Tai. Although he did not completely breach the defense, he caused significant injury, resulting in severe fractures. Realizing he could not match Xingtian's power, Shang Yang turned to flee. Xingtian wielded his weapon with resolute determination. The war god Xingtian indeed lived up to his renowned reputation. Even without breaking through his bloodline limitations, his strength remained unparalleled among the great shamanic beings. At this moment, Zhang Tianchen approached the main battlefield. Witnessing the fierce battle between Xingtian and the 3 demon saints from a distance, gaining new insight into Xingtian's capabilities on the opposite side of the battlefield, Dijun faced off against 3 ancestral shamans, each revealing their true shamanic forms. Zhu Jiuyin possessed a human head and a dragon's body, entirely crimson. Shi Baishe appeared as a human figure with a beast body, his ears resembling those of a dog. With green snakes hanging from them, Tian Wu exhibited a human face with 8 heads and a tiger's body with 8 tails that Di Jun commanded his benevolent corpse to use the Hutu and Luo Shu to block Zhu Jiuyin, while the malevolent corpse employed the Sun Essence Wheel to fend off Tian Wu, as he himself engaged Shi Baishe. During the battle, Di Jun suddenly transformed, drawing forth a shaman-slaying sword. Upon seeing the shaman-slaying sword, Shi Baishe's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Di Jun's sword lunged forward with ferocity. As in times past, Shi Baishe attempted to block it with his corporeal form. However, the once invulnerable shamanic essence crumbled under the might of the blade, resulting in Shi Baishe's chest being pierced. How could this be? Shi Baishe could scarcely believe his flesh could be so effortlessly penetrated. This shaman-slaying sword was forged specifically to annihilate your kind, Di Jun remarked with a hint of smugness. He had withheld this move to seek the perfect moment to vanquish his foe. Shi Baishe rapidly lost vitality, collapsing to the ground. Shi Baishe! Zhu Jiuyin cried out in sorrow at the sight of his comrade's tragic demise. My heart is shattered. Di Jiang, witnessing this scene, had his eyes turn crimson, joining forces with the 4 ancestral shamans to fiercely assault Dong Huangtai. The 3-legged golden crows have slain my comrades. They must pay with their lives. Following the death of their ally, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong disregarded everything, launching a frenzied attack on Fu Shi, vowing to settle the score with Di Jun afterward. After defeating Shi Baishe, Di Jun turned to join forces with his malevolent corpse to besiege Tian Wu. Given Shi Baishe's earlier experience, Tian Wu certainly would not confront the shaman-slaying sword with his true form. Yet, the fear of this divine weapon left him quickly on the defensive. An unexpected turn of events soon led to Tian Wu's forelegs being severed by Di Jun's shaman-slaying sword. Upon reverting to his true form, what was lost was not his beastly hooves, but rather his right hand. Tian Wu! Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed, attempting to rescue his companion, but was obstructed by Di Jun's benevolent corpse. Accept your fate. With a shaman-slaying sword in hand, he charged fiercely at Tian Wu alongside his malevolent corpse, as if foreseeing Tian Wu's demise. Then let us all perish together. With a mix of tragic resolve, Tian Wu met the enemy head-on, his physique rapidly expanding. Realizing he was sealing his own fate, Di Jun's expression changed drastically as he attempted to evade, but it was too late, in a moment of crisis. He could only position his malevolent corpse in front of him. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Tian Wu's body erupted, releasing violent energy in all directions. The destructive power of a single ancestral shaman was evident. Even a divine-level powerhouse would not emerge unscathed from such a shockwave. Di Jun's malevolent corpse was instantly obliterated, leaving him in a most disheveled state, severely injured. The surrounding demon and shaman tribes were also affected to varying degrees. Tian Wu, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong, witnessing Tian Wu's demise, descended into further madness, recklessly engaging in battle. Fu Shi, alongside his benevolent corpse, struggled mightily against the 2 ancestral shamans, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The situation grew increasingly perilous in the face of such desperate tactics. He had no choice but to abandon his benevolent corpse. Fu Shi understood that if this continued, not only would his benevolent corpse be at risk, but he too would meet his end here. Thus, he resolved to make such a choice. Having determined his course, Fu Shi hastily retreated. Meanwhile, his benevolent corpse swelled rapidly, akin to an inflated balloon. This is bad. Realizing Fu Shi's intent, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong cried out in alarm. Hastily preparing their defenses, following a tremendous bang, Fu Shi's benevolent corpse exploded instantaneously. Although its power was not as intense as that of Tian Wu, it was still formidable, in the wake of this energy shock. Both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong suffered varying degrees of injury. However, as ancestral shamans, their formidable defenses ensured their injuries were far less severe than Di Jun's, though the benevolent corpse shared a life force with its master. This event caused Fu Shi to cough up blood, severely damaging his foundation and making further cultivation exceedingly difficult. Within the heavenly realm, Zhang Tianchen did not appear on the battlefield, but rather had other designs. His target was the treasure vault of the demon tribe. Given that the shaman tribe possessed an abundance of spiritual herbs, he surmised that while the demon tribe might not compare, their reserves would still be quite substantial. Seizing the opportunity while the majority of the demon forces clashed with the shaman tribe, Zhang Tianchen stealthily approached the heavenly realm. Initially, he believed there would be many demon soldiers left behind within the heavenly domain. However, to his surprise, he found no living demon soldiers in sight, only remnants of shattered walls. Could it be that others had pillaged the heavenly realm before me? This thought flickered briefly before being dismissed, for the scene before him appeared more like the aftermath of a powerful tremor than a battlefield marked by slaughter. I understand now. It must be due to those two fallen stars. Zhang Tianchen deduced the cause. The meteor shower had not occurred far from here, undoubtedly creating a shockwave. The garrison of the heavenly realm was generally weaker, and many had perished in the chaos, while survivors had long fled the scene. Thus, Zhang Tianchen silently prayed that this calamity had not extended to the demon tribe's secret vault. If the treasure vault were destroyed, all would be in vain. There was no need to worry about precious items being plundered by lesser beings. This secret vault certainly possessed protective barriers that prevented ordinary guardians from entering or exiting at will. Following the path of the 33rd layer, he unleashed his consciousness, conducting a comprehensive scan. Soon, he located the demon tribe's treasure vault. As expected, a protective barrier indeed existed here. The entrance to the demon tribe's treasure vault was adorned with mysterious patterns, and without a specific command symbol, outsiders could not easily access it. However, with Zhang Tianchen's current mastery of formations, this array appeared trivial to him. Open. After carefully observing, he performed a hand gesture aimed at the entrance of the demon tribe's treasure vault, which promptly responded by swinging open. Upon entering the treasure vault, Zhang Tianchen felt a tinge of disappointment. The vast vault contained not a single spiritual treasure, only some ordinary refining materials. In addition to these, there were several spiritual herbs, including 3 varieties over 1 billion years old, hundreds over 10 million years old, and thousands over 1 million years old. At least he would not return empty-handed from this endeavor. Zhang Tianchen was satisfied to collect these herbs, sufficient for refining 3 12-turn golden pills, which he deemed a significant gain. He did not overlook the ordinary refining materials, reasoning that having them was better than having none at all. After thoroughly scouring the demon tribe's treasure vault, Zhang Tianchen began searching other areas. It was only after combing through all 33 layers that he departed from the heavenly realm that on the principal battlefield between the shaman and demon tribes. Jun, having lost his malevolent corpse to Tianwu and sustained severe injuries, found himself in a perilous situation. However, instead of receiving immediate treatment, he continued to wield the slaughtering witch sword against Zhu Jiuyin. On the other side, Zhu Rong and Gong forced Fu Shi to confront the benevolent corpse, intending to assist Di Jun in his battle against Zhu Jiuyin, only to find themselves intercepted by Fu Shi. Fu Shi, are you seeking death? Zhu Rong and Gong were filled with fury, each passing second escalating the peril faced by Zhu Jiuyin. Your Majesty, this is the last thing I can do for the demon clan. Fu Shi resolutely declared, his body swelling rapidly. He was acutely aware that, given his current state, he could not withstand the might of the 2 grand ancestors. But buying time for Di Jun was his only recourse. Thus, he chose this path. Not good. Upon seeing Fu Shi's intentions, Zhu Rong attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He hastily positioned himself in front of Gong to shield him, although they appeared at odds. Perpetually bickering upon their encounters, their bond was remarkably strong behind the scenes. With a thunderous roar, Fu Shi's actions were utterly decisive, his primordial spirit vanishing without a trace, his power rivaling that of Tianwu. As a result, Zhu Rong was directly obliterated by the force, while Gong, shielded by Zhu Rong, narrowly escaped death, though his injuries worsened. Within the palace of Nuwa, upon witnessing Fu Shi's impending demise, Nuwa was poised to intervene, only to be obstructed by Yuan Shi Tianzun and Zhuan Ti. Nuwa, do not act against the will of heaven, Yuan Shi Tianzun stated coldly. The war between the witch and demon clans is ordained by fate. The human tribes are the protagonists of the primordial world, and you need not interfere in their affairs, Zhuan Ti added. Brother, Nuwa could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Are we being a bit excessive? Tongtian Jiao Zhu sighed. Karma. All of this is of his own making. Yuan Shi Tianzun replied coldly. After Fushi's end, Nuo absorbed his primordial spirit, and this time, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Zhuan did not intervene. Zhu Jioyin was besieged by Di Jun and his benevolent corpses, and with Di Jun wielding the formidable slaughtering witch sword capable of countering the witch clan, Zhu Jioyin hung by a thread. Brother, I shall take the lead. Zhu Jioyin realized that escape was futile. His only chance lay in dragging Di Jun down with him. Not good. Upon realizing Zhu Jioyin's extreme measures, Di Jun immediately commanded his benevolent corpses to deploy the river map and Luo book to form a defensive barrier for their protection. As Zhu Jioyin's form rapidly expanded, a tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, powerful energy radiating outward. The river map and Luo book, being top-tier innate spiritual treasures, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. However, against Zhu Jioyin's self-destructive act, which rivaled the might of the sage, even such divine artifacts could not completely withstand the onslaught. Consequently, Di Jun's benevolent corpses were instantly shattered, while Di Jun himself sustained grave injuries. Even with immediate recovery, it would take millions of years for him to hope to regain his former strength. The explosive surge of energy caused the river map and Luo book to fall directly into the hands of Kunpeng. Although a demon master, Kunpeng's actual standing within the clan was rather low, even inferior to the 10 great saints, let alone possessing any powerful spiritual treasures. This was primarily due to Di Jun's deep-seated suspicions towards Kunpeng. Initially, Kunpeng had sought to seize the mysterious Hongming purple qi, forcing Hong Yun to harm himself, and subsequently found himself hunted down by Zhen Yuanzi, leading him to seek refuge in the Heavenly Court. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Heavenly Court, and with the river map and Luo book now in his hands, Kunpeng's mindset shifted. Continuing this battle seemed utterly hopeless. It was better to escape back to the North Sea with the river map and Luo book. If he could refine this supreme treasure, who among the heavenly sages would stand as his opponent? After careful consideration, Kunpeng swiftly made his decision that he grasped the river map and Luo book, preparing to depart. Unfortunately, reality did not allow him such a straightforward escape. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Xianming ancestor, he resolutely dispatched his benevolent corpse to hold him off. Yet, the combat power of his benevolent corpse was significantly inferior to the top 10 demon saints. How could it possibly withstand the might of this grand ancestor? In no time, the benevolent corpse was left battered and bruised. In the face of this predicament, Kunpeng decisively sacrificed his benevolent corpse to create an opportunity. A deafening sound echoed, and even as Xianming exerted all his strength to resist, he still suffered injuries, granting Kunpeng the space to flee toward the North Sea. With his incredible speed, Kunpeng was unmatched in the primordial realm. He had previously seized a seat during the competition for lecture quotas at the Purple Cloud Palace. Had it not been for Hong Yun yielding his seat to him at that time, perhaps his fate would have taken a different trajectory today. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the 5 great ancestors, Di Jiang, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chong Liang, and Shi He, surrounded Dong Huang Tai Yi, launching their assault, each displaying their most formidable states. Di Jiang resembled a colossal yellow sack, his hue as red as cinnabar flames, equipped with 6 beastly legs and 2 wings. Zhu Meng's green was akin to the shades of deep bamboo, his upper body resembling a bird with a human visage, riding upon twin dragons as his feet. Ru Shou appeared human, yet bore the form of a fierce tiger, adorned with dazzling scales. Sporting a pair of wings extending from his shoulders, with a snake coiling around his ear, riding upon 2 azure dragons as his feet, Chong Liang was enshrouded in writhing snakes, wielding a giant python, embodying a tiger-headed human form, equipped with powerful claws and elongated arms. As for Shi He, he bore the form of a bird with a human face, adorned with azure serpents as adornments on either side, while his right hand grasped a long red serpent. The 5 great ancestors attacked Dong Huang Tai Yi, who, relying on his own power and that of the benevolent and malevolent corpses, wielded the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, refusing to yield an inch. You hold him back. I will deal with that 3-legged bird. Dijiang communicated to the other four ancestors. Zhu Jiuyin had previously gravely wounded Dijun. At this moment, Dijun was particularly weak, making it the perfect opportunity to claim his life. Rest assured, brother, we will certainly keep him occupied, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shihi responded that Dijiang immediately abandoned his entanglement with Dong Huang Tai. Tearing through space and charging directly toward DJ-UN.AS, the ancestor commanding the laws of space, Dijiang was the fastest among the 12 ancestors. Even Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, who possessed the ability of Jin Wu's transformation, found it difficult to surpass him. You dare! Dong Huang Tai instantly recognized Dijiang's intent, bellowing in anger as he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, swiftly pursuing him. Still trying to intervene. Ask us if we agree. Zhu Meng and Chang Liang stood in front of Dong Huang Tai, but Dijiang swiftly approached Dijun. Under these circumstances, even wielding the slaughtering witch sword, Dijun was no match for Dijiang. However, Dijun had sensed the danger and shouted to the heavens, "The heavenly way is unjust." Immediately afterward, Dijun's body began to swell violently, and, with a tremendous explosion, he detonated. Dijiang hurriedly defended himself, but was still injured by the blast. Brother! Witnessing Dijun's fate, Dong Huang Tai howled, "Dijiang, I will take your life," his eyes blood red. Dong Huang Tai utilized the Chaos Bell for protection and detonated the benevolent and malevolent corpses. This action severely injured Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shihi. Nevertheless, Dong Huang Tai's self-destruction of the two corpses also inflicted significant damage upon himself. Ignoring his own wounds, he transformed into a beam of light, closing in on Dijiang with all his might. Severely injured by Dijun, Dijiang was evidently unable to prevail against the frenzied Dong Huang Tai and the Chaos Bell. Soon suffering further injuries, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shihi hastily rushed to assist, turning the tide of the battle. Faced with the joint assault of the five ancestors, Dong Huang Tai, without the support of the benevolent and malevolent corpses, clearly found himself at a disadvantage. My brother is gone. What do I have left in the demon clan? Let us all perish together. Dong Huang Tai's countenance was desolate, filled with a thirst for revenge. With a thunderous roar before they could evade, Dijiang, Zhu Meng, Ru Shou, Chang Liang, and Shi were all obliterated by Dong Huang Tai's explosion. Zhang Tianchen, having swept through the heavenly court, returned to the battlefield between the witch and demon clans. Upon witnessing the fierce struggle among the high-ranking members of both clans, he could not help but exclaim, "It seems the most formidable skill in the primordial world is, aside from Shibai Si, who was slain by Dijun's slaughtering witch sword. The rest either fell victim to one another or perished in battle." Zhang Tianchen had initially planned to recover the remains of Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, but was taken aback to find that their bodies had ceased to exist. "It's all over. It's all over." Gong Gong, witnessing so many brothers perish, could hardly contain his grief, raising his voice to the heavens in accusation. "The heavenly way? You are so unjust!" Bang! As the words fell from his lips, Gong Gong fiercely collided with Mount Buzhou. The immense force resulted in the shattering of Mount Buzhou, and Gong Gong himself succumbed to a fatal head injury. This is disastrous. Within the palace of Nuwa, the 6 great celestial sages were taken aback by Gong Gong's self-destructive act, realizing that any attempt to save him was already too late. Mount Buzhou was not merely a pillar of the heavens. Its collapse rendered the celestial realm unstable, revealing a vast chasm above. The tumultuous waters of the heavenly river cascaded down from the sky, inundating countless beings on the primordial continent. The celestial sages hastily wielded their divine powers to avert the disaster. Laozi employed the Taiji diagram, which shone brilliantly under his command. Auspicious clouds manifested, while prophecies and runes alternated upon the diagram. Utilizing its unique properties to forge the 3 treasures, Laozi transformed it into a white jade golden bridge to support the impending collapse of the heavens and earth. Nuwa summoned the map of mountains and rivers, a preeminent innate treasure, channeling and storing all the weak water within it. This rift must be mended. Otherwise, the overflow of river water would exceed the storage capacity of the diagram. Remarked the Lord of the Way, Tongtian. I possess the five-color divine stone, suitable for filling the fissure, but I require a vessel capable of refining stone into paste. Nuwa replied. May I suggest my 8 trigrams furnace? Laozi proposed, as it was his usual alchemical artifact. However, Nuwa shook her head, pointing out that the only feasible options were the Qian Kuan Ding and the Zhao Hua Ding. Who currently possesses these 2 cauldrons? Tongtian pressed. Nuwa also shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Just as they were deliberating, Zhang Tianchen appeared and reported to Tongtian, Master, I hold the Zhao Hua Ding. The unexpected revelation of possessing the legendary Zhao Hua Ding momentarily left Tongtian at a loss for words. But joy soon illuminated his face as he exclaimed, What luck you have! Hurry and hand it over to me. After Zhang Tianchen passed the Zhao Hua Ding, he shifted the conversation to other matters he had already addressed. The ding was then handed to Nuwa, who stated that she needed to refine the 5-color divine stone and hoped someone could maintain the map of mountains and rivers in her stead. We shall take over, responded the 2 sages, Jin and Juni. While the Taiji diagram could temporarily stabilize this realm, we still require a permanent support. Do any of you have suggestions? Laozi inquired. In the northern sea resides a creature known as the Xiangei. Its massive size makes its limbs the best candidates. Please allow me to retrieve it, proposed Tongtian. May I accompany you, master? Zhang Tianchen requested. Considering Zhang Tianchen's offering of the Zhao Hua Ding, Tongtian thought it would be beneficial for him to gain some experience. Thus enveloping Zhang Tianchen in his sleeve, and in an instant, the 2 arrived at the northern sea. The legendary Xiangui had existed since the dawn of the universe, yet due to the oppression of the celestial order, it was unable to take human form, its body growing ever larger. At this critical moment, Tongtian wasted no time, directly lifting the Xiangui from the sea with his divine powers, placing it on solid ground, and severing its limbs with the Excalibur. Zhang Tianchen, coveting the essence and flesh of the Xiangui, saw that Tongtian showed no intention of claiming it, and promptly absorbed its corporeal form into his pure world White Lotus. It seems your fortune is extraordinary. Not only do you possess the Zhao Hua Ding, but the pure world White Lotus is also not to be underestimated, Tongtian remarked with a knowing glance at Zhang Tianchen. All of this is thanks to you, Master, Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. Tongtian refrained from further inquiries and returned with Zhang Tianchen to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. The 366 5-colored stones originally in Nuwa's possession were sufficient to mend the heavens with just 365. The remaining stone was carelessly discarded. Upon observing where this divine stone had fallen, Zhang Tianchen recognized it as the place where the Lingming stone monkey, known as the Monkey King Wukong from Journey to the West, resided. That we still require everyone's assistance, Nuwa stated. The 5-colored stones had been melted, yet transporting them to the breach was no simple task. I am willing to assist, declared the celestial sages, collectively channeling their formidable magical powers to gradually convey the molten 5-colored stones to the Great Rift. The breach was soon repaired perfectly. Subsequently, Tongtian personally carried the limbs of the Xiangui towards the 4 corners of the world, proclaiming for poles stabilized. The world thus regained its stability. The supreme Laozi reclaimed the Taiji diagram that had sustained the heavens and earth. While Nuwa returned the Zhao Hua Ding to Zhang Tianchen, as the many sages worked to mend the ruptured heavens, Zhang Tianchen seized the opportunity to collect the fractured half of Mount Buzhou. This fragment was ideal for crafting magical artifacts, having once been used to forge the Fantian seal. However, he dared not approach the chaos bell left by the Eastern Emperor Tai, well aware of his own limitations in the presence of 6 formidable beings. Even the chaos bell was beyond his reach. As for the half of Mount Buzhou, the sages took no particular interest in it, allowing Zhang Tianchen to claim it without opposition. However, the chaos bell, being an innate treasure, would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of even the sages. A gentle chime resonated. As the heavens were sealed, the celestial order sensed this virtuous act and bestowed merit upon all who participated in the restoration. Half of the merit fell upon Nuwa, who was the greatest contributor to this restoration. With this merit, Nuwa experienced a slight increase in her power. Another 20% was allocated to Tongtian, whose contributions ranked second. The remaining 30% was distributed among the others, with Laozi receiving 10%, while the remaining portions were shared among the two primordial beings, Yuanshi Tianzun and Jin, as well as Zhang Tianchen, each acquiring a portion. Zhang Tianchen also gained half a merit point for providing the Zhao Huading. However, Zhang Tianchen chose not to absorb the merit to enhance his own cultivation, but instead temporarily stored it for future use. Merit was indeed a valuable asset, capable of not only elevating one's cultivation, but also utilized in the crafting of magical artifacts. Artifacts forged from merit could evade the entanglements of causality. Once the merit was distributed, the gazes of the 6 celestial sages turned towards the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, originally a companion treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai, rightfully belonged to his son, Luya. Now that Tai had passed, Niwa was the first to speak. Magical artifacts should be governed by those of virtue. Luya was the source of great turmoil in the primordial realm. What virtue does he possess to inherit the Chaos Bell? Yuanshi Tianzun retorted. Indeed, Laozi and Tongtian echoed in agreement. Although the 3 pure ones had separated, they remained united against external threats. The Eastern realm is replete with spiritual treasures, while our Western realm is barren and desolate. Thus, it would be reasonable for the Chaos Bell to belong to us in the West, Jane lamented. How can you take the Eastern artifact for yourselves? Tongtian countered, I possess the Taiji diagram, and Yuanshi Tianzun holds the Panga flag. Though Tongtian also wields the 4 swords of extermination, he cannot elevate his fortunes through them, making him the most eager among the 3 pure ones to acquire the Chaos Bell. Zhuanti brandished the 7 treasures Miao tree and directly struck towards the Chaos Bell. The 7 treasures Miao tree, crafted from the golden bodhi of Zhuanti, along with 7 treasures, gold, silver, glass, crystal, conch, ruby, and agate, was her treasure of enlightenment. Reputed to be capable of overcoming any obstacle. Zhuanti, you have gone too far. Yuanshi Tianzun shouted in anger upon witnessing her actions. Yuanshi Tianzun summoned the Panga flag, unleashing several air blades that extinguished the radiant glow of her 7 treasures. As Zhuanti and Yuanshi Tianzun engaged in a contest of powers, Jane rallied to support. Laozi, unwilling to see Jane and Zhuanti join forces against Yuanshi Tianzun, intervened to stop Jane. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tongtian attempted to seal the Chaos Bell with his handprint, only to be thwarted by Niwa. In an instant, the 6 celestial sages found themselves embroiled in a struggle over the Chaos Bell. At that moment, a fissure suddenly opened beside the Chaos Bell, swallowing it into the void. Witnessing this occurrence, the 6 sages immediately ceased their conflict, and no one inquired about the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell. They all understood that only the esteemed figure known as Hong Jun possessed the capability to seize the Chaos Bell in the presence of 6 celestial sages. The war of the witches and demons had concluded. Now, how to deal with the remaining demon and witch clans was a matter of discussion. Laozi inquired nonchalantly, as if the struggle over the Chaos Bell had never occurred. Gong Gong from the witch clan damaged the heavenly pillar, nearly causing a catastrophe. He must be severely punished, proposed Yuanshi Tianzun. How about relocating the remaining witch clan to the desolate lands of the north? Tongtian suggested. That punishment is far too lenient. Yuanshi Tianzun expressed his discontent and vehemently opposed the proposed plan, stating his lack of endorsement. What, then, should be done? It is impossible to eradicate them all, is it not? Tongtian Jiao Zhu furrowed his brow. For a moment, Yuanshi Tianzun could not conceive of any other suitable solution. Following the counsel of the 3rd elder, Laozi decisively made a ruling. With but a few words, the esteemed heavenly Dao saints resolved the fate of the Wu clan, as for the Wu clan's own sentiments. They bore little significance. Should they choose to disregard the commands of the saints, they would be compelled to comply. And what of the demon clan? Laozi inquired, as a saint of the demon clan. I shall take charge of this matter, Niwa proclaimed. The demon clan, much like the Wu clan, bore considerable sins. Our Western teachings advocate for the salvation of all beings. Perhaps I should take them back to the West for redemption? Zhuanti hastily suggested. The Western realm, being resource-poor and lacking in profound practitioners, had seen Zhuanti make numerous trips to the East to bring back talents. Now presented with such a promising opportunity, how could he afford to let it slip away? Then why not bring the Wu clan to the West for redemption as well? Niwa coldly inquired. The Wu clan shares no destiny with my West. Zhuan replied solemnly. They do not cultivate the primordial spirit, only revering the great Pangu. Even if taken, it would be of no avail. Given this, it would be prudent to inquire about their own wishes. Those desiring to accompany you may do so, while those unwilling may be allowed to reside in the southern regions of Honghuang, Laozi proposed. Agreed. Both Niwa and Zhuan concurred with this suggestion. Thus, Laozi gathered the many demons, informing them of the decision and permitting them to choose for themselves. That a significant number of demons expressed their willingness to follow Niwa, for she was a revered figure among them. Few were inclined to accompany Jie and Zhuan to the west, as the region was impoverished and laden with numerous regulations. The majority favored migrating to the southern regions of Honghuang rather than journeying westward with Jie and Zhuan. Only a handful believed that Jie and Zhuan could serve as reliable support and thus chose to accompany them. The three pure ones harbored no ambition to conquer Honghuang. Their followers were already sufficient, and they held no interest in these demons. Each selected a mount. Laozi chose the Azure Bull, Yuan Shi Tianzun selected the Qilin, and Tongtian Zhu opted for the Kuan Yo. After arranging matters concerning the Wu and Demon clans, the 6 heavenly Dao saints prepared to depart, but were suddenly summoned by a transmission from Hongjun Daozu, instructing them to visit the Zhixiao Palace. Zhang Tianchen, return and focus on your cultivation. Come to Jinao Island to find me in 10,000 years. Tongtian Zhu instructed before flying directly toward the depths of chaos and the Zhixiao Palace. On the Honghuang continent, the heavenly Dao saints could instantaneously reach any location, yet outside of Honghuang, they could not. Originally, Zhang Tianchen planned to return directly to the Wuyi mountains for seclusion in the Wuliang cave, intending to fully absorb the insights gained before emerging. However, upon Tongtian Zhu's request for him to visit Jinao Island in 10,000 years, he decided to forego his return to the Wuyi Mountains and instead pay a visit to the 3 celestial maidens on Sanxian Island. Thus, Zhang Tianchen set off toward the Eastern Sea. Within the Zhixiao Palace, the 6 heavenly Dao saints gathered in one place. Suddenly, the figure of Hongjun Daozu materialized upon the cloud platform above, and the 6 saints could not discern how he had arrived there, indicating that his cultivation far surpassed theirs. Greetings, Master, the 6 saints bowed in unison. You may rise, Hongjun spoke calmly. Master, why have you summoned us here? Laozi respectfully inquired. Though Emperor Jun has fallen, the heavenly court, as the rightful authority of Honghuang, bears the weighty responsibility of governing it. It cannot be without a leader for even a day. The purpose of gathering you all is to deliberate on the matter of the heavenly court's ruler. Hongjun explained. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the 6 heavenly Dao saints immediately felt a stir within them. The heavenly court wields immense fortune and possesses the power to represent heaven and earth. If one could seize control of the heavenly court, any endeavor would be greatly facilitated. Only Laozi, adhering to the principle of tranquility and non-action, showed little interest in the position of the heavenly emperor, having only a single direct disciple, Xuandu. Master, although Emperor Jun has perished, his son Luya still remains and could inherit the position of the heavenly emperor. Niwa spoke first. Faced with this suggestion, Hongjun neither endorsed nor dismissed it, leaving the other heavenly Dao saints perplexed regarding his intentions. Luya has caused great calamity. How could he possibly succeed to the position of heavenly emperor? Yuan Shi Tianzun argued that my disciple, De Guangqingzi, possesses a solid foundation and formidable cultivation, making him entirely capable of fulfilling this role. My disciple, Methra, whose cultivation is devoted to the salvation of all beings, is also suitable to become the heavenly emperor, Zhuan added. Many among my disciples, including De Bao, possess profound cultivation and are capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the heavenly emperor. Supported by the likes of Wu Dang, Jin Ling, Gui Ling, Zhang Tianchen, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao, Tongtian Zhu proposed. After each saint had presented their candidate, they turned their gazes toward Hongjun, awaiting his decision. I too have a candidate for your consideration. Hongjun beckoned to 2 young attendants beside him. Hao Tian, Yao Qi, come forth. Yes, master. Hao Tian and Yao Qi approached Hongjun. You have followed me for a long time. It is time for you to experience the world. Pray tell, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to assume the role of the ruler of the heavenly court? Hongjun inquired nonchalantly. All depends on Master-S arrangements. Hao Tian and Yao Qi responded with uncontained joy. What do you think of these two? Hongjun turned to the 6 heavenly Tao saints that we have no objections. The 6 saints unanimously expressed their agreement. Even if there were dissenting voices, none dared to voice them. Moreover, considering various factors, Hao Tian and Yao Qi indeed appear to be the most suitable candidates for the position of Heavenly Emperor and Empress. In terms of lineage, Hao Tian and Yao Qi were both born from the chaotic Yang stone and chaotic Yin stone, an origin unmatched by any teaching that in terms of cultivation, they had already reached the quasi-saint realm. Who could rival them? Of course, this excluded Zhang Tianchen. Since there are no objections, henceforth, Hao Tian shall be the heavenly emperor governing Hong Wang, while Yao Qi shall be the heavenly empress, assisting Hao Tian. With a gesture, Hongjun facilitated the swift maturation of the 2 attendants into adulthood. Hao Tian transformed into a young man, handsome and exuding an air of authority with every gesture, while Yao Qi became a beautiful maiden. Appearing around 25 years old, radiating grace and dignity in her demeanor. Thank you, Master. Hao Tian and Yao Qi bowed deeply in gratitude, having ascended from attendants to rulers of Hong Wang. Such a remarkable turn of fate felt dreamlike. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun produced a mirror and said, Hao Tian. This mirror is called the Hao Tian mirror. It is a supreme innate spiritual treasure capable of reflecting the 33 heavens of the heavenly court and the 18 layers of hell. I bestow it upon you to oversee the 3 realms and enhance the heavenly court's fortune. Thank you, Master. Hao Tian exclaimed with excitement, hardly able to believe that Hongjun had not only appointed him as the ruler of the heavenly court, but also granted him such a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Hongjun then retrieved an ornament and remarked, Yao Qi, this hairpin is called the Tianyi hairpin, also a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. I grant it to you for your protection. Its marvelous utility you shall gradually comprehend in due time. Thank you, Master. Yao Qi quickly knelt in gratitude and accepted the Tianyi hairpin. After a moment of thought, Hongjun produced a spirit herb and said, This is the innate Ren water peach tree. The heavenly court is currently but an empty shell. This spiritual root will assist you in expanding your influence. Thank you, Master. Yao Qi accepted the innate Ren water peach tree with great excitement, amazed that Hongjun had even planned for this aspect on their behalf. Once the bestowals were complete, Hongjun turned to the 6 saints present, declaring, Hao Tian and Yao Qi shall henceforth be your new brothers and sisters, in light of the current shortage of personnel in the heavenly court. You should summon your disciples to serve there. The expressions of the 6 saints reflected slight reluctance. Master, I currently have no disciples. Niwa immediately replied, as she had yet to take on any students and thus felt no pressure regarding the matter. Master, I have only Xuandu as my disciple, and he still needs to inherit my teachings. Laozi displayed a hint of difficulty in his expression. Confronted with such responses, Hongjun did not harbor any expectations from Laozi or Niwa. His gaze shifted to the other 4, Tongtian Jiaozhu, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jiayin, and Zhuanti. Master, our western region truly lacks talent. It is impossible for us to send anyone to serve in the heavenly court. Zhuanti lamented, appearing as though he might soon break into tears. Master, I shall return and inquire if my disciples are willing to serve in the heavenly court, Tongtian Jiaozhu replied, assured due to the considerable number of his students. Thus, the methods of Laozi and Zhuanti were not suitable for him. However, he could not directly refute Hongjun, and so he had to respond ambiguously. Yes, Master, he said, I will also return to my sect for consultation. Yuan Shi Tianzun adopted a similarly vague strategy as Tongtian Jiao Master. Even upon noticing the change in attitude from Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiao Master, Hongjun chose not to expose the truth. Since a decision has been made, you may return first. Having said that, Hongjun's figure vanished instantly into the 6 saints did not linger any longer and returned to their respective abodes in succession. The purpose of Hongjun summoning them was ostensibly to discuss the selection of the new ruler of the heavenly court. In reality, he had already reached a conclusion and merely wished to inform them. After 500 years, when Zhang Tianchen flew near Sanxian Island, he called out, "May I inquire if the three fairies, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, are at home?" Zhang has come to pay a visit. He did not enter the island directly, but shouted from outside, his voice echoing throughout Sanxian Island. Upon hearing that Zhang Tianchen had arrived, Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, who were rehearsing the Yellow River Great Array, immediately flew over to greet him. Zhang Tianchen, senior brother. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen, Yunxiao's face lit up with a smile, revealing her joy that I was not present when the three fairies visited my Wuliang cave last time. "I hope you can forgive me," Zhang Tianchen apologized with a smile. "We were the ones who intruded. How could we blame senior brother?" Yunxiao replied. "Sister, Zhang Tianchen, let's not be so formal here. Let's talk inside," Bixiao suggested. "Senior brother Zhang Tianchen, please." Yunxiao gestured for him to enter. Yunxiao led the way, with Zhang Tianchen following closely behind, while Bixiao and Xiongxiao brought up the rear as the four entered Sanxian Island. Yunxiao personally served spiritual tea and fruits to Zhang Tianchen. "Senior brother Zhang Tianchen, your visit to our Sanxian Island this time must not be a hurried one, right?" Bixiao inquired. "I am not particularly anxious to return. However, my master instructed me to come to Jinao Island in 9,500 years. Zhang Tianchen explained. "So, you merely stopped by to see us on your way?" Bixiao feigned dissatisfaction. Zhang Tianchen appeared somewhat flustered, unsure how to respond. Bixiao couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Tianchen's expression. "Senior brother Zhang Tianchen, I was just joking. You look really amusing," Bixiao chuckled. "Bixiao, do not be rude," Yunxiao admonished, then turned to Zhang Tianchen. "Bixiao has been a bit mischievous. Please forgive her. That Bixiao's lively nature is something I quite enjoy. I would not hold it against her. Rather, it is you who have set your expectations too high," Zhang Tianchen remarked. Hearing Zhang Tianchen's praise, Bixiao lowered her head, her face turning red. "Senior brother Zhang Tianchen, the teachings 9,500 years from now will coincide with our master's instruction time. Why don't we go to Jinao Island together then?" Yunxiao suggested. "Oh, that's how it is." Zhang Tianchen understood the intent behind Tongtian Jiao Master's directive for him to visit Jinao Island at that time. And he smiled, saying, "It would be my honor to accompany the three of you. Senior brother Zhang Tianchen, please refrain from calling us fairies in the future. Just use our names," Bixiao said, her blush gradually fading. "All right," Zhang Tianchen nodded with a smile, continuing, "Then do not call me senior brother Zhang Tianchen anymore." Bixiao thought for a moment and replied, "Let us call you Tianchen, senior brother." This indeed felt much more intimate without the surname. Zhang Tianchen agreed with a nod. "Tianchen, senior brother, over the years my sisters and I have gathered quite a number of spiritual herbs. Could you assist us in refining some elixirs?" Bixiao asked without reservation. "Of course, that is no problem. My alchemical skills have improved significantly over the years that I can guarantee success even in refining the 9 turns golden elixir," Zhang Tianchen stated. Now that he had taken a 9 turns golden elixir, it no longer had any effect on him, and the three fairies could not possibly possess spiritual herbs that were over 1 billion years old, so there was no need for him to accept their herbs as payment. "Thank you so much, senior brother Tianchen." Yunxiao expressed her gratitude. "We are all from the same sect. There's no need to be so courteous," Zhang Tianchen replied. "Only from the same sect?" Bixiao thought silently to herself. "I desire more than just this." In the heavenly court, after the 6 celestial sages departed, Haoyin and Yaodai also arrived at the heavenly court. I could see this moment. The heavenly court had become a desolate ruin, with shattered bricks and stones scattered everywhere. All the buildings were no longer intact, and even the magnificent Lingxiao Palace had collapsed into a pile of rubble. "Haoyin, what on earth happened? Why has the heavenly court fallen into such disrepair?" Yaotai asked in shock, hardly able to believe the scene before her. All of this was caused by the recently concluded war of the witches and demons, Haoyin sighed. "Then what should we do now?" Yaotai said anxiously, pondering how they could maintain their status in the heavenly court given its current state of destruction. Haoyin was momentarily at a loss for an answer and could only suggest, "I will consult the master." Soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power descended from beyond the 33 heavens, instantly restoring the palaces and pavilions in the ruins to their former glory. In a brief moment, the desolate ruins transformed back into a blessed land of immortality. Celestial energy swirled around, and brilliant rays of light dazzled the eye, with countless pavilions and towers hidden among the sea of clouds, creating a magnificent and ethereal scene. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Hao Qian and Yao Tai quickly bowed in gratitude towards the direction of Zhixiao Palace, for only Master Hong Jun possessed such divine powers. Hao Qian, from now on, we shall truly take control of the three realms. Yao Tai gazed at him, her eyes ignited with newfound hope. Hao Qian resolutely replied, although the heavenly court has been rebuilt, it is but an empty shell at present. To establish ourselves as true rulers, we must continuously strengthen the heavenly court's power and enhance its authority. I will immediately plant that innate Ren water peach tree, said Yao Tai as she stepped forward, diligently nurturing 3,600 peach tree saplings for future use. The first set of 1,200 trees bore flowers and fruits that were quite small, maturing only once every 3,000 years. The next set of 1,200 trees produced distinct, sweet fruits that could be harvested every 6 years, while the final group of 1,200 trees would yield small core peaches with purple stripes, requiring a full 9 years to ripen. Time flew by, and in the unrecorded years of chaos, Zhang Tianchen had spent 9,000 years on Sanxian Island. During this time, he and the three fairies engaged in discussions on sutras, explored the mountains, and practiced various techniques, including formation skills, deepening their bond and mutual understanding, although they had yet to express their innermost feelings. Furthermore, with his assistance in refining elixirs, they had all ascended to the realm of Taiji Golden Immortal. Specifically, Yunxiao had reached the late stage, Bixiao was in the mid-stage, and Xiongxiao was in the early stage. The accomplishments of the three were undoubtedly the most outstanding representatives of the. Now, with 500 years remaining until the next teaching by Tongtian Jiao Master, Zhang Tianchen decided it was time to set off for Jinao Island with the three fairies, eager to hear the Master's teachings, although the distance between Sanxian Island and their destination was not far. After 50 years of earnest guidance from Zhang Tianchen and the joint efforts of all three, they successfully arrived at their destination. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, it is delightful to see you again. This is your first visit to Jinao Island to hear the Master's teachings, is it not? Zhao Gongming expressed a hint of surprise upon seeing Zhang Tianchen's arrival. During the War of the Witches and Demons, I had a brief encounter with the Master, who instructed me to visit Jinao Island. Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. Are the three younger sisters accompanying you, junior brother Zhang? Zhao Gongming looked at Zhang Tianchen and the three fairies with a teasing glint in his eye. The three felt somewhat shy and lowered their heads in silence. Previously, I visited Sanxian Island to see the younger sisters, since everyone plans to come to Jinao Island to hear the teachings. We traveled together, Zhang Tianchen explained somewhat awkwardly. Ha, junior brother Zhang Tianchen, there is no need to hide anything. Just look at the expressions of the three younger sisters. I can tell that something good is about to happen for you. Zhao Gongming teased with a smile. Big brother, if you continue to tease us, I will ignore you in the future, Bixiao said with a hint of threat. At that moment, the Golden Spirit Saintess approached gracefully. Sister Jinling, upon encountering the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Zhang Tianchen, Zhao Gongming, and the three Xiaos immediately ceased their jovial banter and greeted her with politeness. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, our master wishes to summon you, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit announced. Upon hearing that the master of Tongtian sought his presence, Zhang Tianchen was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, Sister Jinling, do you know what the master requires of me? The master did not specify. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied with a shake of her head, but he has been frequently praising you in our presence of late. That must be a great overstatement from the master. Zhang Tianchen humbly responded with sincerity. Please follow me, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit said, leading the way. Zhang Tianchen followed her into the Buzhou Palace, where he beheld the master of Tongtian seated high upon the cloud platform, flanked by Wu Yunxian, Jinggu Xian, Pai Lu Xian, Lingyu Xian, Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, and Dingguang Xian. Below, Daobao Daoren, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit sat attentively listening. I pay my respects to the master, Zhang Tianchen said reverently as he bowed. Zhang Tianchen, do you know why I have summoned you? The master Tongtian inquired calmly. I am not sure, Zhang Tianchen responded, shaking his head. The last time I saw you, I noticed that your sword intent was coalescing and unyielding. Have you comprehended some principles of the sword path? The master pressed further. I am but a novice. Having grasped merely a hint of its essence, Zhang Tianchen replied honestly, in my lifetime, there are two aspects of my learning that I take the utmost pride in, the master Tongtian said with a smile. The first is formations, and the second is the sword path. Zhang Tianchen was puzzled as to why the master would mention this, yet he continued to listen in silence. Though I have many disciples, and a number excel in formations, I find it regrettable that none have inherited the essence of my sword path. The master of Tongtian expressed, a hint of sorrow crossing his features, that I feel deeply ashamed. Dao Bao Daoren, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wuliang, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit all voiced their sentiments of guilt for failing to carry on the master's legacy. The master of Tongtian waved his hand dismissively towards Dao Bao and the others, then turned his gaze to Zhang Tianchen, stating, from this day forth, you shall be my fifth direct disciple, and I will impart my sword path to you in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianchen's heart soared with joy. This was indeed a momentous occasion for him. He promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Rise, the master of Tongtian said, gently raising his hand, a formless power lifting Zhang Tianchen to his feet. Congratulations, junior brother Zhang Tianchen. Dao Bao Daoren offered his felicitations. The honor belongs to the master. It is all due to his grace, Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, I hope you will inherit the master's sword path and not disappoint him. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit added that I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my cultivation, Zhang Tianchen assured. You already possess treasures such as the purple-yellow gourd, the creation cauldron, and the pure world white lotus for protection. So I shall not bestow any additional magical artifacts upon you, the master of Tongtian continued. Understood, Zhang Tianchen replied, for he already had numerous treasures sufficient for his defense. After the next lecture on the Tao, you should find a suitable place on Jinao Island to establish a cave dwelling, making it convenient for you to frequently attend the teachings. The master Tongtian further instructed, Master, I already have a dwelling for cultivation on Wuyi Mountain, where I have cultivated many spiritual herbs and fruits. Relocating would be quite challenging, Zhang Tianchen expressed, feeling somewhat troubled. In truth, he was reluctant to move to Jinao Island, fearing that some of his secrets might be easily exposed. It matters not. If it is truly inconvenient for you to reside on the island, we shall set it aside for now. Just come over during the lectures. The master of Tongtian did not press Zhang Tianchen further. Thank you for your understanding, Master, Zhang Tianchen said. Gratefully, 400 years swiftly passed, and before long, it was time for another lecture on the Tao. Dao Bao Daoren, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wuliang, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and Zhang Tianchen gathered at the lectern, taking their seats at the front. Many other disciples of the Jiao whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Zhang Tianchen seated alongside the direct disciples. Silence, Dao Bao Daoren commanded, for the master was about to begin. Instantly, the entire assembly fell silent. The figure of the master of Tongtian appeared upon the cloud-covered podium, and he proclaimed, from this moment forth, Zhang Tianchen shall be my new fifth direct disciple. The members of Jiao responded in unison. We pay our respects to brother Zhang Tianchen. Hearing that Zhang Tianchen had become the fifth direct disciple, some disciples felt envy, others jealousy, and some harbored discontent. However, they dared not express their feelings openly, merely standing to pay their respects to Zhang Tianchen. And no need for formalities, my fellow junior brothers and sisters, Zhang Tianchen replied as he turned to face them. In Jiao, named disciples referred to direct disciples as brothers and sisters. Only individuals like Zhao Gongming, who had been designated by the master of Tongtian as the chief elder brother, held a special status. The others were ranked according to their cultivation levels, with the most outstanding among them assuming the title of elder brother, 8S for the 5 core direct disciples. Their rankings were as follows. Dao Bao held the first position, followed by Jinling in second, Wudong in third, Turtle Spirit in fourth, and Zhang Tianchen as the fifth direct disciple. After officially announcing Zhang Tianchen as the new fifth direct disciple, the master of Tongtian began to elucidate his unique sword techniques. It seemed that the content of the lecture was purposefully tailored for the benefit of this new disciple, revolving around the sword cultivation path that Zhang Tianchen required. Although Zhang Tianchen had already comprehended 80% of the principles of the sword path, he still fell short compared to the master of Tongtian. Beneath the sage, all are mere ants. The reason sages can transcend the quasi-saint realm lies primarily in their mastery of the principles. Quasi-saints can only grasp these principles, whereas sages can command them. The disparity between the two is vast and incomparable in the heavenly court. After Hao Yin and Yao Qi ascended to the throne, they initially believed they would command great authority and awe across the realms. However, reality proved otherwise, as the situation diverged sharply from their expectations. The six heavenly Tao saints paid them no heed whatsoever. Even the disciples of these saints regarded the heavenly court with disdain. Hao Yin and Yao Qi had ruled the heavenly court for nearly 10 millennia, yet they had scarcely found a few capable assistants. They struggled not only to demonstrate the majesty of the heavenly court, but even to maintain its basic operations. Most practitioners in the primordial world hailed from the witch and demon clans. The witch clan solely worshipped Pangu and did not cultivate their primordial spirits. Thus they could hardly join the heavenly court. The demon clan, being the original rulers of the heavenly court, had just concluded a fierce battle with the witch clan, and Hao Yin was wary of recruiting members from the demon clan, fearing it might spark new conflicts. Consequently, Hao Yin could only rely on rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators preferred solitude and were averse to constraints. Only a small fraction sought to join the heavenly court for additional cultivation resources. Inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, Hao Yin was reviewing official documents when Yao Qi approached him from behind and gently massaged his shoulders. Hao Yin, why not take a short break? How can I afford a rest now? I must think of a way to establish the prestige of the heavenly court. Otherwise, I would become the greatest joke as its ruler, Hao Yin replied, his brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. Alas, Yao Qi sighed softly, acknowledging that this matter could not be rushed. Without personnel, how could the heavenly court establish its authority? At that moment, Yao Qi had completely lost the excitement she once felt when she was chosen as the ruler of the heavenly court. Had I known this would be the case, I might as well have continued serving as a disciple under the Tao ancestor. Hao Yin lamented. Yao Qi, too, reminisced about her days as a servant to the Tao ancestor. Though her status was lowly, it was comfortable and untroubled. Suddenly, Hao Yin recalled something and asked, how are the peaches in the peach orchard growing? The peaches, which ripen every 3,000 years, had been harvested twice, and those that matured in 6,000 years had also been picked once. However, they had all been given as rewards to those who came to affiliate with the heavenly court. Now, it was time for the 3,000-year and 9,000-year peaches to ripen. Yao Qi replied. Yao Qi, let us host a peach banquet and invite the 6 heavenly Tao saints and some renowned experts to feast. Hao Yin suggested, struck by inspiration, believing it to be a splendid opportunity to elevate the prestige of the heavenly court. While the peaches may be a delightful treat for ordinary rogue cultivators, they would hardly impress the heavenly Tao saints. Will they even come? Yao Qi expressed her concerns. After all, as the designated ruler of the heavenly court by the Tao ancestor, they would certainly show some respect in front of the Tao ancestor. Hao Yin asserted with confidence, very well then, let us prepare for the peach banquet. Yao Qi nodded in agreement. Immediately, Hao Yin dispatched messengers to inform the 6 celestial sages and other renowned practitioners, inviting them to partake in the forthcoming Pan-Tao gathering. Jin Ao Island. A century passed, and the Tongtian patriarch concluded his sermon. Those disciples of the absorbed in the profound truths gradually returned to consciousness. This sermon concludes here. Do you have any inquiries? The Tongtian patriarch did not depart immediately, but offered the disciples an opportunity to ask questions. How should one interpret the saying, a sword wielded a foot away is better than a 1,000-mile journey? Inquired Zhang Tianchen. Is there truly a distinction among the myriad paths of the great Tao? The Tongtian patriarch refrained from a direct answer, posing a counter-question. Though the paths may differ, the crux lies in each individual's comprehension of the Tao, Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. Indeed, while there are many paths, each can lead to the realm of Honyuan. Every person possesses their unique swordsmanship, and there is no need to distinguish right from wrong. What matters is how far one can travel. The Tongtian patriarch continued his instruction. I understand. Thank you, Master. Zhang Tianchen bowed in gratitude. After Zhang Tianchen's inquiries, other disciples also began to pose questions. As this exchange unfolded, time slipped away, and a decade passed unawares. Having answered your questions, return now and cultivate diligently. The Tongtian patriarch instructed, we shall heed Master S teachings. The disciples of the responded in unison at that moment. The water and fire boys approached to report. Master, an outsider claiming to be a messenger from the heavenly court seeks an audience. A messenger from the heavenly court? The Tongtian patriarch furrowed his brow slightly before commanding. Invite him in. Yes, Master. The water and fire boys respectfully departed. Shortly thereafter, they returned with the heavenly court's messenger. I am Li Changjin, here to pay my respects to the supreme pure sage. Changjin bowed deeply to the Tongtian patriarch. You are the messenger from the heavenly court? What brings you to Jin Ao Island? The Tongtian patriarch replied coolly. I am the Taibai Jinxing of the heavenly court, entrusted by the Jade Emperor to invite the supreme pure sage to attend the Pan Tao Grand Gathering. As he spoke, he presented an invitation. The water and fire boys took the invitation and handed it to the Tongtian patriarch. After a glance at the invitation, the Tongtian patriarch stated, I see. You may return. I take my leave, Li Changjin responded, though he did not receive a clear reply and dared not ask further, retreating instead. The Pan Tao Gathering will occur in 500 years. I am unable to attend. Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, Guiling, and Zhang Tianchen, you five shall represent me. The Tongtian patriarch commanded, as you wish. Duo Bao Taoist, Jinling Saint Mother, Wudong Saint Mother, Guiling Saint Mother, and Zhang Tianchen replied in unison. It was not that the Tongtian patriarch lacked the time to attend. Rather, he was disinclined to participate. Sending 5 representatives was merely to honor the Tao ancestor. You may disperse now. After the Tongtian patriarch finished speaking, his figure vanished. Jinling Junior Sister, Wudong Junior Sister, Guiling Junior Sister, Zhang Tianchen Junior Brother, let us prepare to set forth. Duo Bao Taoist proposed. The Pan Tao Gathering only allowed 500 years for preparation, and traveling from Jinao Island to the Heavenly Court would consume considerable time, which could not be wasted. Senior Brother, wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Zhang Tianchen said before approaching Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao sisters. Junior Brother Zhang Tianchen, no, it should be Senior Brother Zhang Tianchen. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Senior Brother Zhao Gongming. It is fine to call me Junior Brother, Zhang Tianchen replied, unbothered by the title. Nay, the rules of the cannot be easily overlooked, Zhao Gongming asserted with a serious expression. As you wish, Zhang Tianchen replied indifferently, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Senior Brother Tianchen, congratulations on becoming a direct disciple. Bai Xiao expressed her joy warmly. That it is all thanks to our Master S nurturing. Zhang Tianchen smiled. Senior Brother Tianchen, as you are heading to the Pan Tao Gathering, we sisters shall return to Sanxian Island first, Yin Xiao stated. Would the 3 junior sisters like to move to my Wuliang cave? Zhang Tianchen inquired. Though he did not state it outright, his intention was clear. Hearing this, Yin Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Zhao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripened peaches. Ha! Zhao Gongming erupted in laughter. Let us wait until Senior Brother Tianchen returned from the Pan Tao Gathering to discuss this matter. Yin Xiao said, her head lowered. That is well. After the gathering, I shall visit you at Sanxian Island. Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. We shall await your return. Yin Xiao softly responded. Once their agreement was made, Zhang Tianchen, along with Duo Bao Taoist, Jinling Saint Mother, Wudong Saint Mother, and Guiling Saint Mother, set off towards the Heavenly Court. The southern gate of the Heavenly Court, the Pan Tao Gathering was about to commence, and numerous deities hastily arrived. Hao Qian had tasked Li Changjin with welcoming the incoming guests. Although this was not the task he had anticipated, Li Changjin was nonetheless a person of some standing within the Heavenly Court. Coincidentally, as Duo Bao Taoist and the others arrived at the southern gate, they encountered the 12 direct disciples of the Chan sect also arriving for the gathering. this duo bao brings several junior brothers and sisters to the Pan Tao gathering. Duo Bao Taoist announced to Li Changjin that, it is the esteemed disciples of the please enter. The banquet is set at Yaoqi. Li Changjin greeted politely. The Transect's Guang Chengzi brings his disciples to the Pan Tao gathering. Guang Chengzi boasted with arrogance, scarcely casting a glance at Li Changjin. The esteemed disciples of the Transect have also arrived. Please, come in. Li Changjin continued to extend his courteous welcome, just as Duo Bao Dao was prepared to greet the Transect's direct disciples. The latter deliberately ignored him and strode straight through the southern gate towards Yaoqi. Senior brother, those direct disciples of the Transect are rather excessive, are they not? Jinling, Saint Mother, expressed her indignation. Let it be. Do not allow such matters to affect our brotherly bond with the two masters, Duo Bao Daoist advised. Seeing Duo Bao Daoist speak in such a manner, Jinling, Saint Mother, fell silent. Upon reaching the exterior of Yaoqi, Duo Bao Daoist and the others heard loud proclamations within. The Xiandu of the Supreme Pure Sage presents a bottle of golden elixir. The Guang Chengzi of the Jade Pure Sage brings forth a superior grade post-heaven spirit treasure. The steed of the Nuwa Saint, Jin Ning, also arrives with a mid-grade pre-heaven spirit treasure. Hao Hian commanded that the gifts brought by the attendees be announced aloud, a practice motivated by two reasons. Firstly, if the gifts were of considerable value, it would elevate the heavenly court's status. Secondly, if the offerings were meager, it would result in a significant loss of face. Senior brother, our master did not instruct us to bring gifts. What shall we do? Guiling Saint Mother fretted. The only solution now is to see if we possess any suitable items to offer as gifts, Duo Bao Dao suggested. Jinling Saint Mother, Wudong Saint Mother, and Guiling Saint Mother had not brought many items with them. The only potential gift was the magical treasures bestowed upon them by the Tongtian Patriarch. However, since they had already integrated these treasures into their cultivation, parting with them was indeed difficult. Understanding the predicament of his junior sisters, Duo Bao Dao said, Then I shall offer my golden mist crown as a gift. Senior brother, the treasure bestowed upon you by our master should remain for your own use. Zhang Tianchen interjected, adding, I possess a black dragon sword. A superior grade pre-heaven spirit treasure, which would serve as the perfect gift. This black dragon sword originally belonged to the demon General Mo Xian, which Zhang Tianchen had taken after defeating him. Senior brother Zhang Tianchen. Allow me to bear this responsibility, Duo Bao Daoist insisted, as fellow disciples. We need not distinguish between ourselves. Let this matter be decided according to my opinion, Zhang Tianchen declared, and before Duo Bao Daoist could voice further objections. He strode towards Yaoqi and presented the black dragon sword to the gift receiver. It is no wonder our master holds Zhang Tianchen in such high regard, not only due to his exceptional swordsmanship, but also because of his virtues, which we should all aspire to emulate, Jinling Saint Mother marveled. Upon our return, I shall certainly inform our master of this, ensuring that Zhang Tianchen's contributions do not go unrecognized, Duo Bao Daoist affirmed. Wudong Saint Mother and Guiling Saint Mother also expressed their admiration for Zhang Tianchen's actions. From the esteemed Supreme Pure Sage, the Duo Bao Daoist presents a precious pre-heaven spirit treasure at the banquet. The name reported by Zhang Tianchen remained that of Duo Bao Daoist, as it was fitting for the first disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch to represent. Thus, this act was entirely appropriate and not an attempt to overshadow others. The many deities arriving for the Pan Tao gathering were astonished upon learning that they had offered a valuable superior grade pre-heaven spirit treasure, unaware that this was an improvisation, as there had originally been no such gift plan. In contrast, the teachings of the Transect offered merely a selection of ordinary, high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures, highlighting the stark disparity that rendered the expressions of those present, including Guang Chengzi and the other members of the Transect, difficult to conceal. Once the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Precious Taoist, the Wudong Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and Zhang Tianchen took their seats, nearly all the celestial beings settled down as well. Let the feast commence, announced the envoy of Hutu. In an instant, melodious music filled the air, and a procession of enchanting fairies approached, delicately carrying trays adorned with succulent peaches. The guests attending the peach banquet included not only the envoys of the 6 heavenly Tao saints, but also numerous renowned powerhouses from the primordial world, alongside some resource-strapped solitary cultivators mingling among them. Such solitary cultivators, rarely privy to such grand feasts, were instantly captivated by the sight of the peaches, their eyes sparkling with desire as they swallowed hard. Humph! Guang Chengzi regarded the disheveled appearance of this crowd with disdain, emitting a cold snort, as if he found it utterly disgraceful to be present in their company. Although this scoff was drowned in the ethereal, celestial music, it still reached the ears of many. The Haotian divine king, seated at the head of the table, heard this sound, and his expression darkened suddenly, thinking Guang Chengzi was being exceedingly impolite to him. The Jade Emperor, the absence of the heavenly Tao saints at the banquet had already dampened his mood, and now Guang Chengzi's disdainful demeanor only exacerbated it. Ultimately, the Haotian divine king suppressed his emotions, choosing not to take any action to act out in anger would not only provoke the original heavenly sovereign, but also disrupt the peach banquet. Thus, he opted for patience, maintaining a facade of composure. The 9,000-year-old purple-striped peaches before Zhang Tianchen appeared particularly tempting. However, he found little interest in the delectable fruits, as he had plenty of such peaches in his own peach grove. Instead, he favored the exquisite wines served at the banquet, sipping several cups with light-hearted enjoyment. As the feast progressed, Guang Chengzi rose from his seat, addressing the assembly with an air of superiority. Haotian Emperor, if this so-called banquet is merely for savoring celestial peaches, it is rather lackluster. Today, as numerous cultivators gather in the heavenly court, why not host a Daoist contest to enhance the overall excitement of this gathering? His proposal was evidently a public challenge, both to the authority of the Haotian Emperor and a direct affront to the assembled celestial families. Upon hearing this, the anger of the Haotian Emperor surged beyond control. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, responding nonchalantly. Although many capable cultivators have indeed aligned themselves with my heavenly court over the years, the celestial families present may not be inclined to showcase their skills. In contrast, many skilled practitioners from the 4 teachings, particularly those from the sect known as the greatest in the primordial world, would provide a splendid display of their prowess. The Morning Star had previously narrated the events at the southern heavenly gate to the Haotian Emperor, who was thus aware of the rift between the Transcend and the Sect that he deliberately aimed to place the Sect in a precarious position, inciting friction and conflict between the two sects to deflect attention from his own troubles. True to the Emperor's scheme, his words inspired considerable indignation among the members of the Transcend. Is there not a master from the Sect present who can offer guidance? Qi Jingzi promptly stepped forward to voice his challenge. Faced with the inevitability of conflict, the precious Taoist shifted his focus from determining who would compete against whom to actively seeking ways to avert this confrontation. In this awkward moment, Qi Jingzi provocatively pressed on. Is there no one from the Sect? Are you too afraid to accept the challenge? With no response forthcoming, his tone grew increasingly arrogant and taunting. Master brother, I lost at Qi Jingzi last time. Please grant me an opportunity to redeem myself. Zhang Tianchen said that in truth, Zhang Tianchen had deliberately lost to Qi Jingzi previously, and thus there was no shame to be redeemed. He simply sought an excuse to enter the fray. The precious Taoist, recognizing that this battle was now unavoidable, reluctantly nodded. Very well, you may compete, but do so with restraint. Do not jeopardize our camaraderie, that I understand, Zhang Tianchen replied with a slight nod, rising from his seat and walking toward the Yao pool. Zhang Tianchen of the Sect, I implore you to enlighten us with your methods. Sect. I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be the minor character who fell to me last time. Qi Jingzi scoffed dismissively. You should return. Summon someone else to avoid embarrassing yourself here. That time, I was merely a novice, not fully grasping my master's techniques. Now, I've become a direct disciple, mastering my master's true teachings. Zhang Tianchen replied with a calm smile. Then let me see what you have learned from Master Tongtian. Qi Jingzi's expression darkened as he took out the yin-yang mirror, though he looked down on Zhang Tianchen. He did not forget the latter's profound mastery of spells. Knowing that a battle of spells would not favor him, he resorted to using a magical artifact instead. A flash of white light illuminated Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen merely smiled, remaining stationary as the white light enveloped him. Upon seeing the light shine upon Zhang Tianchen, Qi Jingzi's smile froze. Why does Zhang Tianchen not evade the yin-yang mirror? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother inquired, clearly perplexed, as he could have easily dodged it. Sister, do not fret, observed Zhang Tianchen. He appears unaffected, the Wudong Holy Mother pointed out. Although Zhang Tianchen stood still, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and a smile graced his lips, indicating he was not ensnared by the yin-yang mirror. Qi Jingzi, are your eyes failing you? Do you need a mirror to see more clearly? Zhang Tianchen quipped lightly. Hearing his words, Qi Jingzi's smile faltered, disbelief etching his features. How is this possible? How can you not be under the control of the yin-yang mirror? Perhaps your mirror is malfunctioning. If you do not believe me, you may try again, Zhang Tianchen suggested. After witnessing the power of the yin-yang mirror, Zhang Tianchen had learned of many artifacts in the primordial world that specialized in targeting the primordial spirit, leading him to devise a new defensive method for his spirit. His eagerness to participate in this battle was to validate the effectiveness of this method. However, Qi Jingzi, undeterred, once more directed the yin-yang mirror at Zhang Tianchen. Yet, Zhang Tianchen remained unyielding, displaying no reaction. Perhaps you should return the broken mirror to avoid further shame. Let me help you put it away, Zhang Tianchen remarked, waving his sleeve as a beam of multicolored light shot towards the yin-yang mirror in Qi Jingzi's grasp. Caught off guard, the mirror was instantly seized by Zhang Tianchen. What spell is Zhang Tianchen employing? Why have I never seen such a thing? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother wondered that it appears to be a technique of Zhang Tianchen's own creation. Let us not forget that he excels not only in swordsmanship, but also in the mastery of spells, making him a paragon among the Inter-sect. The Wudong Holy Mother noted, the elder brother of the Inter-sect. The precious Taoist felt an unprecedented pressure. He had pledged allegiance to the master Tongtian long before the three pure ones attained sanctity. If he were to be surpassed by a younger disciple who entered later, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment for him. Return the yin-yang mirror to me. Upon realizing his artifact had fallen into another's hands, Qi Jingzi panicked. Return it? Zhang Tianchen chuckled lightly. Of course, that is no problem. He then held the yin-yang mirror, aiming it at Qi Jingzi. In the fleeting moment before Qi Jingzi could evade, his primordial spirit was directly immobilized. Seeing this unfold, the Haotian Divine King lauded, a remarkable disciple of the Inter-sect. Truly, they live up to their esteemed reputation as a premier sect in the chaotic world. In reality, he secretly hoped to fan the flames of discord between the two sections. Zhang Tianchen, quickly release my disciple. As the situation escalated, Guang Chengzi's voice grew increasingly thunderous. Qi Jingzi and I are merely exchanging insights. There's no need to worry for his safety, Zhang Tianchen replied with an easy demeanor, particularly emphasizing the term disciple. Though the Chan sect and Jie sect were ostensibly brother sects, established around the same time, the internal hierarchy was determined by the strength of one's martial prowess. The stronger were deemed elder brothers. Having just bested Qi Jingzi, Zhang Tianchen had ample justification to refer to him as a younger brother. Observing the scene before him, Guang Chengzi was furious yet powerless. Subsequently, when Zhang Tianchen directed the crimson glow at Qi Jingzi, his primordial spirit was freed from restraint. The yin-yang mirror was originally a treasure bestowed upon him by my master, he mentioned, primarily to preempt Zhang Tianchen from seizing it. Zhang Tianchen smiled faintly, responding, as fellow sect members, how could I possibly covet a younger brother's possessions? No sooner had he spoken than he returned the yin-yang mirror to Qi Jingzi, mindful of his own actual combat capabilities, which still fell significantly short of the true saints. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, one would not dare to seize another's treasured artifact. Should this provoke the wrath of the primordial heavenly venerable, it is highly likely to invite a direct strike against the younger generation from him. In a moment of carelessness, Qi Jingzi lost his advantage and was defeated. However, our Chan sect has not yet fully conceded. Let's engage in a contest once more in a bid to restore our honor. Guang Chengzi proposed another match against Zhang Tianchen. Faced with this situation, the ever-watchful Golden Spirit, Saint Mother, promptly interjected, Guang Chengzi, what prowess do you possess to take turns in battle? Allow me to step forth this time. Yet, Zhang Tianchen confidently declined her well-meaning offer, asserting, "There is no need for you to intervene, Golden Spirit Senior Sister. I shall resolve this match on my own. If they harbor discontent, then let us engage in another round." Given his comprehension of the situation and his confidence, Golden Spirit Saint Mother had no choice but to respect Zhang Tianchen's decision. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen made a courteous gesture towards Guangqingzi, inviting him to take the initiative. Without a hint of politeness, Guangqingzi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fallen Bell. This bell, a top-tier innate treasure, appeared as a bronze bell, but was specifically designed as a weapon to strike at the enemy's spiritual realm. As Guangqingzi rang the bell several times toward Zhang Tianchen, it seemed as if Zhang Tianchen was unaffected in the slightest, and he must possess some artifact that protects his primordial spirit. Guangqingzi mused, recalling that both his fallen bell and Qi Jingzi's yin-yang mirror were specifically targeted at the primordial spirit. However, Zhang Tianchen remained unscathed, evidently having employed some form of treasure for his defense. "Guangqingzi, are all your sect's treasures merely worthless trinkets?" Zhang Tianchen scoffed. "Do not rejoice too soon, Zhang Tianchen. Behold my artifact." Guangqingzi stowed away the fallen bell and produced a box. This box, known as the Hunyuan box, was also an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Legend has it that the primordial heavenly venerable once used it against by Shao. It was unexpected that after the loss of the Fantian seal, the primordial heavenly venerable would bestow the Hunyuan box upon Guangqingzi. Zhang Tianchen pondered silently. With the half of Buzhou Mountain now in Zhang Tianchen's possession, the primordial heavenly venerable could no longer forge the Fantian seal. Yet he seemed particularly fond of Guangqingzi, bestowing upon him this formidable Hunyuan box. Among the 12 direct disciples of the Transcending, the primordial heavenly venerable favored Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi the most, often granting them greater care. The least favored was Huang Longjinren, who possessed not even a single treasure and held a status inferior to some of the lower ranks, after the investiture of the gods. Mending, Ci Hangjinren, Pu Xianjinren, when Shu Guang, Fa Tianzun, and Zhu Lu Sun would betray the Chan sect, joining the Western sect, all of which was evidently tied to the primordial heavenly venerable's obvious favoritism. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Tianchen released a burst of multicolored light, directly drawing the Hunyuan box into his grasp. Upon witnessing his artifact being seized by Zhang Tianchen, Guangqingzi was left in shock. "Guangqingzi, would you care to experience the might of your own treasure?" Zhang Tianchen remarked with a light laugh, clutching the Hunyuan box. "No. Anyone drawn into this box will be transformed into blood within half an hour." Guangqingzi exclaimed hastily, fearing that Zhang Tianchen might use it against him. "Guangqingzi, how dare you employ such a sinister artifact against a fellow disciple? I shall certainly report this to Master Yuan Shi." Zhang Tianchen feigned anger, declaring, "I will submit this treasure for Master to adjudicate." In truth, Zhang Tianchen was already aware that the Hunyuan box could reduce a person to blood. According to myth, Shao met his demise in such a manner. He feigned indignation merely to temporarily seize the Hunyuan box. Even if he ultimately could not keep it, at least he could make Guangqingzi uncomfortable for a while. "That is my treasure. Upon what grounds do you withhold it?" Guangqingzi retorted angrily. "If you are dissatisfied, you may as well taste the flavor of your own artifact." Zhang Tianchen coldly responded. Puffed. Guangqingzi, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother," the others from the Chan sect rushed over upon witnessing this. "We shall depart." Guangqingzi waved his hand, leading them away from the scene. Having lost the contest and had his treasure taken by Zhang Tianchen, he felt utterly humiliated and unwilling to linger any longer. Upon seeing Guangqingzi leave without a word, Hao Qian was furious. "Your Majesty, please forgive the disturbance caused to the peach banquet," Zhang Tianchen said calmly. Though he was apologizing, there was not a trace of remorse on his face. Hao Qian, exacerbating the conflict between the Jie sect and the Chan sect, had long been a thorn in Zhang Tianchen's side. Hence he did not extend any courtesy towards him. "It is of no consequence." Hao Qian feigned generosity, waving his hand. "The Jie sect is indeed remarkable, which I greatly admire." Zhang Tianchen returned to his position. "Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, I did not expect your strength to be so formidable. Effortlessly defeating the two strongest disciples of the Transcending, Golden Spirit Saint Mother remarked, her respect for Zhang Tianchen growing further. Golden Spirit Senior Sister, you flatter me. I merely leveraged the power of divine arts, Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. Indeed, the essence of cultivation is paramount, yet in the throes of actual life and death battles, whether it be artifacts or divine arts, the ability to emerge victorious is the true path. Golden Spirit Saint Mother added that it seems I must redouble my efforts in cultivation, lest I fall behind junior brother Zhang Tianchen in the near future. Dao Bao Dao Rin chuckled. I share the same sentiment. Wudong's Saint Mother concurred. In truth, Zhang Tianchen longed to inform them that he had already far surpassed them, and that they could hardly catch up. However, such words would be too harsh. He refrained from voicing them in order not to dampen their spirits. Soon, the peach banquet concluded. Some, drawn by the abundant resources of the heavenly palace, chose to remain and join, while many other deities returned to their respective realms. Subsequently, Dao Bao Dao Run, Golden Spirit Saint Mother, Wudong Saint Mother, Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, and Zhang Tianchen all departed the heavenly court, flying towards Jinao Island. 500 years passed, and the five once again set foot on Jinao Island, reporting in detail to the Tongtian Patriarch about the events of the peach banquet. Master, this is the Hunyuan box. Please decide its fate. Zhang Tianchen presented the box with both hands. The Hunyuan box belongs to Brother Yuan Shi. We should return it. You should make a trip to Kunlun Mountain and personally hand it over to Brother Yuan Shi. The Tongtian Patriarch said, still harboring brotherly affection. Yes, Master. Though he was reluctant to return the item, Zhang Tianchen complied. Internally, he lamented. Had he known the Tongtian Patriarch would insist on returning it, he would have refrained from taking it in the first place, thus avoiding the hassle of this trip. His surprise. The Patriarch's decision to return the Hunyuan box was made without hesitation that I did not consider this adequately, resulting in your expenditure of this high-level innate treasure. If you have any desires, speak them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, the Tongtian Patriarch graciously offered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianchen gently shook his head, refraining from making any requests. Foolish disciple, just express your desires. How could a master take advantage of his disciple? The Tongtian Patriarch encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that only the four swords of extermination and the sword diagram of extermination truly piqued his interest. However, as these two were among the most vital treasures of his master, he hesitated to ascertain whether the Tongtian Patriarch would permit him to borrow them for study. Thus, he mustered his courage and expressed, I wish to explore the sword array of extermination. His astonishment. The Patriarch swiftly acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall grant you access to these four swords and the diagram for a period. Yet they must remain on Jinao Island for your study. Thank you, Master. Zhang Tianchen expressed his gratitude. Upon your return from Kunlun Mountain, you may come to collect the four swords of extermination and the sword diagram of extermination, the Tongtian Patriarch instructed. Understood, Zhang Tianchen replied. He then turned to leave the Buzhou palace. Master, I shall enter seclusion for cultivation until I break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Dao Ren informed the Tongtian Patriarch. He was already at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, merely a step away from the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Master, we too shall enter seclusion for cultivation. Golden Spirit, Saint Mother. Wudong Saint Mother, and Turtle Spirit, Saint Mother chimed in unison. Very well, you may proceed. The Tongtian Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. Accepting Zhang Tianchen as a direct disciple had indeed brought some unexpected benefits. After leaving Jinao Island, Zhang Tianchen did not head directly to Kunlun Mountain, but instead flew towards Sanxian Island. Initially, he had planned to take the Sanxian back to Wuyi Mountain's Wuliang cave after the peach banquet concluded. However, considering the new circumstances, he would remain on Jinao Island for the entire Yuanhui period, comprehending the sword array of extermination after returning from Kunlun Mountain to avoid any misunderstandings from the Sanxian. He needed to inform them of this matter. 50 years later, Zhang Tianchen arrived at Sanxian Island. Brother Tianchen, you have come. Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao expressed their delight and a hint of shyness upon seeing Zhang Tianchen arrive as promised. Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, I regret to inform you that I will not be able to take you to Wuliang Cave for the time being. Zhang Tianchen, with an apologetic demeanor, elucidated the matter concerning the comprehension of the Juxian sword array. Senior Brother Tianchen, delving into the sword array does not hinder our journey to the Wuliang Cave, Bishao interjected. Please escort us back to the Wuliang Cave to settle ourselves, and then you may return to your study of the sword array. It shall not consume too much time. Would this not make you feel aggrieved? Zhang Tianchen inquired. What grievance could there be? It is merely a change of location for our cultivation, Bishao replied with a cheerful tone. And what say you both? Zhang Tianchen then turned to Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. We are eager to go. The two shyly nodded in agreement. Then prepare yourselves. We shall depart at once. Zhang Tianchen instructed. We have already prepared the essential items. The rest shall remain here. The area outside Sanxian Island is protected by a formation, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Thus it serves as a commendable cultivation ground. Our team may even prove useful in the future. Yin Xiao explained. Indeed, Zhang Tianchen nodded slightly before leading the three fairies towards Wuyi Mountain. 500 years later, Zhang Tianchen and the three fairies arrived at the Wuliang Cave in Wuyi Mountain. The cave master has returned. The three fairies have also arrived. The three sisters Su, upon seeing Zhang Tianchen's return, ceased their cultivation to welcome him. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. I have taken them as my partners on the path, and they shall reside here henceforth. Zhang Tianchen addressed the Su sisters. Upon hearing that the three had become Zhang Tianchen's partners, the expressions of the Su sisters dimmed slightly. Greetings to the three lady masters. The Su sisters respectfully bowed to Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. There is no need for such formalities. Yun Xiao gently waved her hand. Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, Xiong Xiao, you shall temporarily stay in my Wuliang Hall. Upon my return, I will personally prepare your residences. Zhang Tianchen stated. Understood. The three fairies nodded in unison. Here are some golden elixirs, sufficient for your cultivation for a while. Zhang Tianchen presented a vial of golden elixirs to Yun Xiao, continuing, there are also ample Dao tea leaves stored within the cave. If needed, you may have Su assist in retrieving them. Senior Brother Tianchen, you are truly kind to us, Bi Xiao expressed with gratitude. You are my partners. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile, playfully tapping Bi Xiao's nose. Bi Xiao, experiencing such intimate gestures for the first time, felt a blush grace her cheeks. I must venture out shortly, and will not return for a while. You three ought to heed the instructions of the three lady masters. Zhang Tianchen advised the Su sisters. Yes, cave master, the Su sisters replied with smiles. Master, you have finally returned. I have been greatly concerned. The golden winged Duping exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Zhang Tianchen. You are not worried for me, but rather for the lack of anyone to unravel your death symbol. Zhang Tianchen teased lightly. Master, it is a misunderstanding. I truly have been worried for you. The golden winged Duping feigned innocence. Enough of the charade. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand, introducing, these three are my partners, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao. Henceforth, obey their commands as you would mine. Greetings to the three lady masters. The golden-winged Dapeng bowed obediently. He is my steed, named Yui Xian. Zhang Tianchen explained to the three fairies. Senior Brother Tianchen, you have even tamed a Luo Golden Immortal as your steed? Bi Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. For within the Jiejiao, there was not a single Luo Golden Immortal. When I tamed him, he was not yet a Luo Golden Immortal. Zhang Tianchen clarified. Even so, that is still quite impressive. How did you achieve such a feat? Bi Xiao inquired. Her curiosity piqued. In truth, my ability to tame him owes much to you. Zhang Tianchen replied with a faint smile. What connection do we have to this? Bi Xiao questioned, perplexed at that time. After departing from your Sanxian Island, I journeyed to the Honghuang continent, where I encountered the ocean and was mistakenly identified as food by him. Thus, I taught him a lesson. And he became my steed, Zhang Tianchen recounted. Master, must we revisit that embarrassing episode? The golden-winged Daping lamented, feeling somewhat humiliated. Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning in the future, Zhang Tianchen agreed, then added, I need to visit Kunlun Mountain. You shall take me there. I am at your service. Master, the golden winged Dapeng affirmed that I shall depart first. You three should focus on your cultivation within the cave, Zhang Tianchen instructed. Senior Brother Tianchen, we shall await your return here. The three fairies expressed with reluctance. Rest assured, Cave Master, we will diligently cultivate, the Susu sisters promised. Zhang Tianchen leapt onto the back of the golden winged Dapeng, declaring, let us set forth. The golden winged Dapeng flapped his wings and soared towards Kunlun Mountain. 500 years later, the golden winged Dapeng brought Zhang Tianchen to Kunlun Mountain. Which fiend dares to trespass upon Kunlun? A furious roar echoed as the Dapeng entered Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Tianchen looked down and recognized Qi Jingzi. Descending from the Dapeng's back with a smile, he said, Ah, an old friend. Qi Jingzi's expression darkened like a soot-covered pot. During the peach banquet years ago, he had uttered similar words to Zhang Tianchen, never expecting to be met with the same treatment today. Zhang Tianchen, what brings you to Kunlun Mountain? Qi Jingzi inquired coldly, why Master has commanded me to pay respects to Yuanshi Shirbua. Please lead the way. Zhang Tianchen feigned seriousness. Qi Jingzi gritted his teeth, but finding himself unable to resist, he reluctantly replied, Follow me. You may wait outside the mountain. Zhang Tianchen instructed the golden-winged Dapeng. Yes, Master. The Dapeng swiftly took flight upon receiving the command. Zhang Tianchen followed Qi Jingzi into the Yushu Palace. I pay my respects to Yuanshi Shirbua. Zhang Tianchen politely greeted, though internally he detested the Chan school. He knew to maintain proper decorum. What brings you to my Yushu Palace? Yuanshi Tizman inquired calmly. Zhang Tianchen recounted the incident involving Guangchengzi and the Hanyuan box, expressing his profound dissatisfaction, and relayed the request from the Tongtian sect master for the return of the box. Shirbua, please verify this Hanyuan box. Zhang Tianchen presented it with both hands. With a wave of his hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan received the box, stating, concerning Guangchengzi's matter, I shall address it. You may return now. Nephew takes his leave. Zhang Tianchen responded slowly, pondering, address it? I do not believe you will punish Guangchengzi for this. In truth, he was well aware that Yuanshi Tianzuan would never penalize Guangchengzi for this incident. His visit was merely to vex the other party. After bidding farewell to Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Tianchen commanded the Golden Winged Dapeng to proceed to Jinao Island. 500 years later, Zhang Tianchen arrived at Jinao Island. This golden elixir is a reward for you. You may return now. Zhang Tianchen offered a 9-transformation golden elixir to the Golden Winged Dapeng, as he need not keep the Dapeng waiting during his stay on Jinao Island. Thank you, Master. The Golden Winged Dapeng joyfully took flight, elated at receiving the precious 9-transformation golden elixir. Upon entering the Buzhou Palace, Zhang Tianchen noticed the Tongtian sect master seemed to be anticipating his arrival. Master, I have returned the Hanyuan box to Yuanshi Shirbua. Zhang Tianchen announced. The Tongtian sect master nodded and waved his hand, revealing the 4 Zhuxian swords and the Zhuxian array diagram before Zhang Tianchen. Take these to study. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Master. Zhang Tianchen accepted the Zhuxian swords and the array diagram, departing slowly. After leaving the Buzhou Palace, he found a tranquil spot on Jinao Island, constructed a modest wooden cabin, and set up formations outside. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in the study of the Zhuxian sword array. The Zhuxian sword array is renowned as one of the most formidable killing formations in the Hongwang, asserting that only the 4 great sages could deploy it, requiring the Zhuxian 4 swords and the Zhuxian diagram for arrangement. The Zhuxian 4 swords include the Zhuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xianjian sword, and the Jueshian sword. There once existed poetry extolling their virtues. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once hidden in the secret land of Mount Meru, and no need for the yin and yang to be reversed, nor for water and fire to shape their brilliance. Zhuxian strikes true, Luxian meets defeat, Xianjian shimmers with radiant splendor. Jueshian transforms without limit, a scar upon the robe of the Luo deities. Time flowed quietly. Like a gentle stream, in the blink of an eye, an entire Yuan Hui had elapsed. During this period, Zhang Tianchen not only comprehended the profound mysteries of the Zhuxian sword array, but also, through the power of the 4 Zhuxian swords, elevated his understanding of the sword's principles to the pinnacle of perfection. an unprecedented tenfold mastery. Such an understanding of swordsmanship far surpassed the mere grasp of 80%. Should he attain another advancement and successfully harness the principles of the sword, he would possess the confidence to challenge the most sacred of existences. However, the difficulty of fully mastering the principles of the sword was far beyond that of his previous insights. In addition to this, he had also learned a new sword technique. This technique comprised 4 moves: Juexian, Xianxian, Luxian, and Juxian. He named this new sword art the Juxian sword technique. Upon the conclusion of the Yuan Hui, Zhang Tianchen announced the end of his secluded cultivation. After dismantling the formation, he discovered that Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao were waiting outside the house. "What brings you here?" he inquired with curiosity. "We came to listen to the teachings of our master, knowing that you were about to conclude your retreat. So we patiently awaited your return," Yun Xiao explained. "You have worked hard," he said, stepping forward to embrace the 3 of them tightly. Although they had already become his Tao partners, they still felt a hint of shyness. Their faces flushed at such a tender display. After a moment, reluctantly releasing one another, he continued, "I must first return the 4 Juxian swords and the scroll to my master. When I return, we shall head back to Wuliang cave together." "Hurry back," Yun Xiao replied. Zhang Tianchen entered Buzhou Palace and presented the 4 Juxian sword along with the sword array blueprint to Tongtian cult master. "Have you gained any insights?" the master inquired. "I have deepened my understanding of the principles of the sword and have comprehended a new sword technique, which I have named Juxian sword technique," Zhang Tianchen reported on his cultivation progress. "Since it is named Juxian, its power must surely be extraordinary," Tongtian cult master asked with interest. "The Juxian sword technique consists of 4 steps: Juexian, Xianxian, Luxian, and Juxian. Although it draws upon the prestige of the 4 swords, it may still be insufficient to earn your favor, master," Zhang Tianchen explained earnestly. "Only by truly experiencing it can one understand. Now that we are all in seclusion, please allow your disciple to demonstrate the essence of this Juxian sword technique," Tongtian cult master calmly instructed. "How could a disciple dare?" Zhang Tianchen feigned a nervous expression in response. "What is there to fear? If I command you to try, then you shall try. Can you truly harm me?" Tongtian cult master stated. "Then I beg your pardon." Zhang Tianchen gripped the Wuliang sword tightly in his right hand. First sword, Juexian. Zhang Tianchen wielded the Wuliang sword, striking towards Tongtian cult master. This sword appeared ordinary, yet contained his profound understanding of the principles of the sword. Tongtian cult master remained seated on the cloud platform, observing calmly as Zhang Tianchen's strike reached him. A faint ripple emanated from the point of contact, quickly dissipating into nothingness. After gauging the power of Zhang Tianchen's strike, a subtle smile appeared on Tongtian cult master's face, and he nodded slightly, remarking, "Not bad. With your current Xianxian cultivation, this sword is sufficient to defeat an ordinary Jinxian." Zhang Tianchen executed this strike with complete transparency in his swordsmanship, exerting his full strength while merely showcasing his external cultivation. Second sword, Xianxian. Following this, Zhang Tianchen swung his sword once more. This time, the sword light shimmered with a crimson hue, and the released sword energy appeared deep red, while the intensity of the strike was akin to the previous one. Its most significant aspect lay in its ability to ensnare the enemy rather than injure them. Tongtian cult master nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, please be mindful. The next 2 sword strikes aim for the utmost power, so do exercise caution." Zhang Tianchen cautioned his master before initiating the 3rd strike. Third sword, Luxian. This move was imbued with a fierce killing intent, evoking imagery of mountains of flesh and a realm shrouded in death. Instilling an involuntary chill, Tongtian cult master lightly raised his right hand, effortlessly capturing the sword energy released by Zhang Tianchen with a wave of the sleeve. This sword's murderous intent had indeed become tangible, and its offensive power was significantly greater than the previous 2. However, such a heavy aura of slaughter must not be employed in the context of sparring with fellow disciples, Tongtian cult master remarked. "Understood," Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. "Let me assess how effective your final move is." Fourth sword, Juxian. Zhang Tianchen unleashed his final strike. This sword summoned the malevolence from the heavens, symbolizing destruction and death. Tongtian cult master slightly tilted his head, gracefully waving his sleeve as he absorbed the encroaching deathly aura within. Your series of sword moves indeed befits the title of Zhuxian, he stated. Master, you flatter me, Zhang Tianchen humbly responded. Since there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. You may depart, Tongtian cult master instructed. Zhang Tianchen slowly exited Buzhou Palace. Tongtian cult master lowered his sleeve and noticed a small tear had been gently rent by the sword energy. Upon Zhang Tianchen's return to the small wooden house, the three women awaited his arrival. Tianchen Shixiang, why have you been gone for so long today? Bishao asked, pouting her cherry-red lips in feigned reproach. During this period of cultivation, I comprehended a new sword move and sought validation from my master, which delayed me, Zhang Tianchen elaborated. What sort of sword technique is it? Is it powerful? Can you teach it to me? Bishao bombarded him with questions. Bishao, you've become increasingly excessive lately, Yun Xiao chided. For our bond, such trivial matters need not concern you. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand dismissively and continued. Moreover, you do not practice the sword path. Even if I were to teach you, you would not be able to grasp it. I am merely curious. I do not truly wish to learn, Bishao said playfully. Let us return to Wuliang cave. Zhang Tianchen proposed. Certainly, the three sisters nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen, accompanied by the three Yunxiao sisters, departed Jinao Island, soaring toward the direction of Wuliang Cave. 500 years later, Zhang Tianchen and the three sisters returned to Wuyi Mountain, only to discover an intriguing sight. A monkey was kneeling outside Wuyi Mountain, seeking to be accepted as a disciple. Tianchen Shixiao, that monkey looks quite peculiar. It seems unaware of whether there are immortals in the mountain. Yet it is bowing repeatedly, Bishao exclaimed, unable to suppress a laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells. This is no ordinary monkey. It is the six-eared macaque, one of the four chaotic monkeys. Zhang Tianchen recognized the identity of the monkey at a glance. Four chaotic monkeys? Bishao appeared somewhat perplexed, unfamiliar with the term. Not only Bishao, but Yunxiao and Xiongxiao also wore expressions of confusion. Observing their expressions, Zhang Tianchen elucidated. The four chaotic monkeys consist of the Lingming stone monkey, the Cheeky Ma monkey, the Tongbi Yuan monkey, and the six-eared macaque, each possessing extraordinary talents. The Lingming stone monkey can transform and understands astronomy and geography, moving the stars. The Cheeky Ma monkey comprehends yin and yang, is well-versed in human affairs, and knows the arts of entering and exiting, evading calamities and prolonging life. The Tongbi Yuan monkey can chase the sun and moon, traverse thousands of mountains, foreseeing fortune and misfortune, controlling heaven and earth. The six-eared macaque excels in listening, perceiving the essence of matters, comprehending causes and effects, and understanding all things. This monkey is indeed remarkable, Bishao remarked, slightly astonished after hearing Zhang Tianchen's explanation. Tianchen Shixiang, do you wish to take him as your disciple? I do wish to, but I have some reservations, Zhang Tianchen confessed. What reservations? Bishao inquired. Look at this monkey. It has sought masters from many renowned mountains. Do you know why no one is willing to accept him? Zhang Tianchen questioned. There's some secret to it. Bishao responded, perplexed. During the time of the Tao ancestor, it was said, the law should not be passed to the six-eared, and everyone fears offending the Tao ancestor, leading no one to teach the six-eared macaque. Zhang Tianchen explained that in truth, this statement means that laws should not be casually imparted. They can only be known between you and me, and should not be disclosed to a third party. However, due to the six-eared macaque's innate 6 ears and exceptional hearing, everyone believes that he has attended the Tao ancestor's teachings and was ultimately discovered by the Tao ancestor, who then decreed that no one should impart any spells to him. However, if he truly possessed the capability to comprehend the teachings of the Tao ancestor, why would he need to seek a master? Self-learning suffices. Can an ordinary practitioner truly discern his presence? Tianchen, since that is the case, it may be wiser to abandon the notion of taking him as a disciple. Upon learning this context, Bishao also advised. After all, the Tao ancestor is the foremost power in the primordial chaos and would not take such a risk for a mere mortal. Our mission at the Inter-sect is to carve out a sliver of hope for all living beings. If we are unwilling to undertake such risks, how can we protect the masses? Zhang Tianchen remarked. He suddenly felt enlightened. If he cannot even alter the fate of the six-eared macaque, what right does he have to seek a new future for the Jie sect? Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao gazed at Zhang Tianchen. Their hearts swayed. Senior brother Tianchen, pursue your course. Regardless of the outcome, we shall shoulder it together. Yin Xiao solemnly replied. It's not as grave as you suggest, Zhang Tianchen chuckled. Even if the Tao ancestor were truly to punish the six-eared macaque, it would not be because of this matter that he would act against me. With that, Zhang Tianchen descended from the heavens, swiftly transforming into an elderly woodcutter, making his way toward the six-eared macaque. Little monkey, what are you doing there? Zhang Tianchen feigned ignorance. I am here to worship the celestial beings, praying they may accept me as a disciple. The six-eared macaque answered, unfazed by Zhang Tianchen's presence. What leads you to believe there are immortals here? Zhang Tianchen inquired further. To be honest, I am not certain. The six-eared macaque shook his head. However, I offer my respects at every mountain I pass. Just to see, this time, your attempts have borne fruit. I've been chopping wood on this very mountain, and I can assure you, there are indeed celestial spirits here, Zhang Tianchen replied with a light-hearted smile. Where might the immortals be? The six-eared macaque asked, filled with excitement. Follow this mountain path upward, and you shall find them. Zhang Tianchen gestured. The six-eared macaque expressed gratitude and ventured deeper into the mountain. Once the macaque had departed, Zhang Tianchen reverted to his original form. That moment, Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao appeared before him. Senior brother, this Wuyi mountain is vast, harboring numerous fierce beasts and demons, given the six-eared macaque's capabilities. He may not even reach the Wuliang cave before becoming a meal for the wild beasts. Bi Xiao remarked that not fret. I am well prepared, Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. Let us return now. The three women nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianchen returned to the Wuliang cave and summoned the golden-winged Great Peng. Master, how may I serve you? The golden-winged Great Peng inquired. There's a little monkey seeking to become my disciple. You must secretly protect him and guide him to the Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen instructed. For the golden-winged Great Peng, who was nearly invincible within Wuyi Mountain, safeguarding the six-eared macaque was more than sufficient. I am at your service, master, the golden-winged Great Peng replied. Remember, ensure his safety alone. Do not assist him in resolving his challenges, Zhang Tianchen reiterated. Understood. With that, the golden-winged Great Peng set off to fulfill the task assigned by Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen then turned to face the three women. I wish to remelt the Wuliang palace so that we may all reside within it. This seems more appropriate. What do you think? Originally intending to construct separate abodes for the three disciples, it now appeared more sensible to expand the existing Wuliang palace. Senior brother Tianchen, we shall follow your lead, Yin Xiao replied shyly, seeing that the three agreed. Zhang Tianchen stored away the Wuliang palace, preparing to refine it anew. During the initial crafting of the Wuliang palace, due to material constraints, only basic soundproofing and protective formations were established. Now, with an abundance of superior materials at his disposal, he was determined to enhance the Wuliang palace significantly. Zhang Tianchen retrieved the creation cauldron, which, though more suited for alchemy, was also applicable for refining tools. Go. He formed a spell and pointed at the fire mouth of the cauldron, which immediately ignited into a blazing inferno. He then added various precious materials into the cauldron, watching as they gradually melted away under the intense heat, impurities dissipating. Following that, he placed the Wuliang palace into the cauldron. The six-eared macaque followed the path indicated by Zhang Tianchen, ascending the mountain step by step. Under the blazing sun, his lips cracked, yet he persisted in his climb. Amidst storms, the muddy path proved treacherous. Fierce winds stinging his eyes, but he did not falter. In the face of frost and snow, his body trembled, yet he pressed on. Even when pursued by ferocious beasts, nearly losing his life, he refused to abandon his quest. As time passed, 500 years flew by, and the new Wuliang Palace was finally completed. The upgraded Wuliang Palace had become a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, far more spacious and equipped than its predecessor. It boasted various facilities, including training rooms, alchemy chambers, artifact forging rooms, leisure pavilions, and sleeping quarters. Senior brother Tianchen, I never anticipated your skills in artifact forging to be so extraordinary, Yin Xiao praised. This time, as Zhang Tianchen refined the Wuliang palace. The three women watched the entire process, feeling a sense of natural elegance and exquisite craftsmanship. Should you require any magical artifacts, I can assist in their creation, Zhang Tianchen offered with a smile. Yin Xiao shook her head. We already possess the Hunyuan Golden Bowl and the Golden Jiao Scissors. That suffices. Having too many magical artifacts may hinder our cultivation. Zhang Tianchen pondered. While the Hunyuan Golden Bowl and Golden Jiao Scissors possess formidable offensive capabilities, they lack somewhat in defense. How about I forge a defensive artifact for you? I would be most grateful, senior brother Tianchen. Yin Xiao accepted the kindness without hesitation, recognizing that a defensive artifact would indeed be of great assistance. There is no need for formality between us, Zhang Tianchen smiled. Master, that foolish monkey has arrived at the entrance of the Wuliang cave. The golden-winged Great Peng flew in to report to Zhang Tianchen. Has he arrived? Zhang Tianchen's lips curled into a slight smile. The timing was perfect. Just as he completed the remelting of the Wuliang palace, the six-eared macaque had arrived. Zhang Tianchen approached the Wuliang palace, and the three women followed suit. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen, the six-eared macaque immediately bowed. Immortal, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Do you not recognize me? Zhang Tianchen transformed his appearance back to that of the woodcutter. Despite 500 years having passed, the six-eared macaque recognized Zhang Tianchen at once. Zhang Tianchen resumed his original form, smiling as he said, Monkey, your determination to seek the Tao is unwavering. I shall accept you as my disciple. I pay my respects to my master. Upon hearing Zhang Tianchen's consent, the six-eared macaque was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly bowed. After completing 9 bows, Zhang Tianchen gently raised his hand. An invisible force lifting the six-eared macaque, 0.9 bows suffice, he stated. Master, does the monkey have a name? Zhang Tianchen inquired. I have yet to be named, the six-eared macaque replied with a shake of his head. Then I shall bestow a name upon you. Zhang Tianchen contemplated for a moment and declared, You are the six-eared macaque of the 4 primordial monkeys, possessing innate 6 ears. Thus, you shall be called Luo Heir. Thank you, master, for the name. After receiving his name, the six-eared macaque excitedly climbed a tree and shouted, I have a name now. I am Luo Heir. His voice echoed throughout Wuyi Mountain. Luo Heir, come down, Zhang Tianchen called out. I got carried away with excitement and lost my decorum. Please forgive me. Master, the six-eared macaque quickly apologized, fearing Zhang Tianchen's displeasure. I harbor no grievances, Zhang Tianchen chuckled, saying, Follow me into the cave, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Once inside the Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen immediately shared his cultivation secrets. As a member of the 4 primordial monkeys, the six-eared macaque was robust and well-suited for the cultivation methods. Thus Zhang Tianchen imparted the 9 transformations' profound art to him. Even though Zhang Tianchen had not cultivated the 9 transformations' profound art himself, it posed no hindrance to teaching it to the six-eared macaque. As time flowed, a century swiftly passed. Luo Heir, do you grasp everything? Zhang Tianchen inquired, having elaborated on the 9 transformations' profound art over the past 100 years. That I understand completely. The six-eared macaque nodded in response. Since you comprehend it all, you may cultivate on your own. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand lightly, reminding him, There's a peach grove within the cave. You may feast on the fruits freely, but be sure to inform Susu before each harvest. During this century of instruction, Zhang Tianchen had introduced the 3 women, Susu, and the winged immortal to the six-eared macaque. Having him report to Susu each time was to prevent the peach grove from being damaged. Thank you. Master, upon hearing about the celestial peaches, the six-eared macaque was nearly drooling. Hurry and practice your skills, Zhang Tianchen urged. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. The six-eared macaque hurriedly left. Whether to cultivate or to indulge in some peaches remained uncertain. After the six-ear departed, Zhang Tianchen proceeded to the artifact forging chamber to begin crafting tools. He had promised to bestow a set of protective treasures upon the Sanshao and was determined to fulfill this vow promptly. Among all the materials, none were more suitable for crafting protective artifacts than the shell of the North Sea Xiangui. The shell of the North Sea Xiangui was as solid as rock. Even challenging for Zhang Tianchen to shatter, but he placed this shell into the creation cauldron, adding top-tier materials such as star iron, black diamond, and deep-sea silver Oregon 15,000 years later. A shield was meticulously forged, embodying 49 prohibitions, becoming a postnatal supreme treasure. However, Zhang Tianchen felt slightly dissatisfied with its defensive capabilities. Therefore, he infused half of the merits acquired from the heaven mending technique into the shield. This postnatal meritorious treasure was indeed sufficient. Zhang Tianchen nodded in satisfaction. Let us name it Xuanwu Shield. With this thought, he christened the shield. After completing the Xuanwu Shield, Zhang Tianchen did not cease his endeavors, but continued to invest more effort into forging other treasures. He placed fragments of the Wuxiaoshan into the creation cauldron and resumed the forging process. 5,000 years later, a grand seal was completed, also possessing 49 prohibitions, thus becoming a postnatal supreme treasure. Let us call it Fontian Seal. Zhang Tianchen did not expend much thought on alternative names, directly adopting its original title. Upon the completion of the Fontian Seal, Zhang Tianchen devoted another 1,000 years to crafting an iron staff and a suit of armor. The iron staff was a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, while the armor was of medium grade. After concluding his seclusion, Zhang Tianchen visited the cultivation abode of the Sanshao. Upon his arrival, the Sanshao halted their cultivation. Senior brother Tianchen, what brings you here? Yin Xiao inquired. That I have fulfilled my promise to present you with some defensive treasures, all of which are now complete, and I have come to offer them, Zhang Tianchen replied. Producing the Xuanwu Shield. This shield is crafted from the shell of the North Sea Xiangui, combined with other rare materials. That it is a postnatal meritorious treasure, with defensive capabilities surpassing even my own pure world White Lotus. The defensive properties of the Xuanwu Shield were nearly equivalent to the Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth, only slightly inferior to the Taiji diagram. Such a postnatal meritorious treasure. The Sanshao were astonished by Zhang Tianchen's lavish gift. Senior brother Tianchen, this gift is truly overwhelming. How can we possibly accept it? Yin Xiao politely declined. This Xuanwu Shield was crafted specifically for you, that if you refuse to accept it, shall I simply discard it? Zhang Tianchen questioned. Senior brother Tianchen may very well use it for himself. Yin Xiao insisted that I already possess the pure world White Lotus. Acquiring the Xuanwu Shield is not strictly necessary. Zhang Tianchen gently shook his head, explaining that although the defensive power of the pure world White Lotus was slightly inferior to that of the Xuanwu Shield, it possessed many unique purifying effects. It seems you do not regard me as a confidant. Zhang Tianchen feigned anger. Seeing this, Yin Xiao hastily replied, Senior brother Tianchen, please do not take offense. We shall graciously accept it. That's more like it. There is no need for such formality. Zhang Tianchen smiled as he handed the Xuanwu Shield to Yin Xiao. Thank you, Senior brother Tianchen. Yin Xiao expressed her gratitude. That I would prefer to see you demonstrate your appreciation through action. With that, Zhang Tianchen gently embraced Yin Xiao and kissed her. After a long while, they parted. Yin Xiao's face flushed crimson like the morning glow. Her head lowered in shyness and silence. Although Zhang Tianchen yearned to take things further, he understood that such matters must proceed step by step. So he said, You may continue your cultivation. I shall take my leave. Until Zhang Tianchen departed, Bi Xiao curiously asked, Elder sister, how was it? What did it feel like? Qiong Xiao looked at Yin Xiao with a gaze full of inquiry, feeling a bit bashful under the scrutiny of Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Yin Xiao retorted, You will know for yourselves if you experience it. After Zhang Tianchen left the Sanxiao's cultivation chamber, he stepped into the pure Yang peach orchard. He had two purposes for this visit: to inspect the condition of the pure Yang peach trees and to locate the six-eared macaque. The six-eared, being a monkey, still retained his fondness for the fruit grove, never having left this peach orchard for over 10,000 years. This pure Yang peach grove had nearly become his sacred place of cultivation. The six-eared was perched on a branch, enjoying a peach. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen arrive, he immediately leaped down. Master, what brings you here? The six-eared asked, I have come to check on your progress in cultivation. To what level have you mastered the 9 transformations of the mysterious art? Zhang Tianchen inquired in a calm tone. Master, I have reached the 4th level of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. The six-eared replied respectfully. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art comprises 9 levels. The first level corresponds to the 4 realms of the mundane, the second to the celestial immortal, the third to the true immortal, the fourth to the profound immortal, followed by the golden immortal, the Tai golden immortal, the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the quasi-saint, and ultimately the saint. The six-eared had now attained the 4th transformation, achieving the profound immortal realm. Quite impressive. Zhang Tianchen nodded in satisfaction that T.O. have mastered the 9 transformations of the mysterious art to the 4th level within over 10,000 years is indeed commendable. This is also thanks to these peaches. The six-eared chuckled, scratching his head. I have recently forged 2 artifacts. Your diligent cultivation warrants their bestowal, Zhang Tianchen declared. Upon hearing of the artifact rewards, the six-eared's eyes sparkled with excitement. The first is named the Heart's Desire Iron Rod, a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, weighing 13,500 pounds, capable of changing at will. The second is an artifact set composed of the phoenix-winged purple gold crown, the golden chainmail, and the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes. Zhang Tianchen retrieved these 2 artifacts from his bag, both crafted according to the standards of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. The six-eared donned the golden chainmail, stepped into the lotus silk cloud-walking shoes, and placed the phoenix-winged purple gold crown atop his head, brimming with vigor. Gripping the Heart's Desire iron rod tightly, he reveled in his new treasures. Thank you for the gifts, Master. The six-eared was overjoyed, cherishing the 2 artifacts to the point of not wanting to let them go. From now on, you must diligently cultivate. Otherwise, I may reclaim these artifacts at any moment. Zhang Tianchen admonished sternly that I shall certainly strive to enhance my cultivation. The six-eared vowed earnestly. After attending to various matters, Zhang Tianchen proceeded to the alchemy chamber. He deemed it the perfect opportunity to process the spoils acquired from the witch-demon battlefield. He extracted 3 million-year-old spiritual herbs from his bag, intending to concoct the 12 transformation golden pill. With his current adept skills, he was capable of refining 3 12 transformation golden pills at once. He gently pointed his finger to cast the incantation. A surging flame erupted within the cauldron, into which he cast the precious herbs, accompanied by the high temperature in the furnace. These rare medicinal materials gradually melted, their essences being extracted, though this process was exceedingly slow. Zhang Tianchen spent 1,800 years completing the extraction. Subsequently, he added nearly 110 million-year-old herbs and close to 1,000 million-year-old herbs into the cauldron for further purification. After another 1,200 years, the essences from the nearly 110 million-year-old herbs and nearly 1,000 million-year-old herbs were fully extracted. Zhang Tianchen swiftly altered hand gestures, commencing the pill-forming process. 3,000 years later, 3 smooth and exquisite pills began to take shape. Zhang Tianchen then proceeded with the final fusion refining process. 3,000 years later, these 3 extraordinarily precious 12 transformation golden pills were finally completed. At this moment, 3 great clouds of dark thunder gathered in the sky, heralding the impending thunderous tribulation. Sensing this unusual fluctuation, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao quickly rushed to the alchemy chamber. Senior Brother Tianchen, what kind of elixir are you refining that has attracted the thunder tribulation? Bi Xiao asked, astonished. This is a unique research achievement of mine, the 12 transformation golden pill. Due to the rejection from the heavenly Tao, every time it is completed, it triggers a thunder tribulation, Zhang Tianchen explained. Brother, you always bring us unexpected surprises. Yun Xiao exclaimed, filled with emotion. Then, with a resounding crash, 3 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. However, under the protection of a defensive array laid out by Zhang Tianchen, there was no threat present. Each cloud brought forth a total of 243 lightning strikes, all of which were neutralized by the barrier. When the thunder dissipated, the 3 escaping 12 transformation golden elixirs were successfully captured by Zhang Tianchen and placed in a jade vial for preservation. He informed them, each of these 12 transformation golden elixirs can enhance the cultivation of 100 minor yuan hui. When you reach the quasi-saint realm, I shall assist you in refining them. In truth, it is not that Zhang Tianchen is stingy in withholding the 12 transformation golden elixirs from the 3 sisters, but rather that the Sanshao sisters are still at the Tai Golden Immortal stage, and consuming such elixirs at this juncture might jeopardize their foundational cultivation. Brother, do you usually rely on the 12 transformation golden elixirs for your cultivation? Bai Xiao inquired, her face reflecting disbelief. Previously, she had utilized the 9 transformation golden elixirs, but had only recently transitioned to the more advanced 12 transformation ones. However, the primary materials required for this are rare and hard to procure, and she currently has only the last 3 left, which she has used up this time. Zhang Tianchen replied, Indeed, brother, may I ask what the primary materials needed for refining such golden elixirs are? We are willing to assist you in procuring them. Bai Xiao asked. Zhang Tianchen responded, a primary spiritual herb with a history of over 1 billion years, along with numerous auxiliary materials that have grown for millions and hundreds of thousands of years, constitutes the foundational composition of the 12 transformation golden elixirs. Not only is the main herb scarce, but even those auxiliary materials are exceedingly difficult to find. Bai Xiao furrowed her brow, appearing quite troubled. These precious herbs are indeed rare and extremely challenging to obtain. However, there is no need for excessive worry. If we truly cannot find them, we can attempt to cultivate them ourselves. This was merely a comforting remark to him. Zhang Tianchen reassured Bai Xiao, knowing full well that cultivating such long-lived spiritual herbs would consume an inordinate amount of time, a luxury he does not possess at present. After all, before the impending war of deification, lacking the strength to rival the saints would render survival a gamble shrouded in uncertainty. Brother, having relied on the 12 transformation golden elixirs as a means of cultivation, how is it that you still remain at the ethereal realm? Yin Xiao questioned, perplexed. Zhang Tianchen did not shy away from the truth. My cultivation heart's intent is rather unusual. It does not merely reflect the ethereal realm's superficial level, but is, in essence, akin to that of a quasi-saint. After living together for such a long time, similar secrets can no longer be concealed. It is better to disclose them directly to everyone than to leave them in ambiguity. Is that so? All of Yun Zhao's accumulated questions were suddenly resolved. Brother Tianchen, it turns out your cultivation has reached such heights. Bai Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. As long as you diligently cultivate, I will do my utmost to support you with elixirs. One day, you too may attain the realm I currently embody, Zhang Tianchen declared. The Sanshao, born of 3 colorful clouds, possess a solid foundation. With his assistance, reaching the quasi-saint realm is not beyond possibility. Could I truly become a quasi-saint? Bai Xiao seemed entranced, having once dreamed only of reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, never daring to envision the existence of the quasi-saint level. Bai Xiao. In cultivation, it is paramount to avoid lofty aspirations. Even with Brother Tianchen's aid, we must proceed steadily, ensuring every step is solid. Yun Xiao admonished. Big sister, I understand my mistake, Bai Xiao replied, her heart filled with reverence for Yun Xiao, immediately yielding upon witnessing her sister's solemn expression. Take this vial of golden elixirs for your cultivation. If you exhaust them, return to request more from me. Zhang Tianchen handed Yun Xiao a jade vial containing several 6 transformation golden elixirs and a few 9 transformation golden elixirs. Brother Tianchen, we cannot constantly rely on you for elixirs in the future. We will periodically seek out spiritual herbs ourselves and then request your assistance in refining them, Yin Xiao said, slightly embarrassed as she accepted the vial. Do not mention it. Although I am uncertain when I will gather the required materials for the 12 transformation golden elixirs, the spiritual herbs in my garden suffice for refining 6 transformation and 9 transformation golden elixirs. Zhang Tianchen stated that if we can find spiritual herbs over 1 billion years old, we will still need millions and hundreds of thousands of years' worth of auxiliary herbs. Brother Tianchen will likely still have to rely on these spiritual herbs. Yin Xiao remarked, shaking her head. Very well then, Zhang Tianchen conceded, seeing Yun Zhao's insistence. Brother Tianchen, we shall return to our cultivation now. Yin Xiao said, Zhang Tianchen nodded gently. After the Sanshao departed, Zhang Tianchen continued his alchemical endeavors. This time, he prepared to attempt refining the quasi-saint level 1 Yao golden elixir. Armed with the experience from previously developing the 12 transformation golden elixir, he faced no significant obstacles in launching the quasi-saint version based on the Daluo level 1 Yao golden elixir. During his leisure, Zhang Tianchen had preliminarily devised a method for refining the quasi-saint level Wan Yao Golden Elixir. He possessed two quasi-saint level demon beasts, namely the Ghost Chariot and the North Sea Xian Turtle. The North Sea Xian Turtle has existed since the creation of the world by Pangu, its massive form unmatched, containing energy within its flesh 10 times that of an ordinary quasi-saint demon beast. Thus, the two quasi-saint demon beasts in Zhang Tianchen's possession were equivalent to 11. With everything prepared, he commenced the alchemical process 9,000 years later. A quasi-saint level Wan Yao Golden Elixir was successfully birthed. Similar to the 12 transformation Golden Elixir, this event also provoked the displeasure of the heavenly Tao, resulting in a calamity of lightning. However, the 81 bolts of lightning were effortlessly neutralized by the protective array within the alchemical chamber. After weathering the tribulation, the quasi-saint Golden Elixir attempted to flee but was firmly grasped by Zhang Tianchen. He swallowed the elixir whole and began to digest and refine it. The energy of the quasi-saint level Wan Yao Golden Elixir was far more ferocious than that of the 12 transformation Golden Elixir, and Zhang Tianchen expended a full 20,000 years before he could completely refine it. His cultivation increased by 100 yuan hui, yielding effects identical to that of the 12 transformation Golden Elixir. Zhang Tianchen silently contemplated, recognizing that all of this unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, feeling no surprise. With the experience from before, Zhang Tianchen directly refined 3 golden elixirs on his second attempt. And by the third attempt, he fabricated 7,18,000 years later. He had successfully obtained 10 quasi-saint level Wan Yao golden elixirs, following the completion of the quasi-saint level Wan Yao golden elixirs. Zhang Tianchen turned his attention to researching how to utilize Great Luo Golden Immortal level demon beasts to refine even higher grade Wan Yao golden elixirs. During the war between the Wu and the Yao, countless billions of demon creatures perished, and Zhang Tianchen traversed far and wide, ultimately gathering over 20 billion demon beast carcasses. It was imperative to develop a method for utilizing Great Luo Golden Immortal demon beasts to produce higher grade Wan Yao golden elixirs to truly capitalize on these creatures. After a millennium of research, he still had not succeeded. Just as Zhang Tianchen was on the verge of giving up, an idea struck him. He would attempt to mix Great Luo Golden Immortal level demon beasts with spiritual herbs aged for millions of years in the refining process. With his thought in mind, he continued his research for another 1,000 years, ultimately achieving a satisfactory outcome. Zhang Tianchen named this new concoction the Hanyuan Golden Elixir. Upon successfully refining the first Hanyuan Golden Elixir and discovering it matched his expectations, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter that moment. The Sanxiao were just emerging from their retreat, and upon hearing Zhang Tianchen's laughter, they hurried over to I Shao was the first to inquire. "Brother Tianchen, what has brought you such joy?" Zhang Tianchen embraced Bai Shao and passionately kissed her, preparing for a grand celebration. After a long while, Zhang Tianchen released her from his embrace and said, "I have found a substitute for the 12 transformation golden elixir, and the materials are much easier to procure." This moment, Bai Zhao's face turned crimson, as radiant as the evening glow, completely immersed in the recent affection and oblivious to Tianchen's words. Meanwhile, Yun Shao and Qiong Shao also found themselves lost in their own memories, shyly lowering their heads. Seeing the three sisters' bashful demeanor, Zhang Tianchen no longer hesitated and directly escalated the atmosphere. Soon, the room was filled with an increasingly fervent ambience. Unlike ordinary individuals who are limited to physical unions, cultivators can experience a profound spiritual fusion, an exquisite beauty beyond the reach of mere words. 100 years swiftly passed. The Sanxiao emerged from the alchemical chamber, exuding a newfound charm. Zhang Tianchen remained behind to continue refining the Hongyuan Golden Elixir, as time quietly slipped away, stretching into tens of thousands of years. Subsequently, the master of Tongtian was about to once again expound the heavenly Tao, and Zhang Tianchen led the Sanxiao to Jinbi Island to attend the teachings. This time, he also brought along Lu Yi, a disciple of the Inter-sect. Lu Yi certainly had the right to listen to the master of Tongtian's lectures, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Upon arriving at Jinbi Island, Zhang Tianchen and Lu Yi entered the Buzhou palace to pay their respects to the master of Tongtian, while the Sanshao took their seats to await the teachings. Within the ethereal confines of the Buzhou palace, the esteemed Tongtian teacher reclined upon the cloud platform, accompanied by 7 celestial beings. Among them were the 4 principal disciples, the Taoist Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Constraints, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, who sat below him. Behind Duo Bao, there was a female practitioner whom Zhang Tianchen had never encountered before, yet he discerned her identity. Upon arriving at Buzhou Palace with Lu Er, Zhang Tianchen first paid his respects to the Tongtian teacher, then introduced, "Master, this is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Er. Miscreant, do not delay in paying homage to your grand teacher." Zhang Tianchen admonished Lu Er, who remained unresponsive. "Disciple Lu Er, pay your respects to the grand teacher." Lu Er, regaining his senses, hastily knelt in reverence to the Tongtian teacher. "Your elder brother has taken a disciple, and I see you have followed suit," the Tongtian teacher remarked with a gentle smile. Duo Bao and the female practitioner rose together. "Zhang Tianchen, my junior brother, this is my newly accepted disciple." Wuliang, Duo Bao introduced. Then turned to Wuliang, saying, "Do not hesitate to greet your uncle." Zhang Tianchen thought to himself, "Just as I suspected. Wuliang, pay respects to your uncle." Wuliang knelt down to acknowledge him. There is no need for excessive formalities. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand lightly, then retrieved a jade vial from his sleeve, stating, "Wuliang, within this vial are some elixirs to aid your cultivation." "Thank you, uncle." Wuliang accepted the jade vial, her face radiant with joy. "Lu Er, come forth and pay your respects to the esteemed uncles." Zhang Tianchen directed his gaze toward Lu Er. "Lu Er, pay respects to the 4 esteemed uncles." Lu Er bowed to Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Constraints, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit in turn. "Rise." The 4 granted him some spiritual fruits and herbs. After paying respects to the 4 esteemed uncles, 3 centuries would pass before the formal teaching commenced. During this time, the Tongtian teacher dedicated himself to imparting the swordsmanship to Zhang Tianchen. Despite Zhang Tianchen having comprehended the principles of swordsmanship, he still grappled with its practical application, and he greatly benefited from the Tongtian teacher's lessons. In the blink of an eye, 3 centuries elapsed. Duo Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Constraints, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and Zhang Tianchen entered the lecture hall together. Taking their seats in the front row, Wuliang and Lu Er, akin to outer disciples, sat in the back. Silence, for the master is about to commence his teachings, with a sharp reprimand from Duo Bao. The assembly fell into an immediate hush. The Tongtian teacher appeared silently upon the cloud platform, flanked by the 7 celestial attendants. Salutations to the master. The disciples rose to bow before the Tongtian teacher. Without further ado, he gently gestured for them to sit and began his discourse. Each word and sentence resonated with profound enlightenment, akin to the nectar of wisdom. Though the spectacle of his teachings no longer shook the heavens, they still stirred the depths of the soul. Time sped by. A century swiftly concluded. The Tongtian teacher finished his lecture, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he offered the disciples an opportunity to ask questions. Many posed a variety of inquiries, and the Tongtian teacher addressed each one. This exchange continuing for decades. This inquiry session has come to a close. Upon your return, be diligent in your cultivation, the Tongtian teacher concluded. His figure vanishing from the cloud platform, Zhang Tianchen sought out the Sanshao, who were engaged in conversation with several other disciples of the Inter-sect. "Greetings, senior brother Zhang Tianchen," upon noticing his approach. The Inter-sect disciples bowed in respect. "There is no need for such formalities," Zhang Tianchen replied with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, how enviable it is for you to have a companion like senior brother Zhang Tianchen," remarked the fairy of colorful clouds, admiring his noble countenance and piercing gaze, noting his prestigious lineage and profound cultivation, a twinge of envy stirring within her. The Sanshao shared a close rapport with the fairy of colorful clouds, regarding one another as intimate friends. "Fairy Kaiyun, do not develop feelings for your senior brother Tianchen, or I shall sever our friendship," Bai Shao warned. Noticing the expression on Saiyun's face, "One must guard against fire." theft, and meddling friends. This adage rings true. Bi Shao. Do not be impolite. Yun Shao interjected calmly. While she too harbored some wariness toward the fairy of colorful clouds, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Fairy, Kaiyan. Bai Zhao's nature is playful. Please do not take offense, Zhang Tianchen said with a smile. Though he was not particularly close to the fairy of colorful clouds, he held a slight acquaintance with her. Before I joined the GS-sect alongside Sister Bai Shao, we were already friends. I know her character well enough not to dwell on it, Kaiyan replied. As a manifestation of colorful clouds, the fairy of colorful clouds shared a close bond with the Sand Shao. Sister Qiong Shao, since your connection with senior brother Zhang Tianchen, your rapid progress in cultivation has surpassed even my ability to keep pace, remarked the fairy of Hanji, linking arms with Qiong Shao. Initially, her cultivation had been inferior to Qiong Zhao's, but now she could scarcely catch a glimpse of her back, all thanks to the numerous elixirs and treasures bestowed upon me by senior brother Tianchen. Qiong Shao responded that, "My dear sisters, I must take my leave." Zhao Gongming addressed the Sand Shao. The swift progress of the Sand Shao placed considerable pressure upon him, prompting his desire to retreat for solitary cultivation. "Please, brother, be on your way," the Sand Shao replied. After Zhao Gongming departed, Zhang Tianchen informed the Sand Shao, "It is time for us to return." Yin Shao, Bai Shao, and Xiong Shao nodded in agreement. Yin Shao turned to the fairies of Hanji and Kaiyan, saying, "Should you find yourselves with leisure time, you are warmly welcome to visit Wuyi Mountain's Wuliang cave. Farewell." After bidding farewell to the Sand Shao, Zhang Tianchen summoned Lu Air to depart from Jinao Island together. Upon returning to Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen and the Sand Shao resumed their blissful and harmonious life. Certain matters, once experienced, tend to recur endlessly as the years drifted by. 30 Yuan conferences swiftly passed. During this time, Zhang Tianchen would attend Jinao Island every other Yuan conference to listen to the Tongtian teacher's teachings, while dedicating the remaining time to focus cultivation. With the assistance of the 12 transformation golden pills, the quasi-saint level Wanyao golden pill, and the Hunyuan golden pill, he made significant advancements in a short period to date. He had accumulated 32,000 years of cultivation, his strength rivaling that of the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Yet he still fell short of the 50,000-year cultivation required to reach the highest limit of quasi-saints, particularly the lack of the element of gold. However, the greatest gain from his cultivation was not merely in strength, but in his profound comprehension of numerous principles. Principles of swordsmanship, 100 principle of gold, 100 principle of wood, 100 principle of water, 100 principle of fire, 100 principle of earth, 100 principle of thunder, 100 principle of light, 100 principle of wind, 100 principle of creation, 100 principle of destruction, 100 principle of yin and yang, 100 principle of space, 100 principle of time, 100 principle of force, 100 in his exploration of these 3,000 great paths. Zhang Tianchen had attained a perfect understanding of all principles, including those of force, time, and space. The saying, "Once a principle is understood, all principles become clear," became increasingly evident as his comprehension deepened, accelerating the process. This elucidated why Zhang Tianchen could achieve a complete understanding of the 3,000 principles within just 30 Yuan conferences. Regrettably, despite these profound insights, Zhang Tianchen had yet to master these principles entirely. Initially, he believed that the accumulation of quantity would naturally lead to qualitative change. However, even with a comprehensive grasp of the 3,000 great principles, the anticipated natural transition had not materialized, indicating that this method was ineffective. Nonetheless, he discerned the root cause: his insufficient cultivation. For instance, grasping principles at the celestial level proved to be quite challenging. Yet once one ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal or quasi-saint realm, comprehension would become significantly easier. Zhang Tianchen understood that should he elevate his cultivation further by 5 Yuan conferences, mastering the principles would come effortlessly. Regarding how to expedite his advancement to 50,000 Yuan conferences, Zhang Tianchen felt no concern, for he had already discovered the answer. Through his perfect understanding of the principle of time, he could manipulate the flow of time within a certain area. Utilizing this ability allowed herbs to grow at hundreds of times their normal speed. enabling him to cultivate spiritual herbs equivalent to billions of years within just a few Yuan conferences. The first batch of billion-year spiritual herbs was about to mature, ensuring that he would never lack the 12 transformation golden pills again. Suddenly, a faint vibration reached his ears, heralding the summons of Tongtian Buzhou, urging him to journey to Jinao Island. Not daring to delay, he promptly concluded his seclusion and informed the Sanshao. Since the master is called, there must be a significant reason. You should go and return swiftly, Yin Shao advised. Over the past 30 Yuan Hui, the strength of the Sanshao had significantly increased. They had all attained the realm of de Luo Jin Xian, with Yin Shao at the pinnacle, Bi Xiao in the late stages, and Xiong Xiao at the mid-level. Currently, Yin Shao was undoubtedly the most formidable among the Inter-sect, unmatched by anyone save for Zhang Tianchen. Not even the Taoist Du Bao could rival her prowess. I shall return promptly, Zhang Tianchen replied nonchalantly, then summoned his steed, the golden-winged Great Peng, to journey to Jinao Island. Though the Great Peng served merely as his mount, it had not been neglected in its cultivation. Having also reached the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian on a day 500 years later, Zhang Tianchen arrived at Jinao Island and entered the Bayou Palace. Present were only Tongtian Buzhou, Taoist Du Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wuliang, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. The 7 attendants who typically accompanied Tongtian Buzhou were conspicuously absent. Greetings, Master. Zhang Tianchen was the first to bow to Tongtian Buzhou, then inquired, May I ask why you have summoned me? After the battle between the Wu and Yao, both races have withdrawn from the historical stage, and humanity has emerged as the dominant force in the realm. Tongtian Buzhou replied calmly. After several Yuan Hui, the foundation of the human race has become quite solid. To develop and expand further, it must undergo the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I have conferred with the other heavenly saints, and it has been decided that the Inter-sect may occupy the positions of 1 sovereign and 2 emperors mentors. Being a mentor to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is not only a matter of great merit, but also advantageous for spreading the teachings of the Inter-sect among humanity. He continued, pausing briefly before adding, However, there are only 3 slots available, and you 5 are all exceptionally talented, so I cannot show favoritism. Hence, I have decided that you shall engage in mutual sparring. The one with the most victories will become the mentor of the sovereigns, while the runner-up shall serve as the mentor of the emperors. Master, I am willing to relinquish this opportunity to my senior brothers and sisters, Zhang Tianchen said. For him, although merit was commendable, it would not be of significant assistance. Tongtian Buzhou smiled and shook his head, saying, Before your arrival, your senior brothers and sisters expressed to me their willingness to cede this opportunity to others. How shall we choose then? Zhang Tianchen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a turn of events. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, let us proceed as Master suggested. This will also serve to test our respective progress in cultivation. Taoist Du Bao proposed, So be it. Zhang Tianchen reluctantly agreed. Which of you shall be the first to compete? Tongtian Buzhou's gaze swept over Taoist Du Bao, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wuliang, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and Zhang Tianchen. Junior brothers and sisters, who wishes to take the first challenge? Taoist Du Bao inquired. I shall go first. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit volunteered. Taoist Du Bao and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit faced each other. As the eldest disciple, he gestured for her to take the first move. She immediately unleashed her magical powers, deploying the Dragon Tiger Jade Wuyi and the 4 Symbols Pagoda to attack. Although Taoist Du Bao was the embodiment of the innate spiritual treasure, the Du Bao Pagoda, and had not cultivated the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, his physical form remained indomitable, effortlessly thwarting all assaults from the Wuyi and the Pagoda. After several exchanges, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could not breach the protective golden light surrounding her senior brother. Your cultivation is extraordinary. I concede defeat. She withdrew her artifact and acknowledged her loss. Golden Spirit sister, you have my respect, Taoist Du Bao humbly responded. Such practice among peers held an unspoken understanding, devoid of any true intent to compete. Which of my junior brothers and sisters will step up next? Taoist Du Bao's gaze shifted to the Holy Mother of Wuliang, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and Zhang Tianchen. Eldest brother, allow me to give it a try. The Holy Mother of Wudong stepped forward. Ultimately, in this contest, the Holy Mother of Wudong suffered an unambiguous defeat. Next, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit stepped up to challenge, but also faced defeat. Finally, it was Zhang Tianchen's turn to take the stage. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, please step forward. Taoist Du Bao gestured graciously. Eldest brother, be cautious, Zhang Tianchen said as he took a step forward, instantly transforming into hundreds of figures. This was not a mere technique of duplication, but a divine art he had created. The Aurora Shadow, after thoroughly comprehending the principles of light, wind, and space. Zhang Tianchen's figures surrounded Taoist Du Bao, making it difficult for him to discern the real from the illusions. Tongtian Jiaozhu observed with mild surprise. For the divine art exhibited by Zhang Tianchen was quite extraordinary, and this was merely its surface. Faced with countless duplicates, Taoist Du Bao found himself at a loss, opting to observe and await a flaw from Zhang Tianchen. Ultimately, Zhang Tianchen appeared behind Taoist Du Bao, unleashing the Fan Tian seal with a powerful strike. Though Taoist Du Bao exerted himself to evade, he could not escape the impact of the Fan Tian seal. The protective golden light behind him shattered, and he stumbled several steps. Zhang Tianchen had not used his full strength. Otherwise, Taoist Du Bao might have sustained severe injuries or even faced death. According to the records of the investiture of the gods, Taoist Du Bao could withstand the Fan Tian seal, primarily because Guangchengzi lacked the power to fully unleash the formidable effects of this treasure. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, I concede, Taoist Du Bao's face fell. Knowing it was merely a matter of time before Zhang Tianchen surpassed him, yet he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Eldest brother, you have my respect. Zhang Tianchen clasped his hands in salute. Then turned to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Sisters, let us see who will challenge next. I shall go first. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit stepped forward. Fully aware she might not match Zhang Tianchen, yet willing to engage in this friendly exchange, Zhang Tianchen gestured courteously, inviting the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit to make her move. She promptly raised her Dragon Tiger Jade Wuyi and the four symbols Pagoda to attack. In response, Zhang Tianchen lightly waved his sleeve, and a burst of five-colored radiance shimmered, swiftly drawing the Dragon Tiger Jade Wuyi and the four symbols Pagoda into his sleeve. Realizing her connection to her artifact was severed, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly, saying, Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, your magical prowess is formidable. I willingly bow to your superiority. Sister, you have my respect. Zhang Tianchen returned the Dragon Tiger Jade Wuyi and the four symbols Pagoda to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Following her, the Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit took turns challenging Zhang Tianchen, both meeting with defeat. Even though this sparring session had yet to conclude, Zhang Tianchen had undoubtedly secured the top position with 4 consecutive victories, while Taoist Du Bao followed closely with 3 wins. Lastly, after the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit competed among themselves, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit emerged as the 3rd place with 2 victories. Master, may I inquire which of the 3 sovereigns of humanity I am to mentor? Zhang Tianchen inquired. You are to guide Fuxi. Currently, Fuxi's true form is with Enhua. You may seek out Enhua. Tongtian Jiaozhu instructed nonchalantly. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Zhang Tianchen expressed his gratitude and requested to take his leave. You may go, Tongtian Jiaozhu responded with a slight wave of his hand. Zhang Tianchen then slowly exited the Buzhou Palace. After departing from Janeo Island, he immediately summoned the golden-winged Great Peng, instructing it to carry him to Enhua's palace in Kunlun Mountain at Yusu Palace. The Primordial Supreme being summoned all 12 of his direct disciples to discuss in detail the governance process of humanity under the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Transcending was granted the position of mentor to 1 sovereign and 1 emperor. Guangchengzi, as the eldest disciple of the Transcending, you will serve as the mentor to the human emperor Xinyuan. Thank you, Master, Guangchengzi exclaimed with excitement, hurriedly bowing in gratitude. Qi Jingzi, you shall be the mentor to the Emperor Di Ku among the 5 emperors, the Primordial Supreme being continued. "Thank you, Master," Qijingxi expressed his gratitude. Although he was not as esteemed as the human emperor as a mentor of the five emperors, he still managed to accumulate considerable merit. The other disciples observed with discontent, as these advantages seemed to favor Guangchengzi and Qijingxi. Particularly discontented was the vice leader, Mending, who, aside from Yuanshi Tianzuan, was the most formidable figure in the Transcend and had devoted himself tirelessly to the teachings. Yet, Yuanshi Tianzuan offered him no benefits whatsoever. Nevertheless, they could only bury their dissatisfaction deep within, refraining from expressing it outwardly. In the endeavor of reinstating the three sovereigns and five emperors, you are bound to face numerous challenges, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties. You may seek assistance from your fellow disciples or request my aid. Yuanshi Tianzuan instructed Guangchengzi and Qijingxi. "We shall bear this in mind." Guangchengzi and Qijingxi replied in unison. The remaining disciples were also urged to cooperate diligently with the tasks assigned to these two senior brothers. Yuanshi Tianzuan cast a glance at the others. Understood, they responded in unison, yet their dissatisfaction only deepened. They were expected to labor together despite being excluded from the benefits. The Nuwa Palace is situated in the chaotic region beyond the 33 heavens. It is fraught with peril. Even a chaos storm could spell disaster for the Luo Xian. However, under the protection of Zhang Tianchen, the journey with the golden-winged Great Peng proceeded relatively smoothly. Upon reaching the gates of the Nuwa Palace, Zhang Tianchen respectfully announced, "The Inter-sect disciple Zhang Tianchen has come to seek an audience with Lady Nuwa." Shortly thereafter, the palace gates opened, and Nuwa steed Jinning emerged to inform Zhang Tianchen. "Lady Nuwa invites you inside. Please wait for me outside." Zhang Tianchen instructed the golden-winged Great Peng to stay put before following Jinning into the palace. Within the Nuwa Palace, Lady Nuwa stood quietly, accompanied by two attendants. "I pay my respects to Lady Nuwa." Zhang Tianchen bowed respectfully. "Are you the mentor chosen by the Inter-sect?" Lady Nuwa inquired. "Indeed," Zhang Tianchen affirmed with a nod. Before asking, "May I inquire when Lady Nuwa will allow Fushi's true spirit to reincarnate?" During the War of Witches and Demons, Fushi had lost both his corporeal form and original spirit, leaving only a slumbering true spirit behind. "Alas," Lady Nuwa sighed, "I too wish to hasten my brother's true spirit's reincarnation. But there are still several formidable obstacles to overcome." "What obstacles?" Zhang Tianchen pressed for details. "To awaken my brother's true spirit, which remains in slumber, only the three light divine water can facilitate this. However, I exhausted the supply of three light divine water while creating humanity. To my knowledge, only Brother Yuanshi still possesses this divine water," Lady Nuwa explained. "Are there any other challenges?" Zhang Tianchen inquired further. "Another difficulty lies in the fact that the six paths of reincarnation are under the control of Hutu. The witch and demon clans are sworn enemies. Hutu's 10 brothers have all perished at the hands of the demon clan. Particularly, my brother personally dealt with Zhu Rong, thus Hutu would never consent to allow my brother into reincarnation," Lady Nuwa elucidated. "The six paths of reincarnation, formed from Hutu's essence, require her personal approval for entry. Even the sages of heaven and earth cannot force someone into it." Lady Nuwa, "Both of these issues are exceedingly daunting," Zhang Tianchen remarked with a wry smile. He could address the first issue since he happened to possess some three light divine water, but the second issue would require considerable effort to persuade Hutu. "I will seek to borrow some three light divine water for Brother Yuanshi. If I offer sufficient compensation, he should not object. However, the matter regarding Hutu must be handled by you," Lady Nuwa stated. "How could I possibly bear such a great responsibility?" Zhang Tianchen chuckled. He mused that perhaps Lady Nuwa's assistance in facilitating Ling Zhuzi's birth into the world, to aid Taiji Jinren in completing his trials, was indeed motivated by the need for three light divine water. "I have heard that you traversed the wasteland with Hutu, and considering your status as the king of the netherworld, Fengdu, your friendship must be quite profound," Zhang Tianchen said, observing a certain meaning in her gaze. "I did not expect that Lady Nuwa was aware of this matter," he smiled, finding it unsurprising that she knew. For it was quite common for the saints of the Tao to foresee events in the wasteland. Almost no event could escape their scrutiny. Rest assured, I will repay your assistance, regardless of your conditions. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to accommodate you, Lady Nuwa continued. Upon hearing this, thoughts of other possibilities flickered in Zhang Tianchen's mind. However, he quickly dismissed such notions and suggested, if I successfully exert effort in this matter, I would ask for the treasure lamp from you, Lady Nuwa. Of course. For Lady Nuwa, this treasure lamp was merely a high-quality spirit treasure, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Lady Nuwa, in truth, I already possess some 3 light divine water. So you need not trouble yourself to journey to Kunlun Mountain's Yuqing Palace, he smiled. Is that so? Lady Nuwa expressed slight surprise. Then what request do you have? I have long heard that you possess a spiritual artifact known as Ling Juzi. You are quite the clever one, Lady Nuwa chuckled with a hint of exasperation. Then denied. However, that is a top-tier spirit treasure, already possessing its own consciousness. In comparison, while the 3 light divine water is indeed precious, it is evidently not on the same level. One must understand that in the entire chaotic world, very few spiritual artifacts can develop their own will. Currently, aside from Duo Bao Daoren, Zhang Tianchen was unaware of any other examples. The value of an item is not solely determined by its intrinsic worth, but rather by its demand. Although 3 light divine water may not be highly valued, you, Lady Nuwa, are in dire need of it, he argued. While Ling Juzi is indeed valuable, you may not be able to fully utilize it, Zhang Tianchen remarked. Even if I am aware that you are negotiating, as long as you can persuade Hutu, I will agree to the transaction, Lady Nuwa replied coolly. Very well. Zhang Tianchen immediately acquiesced. I look forward to your good news, Lady Nuwa smiled. Lady Nuwa, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Tianchen slowly exited the Nuwa Palace. After departing from the Nuwa Palace, Zhang Tianchen mounted the golden-winged Great Peng and flew towards the Blood Sea. 500 years later, he arrived at the edge of the Blood Sea, where the scene remained unchanged. Still enveloped in a sanguine aura, you shall wait here, Zhang Tianchen instructed the golden-winged Great Peng, then transformed into a beam of light and plunged into the Blood Sea. Hutu, busy with her tasks, seemed to sense a stir, her lips curling into a slight smile as she vanished from her original location. Just as Zhang Tianchen entered the netherworld, he encountered Hutu approaching. You, the king of Fengdu, truly neglect your duties. It has been years since you last visited us, Hutu remarked with a teasing hint of complaint. Hearing this, Zhang Tianchen felt a bit abashed, rubbing his nose. Although his position was largely nominal, he had indeed drawn upon the luck of the netherworld. Hutu, I come to you today with a request, Zhang Tianchen began, somewhat embarrassed. Is it related to Fushi's reincarnation? Hutu smiled faintly. How did you know? Zhang Tianchen asked in astonishment. Though I do not possess the divine powers of the heavenly saints, there are few matters in the vast wilderness that can escape my notice, Hutu explained. Fushi, as the destined one, must first experience earthly affairs to attain enlightenment. Moreover, you have not visited here for several epochs. If you were to suddenly arrive without me discerning the reason, I would be quite foolish indeed, she continued, fixing her gaze upon Zhang Tianchen. So, what kind of promise do I require in return? Zhang Tianchen's eyes gleamed with interest. Please, state your conditions. Assist the witch clan in obtaining a position among the human ranks, Hutu stated. Zhang Tianchen furrowed his brow in response. However, Lady Pingxin, how could I possibly defy the heavens and alter the fate of the chosen human? The way of heaven conceals 50 secrets within the bounds of the 4 nines. Leaving one outside, the overall situation remains unalterable, yet subtle shifts are inevitable. For instance, it will take the governance of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors for prosperity to flourish, an unassailable macro trend, AS, for who occupies the throne. That is a matter subject to adjustment in the finer details. Hutu gazed skyward and spoke. Even so, I truly lack the power to alter all of this, Zhang Tianchen sighed. He then mentioned, Fushi's mentor is none other than yourself. Should I inadvertently offend this position, both you and Nuwa would undoubtedly object. The teaching position of the earthly sovereign rightfully belongs to Xiandu Laojun if you dare to encroach upon it. My elder brother Laozu will not stand idly by. The guidance of the human sovereign is the responsibility of Lord Guanqing. Should you attempt to infringe upon that, the primordial Tianzuan would likewise not permit it. Despite his awareness that the teachings of celestial authority and the people's king are respectively affiliated with the personal teaching sect and enlightenment education, he could still infer the specific candidates for their teachers. Although the positions of and the Earth sovereign remain steadfast, there is still hope in the contest for the title of human sovereign. Hutu declared. Her request for Zhang Tianchen's assistance in seizing the position of human sovereign was not a capricious whim, but rather a well-considered decision. Can you defeat the primordial Sherbois? Zhang Tianchen inquired. If we were to engage within the underworld, I can assure my invincibility. However, outside the underworld, I would not stand a chance against him. Hutu gently shook her head. Then how do you intend to claim the title of human sovereign if you cannot defeat him? Zhang Tianchen's tone betrayed his dissatisfaction that I cannot, but there are others who can. Hutu replied. Who might that be? Zhang Tianchen pressed, the Hutu's gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Tianchen, causing him to startle slightly and hastily wave his hand. I truly do not possess such capability, though Zhang Tianchen had comprehended the 3,000 Tao principles to a perfected state. He had yet to fully master them. At best, he could only barely contend with a sage, and defeating one was beyond his reach. I do not refer to you, but rather to having Nuwa act as a negotiator. Hutu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tianchen. Nuwa? Zhang Tianchen exclaimed in astonishment, quickly adding, but she too cannot overpower the primordial Sherbois. Why would she assist you? While Nuwa may not be able to defeat the primordial Tianzuan, she could certainly manage to stall him for a time. Hutu smiled, stating, as for why she would assist me, she truly has no choice. Only by aiding me can she facilitate Fushi's reincarnation. Even if Nuwa can delay the primordial Sherbois, what the elder Laozu and my master? Zhang Tianchen pondered. As for my master, I cannot be certain, but the elder Laozu would undoubtedly intervene to support the primordial Sherbois. If another force could balance against Laozu and Tongtian, that would suffice. Hutu revealed a mysterious smile. You have even invited the 2 Western celestial sages for assistance. Zhang Tianchen asked in astonishment. Within the vast expanse of Honghuang, the only ones capable of countering Laozu and Tongtian, aside from Hongjun Daozu, are the 2 Western celestial sages. However, it is inconceivable that Hutu could persuade Hongjun Daozu. If she could achieve that, there would be no need for such complex schemes. A single word from Hongjun Daozu could resolve all issues, for none of the 6 celestial sages would dare defy his will. Jin and Zhuanti also wish to partake in the fortunes of the underworld. I promised them that if they assist me in stalling Laozu and Tongtian, I would allow them to send personnel to the underworld to purify malevolent spirits. Hutu explained it feels as though this was all premeditated. Waiting for my arrival, Zhang Tianchen felt as though he had fallen into a trap, that I was waiting for Nuwa. She my true objective, I did not anticipate she would send you. Hutu glanced at Zhang Tianchen once more. I shall convey your suggestions to Nuwa. But as for the contest for the title of human sovereign, I can only offer my quiet support. Zhang Tianchen stated gravely. That will suffice. Hutu replied with a smile. Then I shall take my leave. Zhang Tianchen said. You have not visited the underworld for a long time. Are you not inclined to stay a while longer? Hutu urged. Matters of importance take precedence. Once the task is accomplished, there will be ample time. Zhang Tianchen spoke, transforming into a beam of light and departing the underworld. Hutu watched the direction in which Zhang Tianchen had vanished, murmuring softly, truly an intriguing individual. After Zhang Tianchen left the underworld, he summoned the golden-winged Great Peng to fly him towards the Nuwa Palace. Upon arriving at the Nuwa Palace, Zhang Tianchen requested Nuwa to dismiss those nearby, and then recounted Hutu's proposed terms in full detail. To his surprise, Hutu's scheme was so grand, entangling all the celestial sages within it. Upon hearing Zhang Tianchen's account, Nuwa also appeared quite taken aback. Lady Nuwa, have you acquiesced to Lady Hutu's demands? Zhang Tianchen inquired cautiously. I have a choice. A faint smile of bitterness graced Nuwa's face. Unless she turned a blind eye to Fushi, she had no option but to comply with Hutu's requests. However, since no sect had been established and there were no disciples to burden her, offending the primordial Tianzuan on occasion was not a grave matter. Then what of the promise you made to me previously? Zhang Tianchen continued to inquire to I am. After all, a celestial sage. How could I renege on a promise made to a junior? Niwa replied, somewhat displeased before waving her sleeve, summoning the Bao Lian Deng and Ling Zhuzi to hover before Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen joyfully accepted the Bao Lian Deng and Ling Zhuzi, then retrieved a jade vial from his robe and respectfully presented it. Lady Niwa, within this vial is the three-light divine water. Niwa beckoned to take the jade vial, nodding slightly. Lady Niwa, I shall take my leave now. With matters concluded, Zhang Tianchen had no intention of lingering in Niwa Palace, slowly exiting the palace and departing. Returning to Wuyi Mountain's Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen was escorted back by the golden-winged Great Peng. Brother Tianchen, you have finally returned. Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao rushed forward upon seeing Zhang Tianchen's return. Brother Tianchen, Master has summoned you. Is there a matter to discuss? Yin Xiao asked. Zhang Tianchen detailed the forthcoming era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that the human race must endure, along with his own task of becoming his teacher. To the 3 of them. This presents a rare opportunity for my brothers, as it should yield considerable merit. Bi Xiao expressed her delight at this. Indeed, there is much merit to be gained, but assisting the human race in achieving the sagehood is far more intricate than you might imagine. Zhang Tianchen cautioned earnestly that, if not absolutely necessary, Zhang Tianchen would prefer to remain in seclusion within the cave for cultivation. After all, merit would not provide him with substantial assistance in his cultivation. At best, it could aid in artifact refinement. Brother Tianchen, with your strength, unless impeded by a sage, what could possibly pose a challenge to you? Bi Xiao remarked with a smile, although she was unaware of all the details. From what she understood, Zhang Tianchen was indeed one of the most formidable existences beneath the sages. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. One must not hold oneself in too high regard, lest one eventually stumble. Zhang Tianchen admonished solemnly, I understand. Bi Xiao replied with a hint of playful mischief in her smile. Seeing this, Zhang Tianchen could only shake his head in resignation. Brother, when will Fuxi be reborn? Yin Xiao inquired about another matter. I am uncertain, but it may take some time before he awakens. I plan to first concoct some pills and then venture to the realm of the human race. Would you like to accompany me? Zhang Tianchen answered. Yes, for Fuxi's true soul not yet fully revived. Even with the aid of the 3-light divine water, it would still require time to restore his health. Having fully grasped the principles of time, Zhang Tianchen possessed the ability to alter the flow of time, meaning he could significantly shorten both the cultivation period of spiritual herbs and the time required for pill refining. Thus, he planned to concoct a batch of pills before Fuxi's reincarnation, which was entirely feasible for him. Of course, we would, the 3 Xiaos responded. Then let us depart once I have completed the pill concoction. Zhang Tianchen added. The 3 Xiaos nodded gently in agreement. Cave Master, what is your command? Su Su stepped forward to inquire. Please go and gather 100 spirit herbs for the refinement of the 12 transformations golden elixir, and then deliver them to the alchemy chamber, Zhang Tianchen instructed. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Su Su swiftly sprang into action. Originally, the arduous process of refining 112 transformations golden elixirs, which could yield 10 elixirs at a time, would take nearly 100,000 years. However, due to Zhang Tianchen's adjustment of the time flow within the alchemy chamber, he completed all the refining work in just a few hundred years. After the golden elixirs were finished, Zhang Tianchen departed from this place with the 3 Xiaos, embarking on a journey through the mortal realm. Meanwhile, far away in the distant Huang Palace, Fuxi gradually regained consciousness after being treated with the 3-light divine water. Thanks to you, my sister, he expressed his gratitude to Enhua. Had Enhua not saved him, he might have long since turned to ashes in this world. In the past, you were always there to protect me. Now it is my turn to care for you, Enhua replied with a smile, though tinged with sadness. Due to the profound enmity between the demon and human races, I shall only manifest as a human in my next life. The days of being a demon are no more. Fuxi explained to his sister, revealing what he had learned upon awakening. A deep, sorrow-laden voice followed. Brother. As these words escaped her lips, the familial bond between her and Fuxi seemed to shatter in an instant. Though remnants of sibling affection lingered in their hearts, they were no longer regarded as brother and sister. Fuxi continued, being of the demon race will not grant one the status of a human. His tone was gentle and calm. Inwa, fully aware of this truth, was reluctant to confront the matter at hand. Sister, please take me to the realm of reincarnation, Fuxi requested. With a heavy heart, Inwa softly bid farewell. Goodbye, brother. After their farewell, she harnessed the power of humanity to propel his soul into the cycle of reincarnation. Just as Fuxi's soul crossed the threshold into the underworld, Hutu sensed the occurrence. However, bound by a prior pact with Inwa, she refrained from intervening. There existed a human tribe named Fengyang, settled by the Eastern Sea. Among them was a beautiful maiden born on Huashu Mountain, who was named Huashu, due to her exquisite appearance and pure heart. She was highly esteemed within her tribe. Nearby, there lay a region known as Luo's, where ancient legends spoke of the residence of the thunder god, considering the potential repercussions of disturbing such an ancient being. The chieftain of the Fengyang tribe cautioned its members to steer clear of Luo's. Yet, curiosity and the tales of the elders regarding the thunder god instilled in Huashu a yearning to explore. One fateful day, a wondrous sight unfolded. A dazzling, multicolored light descended directly into the Luo's region. Captivated by this miraculous scene, Huashu, driven by curiosity, stealthily ventured into the forbidden area in search of the source of the light. Within Luo's, Huashu beheld an enormous and conspicuous footprint. Could this be the mark left by the legendary thunder god? She mused, pondering the grandeur of such a magnificent being. Overwhelmed with astonishment and curiosity upon seeing the footprint, Huashu decided to measure its size with her own foot. Just as she leaped into the massive footprint, a streak of seven-colored light swiftly shot forth, merging into her abdomen. Huashu felt a sudden tightness in her stomach, sensing an unfamiliar presence within her, and hastily retreated. Simultaneously, as the seven-colored light entered Huashu's body, Zhang Tianchen, who had been wandering among humanity for several centuries, sensed a change that he calculated with a flick of his fingers and immediately discerned what had transpired. Brother Tianchen, what has happened? Yin Xiao inquired, puzzled. Fuxi has reincarnated, Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. Then we must hurry there, Yin Xiao urged, anxious not to delay Zhang Tianchen's grand plan. Indeed, Zhang Tianchen nodded gently upon returning to her tribe. Huashu noticed her belly gradually swelling. The chieftain, upon learning of this, pressed her for an explanation. Huashu had no choice but to recount her adventure of sneaking into Luo's and the experience of the seven-colored light entering her abdomen. After listening, the chieftain concluded that the child was no ordinary being and, fearing for the tribe's safety, considered banishing Huashu. However, given her kind nature, he ultimately chose a path of compassion, expelling her from the Fengyang tribe instead of resorting to violence. With nowhere to go after her expulsion, Huashu wandered along the river until she reached the banks of the Luo's. That moment, Zhang Tianchen and Yin Xiao, among others, observed Huashu's every move from atop a cloud. The tribal leader is utterly ignorant. What resides within her is not an evil spirit or monstrosity, but rather a great sage of humanity, Buzhou remarked indignantly. Though he may be foolish as a leader, he must prioritize the safety of his people. His decision is understandable, Zhang Tianchen opined. Brother Tianchen, considering her current condition, if we do not assist her, she may not endure until Fuxi is reborn, and something unfortunate may occur. Yin Xiao expressed her concern. We can provide aid, but we must avoid overt methods. Zhang Tianchen agreed with a nod. This is simple. I shall handle it, Buzhou said with a smile, snapping her fingers to conjure a wooden house by the Luo Shui. Soon after, Huashu, wandering along the riverbank, discovered the newly constructed hut. Noticing no one around, she cautiously approached and called out, "Is anyone here?" Receiving no response, she ventured inside the empty wooden house to make it her shelter. To protect this prospective mother, Zhang Tianchen used his divine sense to scan the Luo Shui and pinpoint a water qilin among its depths. Since the qilin race had retreated into seclusion after a great calamity, finding a pure-blooded qilin had become nearly impossible. However, some hybrid descendants remained, like the water qilin Zhang Tianchen discovered beneath the water. Forgive me, esteemed immortal. I am unaware of any wrongdoing that would summon your presence here. The water Qilin pleaded, terrified of incurring Zhang Tianchen's wrath. You have not offended me, but I require your assistance. If you perform well, not only will your life be spared, but you will also receive additional rewards. Otherwise, I shall deny myself a delightful feast for quite some time, Zhang Tianchen threatened in a placid tone. Hearing this, the water Qilin shivered in fear and asked, What would you have me do? Esteemed immortal, do you see that woman over there? Zhang Tianchen pointed toward Huashu. I see her. The water Qilin nodded repeatedly. I need you to bring her food every day until she gives birth to her child. Zhang Tianchen commanded. The water Qilin, relieved that the task was merely a small endeavor, confidently assured Zhang Tianchen, Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I will carry out this task well. Off you go. Zhang Tianchen cast the water Qilin into the Luo Shui. Shortly thereafter, the water Qilin found some food, wrapped it in lotus leaves, and carried it in its mouth to deliver to Huashu. When Huashu saw the strange creature emerging from the Luo Shui, her face turned pale with fear, and she hurriedly sought refuge in the wooden house. Once she was convinced that all was quiet outside, she slowly emerged to investigate. There, at her doorstep, she found a bundle wrapped in lotus leaves containing meat and fruit, leaving her perplexed as to why this peculiar creature would bestow food upon her. The following day, a similar scene unfolded anew. Although Huashi remained filled with trepidation, she took refuge indoors until the strange beast departed, only to discover another identical lotus leaf bundle waiting for her outside. This cycle continued for several days, and she gradually grew accustomed to the timely deliveries from the water Qilin, to the point where she no longer flinched at its presence and even greeted it. As time flowed gently by, Huashu found herself with child for nearly a year, yet there were no signs of impending labor. The chief of the Fengyang tribe, upon learning of Huashu's residence by the banks of the Luo Shui River, dispatched individuals to inquire about her condition, eager to ascertain what form of life she might bear. The observers reported only that Huashu's belly had swelled considerably, and each day a peculiar beast brought her sustenance. Upon returning, they relayed their findings to the chief. Compared to ordinary folk, the leader of Fengyang displayed a greater openness. Recognizing that this marvelous creature was the legendary Qilin of ancient tales, he promptly convened a council to seek counsel. It is said that the appearance of a Qilin heralds auspicious omens, and its willingness to provide food for Huashu suggested that she would not bring calamity, but perhaps heralded the arrival of a great benefactor for humanity. Consequently, after much deliberation, the entire Fengyang tribe resolved to welcome Huashu back into their fold. The chief then led his people to the banks of Luo Shui to apologize to Huashu and invite her to return to their village. With her kind heart, she readily forgave her kin and returned to her homeland of Fengyang with them. The tribe's leader proved to be less foolish than I had anticipated, slightly altering my impression of him. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is a rare virtue. This is the reason humanity steadily progresses through trial and error, Zhang Tianchen remarked with a smile. During the 12 years of Huashu's pregnancy, the residents of Fengyang experienced no anxiety regarding her delayed labor. There were whispers among humans that great individuals often endured lengthy gestation periods, resulting in even more remarkable contributions than on this day. However, Huashu suddenly felt intense pain in her abdomen, clearly indicating that she was about to give birth. A radiant purple light enveloped her dwelling, illuminating it with a brilliant glow, accompanied by ethereal melodies reminiscent of phoenixes and dragons. Shortly thereafter, the resounding cries of a newborn echoed, signifying the birth of Fuxi into this world. Zhang Tianchen descended upon a cloud, gracefully landing in the courtyard where Huashu had given birth to Fuxi. The immortal has arrived, the people of the Fengyang tribe exclaimed, prostrating themselves in reverence upon witnessing Zhang Tianchen's arrival on auspicious clouds. The chief of the Fengyang tribe respectfully inquired, Might I ask what brings the esteemed immortal here? I am Zhang Tianchen, disciple of the supreme pure sage, that I have come upon hearing that a great sage of humanity has been born here, and I wish to take him as my apprentice. Zhang Tianchen explained. Please summon Lady Huashu. Upon learning that her son was indeed a great sage of humanity and that the immortal intended to take him as a disciple, the chief was filled with excitement. The people quickly brought Huashu forth. Upon hearing that the supreme pure sage wished to take her child as a disciple, Huashu felt both comforted and reluctant at the thought of her newborn embarking on a journey so soon after birth. Sensing her apprehension, Zhang Tianchen reassured her, "There is no need for concern. I will reside temporarily in a humble cottage by the Luo Shui, and once the child has grown a bit, he may come to find me there." "Thank you for your generous consideration." Upon realizing her child would not have to be far from her, Huashu was overjoyed and promptly requested, "Might the immortal bestow a name upon my child?" "Let him be called Fuxi," Zhang Tianchen replied. From the moment of Fuxi's birth, he exhibited remarkable qualities. He could speak within 3 days, walk within 5, and possessed immense strength. By the age of 8, he had already become one of the strongest warriors in the tribe. Huashu informed him, "Sir, the immortal decided on the day of your birth to take you as a disciple. He currently resides in a cottage by Luo Shui, and you should seek him out now." Following his mother-esque guidance, Fuxi approached the banks of Luo Shui and saw a water qilin rising from the river's surface. He felt no fear. Rather, he experienced a sense of kinship, having heard tales of how this spirit beast provided sustenance for his mother. "Are you the water qilin who cared for my mother's needs?" Fuxi inquired. "Do you know where my master resides? Follow this river upstream, and within half a day's journey, you shall find your master's abode." The water qilin replied, somewhat astonished that the young boy showed no fear. "Thank you, grateful for the guidance." Fuxi continued in the direction indicated by the qilin to find his master. By midday, he finally beheld a simple dwelling by the lake and spotted Zhang Tianchen stepping out of the door. "Are you my master?" he asked curiously. "Not yet. You must first pay your respects." Zhang Tianchen chuckled lightly. "Fuxi, I greet you, master." Fuxi then bowed and prostrated himself 9 times in a show of respect and admiration. "Rise." Zhang Tianchen extended an arm, and without touching the ground, he allowed Fuxi to stand steadily. "Thank you, master." The boy expressed his gratitude. After accepting Fuxi as his disciple, Zhang Tianchen had no intention of keeping him permanently in the humble lakeside cottage, but rather instructed him to traverse daily between the Fengyang tribe and the cottage. Following genuine training, this journey became no burden for Fuxi. "Tianchen, why not simply keep the child by the lake? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Bai Shao inquired, somewhat perplexed. For Fuxi to become a leader of humanity, mere cultivation is not paramount. The key lies in how to govern the people and resolve their difficulties, which necessitates his presence among them, Zhang Tianchen replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Shao smiled and nodded in agreement. As time flew by, 10 years passed, and Fuxi had reached adulthood. During this decade, he made significant contributions to the Fengyang tribe. As the tribe's leader aged, he decided to pass the mantle of leadership to Fu 11 at the outset of his leadership. Fuxi discovered a multitude of complex matters requiring his attention, and he found it easy to overlook certain details if he was not vigilant. After many fruitless meditations, he sought counsel from Zhang Tianchen by the banks of Luo Shui. "If you fear forgetting, why not try recording your tasks with physical objects?" Zhang Tianchen suggested with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Fuxi experienced a moment of clarity and promptly returned. After continuous exploration upon returning to the Fengyang tribe, he eventually invented a method known as knotting ropes for record-keeping. Using ropes of varying thicknesses, he tied knots at different intervals and of various shapes. Each knot of different distances and sizes represented distinct meanings. Upon completing a task, he would untie the corresponding knot to avoid overlooking any matters. Months later, Fuxi noticed another issue. Some tribe members were born with intellectual disabilities or deformities. Despite extensive discussions, the reasons remained elusive, prompting him to seek Zhang Tianchen's guidance once more. Could these intellectually challenged or disabled children be related to their parents by blood? Zhang Tianchen inquired calmly. "What do you mean by blood relation?" Fuxi questioned, puzzled. "For instance, when a couple bears multiple children, those children share a blood connection, and likewise, they have a blood relationship with their parents." His master elaborated that, I see. Fuxi nodded in understanding and then questioned, "But why do children born into blood-related families exhibit low intelligence or congenital diseases?" The reasoning behind this was rather profound, difficult to comprehend thoroughly in a short time. The immediate priority was to prevent similar occurrences in the future. His master replied, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he departed. Subsequently, upon returning to the communal life of the Fengyang tribe, he enacted regulations prohibiting marriages among close kin. The practical outcomes confirmed a significant decline in the number of newborns of this kind. As time passed, the tribe gradually flourished, attracting more members from other villages. Yet new troubles began to emerge. The number of prey in the mountains dwindled sharply, and the quantities hunted were far from satisfying the community's demands, leading to an imminent food shortage. Fushi found himself deeply troubled by this predicament each day and ultimately had no choice but to seek counsel once more by the banks of the Luo River. Given the scarcity of targets in the mountains, why not consider searching for food sources in the water? Zhang Tianchen calmly presented his thoughts. The creatures in the water are exceedingly agile, and our kind moves sluggishly within it, making it nearly impossible to capture them. Fushi replied with some resignation. If we cannot catch them by hand, why not utilize other tools? Zhang Tianchen suggested with a smile. Other tools? Fushi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Zhang Tianchen pointed to a spider's web high in tree. Instantly, Fushi understood and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. Upon returning to the Fengyang tribe, Fushi commanded the tribesmen to gather numerous ropes and weave a large net. With this net, they indeed caught many creatures in the water, alleviating the food shortage. However, once this issue was resolved, another challenge arose. Many tribesmen were injured or even lost their lives during hunting. Moreover, with the onset of winter, the difficulty of capturing prey would significantly increase, both in the mountains and in the water. Fushi, pained by the suffering of his kin due to hunger and injury, resolved to seek Zhang Tianchen's advice once more by the Luo River. Each hunting expedition's success relies entirely on luck. Why not domesticate some gentle animals for breeding? This would not only prevent injuries, but also eliminate the concern of having no game during winter. Zhang Tianchen proposed. Thank you, teacher. Fushi nodded excitedly and returned to the Fengyang tribe. Soon, under his guidance, the tribesmen began to domesticate livestock such as pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry. As Fushi's achievements became increasingly notable, his reputation soared. By the age of 40, he was elected as the leader of the entire tribe. Meanwhile, by the Luo River, Tianchen, Fushi has now become the leader of the human race. Is your task nearing completion? Buzhou inquired. There remains one crucial task to attend to, Zhang Tianchen replied, shaking his head. What is it? Buzhou asked, intrigued. To enable Fushi to attain enlightenment, he requires a specific treasure, currently possessed by the demon master Confronting. Zhang Tianchen explained. Could it be the river diagram and Luo book? Yun Xiao speculated that in ancient times, after Di Jun was treacherously slain, the river diagram and Luo book fell into Kunpeng's hands. Indeed, Zhang Tianchen nodded. What are we waiting for? Let us immediately retrieve the river diagram and Luo book. Buzhou appeared to downplay the endeavor, viewing the acquisition of these treasures as a trivial matter. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Tianchen thought to himself, Kunpeng is ultimately a quasi-saint level being. One should show him due respect. Shall we attempt the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation? Zhang Tianchen inquired with a light chuckle. He had already assisted the three celestial maidens in perfecting this formation, making it feasible for them to contend against an ordinary quasi-saint level opponent. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao, Buzhou, and Xiong Xiao displayed a hint of interest, as they had trained for many years, yet had never truly engaged in battle, with Kunpeng serving as an excellent experimental subject. However, how could they draw Kunpeng into their formation? Buzhou furrowed her brow in contemplation. They were set to seize the river diagram and Luo book from Kunpeng, yet if he refused to enter the formation, they would be at an impasse. Leave this matter to me. I will lure Kunpeng into the formation. Zhang Tianchen assured with a smile that in his view, attracting Kunpeng into the formation would not pose a significant challenge, and to that point, Kunpeng will surely witness the might of our Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Buzhou remarked with a smile that Buzhou, do not be complacent. Yun Xiao cautioned softly. Buzhou hid behind Zhang Tianchen. Whenever Yun Xiao reprimanded her, she sought refuge with him. The northern sea lay at the northernmost edge of this vast expanse, with 2/3 of its territory perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. Zhang Tianchen tore through the fabric of space, bringing the three celestial maidens to this location. You may commence setting up the formation. Zhang Tianchen instructed. Understood. The three celestial maidens, Yin Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, nodded and promptly began their work. True to its name, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation was intricate and complex, containing primordial secrets and the mysteries of life and death within. Its exterior was arranged according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, with each entrance and exit interconnected in orderly fashion. Once the formation was established, Zhang Tianchen soared above the northern sea and called out loudly, "Demon Master Kunpeng, please come forth to meet me." His voice reverberated across the entire sea, awakening Kunpeng from his meditation. The surface of the sea churned violently as a massive Kun emerged, revealing Kunpeng's true form. Interestingly, Kunpeng possessed 2 forms. In the sky, he transformed into a Peng, while in the sea, he became a Kun, enabling him to move with astonishing speed regardless of his surroundings. "Who are you?" Kunpeng inquired, fixing his enormous gaze upon Zhang Tianchen. "I am Zhang Tianchen of the Inter-sect." He introduced himself. "What business do you have with me?" Kunpeng asked that in order for humanity to prosper under the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The current sage Fuxi is about to affirm his great path. "I have come to request the use of the river diagram and Luo book," Zhang Tianchen spoke calmly. "Fuxi has become a candidate for sainthood?" Kunpeng asked, his expression one of astonishment, quickly turning cold. "The river diagram and Luo book are my personal artifacts. Why should I lend them to you?" "The river diagram and Luo book originally belonged to Dijun. How have they become your treasures?" Zhang Tianchen countered nonchalantly. "Dijun is no more. The river diagram and Luo book in my possession are mine now," Kunpeng retorted. "Even so, what harm is there in lending them to Fuxi for a trial? After all, we once shared divine ranks and had some camaraderie," Zhang Tianchen suggested. "Now that Fuxi has become a sage of humanity and has betrayed the demon race, there is no friendship left between us." Kunpeng replied sternly. Deep down, he understood that should he relinquish the river diagram and Luo book, the chances of reclaiming them would be exceedingly slim. "Kunpeng, you must consider this carefully. After all, Enhua is Fuxi's sister. If you obstruct Fuxi from attaining enlightenment, you may find it difficult to escape the consequences," Zhang Tianchen continued. Upon hearing this, despite his profound fear of Enhua, he could not bear to part with the river diagram and Luo book, which he had acquired at great cost. "You, a mere Xianxian, dare to threaten me? What if you are a disciple of a sage? Do you truly believe I would not dare to take action?" Kunpeng fumed, exuding an icy aura that caused the surrounding sea to freeze. "Kunpeng, I shall ask you once more, will you lend the river diagram and Luo book or not?" Zhang Tianchen said coldly. "What if I refuse?" Kunpeng responded defiantly. "It seems you are refusing good intentions and inviting punishment. Do not blame me for being impolite," Zhang Tianchen remarked, having anticipated Kunpeng's unwillingness to agree to "I am curious to see how you plan to be impolite. You a mere Xianxian?" Kunpeng laughed in anger. Seizing the moment when Kunpeng was unguarded, Zhang Tianchen produced a heaven-subduing seal and struck it forcefully upon his head. Kunpeng howled in pain, his fury reaching its peak. "Today, I shall take your life. Whether you can kill me depends on your abilities," Zhang Tianchen replied indifferently. Kunpeng exhaled, releasing a column of water imbued with an endless chill. Contact with it would result in immediate freezing. Zhang Tianchen feigned panic and fled toward the shore. Kunpeng leaped out of the northern sea, transforming into his great Peng form, and pursued Zhang Tianchen. Ultimately, Zhang Tianchen halted at the spot where the 3 celestial maidens had set up the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. Seeing Zhang Tianchen cease his flight and the figures of the 3 celestial maidens, Kunpeng let out a cold snort. "So you sought assistance, but 3 Luo Jingxian are no match for me. Is it truly a worthy adversary? One must engage in battle to ascertain." I Xiao remarked disdainfully. "Then allow me to illustrate the disparity between a quasi-saint and a Great Luo Jingxian," Kunpeng coldly declared before swiftly lunging forward. "Activate the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation." Upon entering the formation, the 3 Xiaos gestured incantations towards the ground, initiating the array. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Howling winds surged, A chilling atmosphere enveloped the air. Darkness and mist obscured the heavens and the earth, rendering the distinction between up and down, left and right, utterly indiscernible as the atmosphere within the array became profoundly eerie. Kunpeng, behold the treasure, Buzhou shouted, brandishing the golden Jiao scissors. The golden Jiao scissors, forged from two yin-yang Jiao dragons, absorbed the spiritual energy of the cosmos, enhanced by the essence of sunlight and moonlight, swirling and intertwining in the air. Forming a cutting offensive, Kunpeng hastily evaded these assaults. However, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation harbored the powers of the bewildering immortal pill and the closing immortal technique, capable of rendering immortals unconscious, depleting their souls, trapping their forms, and even injuring their very essence and limbs. While dodging the attacks of the golden Jiao scissors, Kunpeng was simultaneously beset by the formidable might of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Placing him in a perilous predicament, Yunxiao summoned the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, emitting a brilliant beam of golden light aimed directly at him to counter the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the golden Jiao scissors, and the onslaught of the entire Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Kunpeng promptly invoked the Hutu and Luo Shu as a shield, successfully repelling the assaults. Though the Hutu and Luo Shu are paramount innate treasures and were activated by the quasi-saint Kunpeng, breaching their defenses was no trivial task for the three Shaos. This Hutu and Luo Shu is indeed formidable, Buzhou remarked with a slight frown. Yet Zhang Tianchen merely waved his robe sleeve. And a flash of multicolored radiance swept by in an astonishing turn of events. He snatched the Hutu and Luo Shu from Kunpeng's grasp. Kunpeng, witnessing the seizure of the Hutu and Luo Shu, was momentarily rendered speechless. Seizing this opportunity, the three Shaos unleashed the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the golden Jiao scissors, and the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation against Kunpeng. Kunpeng transformed into his true form, claws outstretched, fiercely clawing at the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, attempting to tear a path to escape. However, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, refined by Zhang Tianchen, was not so easily breached. Realizing that he could not dismantle the formation in the short term, and with the golden Jiao scissors and Hunyuan Golden Dipper closing in, Kunpeng's expression hardened as he resolved to be cautious. Yunxiao exclaimed, her face paling, raising her voice. Qiongxiao hurriedly summoned the Xuanwu shield, while Zhang Tianchen also conjured the purifying world White Lotus. With a resounding boom, a torrent of energy erupted, instantly obliterating the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Protected by the purifying world White Lotus and the Xuanwu shield, neither Zhang Tianchen nor the three Shao sustained any injuries. I never anticipated that Kunpeng, in his desperation, would resort to self-detonation, attempting to take us down with him. Buzhou said, a hint of fear in her voice. He does not genuinely wish for mutual destruction. He merely seeks to exploit this moment to flee. Zhang Tianchen replied, shaking his head lightly. Is Kunpeng still alive? Buzhou's expression shifted once more. He has merely detonated his physical form. His soul has already escaped. Had he truly detonated his primordial spirit, the resulting power would not have been so minimal. Zhang Tianchen clarified that Kunpeng's self-detonation was distinct from Fuxi's. Fuxi had detonated both his physical body and primordial spirit, while Kunpeng had only destroyed his corporeal form, allowing his soul to flee at in truth. Had Zhang Tianchen been willing to pay a price, he could have utterly annihilated Kunpeng's soul, yet he chose not to do so. Although Kunpeng evaded the fate of physical annihilation, his cultivation was grievously wounded, rendering a return to his former self nearly impossible. Surviving would be mere subsistence, posing no substantial threat to Zhang Tianchen. Those renowned experts from the Primordial Era are indeed not to be underestimated, Buzhou remarked, reflecting that she might not have exhibited such decisiveness in a similar situation. There are always greater masters. And beyond the heavens lie even stronger beings. Never underestimate your adversaries. This time, we must learn from this experience. Yunxiao admonished. I shall remember this lesson, Buzhou affirmed, genuinely committing Yunxiao's words to heart. Under Fuxi's governance, the development of the human race flourished. One day, a tribal leader approached Fuxi seeking aid. Your Majesty, We have been beset by calamity. Our homes have been devastated, and all our livestock have scattered in panic. Please send assistance to provide sustenance for our tribe. As the leader of humanity, Fuxi could not remain indifferent. He promptly arranged for a portion of supplies to be dispatched to assist the afflicted tribe. Nevertheless, the provisions at Fuxi's disposal were quite limited. Being able to support a single affected tribe was already commendable. What would happen if more tribes fell into misfortune? This dilemma kept Fuxi awake through the night. After much contemplation yielded no solution, he resolved to seek Zhang Tianchen's assistance. Fuxi arrived by the Luo River, but found Zhang Tianchen absent, and even the wooden cabin was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that my master has encountered some danger? Fuxi pondered, but he quickly shook his head, reasoning, as a disciple of the sage, he should be safe. Yet why has he suddenly vanished? Could it be that my teacher wishes for me to resolve the plight of humanity on my own? Fuxi mused as he walked along the Luo River. Suddenly, a whirlpool materialized in the Luo waters, and a water Qilin gradually emerged. Fuxi gazed at it, noticing it bore two mysterious scrolls upon its back, the Hutu and Luo Shu. Upon seeing these scrolls, Fuxi immediately recalled their names, though how he came to know them remained elusive. Water Qilin, did your master send you with these? Fuxi inquired. Indeed, the revered one informed me that these items contain the information you require. But you must discern the answers for yourself, the Water Qilin replied. Thank you, master, Fuxi expressed, bowing deeply to the void before taking the Hutu and Luo Shu and departing that moment above a layer of clouds. Zhang Tianchen and the three Shaos were observing all that transpired below. Brother Tianchen, the Hutu and Luo Shu are exceptionally advanced spiritual treasures. Even I find them challenging to comprehend. Can this ordinary man, Fuxi, truly derive enlightenment from them? Bai Shao questioned with some skepticism. Fuxi once assisted Emperor Jun in refining the innate Hutu formation during his time as the Shi Emperor of the demon race. Although he has lost that memory, the connection remains. Moreover, do not underestimate the potential of humanity. He is destined to be a leader among men, and his capacity for learning may exceed our expectations. Zhang Tianchen replied calmly. Let us observe what conclusions Fuxi draws. Bai Shao expressed her discontent. Upon returning to his dwelling, Fuxi immersed himself in the study of the Hutu and Luo Shu. The Hutu refers to a map formed by the arrangement of stars, while the Luo Shu symbolizes the various pathways connecting these celestial points. The two scrolls depict the intricate patterns of these cosmic networks, encompassing complex theories of a universe and the relationships between constellations in a short time. Fuxi could not fully grasp their essence, yet he did not easily concede defeat. He continued to govern his tribe's affairs while deeply contemplating the Hutu's day. Soon 2 decades slipped by in an instant. From this moment forth, humanity shall have no cause for concern. Ultimately, Fuxi uncovered new knowledge, which he subsequently named the post-heaven 8 trigrams. Each of the 8 diagrams, Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Canli, Jin, and Ui, symbolized aspects of weather, land, thunder, wind, rivers, fire, mountains, and plains. Utilizing this newfound knowledge, Fuxi could elucidate the processes of various natural phenomena and assist people in preemptively averting misfortunes. As Fuxi mastered the 8 trigrams, the original enlightening objects. The Hutu and Luo Shu transformed into a radiant light and departed. I am grateful to my teacher. Through the direction of the departing Hutu and Luo Shu, Fuxi understood that they had undoubtedly been reclaimed by his master. To express his reverence, he bowed thrice in that direction. In the ensuing time, Fuxi convened representatives from various tribes to collectively share and promote this post-heaven 8 trigrams technique to safeguard the tranquility of his people. And indeed, the frequency of disasters markedly diminished. During this period, in a place called Jianshui, there lived a woman named Ren Sa. One day, while visiting a location known as Huashan, she suddenly felt a surge of intense light as she passed by a serene lake. Upon raising her gaze, Ren Sa beheld a colossal dragon with red whiskers leaping from the depths of the lake into the sky. Its eyes radiated a mysterious brilliance that connected with hers. In that fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, Ren Sa felt a tremor in her heart, as if something profound had resonated within her. She rubbed her eyes and focused intently, yet saw no trace of the divine dragon. The dragon appeared and vanished without a shadow. Upon returning to the tribe, Ren Sha discovered she was with child. In response to the chieftain's inquiries, Ren Sha recounted her experiences on Huayang Mountain in their entirety. Our matriarch exhibited similar miraculous signs when she conceived the sovereign, the chieftain declared with great excitement. Ren Sha, the child you carry may just be the future sage of our race. The chieftain was exceedingly thrilled, believing that their tribe could produce a great figure akin to the sovereign Fuxi. Henceforth, Ren Sha received special care from her kin, with someone delivering food to her daily. Time swiftly passed, and a decade flew by. Yet Ren Sha had still not given birth. However, the tribespeople were not anxious. Rather, they were filled with anticipation, believing that the longer the delay, the greater the potential of the child to last on a certain day. Ren Sha experienced intense pain in her abdomen, signaling the onset of labor. Auspicious clouds appeared, and a multicolored auspicious dragon could be faintly seen circling around. Wah wah wah, as the child descended into the world. Ren Sha named him Lizhan. Much like Fuxi, Lizhan exhibited extraordinary abilities. He could speak within 3 days and walk within 5, displaying remarkable talent from a young age by the age of 8. He could lift an ox with ease. One day, Lizhan sat upon a massive stone, lost in thought. Over the years, the tribe had caught fewer and fewer game in the mountains and waters. Should this continue, they would face a food shortage. At that moment, a colorful cloud drifted down from the heavens, upon which stood a Taoist. I pay my respects to the immortal. Despite his precociousness, Lizhan was still excited to see a true immortal and immediately rose to pay his respects. I am the Ta Ching sage Xuandu. Would you like to become my disciple? Xuandu inquired. Lizhan hurriedly bowed in reverence to his master. In no need for formalities, Xuandu gently lifted Lizhan, an invisible force allowing him to stand. From now on, you may come here daily to learn and cultivate. Feel free to ask me any questions at any time. Master, I happen to have a question, Lizhan replied. What is your question? Xuandu asked. Recently, the game caught by the tribespeople has dwindled significantly. If this continues, we might face a food shortage. I wish to know if there's a way to resolve this dilemma. Xuandu felt a slight astonishment at this question. Indeed, a destined sovereign, even at such a young age, understood the worries of the people's livelihood. Xuandu continued, if the game is scarce, then it is time to seek out new sources of food. New sources of food? Lizhan echoed. Xuandu elaborated. This is not something that can be resolved in the short term. It requires careful exploration in daily life. I shall keep this in mind, Lizhan promised. From that day forth, Lizhan became Xuandu's disciple. And years swiftly passed until he reached adulthood. One day, while observing birds pecking at rice grains, inspiration struck him. He gathered some grains and roasted them over the fire as one would prepare meat. Lizhan removed the husk from the roasted grains and chewed them thoughtfully. Although they lacked the rich flavor of roasted meat, they possessed a subtle fragrance and were quite filling, filled with excitement. Lizhan returned to the tribe and shared his discovery with the chieftain. The chieftain tasted a few roasted grains and, delighted by Lieshan's assertions, instructed the tribespeople to begin cultivating rice. Years later, Lieshan's tribe no longer worried about food sources. Even without hunting in the mountains, they could feast abundantly through rice cultivation. Nearby tribes, upon hearing of this news, flocked to Lieshan's tribe to learn the methods of cultivation, each commencing their own rice farming endeavors. As the practice of rice cultivation spread, Lieshan's reputation among the human race soared. Lizhan further observed that not all lands were suitable for rice cultivation, prompting him to explore new plants for utilization. After countless experiments, he finally identified 5 crops suitable for planting: rice, millet, broom corn, wheat, and soybeans. Lizhan was thereafter revered as the divine farmer. When Fuxi comprehended the mysteries of the postnatal 8 trigrams and sensed that his mission was largely accomplished, he harbored a desire to abdicate. However, before doing so, he needed to find a qualified successor. Through various channels, he eventually became aware of the name of the divine farmer. After discreetly observing for a period, Fuxi determined that the divine farmer genuinely cared for the welfare of humanity, and thus chose him as the next leader. Fuxi invited the divine farmer to meet and conveyed his intentions to abdicate. The divine farmer humbly replied, "I, Lies Han, possess limited abilities and insufficient experience. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? The sovereign should select another suitable candidate. You have successfully cultivated food, resolving the greatest difficulty of our tribe sustenance. If you cannot bear such a responsibility, then who can?" Fuxi retorted. Reluctantly, the divine farmer accepted the appointment. "Let us wait 3 years. By then, I will have served for a full century. Until that time, I shall formally abdicate to you. And I hope you will accompany me during this period to become familiar with the matters of our people." Fuxi instructed. "Yes, you command, Sovereign," the divine farmer replied, in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed. Fuxi prepared to hold a grand ceremony to pass the leadership to the new successor, the divine farmer. This ceremony of succession held profound significance for the entire tribe, symbolizing the transition of an era and representing the dawn of a new chapter under the guidance of a new leader. But on the day of the grand ceremony, Fuxi ascended the high platform, performed a ritual to honor heaven and earth, and called out loudly, "I beseech the sages to come forth." The first to arrive was the goddess Nuwa, descending from the heavens on a fiery phoenix. Respectful greetings to the Holy Mother Nuwa. The 3 tribal elders in the crowd led everyone in salutation. "Please rise." Nuwa waved her sleeve, a gentle force lifting everyone up. Soon, the 3 purities, the pure sages, appeared, each riding a green ox, a strange beast, and a hound, respectively. Emerging from different directions, we have seen the 3 pure ones. Following this, the tribe's people expressed their gratitude to these exalted beings. Then, from the west, the sounds of Buddhist music echoed, and the 2 deities, Jin and Jinti, approached on clouds. Once all 6 heavenly sages were present, the 3 ancestral figures of humanity proclaimed, "The ceremony of abdication shall now commence." Fuxi stood atop the platform and called out to the heavens, "I, Fuxi, sovereign of the human race, have served for a century. Now, having fulfilled my duties, I hereby pass my position to the great sage divine farmer, as witnessed by the heavenly way." After finishing his proclamation, Laozi presented the Kongtong seal and declared in a resounding voice, "Return to your rightful place." The Kongtong seal is a vital artifact of the human way, containing imperial essence that plays an irreplaceable role in the sanctification of past sovereigns. A golden light emanated from the Kongtong seal, merging into Fuxi's being, the imperial essence. The heavenly way sensed all of this and descended blessings that 1/10 of the merit fell into Zhang Tianchen's hands, which he absorbed. The remaining 90% poured into Fuxi's body, rapidly elevating his cultivation level from that of an earth immortal to the pinnacle of a quasi-saint. All the observing sages were astonished by this transformation. Their highest achievement thus far was merely that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet Fuxi, in the blink of an eye, ascended from an ordinary person to the peak of a quasi-saint, an attainment they could only dream of. More importantly, Fuxi's realm was extraordinary. As the sovereign of humanity, the human race would not perish, nor would he fall. Moreover, humanity was the protagonist of the primordial chaos. Even the heavenly saints could not extinguish them. Upon awakening from the absorption of all merit, Fuxi's gaze became unfathomably deep as he recalled his previous memories. "Brother!" Nuwa exclaimed upon seeing Fuxi's expression. At this moment, only Fuxi, as a member of humanity, existed devoid of any trace of his former ties to the demon race. This echoed Fuxi's earlier words spoken in Nuwa's palace. Following this, a thunderous sound emerged from the heavens, signifying the heavenly way's acknowledgement and formal recognition of Fuxi's words. Upon hearing this, Nuwa shed tears of sorrow that "I am grateful for the master's teachings over the years." Having spoken, Fuxi turned toward Zhang Tianchen and offered a slight bow. However, the latter slightly moved aside, merely accepting half of the courtesy extended by the former. "Now that you have attained the status of a sage, my friend, you should distance yourself from the trivialities of the mortal realm. Please retreat to the Fire Cloud Cave for quiet cultivation to safeguard the fate of the human race. Unless a matter of great significance arises, you ought not to depart lightly," Laozi stated impassively. Upon hearing Laozi's words, the expressions of all present shifted, including Fuxi, Inhua, the three ancestors of humanity, and Zhang Tianchen. Such words from you, elder brother, are rather excessive, Inhua remarked with a composed face, her discontent evident. For this was akin to a form of house arrest, making it exceedingly difficult for her to see him thereafter. Might the sage permit Fuxi to return to the ancestral grounds for quietude? Inquired the human ancestor, Swearin. The Fire Cloud Cave is one of the most splendid sanctuaries in the primordial world, and it is far more conducive to cultivation, Laozi replied nonchalantly. Very well. The primordial supreme being emerged to support Laozi. Both sages concurred with this proposal. The other sages remained silent. Even if Inhua opposed it, it could not alter the determined outcome. Though Zhang Tianchen felt displeased by this, he found himself powerless. For it was evident that while humanity was one of the protagonists in a vast world, in essence, they were but marionettes controlled by these sages to alter the current situation. The only solution was to enhance the strength of humanity until they were capable of contending with the sages. Fuxi offered a bitter smile and gazed at Shinnong, saying, "The future of humanity shall rest in your hands. Rest assured, my lord, I shall devote myself to managing the affairs of humanity," Shinnong promised with a bow. After this, Fuxi cast a glance at the assembly and then soared directly towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Following the conclusion of the abdication ceremony, the six sages returned to their respective abodes. After the ceremony, Zhang Tianchen did not immediately return to the Wuliang cave, but chose to continue exploring the realms of humanity, for he had promised Hutu to secretly assist the witch clan in securing the position of emperor. However, before long, Zhang Tianchen received a message from Hutu summoning him to the netherworld. "What has transpired, Brother Tianchen?" Yun Xiao inquired. "I must attend to a matter in the netherworld. Please wait here for a moment," Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly. "Hurry along, Brother Tianchen," Yun Xiao urged, understanding Zhang Tianchen's identity as the Emperor of Fengdu and believing that urgent matters required his resolution in the netherworld. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen swiftly pierced through the barriers of time and space, arriving in the netherworld. Quite prompt, Hutu remarked with a faint smile upon seeing him. "How could I delay when summoned by the esteemed lady?" Zhang Tianchen responded, his expression one of utmost respect. "The situation is pressing. Let us be brief, that I have two matters for which I hope you can assist me," Hutu stated directly. "What are these matters?" Zhang Tianchen inquired. "I have resurrected the true souls of powerful shamanic figures, such as Qiyu, Fengbo, and Yushi, along with their essences. However, if they wish to expedite their cultivation recovery, they will require medicinal elixirs to aid them," Hutu explained. "You wish for me to assist you in alchemy?" Zhang Tianchen pondered before speaking. "It is somewhat late for alchemy at this juncture. I know you must have a stock of elixirs on hand, so please allocate some for us," Hutu requested. "Will this suffice?" As he spoke, Zhang Tianchen produced several small jade vials containing elixirs of varying grades and handed them to Hutu. After examining them, Hutu nodded and said, "The quantity is just right. Rest assured, I will prepare all the materials you require for your alchemy." Zhang Tianchen replied casually, "And what of the second matter?" At this point, he was not overly concerned about the medicinal materials needed, as he could utilize time control principles to accelerate their cultivation. Hutu then presented a jade tube and revealed, "This contains the incantations for the Duding Shunsha Grand Array. As a member of the Inter-sect, you must be familiar with array formation. I hope you can assist in simplifying it for Qiyu and others to unleash their full might. You have quite the lofty expectations." Zhang Tianchen remarked with a hint of exasperation. Bear in mind that the Duding Shunsha Grand Array belongs to the Hunyuan level of array techniques. It is not something that can be easily simplified, especially given the current urgency. I trust you will handle it well." Hutu replied with a smile, "That I merely intend to give it my best effort." Zhang Tianchen gestured with his hand, indicating he could not provide a definitive assurance. Hutu smiled and said, "Then I shall not delay you further." She then turned and departed. Once Shinnong assumed the position of the human race's sovereign, he promptly initiated the cultivation of grains across the entirety of the realm. Prior to this, although some had begun to till and plant cereals, it was limited to a series of smaller areas centered around the Shinnong tribe, with the widespread promotion of grain cultivation techniques. The food supply among various tribes became increasingly abundant, ushering humanity into a new era of rapid development. However, as old issues were resolved, new problems arose. During the cultivation of grains, crops were invariably interspersed with weeds, some of which were perilous in nature. Numerous tribe members experienced severe discomfort or even tragically perished after inadvertently consuming toxic weeds. Upon learning of this situation, Shennong promptly summoned the leaders of various tribes to discuss countermeasures. However, after several rounds of deliberation, no effective solution was found. In desperation, Shennong decided to take the most direct approach, tasting each plant and recording their attributes. Yet, even as a formidable figure, he found it difficult to endure the immense dangers posed by those toxic plants. One day, while attempting to taste a particular type of plant, Shennong suddenly felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, as if his intestines were rupturing, and he promptly lost consciousness. At this critical moment, his mentor Xuandu appeared just in time and administered a medicinal pill to him. Xuandu placed great importance on aiding Shennong's growth to help him achieve great things. Should anything happen to Shennong, the situation would be dire. Upon awakening, Shennong was acutely aware that it was his master who had saved him, and he quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your immense favor in saving my life. Esteemed teacher, as your mentor, it is my duty to assist you. However, you must remember that in your quest to explore the dangers of all things, encountering toxic substances may not always allow you to escape unscathed," Xuandu cautioned solemnly. With a serious expression, Shennong replied, "I made a steadfast resolution to test the herbs for the people, to experience their bitterness and sweetness. Even if it costs me my life, I shall have no regrets. Please grant me this wish, teacher." Foolish child. Observing Shennong's resolute gaze, Xuandu couldn't help but sigh, retrieving a medicinal pill from his sleeve, saying, "This is the 100 poisons elimination pill meticulously refined by our ancestor. It can defend against all manners of poisons in the world." Upon hearing this, Shennong's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, teacher." He received the pill, his heart brimming with excitement. Xuandu then explained, "While this protective pill can fend off toxicity, you must still endure intense pain when consuming toxic plants. Have you thought this through?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shennong replied, "I have long considered this matter thoroughly." This was the very scenario he had always hoped for. If consuming toxic plants elicited no reaction, how could he accurately discern the characteristics of various medicinal plants? "Since you are prepared mentally, then proceed with your endeavors." Xuandu, seeing Shennong's unwavering resolve, could only sigh and take his leave. After a brief pause, having documented the information of the plants he had tasted, naming one of them broken intestines, Shennong continued with his unfinished mission, tasting various plants in search of remedies. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Zhang Tianchen had immersed himself in the study of the Duding Shensha Grand Array for half a century. At last, he had made progress. One day, after being in a contemplative state for an extended period, a man finally opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. He promptly informed his companion, Hutu, of his advancements, and she hurried to his location. "Have you achieved a final breakthrough?" Hutu inquired with curiosity. Zhang Tianchen did not respond verbally, instead handing her an item that contained a detailed, simplified version of the Duding Shensha Grand Array. Hutu pressed the jade slip against her forehead, closing her eyes in deep thought. The 12 Xian Grand Array. Soon after, Hutu opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with sharp brilliance. This 12 Xian Grand Array was Zhang Tianchen's newly named simplification of the original Duding Shensha Grand Array. In contrast to the original array that gathered the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, the 12 Xian Grand Array concentrated on gathering Yin energy. Although the power of the 12 Xian Grand Array was far inferior to that of the Duding Shensha Grand Array. However, the required conditions for the arrangement are not as stringent as those of the latter. It appears that your mastery of formations exceeds my expectations. Hutu gazed at Zhang Tianchen with profound meaning. The 12 mysterious Yin Great Formation is far more exquisite than she had envisioned. The Empress Pingxin has offered her compliments. Zhang Tianchen responded with a humble smile. The 12 mysterious Yin Great Formation requires 12 mysterious Yin flags. "Perhaps you could assist in refining these banners?" Hutu suggested with a smile. "That I truly feel like a laborer." Zhang Tianchen sighed. shaking his head as he felt himself perpetually ensnared in Hutu's schemes. After all, with exceptional abilities, one ought to bear greater responsibilities. Hutu chuckled, adding, moreover, the 12 mysterious Een Great Formation is your design. Your direct involvement will ensure the mysterious Een flags harmonize perfectly with the formation. However, you must provide the materials, Zhang Tianchen insisted. Although the materials needed for crafting the mysterious Een flags were few, he still hoped to secure some rights. No problem, Hutu replied with a smile, indicating her agreement. There exists a tribe known as Yoxiong, led by a chief named Xiaodian, who has 2 wives, one named Indiying and the other Fu Bao. One evening, Fu Bao dreamed of the North Dipper's Tian Shu star falling from the heavens, and thereafter, she discovered she was pregnant. The gestation period lasted 24 months, culminating in the birth of a male infant named Xianyuan. Though Xianyuan did not possess the ability to speak or walk days after his birth like Fuxi and Shinong, he exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age and learned swiftly at the age of 8. A Taoist visited the Yoxiong tribe. I am Guang Chengzi of the Jade Purity Saint. Do you wish to become my disciple? Guang Chengzi inquired of Xianyuan. Master, I humbly pay my respects. Seizing this opportunity, Xianyuan immediately bowed deeply to his mentor. Please rise. With a gentle wave of Guang Chengzi's hand, a mysterious force lifted Xianyuan. Master, I still need to learn how to govern the tribe for my father every day. Might you stay in the tribe to guide me? Xianyuan asked anxiously, for typically, being accepted as a disciple meant following one's mentor to the immortal mountains for training, since you are to be the future chief. It suffices for me to teach you here, Guang Chengzi replied, having long harbored such intentions, for Xianyuan is a chosen one. Keeping him on the immortal mountain would forfeit his destined path. Thank you, Master, Xianyuan exclaimed with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. From that moment on, while learning to govern the tribe, Xianyuan also embarked on the path of cultivation. By his 15th birthday, he had ascended to the position of clan leader, undertaking the responsibilities of leadership. Another tribe, Wuyi, also known as Wuyi, is an alliance composed of 9 smaller tribes. Quan Yi, Feng Yi, Huang Yi by Yi, Qi Yi, Xin Yi, Feng Yi, and Yang Y. In ancient times, when a shaman tribe dominated the vast wilderness, some members intermarried with humans, and their offspring were known as shamans. Most of the inhabitants of the Wuyi tribe are descendants of these shamans, possessing robust physiques and remarkable bravery in battle. Recently, many newborns have emerged in the Wuyi tribe, among them a particularly extraordinary child named Qiyu. Upon birth, he did not cry. He was able to speak in just 3 days and walk within 5. By the time he was less than a year old, he stood as tall as an average 4 or 5-year-old child and could defeat fierce tigers with his bare hands, astonishing the tribe. Simultaneously, infants such as Fengbo and Yushi displayed remarkable feats, albeit not on par with Qiyu, yet still surpassing ordinary standards. However, unlike Fuxi, who lost his past memories upon reincarnation, Qiyu retained the memories of his former life. Thus, from the moment of his birth, he diligently cultivated to enhance his strength and elevate his standing within the tribe. By the age of 13, he had already become the leader of the Wuyi tribe. In the underworld, after 20 years of effort, Zhang Tianchen successfully forged the 12 mysterious Een flags. Empress Pingxin, I have completed all tasks and am ready to depart, Zhang Tianchen said, expressing his gratitude for her assistance during this time. I truly appreciate it, Hutu replied sincerely. Not mention it. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand dismissively, adding, I only hope your strategy succeeds. That in truth, although the bond between Zhang Tianchen and Hutu was not particularly deep, his motivation to assist her stemmed from a favorable impression of her and a desire to challenge destiny and alter the future's course. Taking Lu Er as his disciple was his first earnest endeavor. Assisting the shaman tribe in vying for the position of human emperor was yet another opportunity for experimentation. After handing the mysterious Een flags to Hutu, Zhang Tianchen tore through the void and returned to the realm of mortals, where he found the San Shao. Tianchen, senior brother, have you encountered anything unusual during your extended stay in the underworld? Bai Shao inquired curiously. Nothing of great importance. Hutu merely requested I assist with a few minor tasks. Zhang Tianchen replied nonchalantly. Then let us venture forth for some exploration, Buzhou suggested, refraining from further inquiries. Zhang Tianchen nodded lightly in agreement. After consuming the 100-poison pill, Shinnong spent decades traversing mountains and rivers, sampling and evaluating various herbs, during which he completed the compilation of the Shinnong Benchao Jing. This book documented the unique effects of numerous herbs, significantly reducing instances of poisoning among the tribes and allowing individuals to treat their ailments based on the descriptions within the text. Thus, under Shinnong's leadership, human communities grew increasingly robust. Simultaneously, Shinnong had a daughter named Enhua. This little girl was exceptionally intelligent from a young age. However, due to Shinnong's dedication to the tribe's affairs, he spent little time with her, leaving her mostly alone. One day, feeling idle at home, Enhua quietly slipped out of the tribe and arrived at the eastern coast. This truly the legendary sea, although she was not far from the shore. It was her first time witnessing it in person. The vastness of the scene filled her with exhilaration. It is so beautiful. I must come here often, Enhua exclaimed joyfully as she collected shells on the beach, dipping her little feet into the water and playing merrily. Suddenly, the waves surged violently, and a golden divine dragon burst forth from the depths, landing on the sand and transforming into a young man. Upon seeing this young man, Enhua appeared somewhat flustered. Who is this little girl daring enough to wash her feet in my eastern sea? You have made me, the prince, drink your filthy water. The young man was Ao Bing, the third son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, who upon witnessing Enhua frolicking by the shore, became enraged. I did not mean to do so. Enhua replied timidly, I care not whether it was intentional. Daring to wash your feet in my eastern sea is a capital offense. As he spoke, Ao Bing waved his hand lightly, conjuring a powerful storm that swept Enhua into the sea, intending to drown her. Help! Help! Enhua cried out for rescue as she fell into the water. Even if you scream until your voice is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Ao Bing laughed triumphantly, watching Enhua struggle for survival in the water. Just then, a figure darted into the sea, scooping up Enhua and swiftly returning to the shore. It was Zhang Tianchen, traveling with the sandshao among the crowd. He inadvertently arrived at the eastern coast, hearing her cries for help and rushing to her rescue. After bringing Enhua to safety, Zhang Tianchen quickly helped her expel the seawater that had entered her lungs. Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life, Enhua said, regaining some strength and immediately bowing deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. May I ask your name? Zhang Tianchen inquired calmly. My name is Enhua. She replied, Enhua, are you not the child of Shinnong? Zhang Tianchen suddenly realized. How do you know me, Immortal? Enhua asked, slightly surprised, for she found it perplexing that Zhang Tianchen was aware of her. I should say, I am familiar with your name. Though Zhang Tianchen had never laid eyes upon the maiden Enhua, he had heard of her through the annals of myth and legend. It is said that Enhua was the daughter of Shinnong, who tragically drowned in the eastern sea, her lingering resentment transforming her into the divine bird Jingwei, resolutely determined to gather stones from the western mountains to fill the eastern sea. Thus, the tale of Jingwei filling the sea was born. Who might you be, daring to obstruct my grand endeavor? Upon witnessing Zhang Tianchen rescuing Enhua, Ao Bing's expression turned grave, his heart brimming with rage. Is it you, this wretched dragon, who has harmed my kin? Zhang Tianchen's voice was as frigid as the sudden drop in temperature around them. How dare you show such disrespect to my dragon kin? You are courting your own demise. When Ao Bing heard himself referred to as a mere water dragon, fury surged within him, and he conjured a Fontian halberd, lunging fiercely at Zhang Tianchen. Yet, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Zhang Tianchen unleashed a powerful wave of divine energy. Ao Bing, in a frantic attempt to defend himself with his halberd, found it shattered in an instant, and was sent flying far away, crashing to the ground with blood trickling from his mouth. Unable to move a muscle. Your Excellency, please temper your actions. Just as Zhang Tianchen was about to end Ao Bing's life, a golden divine dragon leaped from the ocean into the sky. It was Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, accompanied by a host of shrimp and crab generals. Father, he has broken my bones. You must avenge me. Ao Bing cried, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. A fractured spine is notoriously difficult to heal. Even with the finest medicinal herbs, it would require millennia of rest. Wretched child, do you not repent? Ao Guang scolded, kicking Ao Bing twice, pondering how dim-witted his son truly was. Despite Zhang Tianchen appearing to be merely a mysterious immortal, he effortlessly inflicted severe damage upon Ao Bing, who was of golden immortal rank, revealing a strength far beyond his outward appearance. Moreover, behind him stood three genuine celestial beings, the three heavens fairies, while Ao Guang, being merely a Tai golden immortal, could not contend with him. That I dealt with a minor annoyance, only to attract a greater threat. Zhang Tianchen cast a cold glance at Ao Guang and inquired sternly, "Old mudfish, do you wish to pay with your life for your son?" The old dragon dared not respond. Ao Guang hastily waved his hands, pleading, "Oh, immortal, please temper your wrath. My son may have committed numerous wrongs. Yet he does not deserve death. I implore you to spare his life. This little beast's rampant behavior is surely the result of your indulgence and pampering." Zhang Tianchen retorted icily, "If you wish for your son to have a chance at life, it is not impossible, provided you make amends." Zhang Tianchen had initially intended to resolve the issue of Ao Bing, but suddenly sensed an anomaly in the heavens, realizing that someone in the future would inevitably come to collect the debts for Ao Bing's current transgressions, rendering any direct intervention unnecessary. Furthermore, with Enhua still alive, if you were to insist on killing Ao Bing, it would undoubtedly enrage the Dragon Clan, although the Dragon Clan was no longer as formidable as in its heyday. Many powerful beings still lingered in their midst. From what he knew, ancient dragons continued to thrive, trapped in the abyss of the Eastern Sea. Not to mention, there were other formidable beings like Zhulong, Yinglong, and Qinglong. While Zhang Tianchen was unafraid of provoking the Dragon Clan, he saw no need to embroil himself in such a trivial dispute. "Please, immortal, enlighten us." Upon hearing Zhang Tianchen agree to spare his child, Ao Guang felt a modicum of relief. "It is not compensation owed to me, but to Enhua herself," Zhang Tianchen stated. He currently had no needs and did not believe he could extract anything of value from this minor conflict. "Enhua, what form of recompense do you seek?" Ao Guang inquired, glancing at her. Enhua appeared apprehensive at the sight of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, hesitating in silence. "With me, as your advocate, there is no need for fear." Zhang Tianchen assured her that I hope for humanity to experience bountiful years, free from calamity, at last. Enhua resolved to speak. "Is there anything else you require?" Zhang Tianchen pressed. "I seek nothing further," Enhua replied, shaking her head. "You have heard her clearly, old Dragon King. You must ensure that for the next 1,000 years, human society enjoys peace and prosperity, should there be any mishap. I shall return to the Eastern Sea to demand justice from you," she declared to Ao Guang. Currently, the Dragon Clan had yet to fall under the dominion of the Celestial Realm. Thus, weather phenomena, such as snow and rain, were still dependent on the Dragon Clan's voluntary arrangements. "I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task and guarantee harmonious weather for a millennium," Ao Guang pledged. "You may now take this young lad and depart," Zhang Tianchen stated flatly. "Thank you, immortal, for your grace." Ao Guang then instructed his shrimp and crab soldiers to carry the unconscious Ao Bing away, returning to the Eastern Sea Dragon domain. "Enhua, allow me to escort you home," Zhang Tianchen offered, intending to ensure her safe return to alleviate Shinnong's concerns. "Thank you, immortal." Enhua expressed her gratitude. Zhang Tianchen, along with the three heavens, escorted Enhua back to the human tribe. Upon learning of Enhua's disappearance, Shinnong had dispatched individuals to search for her. Upon hearing that she was being returned, he hurried to welcome her. "Thank you, immortal, for safely returning Enhua." Having recognized Zhang Tianchen from the enthronement ceremony, Shinnong quickly bowed. "You are the sovereign of humanity. There is no need for such formalities," Zhang Tianchen replied, slightly inclining his body and accepting only a partial bow, briefly recounting the peril Enhua faced in the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing this, Shinnong felt a mix of trepidation and relief, fearing that without Zhang Tianchen's assistance, his daughter might not have escaped calamity, while simultaneously rejoicing in the anticipated prosperity of humanity in the coming decades. I'm grateful for your rescue, Immortal. Once again, Zhang Tianchen accepted only a portion of Shinnong's gratitude. With Enwa safely returned, I too must take my leave. With that, he departed alongside the three, as time flowed by. Shinnong had reigned for nearly a century and resolved to retire, seeking a new candidate for the position of sovereign. Through careful investigation, he discovered that Xianyuan, the leader of the bear tribe, was remarkably capable, prompting him to decide on a covert evaluation. The outcome delighted him. The bear tribe flourished under Xuanyuan's leadership. Thus, he summoned Xianyuan to discuss various matters regarding leadership, confirming that Xianyuan was indeed a wise ruler. Shinnong felt a slight regret that his governance tended to emphasize authoritarian rule rather than the benevolent principles of Confucianism. However, considering the current needs of humanity, such a leader was precisely what was required. And Shinnong ultimately decided upon a new leader. Xianyuan, I am about to relinquish my responsibilities as the sovereign after a century. I now hand this weighty duty to you. From this day forth, please accompany me and gradually assume all responsibilities, Shinnong instructed. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan was ecstatic. When the appointed day for the abdication ceremony arrived, celestial beings, including Fuxi from the Fire Cloud Cave and numerous cultivators from various sects, gathered to witness the event, among them Zhang Tianchen and the three heavens, standing upon the platform. Shinnong raised his face in prayer. The sovereign of the Shinnong clan has ruled for 100 springs and autumns. I now entrust this duty to the great benefactor of humanity, Xianyuan. May the heavenly way listen and bear witness. With that, he waved a talisman into the air. The legacy of humanity is now activated. The imperial might released from the seal infused into his being. Wow. The power of virtue descended upon the world in response. This energy split in two. A smaller portion entered Xianyuan, propelling his realm to new heights, nearing the extraordinary level quasi-divine. The larger portion of virtue flowed into Shinnong's own body, causing his strength to break through the celestial level, ultimately reaching the brink of transcendent realms, quasi-divine, before halting at the peak of quasi-saint. Witnessing such a scene, the elders of the various sects, having seen it before, were nonetheless astonished once more. After absorbing the virtue, Shinnong respectfully bowed to Xuandu. Thank you for your years of guidance. Master, Xuandu slightly turned, accepting Shinnong's partial bow. Now, as the Earth's sovereign of humanity, Shinnong possessed peak quasi-saint cultivation. His gestures were not easily borne by just anyone. After the abdication ceremony concluded, Shinnong, alongside Fuxi, retreated to the Fire Cloud Cave for seclusion. Zhang Tianchen and the three heavens continued their travels through the realm of humanity, while Xianyuan prepared to engage in battle with Qiyu, the outcome of their fateful confrontation soon to be revealed. As humanity flourished under the successive governance of Fuxi and Shinnong, internal strife gradually began to rise. Under the governance of Shinnong, the situation could still be suppressed. However, should it have been Xianyuan, the issue would not have been so easily resolved. Prior to ascending the throne, Xianyuan had not achieved any significant personal accomplishments recognized among the human race, leading many tribal leaders to harbor dissent and refuse to obey his commands. Xianyuan implemented a policy of oppression. Those who complied would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. In dealing with tribes unwilling to submit to his leadership, he initiated direct attacks. This approach sparked widespread discontent among numerous tribes, inciting them to resist, including the already scheming Zhuli tribe. The smaller tribal factions, unable to match Xuanyuan's might, quickly fell victim to his forces. However, the Zhuli tribe, having been effectively led by Qiyu for many years, had grown immensely powerful, sufficient to confront Xianyuan. Underestimating the strength of the Zhuli tribe, Xianyuan suffered a significant defeat in his first battle against Qiyu. Master, both Qiyu and his principal generals possess formidable powers. My troops are no match for them. You have any strategies? Xianyuan sought counsel from Guangchengzi. Qiyu and his generals are indeed extraordinary. Even I find it difficult to gauge their true strength. It is essential for me to return to the mountain to consult with my ancestral master. During this period, maintain the military's position and await my return with answers, Guangchengzi stated, furrowing his brow. Through distant observation, he discerned that Qi Yu possessed the strength of a Taishang Jingxian, with most of his principal generals having reached the level of Tai Jingxian. Qi Yu had reincarnated with the memories of his past life, and his rapid cultivation was akin to a surging river. Coupled with the elixirs provided by Zhang Tianchen, his rise to such heights within a few decades was hardly surprising. Understood, Master, Xian Yuan responded affirmatively. Guang Chengzi then departed from the human settlement, returning to Kunlun Mountain, where he reported all matters to Yuanshi Tianzuan. After careful calculation, Yuanshi Tianzuan grasped the entire situation clearly. Qi Yu and his generals were reincarnated remnants of the shaman tribe. Yuanshi Tianzuan scoffed. A few remnants of the shaman tribe seeking to contest the position of the human emperor is nothing but a futile endeavor. Master, please instruct me on how to confront these shamans. Guang Chengzi implored. After reflecting, he realized that even if the shaman tribe had significantly weakened, they were not a foe to be easily dealt with alone. Although the remaining shamans had reincarnated as humans, they still practiced refined techniques of their former powers. Thus, the optimal means of combating them was through the use of the Shuwu sword. Pray tell, where is the Shuwu sword currently located? Guang Chengzi inquired. The Shuwu sword was taken by your grandmaster after the war between the shamans and the demons. I shall inform him, and you may retrieve it from him. Yuanshi Tianzuan replied. As you command. Master, Guang Chengzi responded. The remnants of the shaman tribe are numerous. It may be challenging for you to confront them alone. I will summon your fellow disciples to assist you, Yuanshi Tianzuan added. Upon hearing this, Guang Chengzi's face brightened, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Go forth. Yuanshi Tianzuan gestured with his hand that I take my leave. With that, Guang Chengzi exited the Yuqing Palace. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, he arrived at Shouyang Mountain. Although he did not meet Laozi, he encountered the Xiandu Immortal. The master mentioned that the Shuwu sword was refined from the souls of the human race, making its direct use somewhat inappropriate. Thus, copper from Shouyang Mountain was added, and it was reforged and renamed the Xian Yuan sword. This sword is to be delivered to the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. Following Laozi's instructions, Xiandu handed the Xian Yuan sword to Guang Chengzi. Thank you, Grandmaster, Guang Chengzi said, deeply bowing in the direction of the 8 Scenery Palace. This is a pill specially concocted for Xian Yuan by the master, capable of elevating a mortal directly to the realm of Jingxian. Xiandu then presented a pill, withholding information about its side effects. However, Guang Chengzi would certainly grasp the underlying implications. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, nor is there a shortcut to success. While taking this pill may instantly elevate one to Jingxian, it also signifies a fragile foundation with limited room for further advancement. Nevertheless, this should not pose a significant issue for Xian Yuan, as upon attaining the status of the human emperor, he would ascend directly to quasi-saint due to the merits accumulated. Guang Chengzi accepted the pill and promptly departed Shouyang Mountain, returning to the Xian Yuan military camp. The disciples of the Chan teaching had all arrived, including the most accomplished among them, the lantern-bearing Taoist. After the greetings were exchanged, discussions commenced on how to defeat Qiu's army. 3 days later, Xian Yuan removed the truce token and proactively approached Qiu's military camp to issue a challenge. Naturally, Qiu would not retreat, leading his forces to meet the challenge. Qiu, you remnants of the shaman tribe, daring to defy the mandate of heaven and seize the position of the human emperor, truly do not know your own mortality. Guang Chengzi reprimanded loudly. Guang Chengzi, I have reincarnated. From this moment forth, I am but the human Qiu, no longer the shaman Qiu. Qiu declared, fully aware that the legacy of the shaman Qiu could not attain the Tao of the human emperor. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, seemingly signifying the approval of the heavenly mandate. Even if you seek to contest for the position of human emperor, it remains to be seen if you possess the capability. Guang Chengzi coldly replied, you, a mere disciple of the Chan teaching, dare to speak so boldly. When I dominated the primordial chaos, you had yet to be born. Qiu laughed heartily. Qiu, do you dare to engage me in battle? Xian Yuan bellowed, brandishing the Xian Yuan sword as he emerged from the ranks. Upon witnessing that Xian Yuan had attained the strength of a Jingxian, Qiu was momentarily taken aback. For just days prior, he had been but a mortal. Yet, A single Jinxian was not enough to instill fear in Qiyu. He jovially exclaimed, "Why not?" At the same time, he cautioned the soldiers nearby, "Be wary of his sword. It was forged from the Shuwu sword." Suddenly, a voice resonated within Chiyu's mind. Although he did not know the source of this voice, he sensed no malice within it that moment. Xianyuan, wielding the Xianyuan sword, surged forward. Qiyu immediately raised his tiger soul blade, ready to engage. Having received the warning, he proceeded with utmost caution, refusing to recklessly confront the opponent's weapon head-on. The tiger soul blade was forged from the soul of a tiger demon at the Tai Jinxian level, and each swing was accompanied by a soul-stirring roar. Just as Xianyuan and Qiyu were about to clash, Qiyu leaped into the air, swinging his tiger soul blade down with ferocity. Xianyuan hastily raised his sword to parry. Yet the tremendous force still caused him to bend his knee, nearly collapsing to the ground. Guangchengzi, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow as he understood that Xianyuan, as a newly ascended Jinxian, was not a match for Qiyu in direct confrontation. Guangchengzi had intended for Xianyuan to engage in battle to instill overconfidence in Qiyu, hoping that the Xianyuan sword would be able to counter his physical prowess and secure a swift victory. However, Qiyu remained vigilant, and this situation exceeded Guangchengzi's expectations. The battle raged on fiercely, and after several exchanges, Xianyuan found himself spitting blood from the relentless assault by Qiyu. Observing Xuanyuan's injuries, Guangchengzi immediately darted forth to offer assistance. However, Qiyu would not allow Guangchengzi to intervene unimpeded and struck out with his tiger soul blade. Guangchengzi invoked the earthly golden light to evade the attack, swiftly producing the bell of despair. The chime of the bell made Qiyu feel as though his soul was on the brink of departure, compelling him to stabilize himself immediately. Seizing this opportunity, Guangchengzi successfully extracted Xianyuan from the battlefield. The Wind Master, Rain Master, and others attempted to hinder Guangchengzi from taking Xianyuan away, rushing forward to obstruct him. The Chan teaching, of course, would not stand idly by as this group confronted Guangchengzi alone, hastily coming to his aid, leading to a chaotic melee. Among the 12 direct disciples of the Chan teaching, besides Guangchengzi, who was a mid-stage Luo Jinxian, most were Tai Jinxians, with Qingzi being a beginner Luo Jinxian. Although the Wind Master, Rain Master, and others were currently at the Tai Jinxian level, they had once been close to the pinnacle of Luo Jinxian, maintaining an equilibrium in their confrontation with Guangchengzi and Qingzi. Lantern-bearing, meanwhile, faced Qiyu alone as a powerful figure nearing the pinnacle of the Luo Jinxian. He was the only viable option for resistance besides lantern-bearing. However, it appeared that lantern-bearing merely sought to delay Qiyu rather than pursue a complete defeat. Despite the fierce battle lasting for an extended duration without a decisive victor, both sides ultimately retreated to their respective encampments. Qiyu returned to his main tent, where he conferred with the Wind Master, Rain Master, and others on strategies for victory. Despite their outstanding abilities and formidable treasures, without the aid of artifacts, I could defeat all three of them in a one-on-one duel. The Wind Sovereign expressed his discontent, stating our previous neglect in cultivating our souls has hindered us from harnessing the power of the divine artifacts. Now that our souls have matured, we find ourselves lacking in exceptional treasures, the Rain Master sighed. Lamenting, indeed, fate plays its tricks upon us. Let us cease dwelling on the past. What we must now deliberate is how to secure victory. The Serpent Lu proposed, why not utilize the 12 mysterious information? With the might of the 12 mysterious information, we could surely overcome the teachings of the Chan sect, suggested the Nine Phoenix. However, Qiyu shook his head, asserting that this formation should be reserved for a critical moment to maximize its effectiveness. What if we were to enlist the aid of the Ancestor Wu of Xianming and the Ancestor Wu of Xingtian? Wind Sovereign proposed another idea. Should they intervene, the saints would undoubtedly respond as well. Qiyu countered, shaking his head once more, believing that summoning Xianming and Xingtian would be less advantageous than directly employing the 12 mysterious information. This won't do, nor will that. What shall we do then? The Rain Master asked impatiently that moment. A rift suddenly appeared in the space within the grand tent, and a copper coin with wings flew forth. What is this? How did it suddenly emerge from the spatial tear? The nine Phoenix observed the winged copper coin with caution. Qiyu, Wind Sovereign, Rain Master, and Serpent Lu were equally perplexed, unsure of the phenomenon. This is a falling treasure coin, is an innate treasure that never fails to descend upon any artifact of lesser value. However, it must be used cautiously. For each time it causes another's treasure to fall, it consumes a portion of one's fortune, that a voice echoed in Qiu's mind, identical to the prior warning he received regarding the Xianyuan sword. Consequently, Qiu informed Wind Sovereign, Rain Master, Serpent Lu, and the Nine Phoenix about the mysterious transmission he had received. That "It seems someone is aiding us from the shadows," remarked the Nine Phoenix. "The fact that they could transmit a message to me without leaving any trace and send a treasure through a rift in space indicates that they possess cultivation far beyond our own. Such a person is surely not ordinary." "Who could this be?" Qiyu pondered, furrowing his brows. "Regardless of the identity of this individual, it is ultimately a fortuitous occurrence for us." After deliberating for some time, Serpent Lu concluded that there was no need for excessive worry. Qiyu, Wind Sovereign, Rain Master, and the Nine Phoenix nodded in agreement with Serpent Lu's perspective, since the individual was assisting and alerting them. It was clear they bore no ill intent. The falling treasure coin would consume the user's fortune, necessitating its use in turns, with each individual limited to retrieving 2 treasures at most. After stating this, Qiyu stowed the falling treasure coin away. "Very well," everyone concurred. "We can challenge them tomorrow and seize the treasures of the Transcend. Let us see how they can fight once they are stripped of their artifacts." Wind Sovereign spoke with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, Hao Yin and Yao Qi strolled through the 100 Flowers garden, admiring the blossoms. Although we have ruled the heavenly court for several decades, it still lacks any semblance of dignity. Hao Yin sighed, troubled by how to establish the authority of the heavenly court. "There is no need for impatience. We can handle everything with composure. The current situation has markedly improved compared to the initial days." Yao Qi reassured him. "How can I not be anxious? The human race has already risen. When will our heavenly court prosper?" Hao Yin's brow furrowed deeply. "Speaking of the human race, they are embroiled in a conflict. Within our heavenly palace resides a 9 heavens Xiannu, who has acquired 3 volumes of military texts and is well-versed in the art of warfare." Inspired, Yao Qi suggested, "Why not send her to assist the human race in accelerating their unification efforts while simultaneously promoting the prestige of the heavenly court among mortals? This would aid us in establishing our authority." "This is a commendable idea." Hao Yin nodded slightly. "Where's the 9 heavens Xiannu now? I wish to summon her immediately in a rush. We must first determine which side we intend to support." Yao Qi replied, "Xianyuan and Qiyu are contending for the throne of the human emperor. However, Xianyuan is the destined emperor, bolstered by the solid backing of the Transcend. In contrast, Qiyu acts against the heavens. And despite his support from the Witch clan, he will ultimately be defeated by Xianyuan." Hao Yin analyzed the situation deeply. "Then we shall lend our support to Xianyuan." Yao Qi smiled and nodded, stating, "I will summon the 9 heavens Xiannu at once." With her words, she instructed a nearby fairy to fetch the 9 heavens Xiannu before long. The 9 heavens Xiannu arrived, accompanied by the handmaiden. "I bow before the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother." She greeted Hao Yin and Yao Qi with a respectful bow. "Rise," Hao Yin commanded gently. "Might I inquire as to why the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother have summoned me?" The 9 heavens Xiannu asked. "I have heard that you possess knowledge of the 3 volumes of military texts and have considerable understanding of military tactics. Is this true?" Hao Qian inquired. "Indeed, I possess some insights into the strategies contained within the 3 volumes of military texts." The 9 heavens Xiannu affirmed, though uncertain of the context of the inquiry. "Currently, the human race is engulfed in turmoil. I have decided to send you down to assist Xianyuan in achieving unification and realizing his ambitions." "What are your thoughts?" Hao Yin asked. "I am willing to accept this task." The 9 heavens Xiannu replied without hesitation. The opportunity to apply her long-studied military knowledge in practical combat was too valuable to miss. "Once you have consented, descend to the mortal realm to aid Xianyuan in fulfilling his mission." Hao Yin nodded slightly, adding, "Remember to promote the merits of our heavenly court among the human race." This was the true outcome Hao Yin desired. "I will bear this in mind." With that, the 9 heavens Xian Nu soared down to the mortal realm. Soon after acquiring the falling treasure coin, Qi Yu arrived the next day with his army to issue a challenge. Xian Yuan, wielding the Xian Yuan sword and under the protection of powerful allies from the Transcend, would not retreat, determined to maintain his troops' morale. Xian Yuan, do you dare to face me in combat? Qi Yu bellowed. Clearly, Xian Yuan, who had just suffered defeat and had not yet recovered, was not Qi Yu's match. However, to remain silent would severely impact morale. Qi Yu, let me engage you, observed Guang Qingzi, stepping forth to confront him. Yet he was met by Serpent Lu, who had been lying in wait. Guang Qingzi, your opponent should be me. The two engaged in a fierce clash, and in a matter of exchanges, Guang Qingzi attempted to wield his falling bell to subdue his foe. Just as I hoped. Serpent Lu, anticipating Guang Qingzi's move, swiftly summoned the falling treasure coin, causing both artifacts to plummet to the ground. He then collected both artifacts, stowing them away. Return my treasures. Guang Qingzi, bewildered by the loss of his falling bell, hastily summoned the primordial box. Serpent Lu unleashed the falling treasure coin once more. With this wave of magic, both the primordial box and the falling treasure coin fell to the ground, which Serpent Lu promptly secured as well. After losing 2 treasures in quick succession, Guang Qingzi dared not linger, fleeing rapidly. Kill. Witnessing Guang Qingzi's retreat, the morale of Qi Yu's forces surged, while that of the enemy plummeted. Seizing the moment, Qi Yu led his army into the fray. Spearheaded by formidable cultivators like Wind Sovereign and Rainmaster. Although the Chan sect was compelled to stand and fight, they were acutely aware of the need to refrain from using their own artifacts, fearing that they too would be confiscated by Serpent Lu. However, how could the Chan sect disciples, bereft of their treasures, hope to contend against Qi Yu and his allies, as recorded in the investiture of the gods? Guang Qingzi, without his protective treasures, found even his own disciples difficult to contend with, underscoring the significance of artifacts to him. After several rounds of combat, the disciples of the Chan sect gradually fell to the disadvantage and were reluctantly forced to retreat. Among them, the first to flee the battlefield was the deeply cultivated Mending. Originally dispatched by the primordial supreme being for a mission, he had harbored discontent towards this role. Confronted with a crisis, self-preservation became paramount. As the Chan sect members fled, the Xianyuan army crumbled, suffering losses exceeding half their forces, and was compelled to retreat several dozen miles to regroup. The atmosphere within the grand tent was notably grave. Xianyuan and Chan Jiao were both furrowed with worry, particularly Guang Qingzi, who was distressed by the loss of 2 precious artifacts. Master, with Qi Yu and their formidable forces, what shall we do? Xianyuan inquired, knowing that their only recourse lay with Guang Qingzi. Allow me to return to Kunlun once more to seek my ancestor's counsel. You should refrain from engaging in battle until I return, Guang Qingzi stated solemnly, vowing internally to defeat Qi Yu and reclaim the 2 divine artifacts. The falling treasure bell and the primordial box. Very well, master, Xianyuan replied with a nod. Guang Qingzi bid farewell to Xuanyuan's camp and returned to his sect in Kunlun. From the clouds, I had already grasped the situation unfolding at the conflict site between the 2 factions. The secret artifact utilized by the Witch clan was known as the falling treasure money. This artifact, at the cost of depleting its own fortune, rendered all spiritual entities below the innate pinnacle ineffective, with weapons being the sole exception. This is a critical moment, explained Yuanshi Tianzuan. Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi displayed a look of confusion. Most within the sect lacked proficiency in military strategies. Relying solely on their weapons to engage in combat would yield little chance of victory. My dear disciple, take this Panga banner with you, the celestial master remarked, discerning Guang Qingzi's thoughts. Receiving the Panga banner, one of the supreme artifacts, as assistance, Guang Qingzi felt a surge of excitement and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, master. This Panga banner was precisely what was needed to counter the falling treasure money. Armed with the Panga banner, Guang Qingzi returned to Xianyuan's main camp. The following day, General Xianyuan personally removed the long-hanging banner of retreat and led his entire army to challenge Qi Yu at a stronghold. Upon hearing of the challenge, Feng Bo, Yu Shi, and others were hurriedly summoned by Qi Yu to deliberate strategies. Though they have long held back, their proactive challenge now must be well calculated. We must remain vigilant. Zhu Feng warned. What is there to fear? We shall meet them head-on, blocking their path and building walls to stem the tide. There is no need for trepidation, Feng Bo retorted. Zhu Feng is right. They must have prepared for this. Qiyu nodded slightly before declaring, but we need not fear battle. Signal the entire army to face the enemy outside the camp. Thus, Qiyu led his forces towards Xianyuan's position. Xiang Lu, are you willing to engage in battle? Guang Chengzi called out fiercely, soaring directly between the two armies, vowing to redeem his honor in this encounter. Xiang Lu was about to respond but was halted by Yushi. You have utilized the falling treasure money twice. Today, it is my turn, Yushi stated. Very well, Xiang Lu agreed, passing the falling treasure money to Yushi. Guang Chengzi, I shall contend with you, Yushi proclaimed as he leapt towards Guang Chengzi. Wielding the falling treasure money, the remnants of the Witch Clan, defying the heavens, shall face divine retribution today, Guang Chengzi coldly declared not merely boast. Let us see if you possess true skill, Yushi shot back. Guang Chengzi sneered, wielding the Panga banner. As he waved it, chaotic energy blades surged towards Be cautious. That is the Panga banner. Qiyu instantly recognized the Panga banner and warned Yushi loudly, promptly leading Feng Bo, Xiang Lu, Zhu Feng, and others to provide assistance. Yushi swiftly evaded, but the chaotic blades were too swift. Although he avoided fatal injury, he still bore several cuts. Deploy the 12 mysterious formation, faced with the crisis. Qiyu determined that activating the 12 mysterious formation was the only strategy. Immediately, Feng Bo, Yushi, Xiang Lu, Zhu Feng, and the other 8 summoned their respective flags, arranging them in a circle and operating them at high speed. The energies of Qiyu and the others merged, drawing in the surrounding energy, swiftly shaping a colossal entity. This giant was even more indistinct than the image of Pangu, its features vague and its eyes vacant. Is this the Duding Shun Sha formation? Guang Chengzi, upon seeing it, initially thought it was the Duding Shin Sha, but then quickly dismissed the idea, for the 12 ancestor witches no longer existed in the wilderness. None could recreate the Duding Shun Sha formation. Not only Guang Chengzi, but many of the Chanjiao disciples were equally astonished. Even a simplified formation would still yield a power lesser than the image of Pangu. If this truly was the Duding Shin Sha, they would stand no chance of victory and could only flee. Even if Tianchen intervened, it would take time. Bring me the axe, the giant commanded. And a massive shadowy axe formed from the gathered energy. Guang Chengzi regained his composure. He once more wielded the Panga banner, launching a barrage of chaotic energy blades at the giant. Split! The giant swung its immense axe, cleaving through all the incoming chaotic blades, continuing its advance towards Guang Chengzi. Facing the inevitable strike of the giant axe, Guang Chengzi was engulfed by despair. How audacious! Seeing Guang Chengzi's life hanging by a thread, Tianchen unleashed his divine power from afar to shatter the giant's axe. The remnants of the Witch Clan, defying the heavens, shall not be spared. After saving Guang Chengzi, Tianchen exerted his strength once more, directing a long-range attack at the giant formed by the 12 mysterious formation. This giant, born of the 12 mysterious formation, possessed strength roughly at the quasi-saint level, effortlessly contending against the Chanjiao disciples. However, under the pressure of saint, it appeared weak and powerless. Should Tianzen's attack succeed, it would not only dismantle the 12 mysterious formation, but also lead to the demise of Qiyu and his companions. In that critical moment, the map of mountains and rivers, summoned by Nuwa, suddenly soared from the Nuwa palace, arriving just in time to deflect Tianzen's powerful strike. Nuwa, why do you protect these remnants of the Witch Clan? Tianzen questioned her, his expression darkening at her abrupt interference. They have reincarnated and become part of humanity. As their holy mother, how could I stand idly by? Although Nuwa's explanation seemed somewhat flimsy, she understood the significance of words. Even if the reasoning was not robust, as long as it proved effective, it sufficed. Do you not know that Xianyuan is the heaven-bestowed emperor of humanity? Do you intend to defy the will of heaven? Tianzen's voice was stern. Tianzen, always accusing others of defying the heavenly mandate, Do you see yourself as the arbiter of the rules? Niwa retorted defiantly, her anger palpable. Then, if you remain obstinate, I shall personally deal with you and hand you over to my master for judgment. Yuanshi Tianzuan's tone turned icy. That I fear you not. Niwa resolutely accepted the challenge, declaring, let us determine the victor amidst the chaos. Both being celestial saints, their conflict could even threaten the very existence of the primordial universe. Such a large-scale clash would bring forth a burden of causality that even the saints would find difficult to bear, although the saints proclaimed they would not become entangled in any causal relationships. They were not truly free from such troubles. Their primordial spirits were merged with the heavenly universe, allowing them to exist eternally as long as this realm persisted. Yet, should they accumulate a plethora of malevolent consequences, even if they would not die directly, they would face the risk of stagnation in their cultivation, potentially affecting their followers or loved ones in an instant as they moved to the edge of chaos. Neither saint dared to delve too deeply, choosing to engage in battle within a safe distance from the primordial continent. With a swift gesture in the air, the Panga banner previously lent to Guangchengzi returned to Yuanshi Tianzuan's control. Niwa, out of respect for our sect, I grant you one last opportunity to retract your decision, and no more words. Let battle commence. Niwa replied coldly. With no thought of repentance, formalities were cast aside. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes glinted with cold light as he brandished the flag, unleashing numerous chaotic blades towards Niwa. Though both wielded artifacts, their effects varied greatly. In Guangchengzi's hands, the Panga banner was significantly limited due to his lesser cultivation and lack of refinement of the artifact. Even so, with the map of mountains and rivers as a defensive shield and utilizing the red embroidery ball to counter the cutting forces of the chaotic storm, it would still be a formidable challenge to easily defeat Niwa. Even under the dual advantage of superior cultivation and equipment, A.S. Niwa and Yuanshi Tianzuan engaged. Qiyu, Fengbo, Yushi, Jiufeng, and Xiang Lu directed the giant to swing a lethal axe towards the Changjiao disciples. Facing this sudden turn of events, the disciples of Changjiao exhibited expressions of terror. They could neither evade nor defend themselves and were left utterly helpless at that moment. A powerful golden light surged from the direction of Shouyang Mountain, instantaneously forming a white jade golden bridge that enveloped all the disciples in protection. The sharp axe fell upon the golden bridge, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Gratitude was expressed to the Grand Master. After escaping danger, the group swiftly proceeded to pay their respects towards Shouyang Mountain, well aware that it was Laozi who had aided them with the Taiji diagram. At this moment, a new visitor arrived at Shouyang Mountain. Brother Laozi, Jane has come to visit. Sensing Laozi's intervention, Jane immediately made his way to Shouyang Mountain. Upon hearing the voice, Laozi fell silent for a moment before responding, Brother Jane, please enter. Upon hearing this, Jane promptly vanished and entered the Eight Sceneries Palace. I surmise that Brother Jinti must have already gone to Janeo Island. Although Laozi's tone remained as calm as ever, his words conveyed a resolute affirmation. Jane nodded in agreement, not surprised by Laozi's judgment. What benefits has Hutu promised you? Laozi inquired. He had sensed something amiss when witnessing Niwa blocking Yuanshi Tianzuan, and it was only upon Jane's arrival that he could piece together the entire situation. Jane replied, Our plan for the underworld involves rescuing trapped souls from the 18 layers of hell. Laozi sighed softly, lamenting how Hutu had meticulously orchestrated matters for the position of the human emperor, ultimately conceding her inability to intervene and announcing her withdrawal from this competition. This time, she has won, and I shall no longer involve myself in the affairs of the human emperor. Jane smiled at this, slightly nodding his head. Unless absolutely necessary, Jane too preferred not to engage in conflict with Laozi. Subsequently, Laozi cast a glance at the fierce confrontation between Niwa and Yuanshi Tianzuan, and spoke to Jane in a tranquil tone. Let us visit the chaos together. With a wave of his arm, the battling duo was compelled to pause. Why do you act in such a manner? Elder brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Before Laozi could respond, a sound echoed from the sky. It was Tongtian Jiao Master arriving with another saint, Zhuanti, also entering the realm of chaos. Witnessing four figures of heavenly caliber gathered within the chaos, Yuanshi Tianzuan instantly comprehended Laozi's intent in summoning them. Brother, is this not excessive, to unleash such slaughter merely for personal grievances? Laozi turned to Yuanshi and remarked. But elder brother, how can we allow these rebels to run rampant? Yuanshi Tianzuan's frustration was palpable, yet he understood that under the suppression of Nuwa and the others, even he and the other two peers could not contend. Relying solely on his subordinates was insufficient to withstand the opposing forces. The larger situation is irreversible, while the smaller matters may be adjusted flexibly. The master has yet to intervene, indicating his tacit approval of this change. Laozi articulated slowly. Nuwa, Jing, Zhuini, how could they be exploited by others over trivial matters? As a Taoist, it is truly a loss of integrity. Yuanshi's angry gaze fixed upon Nuwa, with Jin and Junti bearing an accusatory undertone. Nuwa, Jin, and Junti, upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, did not express dissent. After a moment of contemplation, Yuanshi Tianzuan continued, I can command my disciples to refrain from interfering in the affairs of the human emperor. However, aside from Qiyu, no other members of the witch clan or reincarnated great witches may participate in the contest for the human emperor. This pronouncement. The three furrowed their brows. If both the Transcend and the witch clan abstained from the struggle for the human emperor, it would become a contest solely between Xianyuan and Qiyu. If you all disagree, then we shall have to settle this matter once more. Yuanshi Tianzuan's tone turned cold. This moment. Laozi and Tongtian, Jiao Master, approach him, indicating their support for his stance. Present were 6 heavenly saints. In terms of cultivation, Laozi led, followed sequentially by Jin, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiao Master, while Junti and Nuwa were relatively weaker, regarding the quality of their treasures. The Taiji diagram and Panga banner were both regarded as top-tier innate spiritual treasures, while the Zhuxian formation was renowned as one that only the 4 saints could breach. In contrast, the Merit Golden Lotus, 7 Treasures Mysterious Tree, and Mountains and River Society map were merely classified as superior spiritual treasures. Should a confrontation truly ensue, regardless of the matchup, be it Laozi against Yuanshi Tianzuan against Nuwa, or Tongtian Jiao Master against Junti, the 3 pure ones would hold a slight advantage. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Nuwa, Jin, and Junti were all disinclined to provoke conflict with the 3 pure ones. Very well, we shall abide by Brother Yuanshi's opinion. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Jin and Junti similarly acquiesced with nods. With the 6 great saints having expressed their positions, Hutu's stance seemed inconsequential. Should she disagree, the remaining 6 saints would naturally find a way to compel her compliance. Furthermore, the Lost Bell and Primordial Box must be returned to their rightful owner. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke again. Naturally, Nuwa replied, for the Lost Bell and Primordial Box were indeed possessions of the Transcend. After a thorough discussion, everyone returned to their respective places on the battlefield. Thanks to the protection of the Taiji diagram, the Transcend disciples were not threatened by Qiyu and his ilk, and the 12 Mysterious formation could not hold for long, ultimately leading both sides to withdraw in the Xianyuan army camp. Upon receiving a message from Yuanshi Tianzuan, the disciples of the Transcend began preparing to return to their mountain. Master, are you going to abandon your disciples? Xianyuan felt reluctant, worried that once they departed, they would be unable to contend with Qiyu. The master commands us to return to the mountain. This is unavoidable, but rest assured, those with cultivation under Qiyu will also depart. Guang Qingzi clarified, in truth, he too felt quite discontented. Once they returned to the mountain, even if Xianyuan achieved the status of human emperor, it would have little bearing on his own matters. Yet the master's orders were hard to disobey. Knowing that Qiyu's generals would also withdraw, Xuanyuan's emotions calmed somewhat. After all, he now possessed the strength of a golden immortal and wielded the Xianyuan sword, capable of suppressing Qiyu's physical prowess in Qiyu's camp. Upon receiving Hutu's directive for a full retreat, Fengbo, Yushi, Shangliu, and Zhufeng also prepared to depart. Though they had lost their great witch forms, they had gained new primordial spirits, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Qiyu, after we depart, whether you can seize the human emperor's throne depends on your own efforts. Shangliu bid farewell. As long as the heavenly saints do not intervene, What is there to fear from dealing with Xianyuan? Qiyu laughed heartily, overflowing with confidence. The ancestor of Xianming instructed me to convey to you to cease unnecessary slaughters and unify the human race as quickly as possible to attain the human emperor's position. Jiufeng said solemnly. Qiyu nodded gravely. Amidst the heavenly court, the tremendous upheaval in the primordial world could not escape the notice of the heavenly sovereign Haoyan. Hutu's methods were indeed remarkable, managing to bring Yuanshi Tianzuan to his knees. Haoyan remarked, a quasi-saint has managed to scheme against a saint and ultimately emerge victorious. Not only did she outmaneuver Yuanshi Tianzuan, but she also entangled 6 heavenly saints in her machinations, a truly extraordinary feat. Yaoqi nodded in agreement. If Hutu can do so, might we not attempt it as well? A glimmer of light flickered in Haoyan's eyes. With Hutu in control of the underworld, she could leverage its power to summon 3 heavenly saints for assistance. Whereas we have yet to fully grasp control of the heavenly court, making it difficult to invite the heavenly saints to aid us. Yaoqi, though reluctant to dampen spirits, felt compelled to speak the truth. Upon hearing Yaoqi's words, Haoyan's expression dimmed. Since Yuanshi Tianzuan has retreated and the heavenly saints will no longer intervene in the affairs of the human emperor, should we consider sending Zhou Tianzuan to support someone? Yaoqi inquired. Zhou Tianzuan had descended to the mortal realm for some time, but had yet to choose whom to support, as she first needed to understand the specific circumstances of the human race. Now that the Transcend and the Witch clan had both retreated, Qiyu, in terms of personal strength and the might of his forces, far exceeded Xianyuan. Thus his chances of becoming the human emperor were greater. Haoyan analyzed. Should we then send Zhou Tianzuan to assist Qiyu? Yaoqi tentatively suggested. Doing so would certainly provoke Yuanshi Tianzuan's ire. Haoyan furrowed his brow, hesitating that if we do not establish the authority of the heavenly court, we risk offending other powers. If we remain overly cautious, we shall never become true rulers of the heavenly court, Yaoqi advised. Having spent many years as a servant to Hongjun, Haoyan was accustomed to a subservient demeanor. Even now, as the heavenly emperor, he still seemed somewhat lacking in resolve. The Chan sect has never regarded the heavenly court highly. Thus, there is no need to fear offending Yuanshi Tianzuan. After all, I am the heavenly sovereign designated by the Tao ancestor. What can Yuanshi Tianzuan do to me? After considerable reflection, Haoyan ultimately resolved to adopt a firmer stance and intended to have Zhou Tianzuan assist Qiyu. Thus, he summoned the morning star Li Changing. Greetings, your majesty, and greetings, Queen Mother. Li Changing bowed to Haoyan and Yaoqi. You may rise, Haoyan said faintly. Your majesty has summoned this humble minister for what purpose? Li Changjian inquired. Descend to the mortal realm at once and find the 9 heavens, Xian knew. Instructing her not to assist Xianyuan, but rather to aid Qiyu, Haoyan commanded. This minister shall obey. Li Changjian did not press for further explanation and immediately set about fulfilling the order. Zhang Tianchen had been observing the fierce battle between Xianyuan and Qiyu from the shadows. Upon witnessing the departure of the Chan sect members and the reincarnated great shaman of the Witch clan, he tore through the fabric of space and arrived in the underworld. Congratulations, Lady Pingxin. You have succeeded. Zhang Tianchen expressed his congratulations. Thanks to your covert assistance. Hutu smiled, producing the falling treasure coin and stating, this is your treasure returned. Unbeknownst to Qiyu, whose benefactor remained a mystery, Hutu was fully aware. Zhang Tianchen accepted the falling treasure coin, placing it in his possession. Since he had perfected his mastery of the 5 elements principles, this artifact held little significance for him. He could now collect various treasures through the 5-color divine light without depleting his own fortune. By the way, do you have the lost Pornis bell and the primordial box? Zhang Tianchen suddenly felt a stirring and inquired. They have already been returned to the primordial heavenly sovereign, Hutu replied, shaking her head. Do you require them? Since they have been returned, there's no need to discuss it further, Zhang Tianchen replied nonchalantly. He held no particular interest in the lost Pornis bell. However, the primordial box was a divine artifact of Bixiao from the Fengshan War. If possible, he hoped to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. Hutu then handed Zhang Tianchen a cloth bag, saying, this is the spiritual medicine returned to you that I have already arranged for it to be sent to Xianying. Zhang Tianchen did not examine it, but accepted it directly, stating, "If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." "Very well." Hutu nodded gently. Zhang Tianchen then tore through the space to return to the human realm, continuing to explore the world with the three Shaos. After the departure of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the resurrected great gods of the witch clan, Xianyuan and Qiyu reorganized their forces for a new battle. Although Qiyu's personal strength and the might of his followers were superior to Xuanyuan's, repeatedly repelling Xuanyuan's troops, he wielded the Xianyuan sword and avoided direct confrontation with his foe. Thus, even someone as formidable as Qiyu found it challenging to eradicate Xianyuan completely. Furthermore, in the eyes of the human race, Xuanyuan's position was legitimate and his lineage orderly, granting him greater authority that resonated more deeply with the hearts of the people than Qiyu. If Qiyu truly wished to suppress Xianyuan, it would not be an easy feat. One day, while Qiyu contemplated the next phase of military strategy within his tent, a guard delivered news of a female visitor identifying herself as an envoy from the heavenly palace, claiming she possessed the ability to assist the leader in swiftly defeating Xianyuan. Upon hearing this, Qiyu felt perplexed. He had no connection with Hao Yin. Why would Hao Yin actively offer assistance? However, since she claimed to come in support of him, he at least deemed it necessary to meet her. "Please, enter," he instructed. The guard promptly obeyed and left to convey the message. Shortly thereafter, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu arrived at the camp under the guidance of the attendants. "Greetings, Leader Qiyu. There is no need for formalities." Qiyu gestured for her to wait a moment, examining her closely before asking, "You say you can help me defeat Xianyuan more quickly. What ingenious plan do you possess?" "I have studied the 3 volumes of the divine military strategy and possess certain insights into strategy, capable of assisting the commander in training and troop deployment." Upon hearing this, Qiyu displayed a trace of astonishment. "Are you saying you truly possess such capability? If the leader trusts me, you may entrust a division of troops to me for training. And within a month, you shall witness results," the Nine Heavens Xian Nu proclaimed confidently. "Very well, I will assign a division of troops to you," Qiyu agreed. "Thank you, Leader." The Nine Heavens Xian Nu expressed her gratitude, feeling a surge of excitement as she finally had the opportunity to showcase her talents. Zhang Tianchen and the 3 Shaos roamed among the human populace when one day they encountered a peculiar individual. This man, around 40 years of age, appeared quite disheveled. When Zhang Tianchen and the 3 Shaos saw him, he was aimlessly drawing on the ground with a stick, shaking his head repeatedly, only to wipe away what he had drawn with his sleeve. A passing woman remarked to them, "Do not mind him. He is a madman. What makes him so strange?" Zhang Tianchen asked, curiosity piqued. "It is said that his mother carried him for 18 months before giving birth, and he spoke immediately upon arrival. Everyone believed he would become a sage of his generation." At this, the woman frowned and continued, "But from the age of 8, he began to behave increasingly erratically, daily scrawling on the ground with twigs, and no one knows what he is doing. After growing up, he never worked, completely reliant on his parents that a few years ago, after his parents passed away, if not for the charity of the villagers providing him with food from time to time, he might have long since left this world. Such a person, not laughable. Indeed peculiar." Zhang Tianchen nodded in agreement, growing further intrigued. "What is his name?" "His name is Tsongjia," the woman informed him. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Tianchen's eyes sparkled with interest. "Well then, I must attend to other matters. I shall not linger with you any longer," the woman said before turning to leave. "Senior brother Tianchen, why do you find that madman so intriguing?" Bishao asked, her expression filled with confusion, unaware of the reasons behind his particular interest in a man. Her inquiry was echoed in the curiosity of Yunxiao and Xiongxiao as well. Someone who dedicates half their life to focused pursuit of a single endeavor. Such dedication cannot be ordinary, Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. "But senior brother, for an ordinary person, what significance does it hold, even if he is exceptional?" Bishao still did not comprehend. Zhang Tianchen believed that perhaps this ordinary individual would soon no longer be ordinary. Changes could be imminent, perhaps even surpassing those of others. "How is that possible?" Bishao exclaimed in surprise. Though she felt the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, she understood her senior brother was not one to engage in idle boasting. Zhang Tianchen refrained from further explanation and led them to Tsang's side. The man seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing to focus intently on inscribing strange patterns upon the ground. Zhang Tianchen then inquired, "What are you drawing on the ground?" To his surprise, Sangjie remained unresponsive, absorbed in his task. However, after a considerable time, Sangjie erased his previous drawings and Zhang Tianchen remarked, "You are attempting to create a form of writing, are you not?" "How did you know?" Sangjie finally spoke, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Tianchen. "I discerned it from the symbols you inscribed," Zhang Tianchen explained with a calm demeanor. "You have researched writing as well?" Sangjie eagerly pressed. "I possess some understanding," Zhang Tianchen replied with a nod. "The demon clan has its own script created by the Kunpeng. Thus he is revered as the demon master. Similarly, the ancestors of the witch clan utilize the script passed down by the Panga deity. However, humanity has yet to establish a unique script, resulting in the loss of much knowledge that cannot be preserved or transmitted. Therefore, from a young age, I resolved to create a distinct script for the human race." Sangjie appeared to find a kindred spirit in Zhang Tianchen and began to speak passionately. After listening, Zhang Tianchen inquired, "After such a long period of research and experimentation, have you made any notable achievements?" He then drew a particular symbol in the earth. "This is the character sun that I have developed," he said, looking at Zhang Tianchen with anticipation. "What suggestions do you have?" Zhang Tianchen, unfamiliar with the shape of this sun, proposed, "Writing serves to express all matters of the world. Why not depict it in its most natural form?" "The most natural form." Sangjie attentively absorbed Zhang Tianchen's perspective and gazed up at the sun in the sky. After pondering for a long while, he drew a circular outline in the sand and added several rays of light. Gazing at the newly invented sun, he nodded with satisfaction, subsequently entering a state of creative obsession, tirelessly generating various symbols, each character springing forth in succession. Zhang Tianchen and the three celestial maidens silently accompanied him, refraining from uttering a sound so as not to disturb Sangjie, who was deeply engrossed in his task. At the same time, Zhang Tianchen cast a spell to render himself invisible, ensuring that no one could interfere. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had vanished without a trace. Throughout this prolonged duration, Sangjie remained entirely focused on the innovation of characters, neglecting to eat or rest, an accomplishment nearly unfathomable for an ordinary individual. Ultimately, during this period, he created a total of 3,000 characters. He called out to the heavens, "Source of the great path? I, Sangjie, a scholar of the human race, feel the severance of our cultural lineage. Today, I create these 3,000 writing characters to remedy this deficiency, beseeching the great path for verification and witness." His words, fortified by the unseen power of the great path, resonated across the lands, drawing the attention of 6 eminent sages and other renowned figures toward the direction of Tsangye. In this era, humanity had become the focal point of the cosmos, and the creation of a writing system in such a context was a monumental contribution to civilization, thus deserving of immeasurable merit. "The character Ri," Sangjie proclaimed aloud, and the sun inscribed on the ground seemed to come alive, lifting off the surface and soaring into the sky, radiating golden brilliance. He continued to recite. "Moon." Thus, the character Yu followed suit, ascending into the heights. "Star." Each character was pronounced with clarity, one after another taking flight into the firmament. Soon, a melodious whisper echoed, and under the response of the heavenly way, a great virtue descended. This blessing was akin to what Fuxi and Shinnong received upon achieving enlightenment. The vast merit was ultimately divided into 3 parts. One portion was bestowed upon Zhang Tianchen, who graciously accepted it as his own. Another portion transformed into 3,000 characters in the sky, which coalesced into a book. This was no ordinary tome, but a treasure imbued with merit, a supreme artifact of the literary way. The remaining 80% of the merit flowed into Sangjie, who, after absorbing this virtue, experienced a rapid elevation in his cultivation that he ascended through the realms. Celestial fairy, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, and finally halting at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Upon completing the absorption of all merit, Sangye bowed respectfully to Zhang Tianchen. I am grateful for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Zhang Tianchen slightly inclined his body to accept the gesture, then inquired, what are your plans next, fellow Taoist? I wish to journey to the sacred grounds of the human race to disseminate these 3,000 characters among all my kin. Sangye replied. This was his duty and mission. Then let us hope to meet again in the future, Zhang Tianchen said with a smile, knowing that this encounter was far from over and that perhaps another moment of reunion awaited them. Sangye organized the book formed from the 3,000 characters and departed. This should be believed now, right? Zhang Tianchen remarked with a smile, turning his gaze towards Buzhou. Buzhou still found it hard to fully accept. She could comprehend the ascendance of Fuxi and Shinnong from the mortal realm to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, as they were chosen individuals who had contributed significantly to their people. Yet, the notion that Sangye, an unremarkable ordinary man, could leap from the mortal realm to the lofty height of quasi-saint was truly beyond her belief. Xixiang, how did you foresee this? Buzhou inquired curiously. Perhaps it is because we are all part of the human race. I can sense his extraordinary potential, Zhang Tianchen explained. When Qiyu gained the support of the Nine Heaven Xiannu, his military strength surged, compelling Xianyuan to retreat step by step. Many neutral tribes, witnessing this, chose to side with Qiyu as more tribes extended their support. Qiyu's influence and power expanded rapidly. However, even then, he did not rush into action. Instead, he adhered to the strategies of the Nine Heavens Xiannu, steadily advancing his strength. After many years passed, Qiyu finally reached a critical juncture, forcing Xianyuan into a dire situation. The two sides engaged in a final battle, resulting in Xuanyuan's unfortunate demise at the hands of Qiyu. Following his victory over Xianyuan, Qiyu ended the clan era, establishing a unified nation, dividing the land into 9 provinces: Jizhou, Yuzhou, Yongzhou, Yangzhou, Yinzhou, Shuzhou, Liangzhou, Qingzhou, and Jingzhou. With Jizhou in the heartland designated as the capital, he further instituted 120 positions for governance. Prescribing rights, laws, and musical education for the populace, he invented clothing, shoes, and various tools such as pots, steamers, and vessels for transportation. He formulated astronomical calendars, allocating the 28 lunar lodges based on the sun's movements to arrange daily schedules and determining months according to the moon's trajectory. Years later, having significantly advanced the human race, Qiyu, feeling his merit fulfilled, decided to abdicate in favor of Zhuansu, the grand ceremony of abdication. The 5 great saints and 3 generations of ancestors gathered. Even Fuxi and Shinnong from the Fire Cloud Cave participated. The only exception was the Yuanshi Tianzhen, who did not attend, as the throne he once bestowed upon his disciple had been lost at his hands, making it impossible for him to participate in this abdication celebration. Not only did he not arrive, but none from the Chan teaching appeared either. Laozi was present as the leader of the human teachings, holding the Confronting seal. Without his presence, the abdication ceremony could not proceed. Tongtian Zhao Master was also present, but he showed little concern for Qiyu's ascension to the human throne. Zhang Tianchen and the 3 sisters of the Miaos also attended Qiyu's abdication ceremony, as they had been traversing the mortal realm and found it quite convenient to arrive. Standing upon the high platform, Qiyu proclaimed to the heavens, I, Qiyu, descendant of the human race, have unified the clan, established the 9 provinces, formulated official positions, and compiled the 28 lodges. My mission is complete, and I wish to pass the throne of the human emperor to the great sage Zhuanxiu, hoping the heavenly way shall witness this. Laozi then raised the Confronting seal and declared aloud, establish the new human emperor. With this proclamation, the Confronting seal emitted a beam of light directed at Qiyu, merging into his being. Buzz, sensing the completion of the ceremony, the heavenly way descended, bestowing merit upon Qiyu. Upon receiving this merit, Qiyu's cultivation rapidly soared, swiftly elevating from the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to that of quasi-saint, stopping only at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Though both were at the pinnacle of quasi-saint, Qiyu's capabilities surpassed those of Fuxi and Shinnong. After all, even before achieving Tao fruit, he was already at the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After the ceremony concluded, The 5 saints returned to their respective sanctuaries, while the newly enlightened Qiyu accompanied Fuxi and Shinnong to the Fire Cloud Cave to enhance his cultivation and bolster the fortunes of the human race. Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiang Xiao, we are to return to the Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen stated earnestly. Bi Xiao, taken aback for a moment, asked, return where? Of course, back to our Wuliang cave. Are we not going to continue exploring the human realm? Bi Xiao continued to inquire. Since we have traveled enough, it is now essential to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation, he replied. Ever since Fuxi attained enlightenment, Zhang Tianchen had long wished to return to the cave for focused training. However, he had remained due to his commitment to assist Hutu in securing the position of the human emperor. Now that Qiyu had attained the throne, he saw no reason to linger in the mortal realm. With the calamity of the function approaching, he needed to swiftly elevate his own strength to establish his place among saint-level figures. Thus, he proposed to the 3 sisters. Then let us return to the Wuliang cave now. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen tore through the void and brought the 3 maidens back to the cave dwelling. Master, welcome back. Upon sensing Zhang Tianchen's return, Luo, who was amidst the peach grove, rushed over to greet him. Zhang Tianchen inquired with concern, how has your progress in the 9 transformation profound technique been? In truth, he had not checked on his disciples' cultivation for quite some time, that I have now reached the 6th layer's limit and am about to step into the 7th. Luo responded. The 6th level of the 9 transformations corresponds to the realm of the Taiji Golden Immortal. Crossing this threshold will lead to the Great Luo realm. This meant Luo had attained the pinnacle state of Taiji Golden Immortal, poised to enter the Great Luo level. Zhang Tianchen nodded in approval of his progress. Well done, he expressed substantial praise for this achievement, to which Luo shyly smiled. Thanks to the golden elixir you bestowed, I was able to advance rapidly. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianchen took out a small vial and handed it to his disciple, containing several high-grade, 9 transformation golden elixirs. Here are several elixirs to further assist your cultivation. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Upon learning the news, Luo expressed his excitement and gratitude. He then playfully inquired, Master, might you bestow a few upon me? The golden winged Dapeng returned, and upon seeing Zhang Tianchen rewarding Luo with several 9-turn golden elixirs, his eyes sparkled with delight. In acknowledgement of your outstanding performance during this period, these 9-turn golden elixirs are a reward for you, Zhang Tianchen proclaimed as he retrieved a jade vial and tossed it to the golden winged Dapeng. Thank you, Master. The golden winged Dapeng, brimming with joy after receiving the elixirs, promptly immersed himself in his cultivation. Tianchen Shixiang, we too must commence our training, Yin Xiao remarked. Very well, Zhang Tianchen nodded. Since the Sanshao still possessed a considerable number of 9-turn golden elixirs, there was currently no need for him to provide additional ones. After making all necessary preparations, Zhang Tianchen also entered a state of seclusion for cultivation. Zhuanqu's master was Mithria Buddha of the Western teachings. After he ascended to his position, he focused on promoting agricultural development to better cultivate grains. He reformed the calendrical system and established the 24 solar terms. Furthermore, he advocated for propriety, ensuring that men and women adhered to their respective roles and that respect for elders and the young was maintained. Zhuanqu reigned for an impressive 78 years before relinquishing his position to Emperor Ku, but on the day of the great abdication ceremony, heaven rewarded him with corresponding blessings. However, in comparison to the grand ascension of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, it was notably less ostentatious. The blessings that Zhuanqu received only elevated him to the early stages of quasi-sainthood. Emperor Ku, guided by Qijingzi, did not achieve remarkable feats during his reign, yet he showed compassion for the suffering of the populace. Governing with benevolence, his governance was likened to spring rain nourishing the earth, effective yet unobtrusive, beneficial to all. After ruling for 70 years and having amassed great virtue, Emperor Ku did not pass the throne to the next Emperor Yao of the 5 emperors. Instead, he designated his son Ji as his chief minister to succeed him. However, Ji, lacking in both talent and temperament, ruled poorly during his 9-year tenure, inciting considerable discontent among the people. Ultimately, overwhelmed by internal and external pressures, he was compelled to abdicate in favor of Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao was a disciple of the medicine Buddha from the Western teachings. During his reign, he faced a significant challenge. The Yellow River region was frequently ravaged by floods, displacing thousands of people and plunging them into dire straits. Witnessing the plight of the displaced, Yao was deeply saddened and dispatched his minister Gun to manage the flood disaster. Gun partitioned the floodwaters into segments and attempted to contain them one by one. Though initial results were promising, as time passed, the difficulties became evident. The accumulation of unmanageable water sources eventually breached the constructed dikes, resulting in a catastrophic surge that exacerbated the disaster. In his utter disappointment, Yao furiously ordered Gun's execution. After Gun's demise, there remained a lone survivor, Yu, who possessed remarkable intelligence and had diligently studied water management alongside his father since childhood. However, his philosophy diverged greatly from that of his father. He believed that the solution lay in redirecting rather than blocking the waters. Only by channeling the floods toward the eastern sea could the calamity be eradicated. One day, while he was investigating the river's dynamics, a magnificent seven-colored rainbow cloud descended from the heavens, upon which stood a celestial beauty, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. I am the foremost disciple of the. Would you be willing to take me as your teacher? Inquired the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Celestial being, what techniques shall you teach me? You ask that I can impart the art of cultivation and instruct you on how to manage the flood disaster. She replied, I humbly request to be your disciple. Upon learning that he could acquire knowledge about flood control from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, you eagerly approached and bowed in reverence. Rise, she said, and after you performed 9 respectful bows, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit gently raised her hand, bestowing upon him an invisible force that lifted him up. From that moment on, you diligently surveyed the water management situation while seeking guidance from the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Shortly after Gun's passing, Yao returned to his celestial duties and transferred his position to Shun. Shun's mentor was the Taoist Du Bao, who, after assuming power, continued to tackle the flood disasters. After years of effort, he achieved some success, yet the floods remained unresolved. This time, you began to gain recognition among the populace for his flood control abilities. Upon learning of this, Shun conducted a background check and discovered that you was indeed Gun's son. However, Shun did not shy away from employing you due to this connection. Rather, he summoned him personally. Following an in-depth discussion, Shun realized that you possessed true talent, particularly in his proposal to divert the river waters toward the eastern sea, which Shun found exceedingly practical. Consequently, he appointed you as a minister for flood management and dispatched Bo, Yi, and Ho Ji to offer him support. Upon receiving his new assignment, you promptly reported the situation to his teacher, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Redirect the floodwaters toward the eastern sea. We must clear the mountain paths along the way. However, some mountain ranges cannot be traversed by mortal strength. You will require a formidable axe for this task. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit explained. Where might I find such a mountain-splitting axe? You inquired. To my knowledge, only the axe wielded by the ancestral shaman, Zhang Tianchen, would suffice. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied. I shall set out immediately to seek the axe from the ancestral shaman, Zhang Tianchen. As you prepared to depart, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit interjected, Not so fast. Are you aware of the ancestral shaman's whereabouts? And would he be willing to lend you the axe? Please instruct me on where the ancestral shaman resides. For even if I must plead, I will seek the axe from him, you solemnly declared. Determined to resolve the water crisis for humanity. The distant region where the ancestral shaman Zhang Tianchen dwells is not easily accessible for you. Allow me to seek him out on your behalf. Suggested the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. I am most grateful. Master, you responded, brimming with excitement. However, rather than directly approaching Zhang Tianchen, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit first returned to Jinao Island to report the situation to the Master of Tongtian. Contact your junior brother Zhang Tianchen. He has certain connections with the witch clan and may be able to assist in borrowing the axe, the Master instructed, acknowledging that he was aware of Zhang Tianchen's previous excursions in the wilderness and his aid to the witch clan in alchemy. Thank you, Master. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit followed the Master's guidance and arrived at the entrance of Wuliang Cave in Wuyi Mountain. Upon noticing someone approaching, Susu stepped out to greet her. Is this the place where Zhang Tianchen cultivates? The Holy Mother inquired. Indeed, it is, Susu replied politely, and then asked, might I inquire as to your relation with the cave master? I am the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, a direct disciple of the Shanqing saint. She introduced herself at it is the arrival of Sister Jinling. Susu responded. I could see that moment. Yin Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao emerged from the mountain gates to greet her. Greetings, dear sister, she said, already aware of their connection with Zhang Tianchen, and thus unperturbed by their presence. Sister Jinling, what brings you here? Yin Xiao inquired. I require the assistance of junior brother Zhang Tianchen for a matter. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit replied. Tianchen Shixiang is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Sister Jinling, please come with me inside, Yin Xiao said as she led the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit into Wuliang cave. Meanwhile, she instructed Bi Xiao, please fetch Tianchen Shixiang from his seclusion and inform him that Sister Jinling has arrived. Following Yin Xiao's directive, Bi Xiao hurried to the cultivation chamber to notify Zhang Tianchen. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tianchen appeared. Sister Jinling, I hear you have a request. What is it? Zhang Tianchen inquired. Currently, the human realm is ravaged by severe floods. My master hopes to redirect the floods into the Eastern Sea, but we lack a mountain-splitting axe that I have heard from my master that you have connections with the Witch Clan, and thus I seek your assistance in borrowing Xing Tian's battle axe. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit explained. Flooding afflicts humanity. Zhang Tianchen's expression grew grave upon hearing this. He had previously sought assurances from the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea for a millennium of peace for the human realm. Now, merely 300 years later, floods were already rampant. Indeed, the Holy Mother nodded. Sister Jinling, please wait a moment. I shall go immediately to borrow the axe from the ancestral shaman Xing Tian. With that, Zhang Tianchen resolved to inquire about the circumstances with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea after retrieving the axe. I am immensely grateful. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit expressed her thanks. Rather than directly venturing into the northern wilderness to seek Xing Tian, Zhang Tianchen tore through space, arriving directly in the underworld. Although he had previously exchanged words with Xing Tian, their relationship was limited. Thus, he resolved to first seek out Hutu as an intermediary to enhance the likelihood of success. Hutu, engrossed in secluded cultivation within the underworld, sensed the arrival of Zhang Tianchen and promptly rushed to meet him. What brings you here? Hutu inquired. I have a matter to discuss with the Lady Pingxin. Zhang Tianchen replied that I knew you would come here. Hutu said with a slight reproach. Now, what is it that requires my assistance? I wish to borrow Xing Tian's battle axe. I would appreciate it if you could relay this to him, Zhang Tianchen requested. Certainly, I shall inform him. Hutu nodded slightly. However, I cannot easily leave the underworld. You must retrieve it in person, no problem. I shall go at once, Zhang Tianchen assured. Zhang Tianchen once again tore through space, arriving in the northern wilderness, making his way directly to the ancestral Witch Hall. The ancestral Witch Hall is the sacred ground of the Witch Clan, having endured the ravages of time beside Mount Buzhou, now relocated to the north. Xing Tian Ancestral Witch, Zhang Tianchen has come to pay a visit. I hope to speak with you, he proclaimed loudly outside the hall. Ha! My brother Zhang Tianchen has arrived. Xing Tian laughed heartily as he emerged from within, saying, if you merely wish to borrow the battle axe, you could have informed me directly without involving Lady Pingxin. After all, it has been a long time since we last met, and I was concerned you might have forgotten our brotherly bond. How could you say such a thing? I shall never forget your kindness, Zhang Tianchen replied with a smile. How can you say that? Xing Tian said, lightly patting Zhang Tianchen on the shoulder. He then gestured with his right hand, and the formidable axe known as Qi materialized instantly, which he handed to Zhang Tianchen, saying, take it. Thank you. Zhang Tianchen accepted the axe, stating, the human race is suffering severely from floods. I must deliver this axe promptly. I shall take my leave now. Come to the ancestral Witch Hall whenever you have the opportunity. Xing Tian urged. I certainly will, Zhang Tianchen responded before tearing through space and returning to the infinite cave. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, did you manage to borrow the axe? The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit inquired eagerly upon his return. Zhang Tianchen raised his right hand slightly, and the axe appeared in his grasp. Smiling as he said, Sister Jinling, I have completed the task. That I cannot thank you enough. Junior brother Zhang Tianchen, The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit exclaimed as she took the axe. Xiaoyu is still awaiting this battle axe. I must take my leave now. Sister Jinling, please feel free, Zhang Tianchen replied. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit transformed into a beam of light and swiftly departed from the infinite cave. Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, Qiong Xiao, I must go out for a while. Will you accompany me? Zhang Tianchen asked, intending to seek out the Dragon King of the EC. We shall not be joining you. Yun Xiao gently shook her head, preferring to remain in the cave to concentrate on her cultivation. Very well, continue your practice. I shall be back shortly, Zhang Tianchen said, before tearing through space to arrive at the shores of the East Sea. Dragon King of the East Sea, come forth, Zhang Tianchen bellowed from the shoreline, his voice echoing across the surface of the sea. Hearing the furious shout, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly emerged from the Dragon Palace. Immortal, how may I assist you? Ao Guang questioned respectfully. You once promised to ensure 1,000 years of favorable weather for the human race. Yet barely 300 years have passed, and why have severe floods arisen? Zhang Tianchen demanded. Immortal, this matter is indeed beyond my control. I can manage the waters above, but I cannot govern the issues on the ground. Ao Guang replied hastily. What do you mean by that? Zhang Tianchen asked, perplexed. The geographical position of the Yellow River slopes from west to east, and the soil upstream is loose with poor water retention. When it rains upstream, it inevitably leads to flooding downstream. However, if there is no precipitation upstream, drought will ensue, Ao Guang elucidated. According to your explanation, the flooding of the Yellow River should have long been established. Why have I never heard of such a situation before? Zhang Tianchen said, confused. In the past, humans resided at the foot of mountains or in higher areas, making it difficult for floods to reach those locations. However, after the era of the three sovereigns, with a rapid population increase, many individuals began to build homes in low-lying areas, which led to the occurrence of floods. Ao Guang clarified that I will thoroughly investigate the veracity of the situation. If it is as you say, this matter shall be concluded. But if I find you to be lying, I shall settle both accounts, Zhang Tianchen declared, tearing through space as he departed. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen leave, Ao Guang exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon returning to the human realm, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit informed Xiaoyu, I have successfully borrowed the great axe from Xingtian Ancestral Witch. However, this axe is not easy to wield. Whether you can handle it depends on your own fortune. She gently placed the axe on the ground. This axe is not a treasured artifact. It is merely an ordinary weapon. Whether you, as a mortal, can lift it depends on your affinity with it. Yushu took a deep breath and grasped the axe handle tightly, straining to lift it. Master, I can lift it, he exclaimed, beaming with joy. Seems you have a strong connection with this great axe. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit replied with a smile. Master, can I now use this axe to carve a path through the mountains and redirect the floodwaters into the East Sea? Yushu continued to inquire. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit nodded. Indeed, there are many monsters in the deep mountains. If you wish to forge a new path to divert the floods, those creatures will undoubtedly obstruct your efforts. If you encounter formidable monsters that you cannot overcome, you may return to seek my assistance. Thank you very much, Master. Yushu quickly responded, expressing his gratitude. Let us set off, the Holy Mother signaled. After parting ways with the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, Yushu led the people through valleys and streams, traversing mountains and waters to conduct thorough research and assessments. After an entire year of detailed evaluations, he devised a specific route to guide the floodwaters toward the East Sea. Following the pre-planned markers, he began to carve mountains and split stones, gradually directing the water flow towards the ocean. During this process, Yushu encountered numerous monsters that he could handle the smaller ones alone with his axe. For the more powerful foes, he sought the assistance of local mountain spirits and water guardians. These spirits, assigned by heaven to protect their territories, were eager to cooperate that on one hand, they could spread the renown of the heavenly realm among mortals, and on the other, they could forge a favorable alliance with it if he faced challenges that even the local deities could not resolve. Yushu would again seek the support of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. One day, confronted by a malevolent beast of considerable power, reaching the level of Daoyujin Xian, Both sides battled fiercely for 3 nights, until ultimately, the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit subdued it. After questioning the EC's ruler Ao Guan, Zhang Tianchen proceeded to inspect the human territory to confirm the situation aligned with the descriptions he had received, refraining from seeking revenge. Just as he prepared to return to the cave to continue his cultivation, he sensed the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit in a state of battle in the Huai River region. A cunning monkey was wreaking havoc on the flood control efforts. However, this monkey, merely at the Tai stage, was adept at using the water to hide, leaving the Holy Mother at a loss, unable to capture it. Master, if this situation persists, that monkey's antics in the water will hinder the flood control project. Yushu expressed anxiously, not fret just yet. Let me return to seek the help of my ancestor to craft a new treasure to safeguard this water environment. Then we shall be able to deal with it. The Holy Mother of Gold Spirit reassured Yushu that moment. Zhang Tianchen fortuitously flew into the area on a reconnaissance mission. Sister, how did you come to be here? Zhang Tianchen inquired of the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit. I happened to pass through, and since you were in a struggle, so I flew over to see what was happening, she elaborated. Yushu, why have you not come to greet your uncle? He prompted the student beside him. Upon hearing this, Yushu respectfully performed a bow and greeted. Student Yushu pays respects to uncle. Zhang Tianchen responded warmly. No need for such formalities, as he gently raised Yushu to his feet. He then turned to the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, saying, Sister Jinling, I heard your conversation earlier. I can also assist you in refining a treasure to secure this water domain. In truth, with Zhang Tianchen's strength, he could easily subdue the mischievous monkey even without controlling the waters. However, he recalled the Jingu Bang of Sun Wukong and resolved to forge a magical artifact. Then I shall rely on you, my junior brother, responded the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. IT is no trouble at all. As a member of the human race, it is my duty. Zhang Tianchen waved his hand dismissively, then took out the creation cauldron along with some materials to begin the crafting of the treasure. After enduring 81 days of arduous effort, he successfully completed the creation of the sea-settling needle. Zhang Tianchen cast the needle into the Huai River, and the waves on the surface of the water immediately calmed. Upon witnessing this, you displayed a look of satisfaction that I shall be back shortly. With that, Zhang Tianchen transformed into a beam of light and leaped into the water. Before long, he resurfaced, clutching a monkey in his hand. Is this the demon monkey that caused the disturbances? You inquired, eyeing the monkey in Zhang Tianchen's grasp. This demon monkey was no ordinary creature, but rather the red-buttocked horse monkey, one of the 4 chaos monkeys. Zhang Tianchen explained. Now I understand. I wonder how such a demon monkey could exist. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit exclaimed, having heard of the 4 chaos monkeys before, that red-buttock horse monkey. I comprehend that you possess the ability to understand the dualities of yin and yang and are adept at evading life and death. If that is the case, you must have other reasons for instigating this chaos. Zhang Tianchen stated deliberately. He was acutely aware that the red-buttock horse monkey had caused these disturbances to draw attention to itself in order to avoid the impending calamity of the divine sealing. The little demon is indeed confused. Please forgive me, revered immortal, the red-buttocked horse monkey implored. Humph, if you do not speak the truth, then there is no need to spare your life, Zhang Tianchen sneered coldly. Brandishing his weapon as if to slay the monkey, Great Immortal, spare my life. I am willing to tell the truth. I indeed have my reasons, the red-buttock horse monkey hastily confessed upon sensing the peril. What is the reason? Zhang Tianchen continued to inquire. The little demon has foreseen the impending great calamity, and thus attempted to use this as a means to evade disaster, the red-buttocked horse monkey admitted candidly. You, demon monkey, are quite cunning, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit remarked coldly, surprised by the monkey's intentions. The little demon acknowledges its mistakes. Please, revered master, spare me. The red-buttock horse monkey quickly repented in hopes of obtaining clemency. I present you with 2 choices. Either I slay you, or you take me as your master. Choose wisely, Zhang Tianchen declared, already contemplating the idea of accepting a disciple. The red-buttocked horse monkey pondered internally. This is merely a choice. I, the little demon, pay my respects to my master. It quickly knelt and bowed 9 times to Zhang Tianchen. Rise, Zhang Tianchen gestured with his hand, casually stating, having recognized me as your master, you must understand my identity. I am Zhang Tianchen, a disciple of the Supreme Purity Saint. From now on, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, you will surely face severe punishment that I shall earnestly rectify my past misdeeds and accumulate good deeds. The red-buttock horse monkey vowed earnestly. What name do you go by? Zhang Tianchen inquired. I once took a name for myself. Wuyi, the red-buttock horse monkey replied. That name is quite fitting. Zhang Tianchen nodded approvingly. Then turned to you, saying, this item is called the sea-settling needle. I bestow it upon you, for it will undoubtedly be of use during your water management efforts. The sea-settling needle can not only calm turbulent waters, but also measure depths. Thank you, esteemed uncle, for this gift. You expressed his gratitude. Sister Jinling, I shall take my leave now, Zhang Tianchen said, receiving a gentle nod from her in response. Subsequently, Zhang Tianchen tore through the void, returning to the infinite cave with the red-buttocked horse monkey. Master, who is this monkey friend? Su inquired upon seeing Zhang Tianchen accompanied by a monkey. This is my new disciple, Wuyi. Zhang Tianchen introduced simply to Su and her two sisters, explaining to Wuyi. These three are my maidservants. They have all listened to the teachings of Taoism on Golden Cauldron Island, so you should refer to them as esteemed uncles. Wuyi pays his respects to the three esteemed uncles. Wuyi greeted the three with reverence. There is no need for such formalities, they replied, gesturing to dismiss the formality. Why does the master seem particularly fond of taking monkeys as disciples? Hua asked with a puzzled expression. Aside from monkeys, I also have a penchant for recruiting fox spirits as servants, Zhang Tianchen replied humorously. The master is jesting with us, Hua playfully chided. Hua, do not be disrespectful, Su admonished. Then turned to Zhang Tianchen, explaining, I beg the master's forgiveness. You need not be overly restrained in my presence, Zhang Tianchen said gently. Following this, Zhang Tianchen took Wuyi to tour the Pure Yang peach orchard, where they encountered Luo, who was cultivating there. Upon seeing his master's arrival, Luo hurried over to greet him. Master, what brings you here? Luo asked. Zhang Tianchen introduced, this is my new disciple Wuyi. A red-buttocked horse monkey, he then told Wuyi. This is your elder brother Luo. He is a Luo monkey. Younger brother pays respects to elder brother, Wuyi said, bowing. There is no need for excessive formalities. Luo replied, assisting Wuyi to his feet and adding, the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as the legendary red-buttock horse monkey, which gave me a sense of familiarity that I too felt a similar connection upon meeting elder brother. Wuyi remarked, as they were both limbs of the same chaotic ape, naturally sharing a profound bond. Luo, for the time being, you shall be responsible for teaching Wuyi the 9 transformations of mystical skills, as I plan to enter seclusion for cultivation and will be unable to divide my attention to instruct him, Zhang Tianchen stated, eager to enhance his own abilities without distraction. Understood, Master, Luo replied respectfully. Wuyi, for now, follow your elder brother in practice. When I have time, I will also craft you a set of equipment and weapons, Zhang Tianchen assured. Thank you, Master. Wuyi expressed his gratitude. You two focus on your cultivation. I will take my leave for now, Zhang Tianchen said, departing to continue his training. Junior brother, you must know that the peaches in this orchard are all celestial peaches, sweet and juicy, rivaling even the peaches of the heavenly court. I have eaten dozens of them during the Yuan festival and never tire of them, Luo exclaimed after Zhang Tianchen's departure, not immediately directing Wuyi in his cultivation, but instead taking him to savor the peaches. Gazing at the bountiful trees laden with fruit, Wuyi felt an overwhelming desire, and upon hearing Luo's description, he nearly drooled. The master said we may eat the peaches freely, but we must not harm the peach trees, especially those 365 in the center. After eating, we must replant the peach pits that you remember, Luo reminded him. Elder brother need not worry. I have committed it to memory, Wuyi nodded in response. Then let us feast, Luo declared. With that, the two of them climbed the trees and indulged heartily. After obtaining the sea-settling needle, Deduce's water management efforts became remarkably efficient. in his determination to complete the flood control project swiftly. Du tirelessly traversed the land, passing by his home several times without entering, thus turning this tale into a celebrated legend. After a total of 13 years, Du finally redirected the floodwaters toward the eastern sea, needing only to carve through the last mountain for the waters to flow smoothly into the sea. This mountain was known as Long Mountain. According to legend, in ancient times during a fierce battle, a colossal dragon fell here, its body transforming into this mountain. Another version posits that ancient mountain gods moved this mountain here to thwart the dragon clan's invasion. After paying homage to the mountain god and the river god, Du grasped his great axe and approached Long Mountain. Swinging his axe to cleave the mountain in two, the torrential flood surged through the opening and into the sea, witnessing the fruits of their labor after years of hardship. The people could not contain their jubilant cheers at that moment. A miraculous event occurred. A resplendent rainbow appeared atop the severed mountain peak, resembling a grand gateway in the sky, and a multitude of carp leapt eagerly towards the entrance, their movements a frenzy of determination. Among them, one remarkable fish managed to surpass the threshold, transforming into a dragon that soared gracefully above the surface of the sea before vanishing once more into the waves. Witnessing this extraordinary miracle, the people named the mountain Dragon Gate Mountain, and thus the tale of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate became a cherished folktale. Du successfully resolved the calamities of flooding. His reputation soared among the populace. Observing this, Shun believed his mission had been fulfilled and formally conducted a transfer ceremony, bestowing power upon Du. Upon ascending the throne, Du established a new dynasty, naming it Xia, with Pingyang as its capital, and granted territories to Danzhu, the son of the Tang Emperor Yao, and Shangjun, the son of Shun, as local lords. Simultaneously, he revised the calendar standards and adopted a new era system. Under Du's governance, humanity flourished. To enhanced the fortunes of his people. Du meticulously planned the delineation of the nation's borders, creating heavy artifacts etched with symbolic designs for various regions to solidify the fate and glory of humankind. 45 years after his ascension, Du deemed his mission complete and passed the throne to his son Qi on the day of the coronation. The heavens showered abundant merit upon him. Although it did not match the magnitude of the three sovereigns, it far exceeded that of the other four members of the five emperors. Nearly 90% of the merit was bestowed upon Du, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The remaining merit fell upon the Golden Spirit Mother, who, upon absorbing it, reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, in the celestial realm, before Hao Yin and Yao Qi had taken form. A small stone nearby gradually developed sentience. Subsequently, when the two were enlightened by Hongjun Daozu and transformed into youths, they brought this little stone along with them. After countless years, the stone finally attained a physical form. Hao Yin and Yao Qi cherished the stone as a sister, naming her Yao Ji and bestowing upon her the title of Princess of the Fourth Heaven, tasked with overseeing that realm. One day, a three-headed dragon, weary of the celestial realm's monotony, stealthily stole the dragon pearl from the Lingxiao treasure hall and escaped to the mortal realm. Upon learning of this, Yao Ji pursued him. The three-headed dragon had attained the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal, and Yao Ji was likewise at that stage, making them evenly matched. However, Yao Ji's innocent nature led her to be ambushed by the three-headed dragon, resulting in a shattered heart. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, Yao Ji was fortuitously saved by a mortal named Zhang Tianchen. The two shared a single heart within their bodies, enabling their survival. After her recovery, Yao Ji neither returned to the heavenly realm nor pursued the three-headed dragon, for her heart had been captured by the mortal Zhang Tianchen, and she ultimately chose to become his wife. Together, they established a family on Earth, giving birth to 3 children, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, despite the knowledge that a single day in the heavens equated to 365 days in the mortal realm. Secrets are inherently difficult to conceal. After a considerable time, without any updates on Yao Ji's situation, Hao Yin utilized the Hao Yin mirror to observe the mortal world, witnessing the harmonious life of Yao Ji and Yang Tianyou's family. Enraged that his beloved sister had secretly married a mortal and bore offspring, Hao Yin was furious. The celestial laws prohibiting emotional entanglements were established by him, yet he found himself the first to breach this edict with his cherished sibling. If he did not impose strict punishment upon Yao Ji, who would heed or respect such a prohibition in the future, the celestial authority would be undermined. Thus, Hao Yin personally led 100,000 celestial soldiers to apprehend Yao Ji in the mortal realm. This grand army descended upon a corner of the world, surrounding Zhang Tianchen and Yao Ji's home with an impenetrable blockade. To the sight of this formidable force, Yao Ji immediately realized that her private life with Zhang Tianchen had been exposed to Hao Yin. "Tianchen, you must escape with the children at once. Their lives must be preserved," Yao Ji urged, her face etched with anxiety, fully aware that she had no retreat left. Her only hope was that her brother might still consider their sibling bond and show mercy to Zhang Tianchen and their children. "Leave you behind? That is absolutely inconceivable," Zhang Tianchen firmly countered, having resolved to share life and death with Yao Ji. "No, you must go. My brother will not kill me, but your presence is certain death." Yao Ji replied, shaking her head with tears in her eyes, "Is Hao Yin's sister. Even in defiance of celestial law, the worst punishment she could face would merely be a period of imprisonment." While the two conversed, Hao Yin silently approached. "Yao Ji, how dare you defy the heavenly mandate and marry a mortal?" He proclaimed from atop a cloud, his tone severe. "You have violated the celestial laws and shall face punishment. Yield yourself. Brother, I recognize my error and am willing to return and accept my sentence. But I implore you, in the spirit of our sibling bond, to spare their lives," Yao Ji pleaded, kneeling before Hao Yin. "These children are the offspring of a celestial and a mortal. Such hybrids cannot be allowed to exist in this world." Hao Yin retorted with a scoff, commanding his subordinates, "Seize Yao Ji and eliminate the others." After uttering these words, Yao Ji urged Zhang Tianchen to flee with their children. She then charged forward to obstruct the advancing celestial forces. However, for an ordinary family like Zhang Tianchen's, the chance of escaping against the overwhelming number of celestial soldiers was nearly non-existent. Soon, some soldiers bypassed Yao Ji and attacked Zhang Tianchen's family. Witnessing this, in a desperate bid to protect his loved ones, Zhang Tianchen resolutely stepped forward to confront the enemy. Amidst the cries of agony that followed, Yao Ji, enraged at the sight of her kin falling one by one, retaliated and vanquished many foes. Despite Yao Ji's formidable status as a Great Luo Immortal, the majority of the soldiers were merely ordinary immortals and posed little threat to her. Yet, Hao Yin, unwilling to sit idly by, waved his hand, unleashing a force that sent Yao Ji flying. Immediately, the surrounding deities seized Yao Ji and pinned her to the ground. "Regardless of how my brother chooses to punish me, I shall harbor no resentment. I only ask that you spare the lives of Erlang and Chon'er," Yao Ji implored repeatedly, seeking Hao Yin's compassion. However, Hao Yin remained indifferent, issuing the command to commence the extermination. "Execute the order," he coldly declared, uttering a single word: "Kill." Thus, several battalions of soldiers charged towards the helpless family. Just as the soldiers were about to strike the two children, a sudden gust of wind swept through, rendering all present unable to open their eyes. Once the fierce wind subsided, Yang Jian and Yang Chan had vanished without a trace. Hao Yin's expression shifted dramatically as he clenched his fists, swiftly directing his gaze towards various locations. Shuyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Jining Island, the western borders, and the abode of Niuhua. His intuition suggested that only the 6 great primordial sovereigns could easily evade detection and carry them away to Ayin truth. This assumption was erroneous. The one who intervened was an unexpected individual, Zhang Tianchen. When Hao Yin led his 100,000 soldiers into the mortal realm, such a massive commotion could not fail to attract notice, and Zhang Tianchen was among those drawn to the spectacle. By coincidence, he was engaged in cultivation, resulting in a slightly delayed reaction. Thus, he was only able to rescue Yang Jian and his younger sister Yang Chan at that moment. The two felt as if the world around them was swirling and shifting until the dizziness faded, revealing that they had arrived in an unknown territory. "Brother Erlang, where are we now?" Yang Chan inquired, surveying their surroundings, which were lush with vegetation and devoid of any signs of civilization. "I am uncertain. Yang Jian replied with a slight shake of his head. But we should be safe now. Our father and elder brother have passed away. Yang Chan began to sob softly. Sister, do not grieve any longer. The most pressing matter is to ascertain our mother's situation and rescue her, Yang Jian said resolutely, his demeanor shifting to one of calm determination in the face of this unexpected upheaval. The Jade Emperor has taken our mother away. How can we learn about her condition and rescue her from there? Yang Chan furrowed her brow, lamenting their inability as ordinary mortals to fly to the heavens. We must seek the guidance of immortal masters. Many cultivators reside in the secluded mountains and valleys. If we can gain their counsel and learn their techniques, we may be able to rescue our mother. Yang Jian proposed. Which mountain shall we ascend to seek the immortal masters? Yang Chan inquired to that moment. Yang Jian also furrowed his brow, for he too lacked a clear direction. Approximately 800 miles to the east of their current location lay a place known as Wuyi Mountain, where a celestial being resided. You may endeavor to seek his guidance and request to become his disciple. Suddenly, a voice resonated around Yang Jian, and Yang Chan, the brother and sister, immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Yet they found no trace of anyone. May I ask the immortal, what is the current situation of my mother? Yang Jian questioned with urgency. Your mother is presently detained by the Jade Emperor at the base of Peach Mountain, but her life is not in immediate danger, the voice replied once more. Upon hearing this, the siblings felt a slight sense of relief and expressed their gratitude to the voice. Thank you, Immortal, for your guidance. After a while, the voice ceased. Observing this, Yang Chan softly asked her brother, who was the person we just conversed with? Perhaps it was the Immortal who came to our aid. Yang Jian responded. Then where is he? Yang Chan inquired with curiosity. Yang Jian said nothing further but gazed intently towards the location of Wuyi Mountain. Grumbled at that moment. Due to a prolonged absence of food, Yang Chan's stomach growled with hunger. Let us first find a place to replenish our sustenance. After we have eaten, we shall set forth towards Wuyi Mountain to seek the Immortal's teachings, Yang Jian suggested kindly. Very well, Yang Chan replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Shortly after they departed, several figures materialized from a void. It was Zhang Tianchen along with 3 celestial maidens. Brother Tianchen, are you intending to take these 2 as disciples? Yin Xiao inquired. Indeed, Zhang Tianchen nodded, continuing, both of them possess celestial physiques, and their innate potential is by no means inferior to that of Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi. However, even Zhang Tianchen found it rather astonishing. Generally, those of profound cultivation have a lower likelihood of producing offspring. Moreover, the greater the disparity in cultivation levels between partners, the slimmer the chances of conceiving. Yeoheim, being a being of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, is paired with Yang Tianyu, an ordinary mortal. Logically, they should have been incapable of bearing children. Yet in reality, they not only have 1 child but 3. Although the distance to Wuyi Mountain is merely 800 miles. Considering it is their first journey, they are likely to take many wrong turns. For their expedition, Bixiao appeared somewhat apprehensive. This is a test for them. If they cannot overcome such minor obstacles, then they are unworthy of becoming my disciples. Zhang Tianchen stated indifferently. Although he valued the potential of Yang Jian and Yang Chan highly, it did not necessitate their acceptance as disciples. Brother Tianchen, let us return to Wuyi Mountain and await the arrival of Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Bixiao proposed. Not just yet, Zhang Tianchen replied, shaking his head. It will take time for Yang Jian and Yang Chan to reach Wuyi Mountain. We might as well attend to some matters first. What matters? Bixiao asked curiously. You will know soon enough, Zhang Tianchen replied with a mysterious smile, then tore open the fabric of space, leading the 3 sisters away. Years ago, the 3-headed flood dragon had plotted against Yeoheim, shattering her heart, only to be severely wounded in return. Over the years, it had been recuperating in a remote, desolate mountain. Yeoheim, I never imagined you would marry a mortal, violating celestial laws and being suppressed by the Jade Emperor beneath Peach Mountain. Now no one will dare to me. The 3-headed flood dragon chuckled to itself in delight when a heavenly sovereign ordered 10,000 heavenly soldiers to descend to the mortal realm. The 3-headed flood dragon feared they had come to capture it. However, upon realizing they sought to apprehend Yeoheim instead, it felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Brother Tianchen, did you bring us here to deal with this dragon?" A melodious voice, like silver bells, rang in the ears of the three-headed flood dragon. Startled, it turned to see four unfamiliar figures who had silently appeared. These were Zhang Tianchen and the three celestial maidens. "Who are you?" the three-headed flood dragon asked in a low voice. Ignoring the dragon's question, Zhang Tianchen addressed Bixiao. "It is time to recruit disciples. We require a specific magical artifact, and the three-headed flood dragon can serve this purpose." Upon hearing Zhang Tianchen's words, the three-headed flood dragon felt a mix of anger and trepidation, immediately attempting to transform and flee. However, Zhang Tianchen had already seen through its intentions and summoned the creation cauldron. The cauldron generated a powerful suction. The three-headed flood dragon was forced to return and was drawn into the cauldron. "Spare me, Great Immortal!" cried the three-headed flood dragon, trapped within the creation cauldron. Zhang Tianchen remained indifferent, waving his hand to ignite a fierce flame beneath the cauldron. After enduring 81 days, the three-headed flood dragon was ultimately transformed into a double-edged dagger. Furthermore, Zhang Tianchen inadvertently acquired a dragon pearl, which was an item the three-headed flood dragon had previously stolen from the celestial palace. Once all matters were resolved, Zhang Tianchen once again employed his powers to open a spatial passage and returned with the three celestial maidens to the Wuliang cave. Although Yang Jian and Yang Chan had not lived a life of luxury, they had not suffered excessively either. Upon being rescued by Zhang Tianchen, they journeyed towards Wuyi Mountain without a penny to their names, having to traverse mountains, cross rivers, and fend for themselves in search of food. During their travels, Yang Jian and Yang Chan witnessed a preparing to slaughter a wild dog for sustenance. Unable to bear the sight, they exchanged their hard-earned food for the dog. Since then, the wild dog they saved followed them closely, refusing to leave their side. From that day forth, in addition to seeking food for themselves, they took on the responsibility of caring for the wild dog, which Yang Jian named Howling Celestial Dog. After approximately a year of travel, the three finally arrived at Wuyi Mountain. That we humbly request the immortal to accept us as disciples. They bowed deeply before Wuyi Mountain. Within the Wuliang cave, Zhang Tianchen had already been informed of their arrival and summoned Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi, instructing them, "Your junior siblings have arrived. Go and guide them into the cave." "We heed the master's command," Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi responded, promptly setting off toward the foot of the mountain. "That we beseech the immortal to accept us as disciples," they implored upon seeing Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who were still bowing fervently until their foreheads bled from the exertion. "Are you two Yang Jian and Yang Chan?" Lu Er inquired. "A monster!" Yang Chan exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lu Er speak, quickly hiding behind Yang Jian. "Who are you calling a monster? Only a monster would consider everything a monster," Lu Er retorted, baring his teeth. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of Tai true immortal and was merely a hair's breadth away from attaining golden immortal status, yet he chose to maintain his monkey form rather than transform into a human. Seeing this, Yang Jian hurriedly apologized to Lu Er. "I hope the elder will forgive us. My sister is merely timid. Since we shall soon be fellow disciples, let this matter be settled," Lu Er said forgivingly. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yang Jian replied. "I will take you both to meet our master," Lu Er declared as he lifted Yang Jian, while Wu Zhiqi took hold of Yang Chan, leading them towards the Wuliang cave. "May I bring this howling celestial dog along?" Yang Jian inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Er casually grabbed the howling celestial dog as well. Before long, Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi escorted the three into the cave. "That we humbly request the immortal to accept us as disciples." Upon encountering Zhang Tianchen, the two immediately knelt before him in supplication. Since they were permitted entry, it was evident that he agreed to impart his teachings. "You may rise," Zhang Tianchen said gently, an unseen force lifting them to their feet. "Thank you, Master," they spoke with deep reverence. From this moment forth, Yang Jian shall be the third disciple, while Yang Chan will take the place of the fourth. Zhang Tianchen informed them, in unison. They responded, "We shall obey your command, Master," simultaneously, regarding their celestial physiques and the innate I possessed by Yang Jian, which had been partially sealed by his mother. Zhang Tianchen vowed to lift these restrictions. Had the celestial bodies of Yang Jian and Yang Chan not been sealed, their journey would not have been fraught with such difficulties. Zhang Tianchen gestured with a spell towards Yang Jian and Yang Chan, and in an instant, the seals on their bodies were released, emitting brilliant rays of light. Yang Jian cried out in agony as a third eye appeared on his forehead. "Master, will my elder brother be all right?" Yang Chan inquired with concern. "Do not worry. Yang Jian is fine." Zhang Tianchen reassured them. Yang Jian gazed skyward, and the third eye on his forehead projected a golden beam of light straight towards the 33 heavens. "Jade Emperor!" Yang Jian exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with fury, as the eye revealed Hao Yin within the Lingxiao Palace. Zhang Tianchen gently raised his hand, retracting the golden light emitted from Yang Jian's third eye. Soon, Yang Jian regained his composure and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. With your current strength, you are still far from matching Hao Tian. Rescue your mother. You must diligently cultivate." Zhang Tianchen advised that I shall certainly strive to cultivate and rescue my mother as soon as possible. Yang Jian declared resolutely. "So shall I," Yang Chan added. Thereafter, Zhang Tianchen extended his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers against Yang Jian's brow, imparting the 9 revolutions mysterious art to him. Upon comprehending the essence of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, Yang Jian hurriedly expressed his thanks to Zhang Tianchen. "Thank you, Master. Your elder brother and second brother are also cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, you may seek their counsel." Zhang Tianchen instructed. "I shall rely on the guidance of my 2 elder brothers from now on," Yang Jian said, looking towards Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi. "Not a bother." Lu Er waved his hand in dismissal. "Yang Chan, the body refinement is not suitable for you. I shall have your master mother teach you the supreme clarity celestial technique," Zhang Tianchen declared, as he had no time to personally instruct Yang Chan. He assigned the task to the Sanshao. "Thank you, Master." Yang Chan promptly expressed her gratitude. "Wu Zhiqi, I previously mentioned I would forge a weapon and armor for you. I have taken the liberty of completing them in my spare time. I now bestow them upon you," Zhang Tianchen said, waving his sleeve, causing a staff and a set of battle armor to float before Wu Zhiqi. "Thank you, Master," Wu Zhiqi exclaimed joyfully. He had often envied Lu Er, who donned armor and wielded the heart's desire iron staff, and now he had his own. "Yang Jian, your mother descended to the mortal realm to capture the 3-headed flood dragon of the Temple Dragon Pearl. I have captured it and forged a 3-pronged double-edged sword from it, which I now present to you." With a flick of his sleeve, a 3-pronged double-edged sword appeared before Yang Jian. Yang Jian picked up the sword and wielded it a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable, and excitedly proclaimed, "Thank you, Master." "Yang Chan, this treasure lotus lamp was obtained from the mother goddess Enhua. It is a supreme innate spiritual treasure that I bestow it upon you today. Please make good use of it." Zhang Tianchen produced the treasure lotus lamp and handed it to her. "Thank you, Master." Yang Chan immediately expressed her gratitude upon receiving it. Just then, woof woof, the howling celestial dog barked. "Master, this is a wild dog I took in during my journey. I named it the howling celestial dog," Yang Jian quickly explained. "Since you have arrived at the Wuliang cave, it signifies that fate has been sealed. I shall grant you this temple dragon pearl," Zhang Tianchen said, producing a temple dragon pearl and infusing it into the howling celestial dog. Upon swallowing the temple dragon pearl, the howling celestial dog instantly transformed into a human form. "Howling celestial dog, how did you become human?" Yang Jian exclaimed, both surprised and exhilarated. "Howling celestial dog, how did you become human?" The howling celestial dog mimicked Yang Jian's voice, echoing the same question. "Master, what is happening?" Yang Jian turned to Zhang Tianchen, his face full of confusion. "Master, what is happening?" The howling celestial dog also looked towards Zhang Tianchen. Zhang Tianchen subtly cast a spell, sealing the howling celestial dog's mouth, and then explained, "Though the howling celestial dog has taken on a form, it has not yet fully awakened its intellect. During this period, it will continue to mimic those around it. I see." Yang Jian's confusion cleared, and he nodded gently, adding, "I am grateful to Master for granting the howling celestial dog such fortune. Enough now. You all may return to your cultivation." Zhang Tianchen lightly waved his hand. "As you command." "Master, Lu Er, Wu Zhiqi, as well as Yang Jian and Yang Chan responded in unison. Once everything was settled, Zhang Tianchen once again entered a state of seclusion. Time swiftly passed, and a millennium had gone by. After years of cultivation, the advancements of Yang Jian and Yang Chan were quite remarkable. Now, Yang Jian had reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, although Yang Chan's progress was slightly slower. She had also attained the early stage of the Golden Immortal realm. The siblings' ability to achieve such progress in just a few hundred years was not only due to the abundant cultivation resources provided by Zhang Tianchen, but also stemmed from their fervent desire to rescue their mother. As for Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi, they had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm 1,000 years ago and had now successfully advanced to the Luo Golden Immortal level. After a millennium of seclusion, Zhang Tianchen's cultivation had similarly seen significant improvement. With the accelerated effects of the laws of time, the speed of refining the 12 turns golden pills had notably increased. And with his current strength, he could engage in continuous refining without worry. Nearly 90% of the 112 turns golden pills from years past had been refined. Presently, Zhang Tianchen's cultivation was equivalent to 4 epochs of one Wuyi, and he was merely one more epoch away from attaining the status of a sage. After a millennium of dedicated cultivation in the Wuliang cave, Yang Jian's yearning to rescue his mother grew ever more intense. Master, my mother has been trapped beneath Peach Mountain for a millennium. I can no longer bear to see her suffer. Please permit me to descend the mountain to rescue her, Yang Jian pleaded, kneeling before Zhang Tianchen. The seals of Peach Mountain were set by Hutu himself. With your current capabilities, it is still difficult to breach them, Zhang Tianchen replied calmly. Is it impossible to cleave it open even with the 3-pronged double-edged sword? Yang Jian asked, furrowing his brow. No. Zhang Tianchen slowly shook his head. Though the 3-pronged double-edged sword was an exceptionally powerful weapon, it still fell short compared to true treasures of immense might. Master, then is there any other way to rescue my mother? Yang Jian pressed on. There's indeed a method, but even if you could cleave open Peach Mountain, Hao Yin would not allow you to take Yao Ji away. With his quasi-sane cultivation, you're simply not his match. Zhang Tianchen explained. Please, Master, tell me how I can cleave open Peach Mountain. I can no longer bear to watch my mother suffer. Regardless of Hao Yin's strength, I must give it a try, Yang Jian implored tearfully. Determined to rescue his mother at all costs, there's a great axe belonging to Xing Tian. It was used by Yu to control the waters and carve paths through mountains. With its power, cleaving Peach Mountain would be effortless, Zhang Tianchen replied. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude, and then eagerly added, I shall go seek the ancestral with Xing Tian for the axe immediately. Do not forget to mention my name. I have some rapport with Xing Tian, and for my sake, he will lend it to you, Zhang Tianchen added. Through their previous interaction regarding the axe, their relationship had grown closer, and he believed Xing Tian would certainly agree. Thank you, Master. Yang Jian thanked him once more. Master, I wish to accompany my elder brother. Yang Chan requested that I too shall accompany my master. The howling celestial dog chimed in. Since its transformation, it had been following Yang Jian in his cultivation, and now its intellect was comparable to that of a regular person. Go ahead. Zhang Tianchen nodded in agreement. Yang Jian and Yang Chan, accompanied by the howling celestial dog, soared northward upon clouds with great haste. It seemed an epic battle was inevitable. Zhang Tianchen muttered to himself, once Yang Jian cleaves open Peach Mountain, Hao Yin will undoubtedly intervene. This will inevitably lead to conflict, and I shall never allow my disciple to be threatened or harmed. Thus, this confrontation is inescapable. Master, we wish to venture out for a period of training. Lu Er stepped forward and declared. Experiencing the world outside is indeed beneficial. Zhang Tianchen nodded. Lu Er and Wu Zhiqianlong had recently ascended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and it was essential for them to embark on a journey to solidify their newfound standing. Remember, do not provoke trouble without cause, yet do not shy away from it either, as long as you are innocent. Regardless of the circumstances you encounter, I will stand by your side to support you. Zhang Tianchen advised, we will heed your command. Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi responded in unison. Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and the celestial dog soared through the sky, arriving at the ancestral witch hall. Zhang Tianchen pays his respects to the Grand Witch Xing Tian. Yang Jian respectfully clasped his fists and called out to the ancestral witch hall. Moments later, the grand doors of the hall gradually opened, and Xing Tian stepped forth that I pay my respects to Grand Witch Xing Tian. Yang Jian and Yang Chan hastily bowed in greeting that I hear you are the brother of Zhang Tianchen. Xing Tian scrutinized Yang Jian, noting his mastery of the 9 transformations' profound technique and his attainment of the 5th transformation. Nodding in approval that he is indeed the 3rd disciple of my master, Yang Jian humbly replied, "What brings you to seek me?" Xing Tian inquired directly that I hope to borrow the divine axe of the Grand, which to cleave the mountain and rescue my mother. Yang Jian explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Xing Tian raised his right arm slightly, and the great axe materialized in his hand, which he offered to Yang Jian. "Take it." "Thank you, Grand Witch Xing Tian, for your generous assistance." Yang Jian expressed his gratitude, overjoyed that Xing Tian was willing to lend him the axe. "I must hasten to rescue my mother, so I shall take my leave," he added. "Remember to convey my regards to your master. He is always welcome to visit," Xing Tian instructed. Yang Jian promised to relay the message and then took to the skies with Yang Chan and the celestial dog, heading toward Peach Mountain. After departing from Wuyi Mountain, Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi lacked a specific destination and inadvertently arrived at Mei Mountain at Wu Zhiqi. "Do you sense a hint of familiarity?" Lu Er inquired, that Wu Zhiqi nodded in response. "It feels just like the first time we encounter our senior brother. Aside from you and me, there are also the Tongbi monkey and the Lingming stone monkey among the 4 chaos monkeys. One of them should be within Mei Mountain," Lu Er remarked. "Should we enter the mountain to seek him out?" Wu Zhiqi asked tentatively. "Indeed," Lu Er agreed. "Let us ascertain his circumstances that if he lacks a master to guide him, we shall invite him to return to Wuliang Cave and beseech our master to accept him as a disciple." With this sense of recognition, Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi ventured into Mei Mountain. In comparison, Mei Mountain was far less expansive than Wuyi Mountain, and soon the two reached the heart of Mei Mountain. "Who dares to intrude upon our Mei Mountain?" A voice boomed. Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi turned to see a white ape, the Tongbi monkey. Through the familiar atmosphere, Lu Er quickly identified the white ape as the Tongbi monkey, not the Lingming stone monkey. "What manner of monkeys are you two?" The Tongbi monkey observed Lu Er and Wu Zhiqi with curiosity. Displaying primitive traits while lacking the ability to discern the true essence of their origins, that we belong to the family of the 4 chaos monkeys, that I am Lu Er the macaque, and this is Qi Jiao, the horse monkey, Lu Er explained. Upon hearing this, the Tongbi monkey's expression brightened, saying, "No wonder I sensed a familiar aura from you. Given your circumstances, it appears you have yet to receive true teachings from Master." Lu Er assessed the Tongbi monkey before him, as if seeing through him entirely. For the Tongbi monkey, being criticized for his lack of skill was somewhat difficult to accept, yet he remained an undeniable source of power and dominion over Mei Mountain. However, Lu Er had already attained the higher realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, far surpassing him in cultivation, thus rendering the Tongbi monkey unable to refute, "I have been practicing alone here, and have never taken a master." The Tongbi monkey replied, "How about this? Come with me to Wuliang Cave, and we shall invite our master to accept you as a disciple," Lu Er suggested, as it was indeed the original intent of their journey. The Tongbi monkey, intrigued by the inquiry, asked, "And who is your master?" "My master is Mr. Zhang Tianchen, the 5th direct disciple of the Upper Clear Sage," Lu Er proudly declared, conveying the essence of his lineage. The Tongbi monkey's eyes sparkled upon learning that his prospective master was one guided by a sage. "I am willing to accompany you," he immediately responded. "Then go prepare yourself, and we shall set forth together," Lu Er instructed. "There are 6 brothers I must inform. I hope to bid them farewell first," the Tongbi monkey added. "Very well," Lu Er nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and the celestial dog rode the clouds toward Peach Mountain, planning to visit their mother, Yao Ji. However, shortly after entering Peach Mountain, they were confronted by a golden-armored celestial general who blocked their path. The general bellowed, "This is the place where the heavenly court confines notorious offenders. Unauthorized individuals are strictly forbidden to enter. Please leave at once." Recognizing that Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and the celestial dog possessed considerable cultivation. The golden-armored general had specifically appeared to obstruct them. Had they been mere mortals, he would have paid them no heed. Upon hearing the general refer to their mother as a criminal, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly impulsively confronting the celestial general, but thankfully, Yang Chan stopped him in time. "Brother, he is merely fulfilling his duty. There's no need to create further trouble. Let him be," Yang Chan advised. "But if we do not eliminate him, how can we proceed to the mountain to see our mother?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow. "Watch my technique," Yang Chan said, as she took out her precious lotus lamp. A beam of light illuminated the golden-armored general, who instantly froze in place, unable to move. "Sister, even if your power is not as great as mine, I may not be able to withstand your lotus lamp." Yang Jian begrudgingly admitted that, "I owe this entirely to the precious lotus lamp bestowed upon me by our master." Yang Chan humbly replied, knowing that without it, her strength would diminish considerably. Together, the two advanced deeper into Peach Mountain, where they beheld a woman imprisoned atop a high pedestal. It was their mother, Yao Ji. "Mother," upon seeing Yao Ji's weary appearance, Yang Jian was overcome with tears, his heart aching. "Is that you, Erlang?" Yao Ji awakened at the sound of Yang Jian's voice, recognizing the significantly changed figure before her. Is I," Yang Jian choked out. Then Yang Chan called out, "Mother!" Yao Ji, upon seeing her daughter accompany her second son, was filled with mixed emotions. "Is that you, Chaner?" Yang Chan nodded through her tears. Knowing her children were safe brought her immense comfort. Yet she suddenly recalled something urgent and quickly instructed, "You must hurry back. If the Jade Emperor discovers your whereabouts, he will surely show no mercy. Do not worry. Mother, my sister and I have now become disciples of Master Zhang Tianchen of the Tongtian sect, and the Jade Emperor will be powerless against us," Yang Jian reassured her. Hearing this, Yao Ji finally felt at ease, understanding that the Jade Emperor would be wary of provoking her brother, the Saint Tongtian, and would not easily take action against Yang Jian and his sister. Not be anxious. I will devise a way to rescue you." Yang Jian wiped his tears and turned to prepare to cleave the mountain to free his mother. "Wait!" Yao Ji called out urgently. Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged puzzled glances, and Yao Ji explained, "Children, seeing you safe brings me great joy. I have already violated the heavenly laws and am receiving the deserved punishment. There is no need to involve you in peril. How could we, as your children, live happily while you suffer in captivity?" With tears streaming down his face, Yang Jian lamented, "Erlang, I am aware that you have attained the cultivation of a golden immortal. However, the seal of Peach Mountain was personally laid by the Jade Emperor, and you are unable to cleave it." Yao Ji spoke, although she was merely trapped in this place, as a Tai golden immortal. She had already seen through Yang Jian's true strength. "Mother, you do not understand. I have borrowed the great axe of the ancestor Wu of Xingtian, which can split this Peach Mountain," Yang Jian declared resolutely. "Even if you manage to cleave Peach Mountain, we will still be unable to escape." Yao Ji shook her head, knowing that should Yang Jian truly breach Peach Mountain to rescue her, it would equate to a direct challenge to the authority of the Jade Emperor, who would undoubtedly not spare them. "I know I cannot oppose the Jade Emperor, but I cannot stand idly by while you suffer here. Mother, I must try, no matter what," Yang Jian responded with unwavering determination. Yao Ji's heart was a tumult of emotions. Erlang, "Third sister, you must take the howling celestial dog and leave. I will cleave Peach Mountain." Yang Jian turned to Yang Chan. Yang Chan nodded gently and then departed with the howling celestial dog. Yang Jian ascended above Peach Mountain, grasping the great axe borrowed from Xingtian. He swung it down with great force, the immense axe light striking the seal. The mountain trembled, and countless stones tumbled from its peak. Yang Chan quickly summoned the treasure lotus lamp to shield against the falling rocks, preventing harm to the innocent point one more strike. Seeing no effect from the first blow, Yang Jian raised the great axe again and struck 3 more times, ultimately splitting Peach Mountain in two. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin suddenly sensed the seal being disturbed and hastily took out the Hao Yin mirror to investigate, discovering that it was Yang Jian who had broken his seal. Instantly, he was consumed by rage. These two ungrateful wretches managed to escape initially. Instead of gratitude, they dare return to rescue Yao Ji, showing utter disdain for the heavenly court. Hao Yian's demeanor was fierce. He had long known that Yang Jian and Yang Chan had taken Zhang Tianchen as their master. Yet, fearing Tongtian, he had refrained from sending anyone to capture them. This incident made him feel his dignity was compromised, and he resolved to capture the siblings at any cost. He then personally led an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers to Peach Mountain. After Yang Jian cleaved Peach Mountain, he flew to a high platform and severed the chains binding Yao Jie, Lang. The mother and son embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Third sister, witnessing the scene of her mother and brother in an embrace. The arriving younger sister Yang Chan and the howling celestial dog were deeply moved, tears trickling down. Chan'er. Yao Ji wrapped her other arm around Yang Chan. The three family members huddled together, weeping profusely. After a while, Yao Ji finally calmed down. Lang. We must leave quickly. The Jade Emperor has surely sensed the disturbance of the Peach Mountain seal and will soon arrive if we do not escape in time. We will never have the chance again. Yao Ji urged. All right, let us depart now. Yang Jian supported Yao Ji and led his mother and sister swiftly away from Peach Mountain. However, at that moment, a multitude of celestial soldiers descended from the sky, quickly surrounding Peach Mountain. Yao Ji's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. She had not anticipated the Jade Emperor's swift action. Bold Yang Jian, how dare you release a wanted criminal of the heavenly court? Such a crime is unforgivable and deserves death. Hao Yan stood upon a cloud, loudly rebuking Lang. Chan'er, quickly flee and seek your master. I will hold off the Jade Emperor, Yao Ji said urgently, believing this was the only way to grant Yang Jian and Yang Chan a chance to escape. Mother, I will never leave. I will fight them to the death, Yang Jian declared firmly. Having gone through great lengths to rescue Yao Ji, he was unwilling to see her captured again. Mother, I too will not depart. Our family shall remain together, even in death, Yang Chan resolutely replied. Where my master goes, I shall follow. The howling celestial dog expressed its loyalty as well. One shall escape today. Attack. With Hao Yan's command, countless celestial soldiers launched an assault on Yao Ji, Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and the howling celestial dog. Even in such a dire moment, Yang Chan remained compassionate, unwilling to strike against the celestial soldiers, merely using the treasure lotus lamp to immobilize them. Yang Jian, unwilling to entangle himself with the celestial soldiers, aimed directly at Hao Yan with a powerful swing of his axe. Hao Yan snorted coldly, effortlessly dispersing the incoming axe energy with a wave of his hand. Despite the obstruction, Yang Jian stubbornly advanced, striking 3 more times. Facing Yang Jian's onslaught, Hao Yan finally became enraged. Not only did he easily shatter the 3 axe lights, but he also unleashed a tremendous surge of magical power towards Yang Jian. How could Yang Jian, in his golden immortal form, withstand an attack from a quasi-saint? He was struck down, blood flowing from his mouth. Ergo! Yang Chan cried out in alarm, hastily using the treasure lotus lamp to rescue Yang Jian. Brother, all the responsibility lies with me. Please spare Lang and Chan'er. They're your own nephews. Yao Ji pleaded with Hao Yan. I have no such nephews, Hao Yan replied with a cold laugh. Mother, do not plead with him. He is heartless and ungrateful. When he sealed father and elder brother, he never considered the bonds of blood. I have no such uncle. Yang Jian wiped the blood from his mouth and launched another fierce attack against Hao Yan. This act completely enraged Hao Yan, who, with a flick of his power, dissipated the axe energy, then unleashed an even more ferocious strike towards Yang Jian. Previously, Hao Yan had held back, intending to capture rather than kill. But now he aimed to deliver a fatal blow with all his might. Just as Yang Jian was about to face this deadly strike, Zhang Tianchen suddenly appeared before him, blocking Hao Yan's attack. Zhang Tianchen. Upon seeing Zhang Tianchen rescue Yang Jian, Hao Yan's expression turned even colder. Your Majesty Hao Yan, the actions of Lang this time were indeed presumptuous. How about I apologize on his behalf? Zhang Tianchen said calmly, hoping to prevent matters from escalating. After all, the future of the heavenly realm still hinged upon the primordial world. Moreover, regarding Yao Ji, Had he been in power, he might have taken even more extreme measures. However, this did not imply that Yao Ji and Yang Jian had acted improperly. In truth, no one was at fault. They simply valued different things. Yao Ji cherished love, willing to defy heavenly laws to be with Yang Tianchen. Yang Jian valued familial ties, ready to risk everything to save his mother. Hao Yin, however, prioritized power, determined to deal with Yao Ji and Yang Jian to maintain the dignity of the heavenly court. Humph! Hao Yin scoffed, stating, Yao Ji and Yang Jian have violated heavenly laws. If I were to forgive them merely for your words of apology, what face would the heavenly court have left? How about a compensation of 10 9-turn golden pills? Zhang Tianchen proposed. Hao Yin certainly understood the efficacy of 9-turn golden pills. Each one could enhance 10 yuan Wuyi of cultivation. Even for a Great Luo Golden Immortal, they were immensely precious, making this condition quite tempting. However, agreeing to Zhang Tianchen's proposal and letting Yao Ji and Yang Jian go would undoubtedly bring shame upon the heavenly court, which left Hao Yin feeling hesitant. Your Majesty, please consider. Dignity must be upheld by strength. If one lacks power, even if they maintain face this time, what of the future? Zhang Tianchen subtly conveyed to Hao Yin. Hao Yin's clenched fists cracked ominously. Though the words were harsh, they held undeniable truth. Even if he punished Yao Ji and Yang Jian this time, how would he address similar incidents in the future? Moreover, with Zhang Tianchen present, the ability to punish Yao Ji and Yang Jian was still uncertain. After deep contemplation, Hao Yin decided to accept Zhang Tianchen's suggestion. However, 10 9-turn golden pills were insufficiently sincere and demanded 50. Hao Yin privately communicated with Zhang Tianchen, attempting to negotiate. The herbs required to collect and refine 9-turn golden pills are exceedingly rare, and the process is complex and arduous. I currently possess only these 10. Zhang Tianchen replied earnestly, for although he lacked golden pills, he never easily bestowed them upon others. 30 pills. Hao Yin continued to haggle. I only have 10. There are no more. Zhang Tianchen answered resolutely, his tone firm. Then add 26-turn golden pills. Realizing the unwavering resolve of the other party, he decided to propose a compromise. Very well. Zhang Tianchen acquiesced to his request, acknowledging that the value of the 6-turn golden elixirs paled in comparison to that of the 9-turn. Once the agreement was firmly established, Hao Yin turned to Yao Yi and Yang Jian, stating, It is solely due to the camaraderie between the supreme pure sage and the venerable Zhang Tianchen that you have been granted clemency. Should you transgress the heavenly laws again, severe penalties will undoubtedly ensue. We are profoundly grateful. Yao Yi quickly bowed in appreciation, offering Hao Yin due respect. Zhang Tianchen then presented 3 elegantly filled vials to Hao Yin. 1 vial containing 10 9-turn golden elixirs, and the other 2 each holding 10 6-turn golden elixirs. Upon receiving the vials, Hao Yin immediately led the celestial troops back to the heavenly court. The immense grace of my master's rescue shall forever be etched in my heart. The loss of these invaluable elixirs truly weighs heavily upon me.